Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4BB Chapter 116 Cooperation and Conflict. After all, her son's strength is still very powerful. Studkin is very confident about this because he has the genes of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Suddenly, a vehicle made of gold drove towards the two people on the street. Beep beep. At the driver's seat, a seductive woman wearing sunglasses forced a smile at the two men. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pale, handsome face, and rubbed her long burgundy hair. Bakara, the user of the luck fruit. I'm sorry, Lord Tezulo asked me to receive you. I'm a little late. Humph, damn woman, why didn't you come earlier? Sturgeon opened the car door roughly, his face wrinkled, his eyes full of jealousy, and he muttered. If I were a decade younger, I would definitely be more beautiful than you. Wabel glared at Bakara, got in the car, and the car sank suddenly. He also hates the people his mother hates. Sorry, I will take you to see Master Tezulo now. Bakara was not angry when she heard Studkin's words. She stepped on the accelerator with her high heels, and the golden vehicle quickly shuttled through the busy streets. In the magnificent hall, a tall man sat on a golden throne, his chin supported by his right hand, and a gold coin was turning flexibly on the back of his left finger. The Golden Emperor, Guild Tessero. He suddenly put away the gold coins, stood up, combed his gray-green hair back, stretched, and pulled down the purple sunglasses on his head to hide his expression. This time it's all thanks to you, Trafalgar Law. As expected of someone known as the Surgeon of Death, he cured Bakara's illness with ease. This saved me a lot of Bailey. Tezuro grinned at Luo, who was crying while holding the demon sword below. No need to say so many words of thanks. We're just a trading relationship. You need to pay me the remaining Baileys. Luo said coldly. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. You helped me so much, I have to thank you very much. All the entertainment facilities in the Golden City are open to all the crew members of the Hard Pirates for free. I will give you all the remaining Baileys tomorrow. How about that? Tezulo sat down again, smiling enthusiastically, and said, Okay, but tomorrow is the deadline. Luo's eyes were cold, and he seemed to have guessed Tezuro's plan. It's just like the legend says, he values money more than his life. Advertisement, but now we are on his territory, and there is no chance of winning if we fight. Luo had no choice but to swallow his anger and make plans later. After Luo left, Tezuro's laughter stopped abruptly. My Bailey is not that easy to get, he snorted coldly, and decided that he would earn back that Bailey sooner or later. He stretched out his fingers and tapped rhythmically on the golden armrests, humming a light ballad. After a while, Bakara brought Weeble and Stussy to the hall. Lord Tezulo, Whitebeard too has been brought here. Bakara's body was shaking and she seemed a little weak. Thank you for your hard work, Bakara. Go down and rest first. Dr. Luo said that you need to rest well. Yes, Master Tezulo. Bakara retreated, leaving only the demented Weeble and the arrogant Stussy. Ah, I didn't expect that you, a little kid, are really rich. Stussy looked greedily at the golden palace around him and said with a smile. Hey, Stussy, you are still so arrogant, don't forget, you are a drowned dog now. How is it? It must be painful to be hunted by former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Tezulo had a sullen face, his fingers crossed, 9 gold rings on his finger bones, except for the ring finger on his left hand which was empty. What did you say? You idiot, you didn't even know where you were when I was sailing on the sea. Stussy flew into a rage and pointed his cane at Tessero, swearing at him. Don't forget, I'm the only one who can help you escape Zephyr's pursuit now. Now that the Marines are becoming more and more radical under the leadership of that mad dog Akainu, the 7 warlords of the sea has become a virtual position that is neither here nor there. If you fall into the hands of the 3 emperors, the benefits you will gain will be greatly reduced. The only person you can find to back you up now is me. Only I can bring you a lot of benefits, Tezulo analyzed calmly. Stussy was speechless. What he said is indeed a fact. Tell me what you want. I heard that you have some relationship with Vegapunk. I'm curious about his cloning technology, and my Golden City lacks some powerful fighting force. Advertisement. Tezuro put forward one condition after another, and Stussy's face became more and more ugly. Isn't that a bit too much, kid? Don't worry, the benefits I bring are beyond your imagination. Tezulo held up 5 fingers. 500 million Baileys? That's too little. No, it's 5 billion Baileys. Stussy's face lit up with joy. Very good, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure working with you. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that a former slave of celestial dragons like you could make it to this point. It's really amazing. Stussy burst into laughter, and the entire hall was filled with only her laughter, which was extremely strange. What's wrong? Stussy also realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere and looked at Tezuro on the throne in confusion. Tezuro's face was distorted and gloomy. The ugly faces of the celestial dragons kept flashing in his mind. Veins bulged on his forehead as he spoke through gritted teeth. Who told you this? And, in front of me. His body was shaking constantly, his eyes were bloodshot behind his sunglasses, and his chest was filled with anger. Don't laugh in front of me. He suddenly jumped up from the golden throne, formed his 5 fingers into claws, and raised them upwards. Countless golden spikes suddenly protruded from the golden floor and rushed towards Weevil. What's going on? Don't you want to cooperate? Stussy had no idea what she had done wrong. She quickly hid behind Wilbur and shouted, "Protect Mom quickly." "Okay, Mom." Wilbur swung his naginata, the jet black armament hockey covering it, and slashed out. At the same time, in the sky, in the thick clouds, a dragon shadow could be vaguely seen, with two human figures on its back, flying towards the golden ship in the distance as fast as lightning. Is that the ship that the Golden Emperor is on? Ah, if you want to find someone, you can only enter from the inside first, which is a bit difficult. Yes. Chapter 117. Unexpected incident. Bacchus walked with Charizard and Lackey on the Golden Street. On both sides of the street were various entertainment facilities and casinos. How easy is it to find someone in such a vast sea of people? Bay Lackey looked around, confused, and had no idea where to start in the face of the crowded crowd. No rush, take your time. Bacchus spoke to comfort him, but even so, he didn't know how to find this person. If there is really no other way, we can only ask Tesoro to help. Suddenly, a little girl with green hair walked up to Bacchus and said pitifully, "Big brother, please buy me a bunch of roses." She took a rose from the basket on her arm and handed it to Bacchus with a pleading look in her eyes. "Sorry, little girl, we don't have Bailey. How is that possible?" A kid with the same short green hair ran over, stood in front of the girl, shielded her firmly behind him, glared at Bacchus, and roared angrily. "How could anyone who can come here not have Bailey? The cost of living here is so high, you can just spend a little money to buy this rose." Bacchus sneered, "What an ungrateful brat. So what if I have money? Do I have to buy your flowers?" "You." The boy stared at Bacchus with gritted teeth and was about to speak out a retort when the girl behind him quickly pulled the boy back. "Brother, forget it, don't say any more. Sorry, big brother, we're leaving now." She bowed and apologized to Bacchus, looking flustered, and looked at Bay Lackey on the side, apologizing again and again. But when she saw Bay Lackey's appearance clearly, she was stunned. "Hey, brother, do you think this woman looks like?" The girl leaned over and whispered softly in the boy's ear. The boy then realized that there was a beautiful woman beside Bacchus. The anger on his face gradually disappeared, as if he had thought of something. "Excuse me, ma'am, what is your name?" "My name is Bay Lackey, what can I do for you?" Bay Lackey was a little confused. Did they know him? It can't be such a coincidence, right? The two little ghosts looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Advertisement. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lika, and this is my sister Tianbao. Lika introduced to Bay Lackey. "You should know Brother Kato." Bay Lackey's pupils shrank as if struck by lightning, and he spoke with a trembling voice. "Yes, I know him. Where is he?" "Well," Lika sighed, looking sad. Tianbao lowered his head and said nothing. He wiped the tears from his eyes and tried hard not to cry out loud. "Come with us first, we'll talk while we walk." Everyone walked along the street. Lika and Tianbao walked side by side with Bay Lackey, away from Bacchus and Charizard. Obviously, except for Bay Lackey, Bacchus and Charizard were not liked by the two little devils. "We are all here to pay off our debts, and the slaves forced to work by the Golden Emperor Tesoro have to do busy labor every day to pay off their debts. Brother Kato is just like us. Although he is strange, he is very nice. He always helps us share the work and tells us that freedom is the most precious wealth of human beings. He often does some funny actions that make people laugh. People in the restaurant like him very much." During that time, everyone was full of hope for the future, and there was always cheerful laughter in the restaurant. "But even if we work harder, we can't afford the high interest alone. But as long as we can survive, the day of freedom will come sooner or later. Brother Kato is always so optimistic and passes this happiness to each of us." Lika said with a smile on her face, as if she had thought of something funny. But then his eyes suddenly dimmed and he spoke in disappointment. "Once, Brother Kato had a conflict with Tezulo's men. He was beaten to death, and we didn't have Bailey to take him to see a doctor. Brother Kato is dead." Lika led everyone to the door of a luxurious restaurant and pushed it open. "Welcome." When the waiter saw a customer coming, a stiff smile appeared on his deathly pale face. The restaurant was decorated very exquisitely. Lika led everyone to a separate private room and continued. He said he felt sorry for a girl. She was very beautiful. Her name was Bay Lackey. "He should still be waiting for me now. I always say freedom is precious, but I made her lose her freedom, making her like a caged bird. I don't know if she will hate me, but this is all my own fault. If you can get out, take this letter to her. I can't hold on any longer." Advertisement. Bay Lackey stared blankly at the envelope that Lika handed over, not knowing what to do. Bacchus remained silent. This was something she could only accept slowly. Charizard seemed to sense Balaki's sadness, and spread its wings slightly to protect Balaki. In the magnificent hall, the bumpy golden floor is dotted with broken holes. On the golden throne, Tezulo, wearing sunglasses, looked at Stussy wrapped in gold with disdain. "Put Mom down now." Wilbu's eyes widened as half of his body turned gold. His chest rose and fell violently, and he turned his body stiffly. Gold continued to spread all over his body. "I told you, no one can laugh in front of me." Tesoro clenched his right hand, and the golden ball wrapped around Stussy suddenly shrank. Crunch. Ah, Stussy's face was twisted in pain and he wailed loudly. "This is my home ground, there is no way you can defeat me." Tesoro laughed crazily. The ability of his gold fruit had already been developed to the awakened level. Coupled with the golden venue, he was almost invincible on this ship. Mom, Mom, Wilbur called out to Stussy anxiously, twisting his body desperately. Let me go, let me go. Stussy struggled in pain and begged for mercy. Okay, but what will you give me in exchange? Tezulo looked at Stussy with a smile, waiting for her answer. I don't want those 5 billion Baileys anymore, no more. I will agree to whatever conditions you have, I will agree to them all. Stussy couldn't bear the pain any longer and wailed. You are so sensible, I will let you go for the sake of the 5 billion berries. Tesoro opened his palm, and the gold wrapped around Stussy loosened and merged into the ground like flowing water. He waved his hand again, and the golden floor began to wriggle. The holes on the ground slowly disappeared, returning to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Remember, I am the emperor here. I can dominate everything here. Chapter 118. A letter. Restaurant. Balaki took the envelope handed to him by Libby, opened it and found a harmonica and an envelope with white paper and black ink inside. The letter read, Hello, Lackey. I haven't seen you for such a long time. I wonder if you still remember me. I think you probably remember me and are still waiting for me to come back to the island because you are such a simple and good girl. I'm sorry that I couldn't go back and marry you. I didn't do what I promised. As a man, I'm such a failure. I miss you very much. I'm sorry, Mingming, I always talk about freedom, but I made you lose your freedom. The funny thing is that I spent my entire life pursuing freedom, but in the end, I lost my freedom. I found that life is a prison. I discovered that I had no idea what true freedom was. It was not until recently that I realized that as long as a person's heart is free, then no matter where he is, the whole person is free. My heart is not here, so I am not free. Only with you, I am free. I always have sleepless nights, your face and your smile always appear in my mind. Every time I think of you sitting alone on the edge of the cliff waiting for me, my heart beats fast. People always wait until they lose something before they regret it. How despicable. Looking back, I realized how stupid I was. Hate me, Baylaki, only then will I feel better. Do you remember the tune I often played for you? You said you liked this cheerful tune very much. Every day at dawn, I play the harmonica, you lean on my shoulder, and we watch together, the rising sun, the white and soft clouds, the blue sky, the cool sea breeze blowing your hair, the white waves lapping against the rock wall, and I use a straw rope to tie a low ponytail for you. The two people rely on each other, and no matter how difficult the future is, they will get through it together. Support each other, warm each other, rely on each other. Sorry, I can't play it for you anymore. I really want to watch this scene with you again. Every time I think of you leaning on my shoulder with a smile on your face, I will also smile foolishly. This world is too terrible. Why do two people in love always separate for various reasons? Why is there so much unhappiness in this world? Is it fate? Is everything destined? Advertisement. I want to change this terrible world. But I am too mediocre and I cannot change the world. But someone will always change, and when that time comes, I hope you can live freely and happily with a man who loves you. Go witness that world for me, Bay Lackey. Go to see the endless waves of green grasslands blown by the breeze, go to see the clear night sky with stars flowing, go to see the sunrise and sunset, go to see the falling autumn leaves, go to see the snow-capped mountains, go to see every two people in love, relying on each other, living happily in this world. Never separate. Such a world would be beautiful. It's a pity that I can't accompany you to wait for the birth of this world and witness the beauty of this world. I'm sorry I broke my promise. Don't wait for me anymore, find another man who loves you. Goodbye, goodbye, writing. I will always love you, Kato Yoshiki. Hot tears dripped down, soaking the paper with tears, the handwriting became blurred, and the memories also became blurred. Bay Lackey sobbed quietly, tears streaming down her cheeks. UB **************** D, do you know how much I have suffered waiting for you? Hunger, loneliness, humiliation. A strong hatred arose in Bay Lackey's heart. But, I still want to see you. She held the harmonica and the letter tightly in her arms, as if responding to his feelings. The hatred that had just arisen disappeared in an instant and turned into deep longing. Libby didn't know what was written in the letter, but seeing that Lackey was so sad, she thought that the two of them must have a very good relationship. Captain, I heard that you want to create a world where you can live happily with the one you love. Ah, Bacchus nodded. Really? That's good. Now, I am not only repaying a favor, but we also share a common ideal. Advertisement. Bay Lackey wiped her tears and smiled. In that case, let's do something big. Bacchus and Charizard walked out of the restaurant, with Balaki following closely behind. Libby looked at them with great envy. It turned out that only by possessing great power could one gain freedom. That's right, kid. Suddenly, Bacchus paused, and a purple devil fruit appeared out of thin air in his hand and was thrown into Libby's hand. This is a thank you gift for protecting the envelope. Eat it and you will gain great power. It can bring you the freedom you've always dreamed of. Of course, if you use this devil fruit to become a pirate. Bacchus turned his head slightly and glanced at Libby coldly out of the corner of his eye. I will kill you without hesitation. It was as if the murderous aura was gushing out, and Libby felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and shuddered violently. After saying this, Bacchus took another step. He had made his intention clear, and the rest depended on his decision. Libby looked at the orange-yellow devil fruit in her hand, and tears welled up in her eyes. He lowered his head and swallowed the whole devil fruit, as if he was afraid that the devil fruit in his hand would grow legs and run away. Thank you, thank you. He suddenly felt that Bacchus wasn't so annoying after all. After coming out of the restaurant, Bacchus clenched his right hand and dragged out a magic sword 1,000 blades emitting a strange purple light from the void, his eyes cold. As soon as he thought about it, the blade of the magic sword 1,000 blades in his hand suddenly shattered into countless black and sharp fragments, like long snakes. With a flick of his wrist, he slashed at the towering golden tower. The dark blade light flashed and the golden tower remained intact. The next moment, a gentle breeze blew, and a thin line appeared on the golden tower. Half of the tower slowly slid down and fell. Roar! A massive pillar of fire burst out from the mouth of the Charizard and shot towards the remaining towers. The rolling heat wave swept in all directions, the air around became extremely hot, and the golden tower gradually melted under the terrifying high temperature. Bei Laki suddenly transformed into a phoenix with flames burning all over her body. She flapped her wings and soared into the sky, spewing huge fireballs from her pointed beak. The pedestrians around looked at this scene in horror. There were continuous screams and wails. Tesoro, get out here. Chapter 119, Fight to the Death. Inside the golden tower. Tesoro, get out here. What's going on? Stussy looked panicked, his whole body pressed against the ground. Pieces of gold debris fell from the ceiling, cracks spread on the golden floor, and the entire tower was shaking and falling down. Mom, I'm scared. Wilbur looked frightened, and his body was tossed left and right as the tower swayed. On the golden throne, Tesoro sat steadily, not panicking at all because the tower was about to fall. He lifted up his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark eyes. The corners of his mouth curved into a sickly smile. How long has it been? How long has it been since anyone dared to speak to me in this tone? I want to see who is that arrogant boy. With a wave of his left hand, Tesoro's golden tower instantly changed from a solid state to a flowing golden liquid, which slowly flowed around Tezofi. Outside the tower, Bacchus watched as the falling tower suddenly turned into a golden liquid, revealing 3 figures. Tezulo sat on the golden throne with his legs crossed. Beside him, Stussy and Wilbur stood on a golden surface. As Whitebeard too here too. The long snake-like fragments reassembled into the broken blade, and Bacchus's face solemnly looked serious. This was Tesoro's home ground, and gold could be seen everywhere in this city, which meant that his attacks were everywhere. Tesoro, the user of the gold fruit, has developed the fruit's ability to the point of awakening and can control gold. Everyone must be careful. Bacchus informed the two of them of all the information about Tezulo and asked them to be on guard. Oh my, isn't this Rear Admiral Bacchus? Why didn't you tell me you were visiting my golden city? I'm going to treat you warmly. Tesoro said this in a nonchalant manner, his eyes full of fear. This guy was not only powerful, but also ruthless and merciless, without any scruples. Kill pirates, kill civilians, kill marines. He seemed to not care about anyone at all, and acted on impulse, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goals. A complete lunatic. Tesoro was on guard all the time. He knew the whole process of the massacre at the Dressrosa auction through the news King Morgan's. If Bacchus is given the slightest chance, he will surely die. As that Rear Admiral Bacchus, Stussy naturally knew Bacchus's bad reputation, so he stepped back and began to think about quitting. Only fools would work for others. Even if I will be hunted by Zephyr after I leave, it is better than meeting this lunatic. Stussy, you're not still thinking about running away. Advertisement Tezulo saw what she was thinking and sneered. How can I run away, Carrot? Stussy paused, the corners of his mouth twitched. I advise you to give up this idea. The King of Hell will not let anyone go. If you want to live, you should fight Bacchus with me. That way you will have a chance to survive. As he spoke, Tesoro waved his hand, and the golden liquid on the golden surface under Stussy's feet climbed onto her body and gradually covered her entire body. Tesoro, what do you mean? Stussy continued to struggle, glaring at Tezulo. Is this your sincerity in cooperating? No, you misunderstood. I was just trying to prevent you from escaping. I don't want to gamble my life on whether you will run away. Tezulo stood up and said to Wilbur with a smile. Hey, big idiot, you don't want your mother to die, do you? Mom. Wilbur looked at Stussy with tearful eyes, his face covered with sticky snot. Hurry and help Tezulo. Mom can't hold on any longer. Okay, Mom, don't worry, I will rescue you soon. Wilb held a naginata with the dark and solemn armament hockey wrapped around it. He jumped high into the air, dragging a visible spiral of white air waves, and fell rapidly towards Bacchus like a meteorite. With a slash of the sword, there were bursts of sonic booms. Bacchus held the blade horizontally, and the blade with black cracks resisted tightly, emitting countless sparks. The ground within a radius of several miles suddenly sank, gravel flew everywhere, and a fierce storm wave was set off, sweeping in all directions. The powerful force shook up fog like dust. What a powerful force. Bacchus was shocked, he really had Whitebeard genes. But that's all. Boom. The light blue circular pulse gate vibrated at a terrifying frequency, and cloud-like smoke slowly came out of the mouth and nose. Sizzle, black lightning grew in the void, veins bulged on Bacchus' arms, and he easily pushed Wilbur away with a crushing force. At 2H at caret at plus. Is this your way of entertaining guests, Tezulo? Since you are so enthusiastic, I will prepare a surprise for you. Advertisement. Bacchus grinned grimly and raised his hand, and the entire Golden City suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Tesoro looked around carefully but found nothing unusual. Are you just bluffing? The Golden City gradually stabilized. What is that? Suddenly, Tesoro's pupils shrank and he stared into the distance. Suddenly, a huge wave 1,000 feet high rushed towards the Golden City. Besides, he turned around suddenly, and behind him, another huge wave came with great momentum, rolling over like a devastating force. Run! The pirates in the city looked at the terrifying waves in horror and fled in all directions, while the slaves were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Fear, like a plague, spread rapidly in the Golden City. There was chaos in the Golden City, all order collapsed, and some people took the opportunity to rob, kill, and set fire. How about it? Do you like this gift? Golden Emperor. Bacchus looked at the frantic Tezulo with a joking look. It is easier to destroy than to build. Damn it, this is my hard work. Tesoro's eyes were bloodshot as he controlled the golden liquid to raise towering golden walls on both sides of the Golden City. Boom. The huge waves smashed down heavily, and the great Disolo shook violently like an earthquake. Very good, very good. Tezulo gnashed his teeth and glared at Bacchus with resentment. Do you know how much Bailey I lost this time? Ah, do you know how many Baileys I lost? Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. Tesoro suddenly laughed crazily again, and the gold ring on his finger fell off and floated in front of him. I want you to die. I want you to die. 9 golden rings grew sharp spikes and shot towards Bacchus. I want you to repay my Bailey with your life, until you die. Chapter 120 I won't let you run away again. Bacchus. Why is that B********* D here? Luo hid in a dark corner, looking at the tall figure with a murderous aura and black lightning wrapped around his body not far away. He dodged all the golden thorns in a leisurely manner. The strength is getting more and more terrifying. Luo sighed. Every time he saw him, his strength would be several times stronger than before. The first time was in the Sabayati archipelago, when Bacchus was not so terrible. The second time was when he was in Dressrosa. Doflamingo invited him to the auction, but when he saw the birdcage rising into the sky, he felt a hint of murderous intent and conqueror's hockey, and knew something was wrong, so he immediately moved away. Later he learned that Bacchus was also there, and had captured all the pirates who attended the auction. The third time, that is, now, his strength still seems to be growing endlessly. Although his own strength was growing, it was insignificant compared to the pervert Bacchus. What a pity that the Golden Emperor hasn't gotten the remaining Bailey yet. Luo said with some regret. Captain, let's get going. I heard that this king of hell Bacchus kills people without blinking an eye. Behind Luo, a bear wearing an orange long-sleeved jumpsuit and looking like a polar bear said fearfully. Member of the Heart Pirates, the Fur Tribe, and PayPal. The murderous aura emanating from him alone is enough to make one's heart beat wildly. He was trembling all over, leaning against Luo's back, urging Luo to leave quickly. Then let's take advantage of this. Before he could finish his words, Luo's pupils suddenly dilated and a bone-chilling chill surged up from the soles of his feet. Bacchus in the distance slowly turned his head and looked towards Luo, his eyes flashing scarlet light and a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. It seems that there are still 2 little mice that have not been dealt with. Bacchus turned around and gave the order to the Charizard. Charizard, I'll leave the Tesoro to you. If you can't beat him, your food will be halved from now on. Gold will melt at a certain temperature, and Bacchus also wants to train Charizard's combat capabilities. Who? Kesu, he actually threatened Lousy with this? Advertisement. The Charizard roared, and raging flames engulfed its entire body. The horrifying high temperature even distorted the void. It flapped its broad wings, dragging its flaming tail like a cannonball, and flashed through the air. Flash charge. The flowing flames reflected in Tessero's eyes continued to grow larger. He frowned, raised his arms, and the surrounding golden liquid condensed into a thick golden wall in front of him. Bang! The Charizard slammed into the golden wall, sparks flew everywhere, as brilliant as fireworks. The powerful impact created a deep pit in the golden wall. At the same time, the flames that enveloped the whole body burned violently and suddenly rose. The high temperature slowly melted the golden wall. The terrifying flames. Tessero's face was as solemn as ice. It seemed that not only Bacchus was strong, but all the crew members around him were also strong. Lord Tesseraku. Bakara looked worriedly at Tesoro, who was trying his best to resist the flames. Her face was a little pale and she had not recovered from a serious illness, but she could not bear to see her benefactor get hurt. She climbed onto a roof and was about to go forward to provide support, when suddenly, she shuddered and pressed her whole body against the roof, and a huge fireball passed by her back. She clenched her teeth. Her back was burned black by the horrible temperature, and she felt a burning pain. Although my strength is very weak, I will still try my best to help. In the sky, a large fiery red bird swooped down towards Bakara on the roof, opening its sharp claws. Don't underestimate me. Bakara's right fist was covered with a pitch-black weapon, and he threw a punch. Fists and claws wrestled fiercely. Bei Laki only felt that the fist in front of her was as hard as steel. Her attacks had no effect on her at all, and she was not even as strong as Bakara. After all, she was just an ordinary person who had just eaten the devil fruit. In just a few breaths, the winner was decided. Bakara exerted force and knocked Bay Lackey away. The phoenix cried mournfully and crashed through a wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a moment, Bay Lackey flapped its wings again and flew high into the sky, with one of its claws slightly swollen. Advertisement. Bay Lackey controlled the flames to cover the swollen claws, and the injuries were slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The zone fruit possesses a strong physique and pervert recovery ability, coupled with the phoenix's unique healing flame, which allows Bay Lackey's endurance to be maximized. In the sky, the flames of the Charizard were about to melt through the golden wall. Tessero knew that he couldn't go on like this, so he gritted his teeth, and armament hockey covered his front body, and the golden wall in front of him exploded. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and countless golden spots of light fell rapidly in the air like a rainstorm. The Charizard flew backwards at high speed, crashing through buildings one after another, with a look of pain on its face. Tessero wasn't feeling well either, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, but fortunately he was prepared in advance and the damage he suffered was minimal. Ah! The people fleeing on the ground let out long howls, and strings of blood mist rose up. Tiny blood holes appeared on their bodies, and broken limbs flew everywhere. It was like hell on earth. A thick darkness rose behind Bacchus, swallowing up all the golden light spots, and he walked towards Luo slowly. Bakara ignored the golden spots of light falling from the sky. The dense golden light and electricity passed by her without causing any harm. Looking at Bay Lackey, most of the golden spots hit her body like sudden raindrops, and she was like a magnet, attracting all the golden spots to her body. Bay Lackey endured the severe pain and set off a flame shield all over his body to isolate all attacks. I'm sorry, I absorbed your luck, your bad luck, and doomed you to failure. In the face of absolute strength, luck is dispensable. Have you seen the true strength of our captain? Bay Lackey rushed out again and collided with Bakara. Luo, you managed to escape in Sabaody Archipelago last time, but I won't let you get away this time. Bacchus flashed and rushed forward with the magic knife Thousand Blades in hand. Captain, the devil is coming, run. Bibao hid behind Luo, covering his head and curled up into a ball. Don't be afraid. Luo suppressed the fear in his heart, took a deep breath, calmed down, opened his palms, made claws with his 5 fingers, and pressed down. A jagged cyclone swirled in his palm, and an invisible hemispherical area unfolded, covering an area of several miles. Room. Chapter 121. You have worked hard enough. Slaughterhouse. Captain, Babel exclaimed, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared from where he was, exchanging places with a stone in the distance. Run, babe. Luo's face was as solemn as ice. He shouted loudly, his hand tightly grasping the demon sword ghost cry. Clang. Luo drew his sword fearlessly, pointed the sharp tip at the heart of Bacchus who was walking slowly not far away, and swung it lightly. Scalpel. Bacchus felt a pain in his heart, and he felt as if some force was trying to pull his heart out. But the pain only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Hockey is too powerful, he can't even move a little bit. A drop of cold sweat slid down Luo's face and his breathing became rapid. Suddenly, a tall shadow covered Bacchus' figure. If I kill you, mommy will come back. Wilbu, covered in dust, swung his naginata, slashing horizontally with the wide black blade. Bacchus frowned, twisted his waist suddenly, turned around, and raised his right foot covered with the strict armament hockey. Fall. He stepped hard on the blade, pressing it directly to the ground. How come? I can't move. Wilbu swung his nose and looked at the suppressed naginata in panic. He tried his best but couldn't move the foot at all. You are far inferior to your father Whitebeard. A milky white halo gathered on Bacchus' fist, and the space seemed to vibrate, rippling in circles. Immediately afterwards, a punch was thrown out, the void shattered, creaking, and wide cracks spread in the void. How can he have Whitebeard's abilities? Luo looked at the space that Bacchus was shaking in amazement. He remembered that Bacchus was a user of dark fruit ability. In other words, he ate the shock fruit. The user of dual fruit abilities. Luo clenched his teeth and shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things, he must save Whitebeard too, otherwise he will not be able to escape from Bacchus by himself. Slaughterhouse. Luo thought about it, and Wilbu instantly disappeared from the spot, exchanging places with a huge stone. Hey, why am I here? Advertisement. Wilb scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly appeared in this place. Bang. The milky white halo sank into the stone, and the surrounding world seemed to be shaking. The terrifying shock force caused the entire stone to vibrate violently, turning it into powder and floating in the air. Whitebeard's fruit ability. Tezulo's face darkened. There were actually people in this world who possessed 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time. Roar. Big words explode. A flame in the shape of the Huxia character. Da, burst out from the mouth of the Charizard and shot towards Tessero. You can search. Damn lizard, it's so difficult to deal with. Tessero stared at the fire-breathing dragon. The flowing gold around him condensed into a sharp spear and collided with the large flames. They were evenly matched. What a troublesome ability. Luo. Bacchus shook his hand impatiently, holding the magic sword Thousand Blades, leaned forward, and exhaled a cloud of mist that wrapped around his body, with flashes of lightning that flickered. Thunder-breathing first form Thunderbolt flash 6 consecutive strike. What? In Luo's eyes, a black lightning kept getting bigger and bigger, rushing towards him at an incredible speed. His scalp tingled and he quickly teleported himself to a distant place. His chest rose and fell violently as he tried to calm his breathing, searching for Bacchus. The next moment, he felt a chill down his spine as he saw the black lightning turn a corner and rush towards him again, continuing to bite him. Cut. Luo snorted coldly and continued to teleport, but the black lightning still stuck to him like a dog's skin plaster and refused to let go. As he was moving around, his strength gradually ran out and he was gasping for breath. Seeing the black lightning coming again, he had no choice but to teleport Wilby in front of him and let him take the blow. Wilb was wondering when suddenly a black lightning came rushing towards him. With his super high combat instinct, he subconsciously raised his naginata. But when the black lightning was about to make contact, it suddenly changed its trajectory and passed by Wilbu. What's going on? Luo Zheng was wondering, and suddenly he reacted, his eyes widened, and he roared heartbreakingly. Baby, run. Bibao was running out of the city when he suddenly heard Luo's roar. What's wrong, Captain? He turned around and was suddenly horrified. A black lightning was rushing towards him. Puff. The knife flashed, and an arm covered with white fur flew in the air and fell to the ground. PayPal. Advertisement. Luo's eyes bulged out as he looked at Bibao, who was being stepped on by Bacchus, with one arm missing and blood gushing from the broken arm. He felt extremely anxious. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. We can talk. Luo shouted these words eagerly, his voice hoarse. It's okay, Captain, leave me alone and run. Babe clenched his teeth, trying not to cry out as tears streamed down his cheeks from the intense pain he was enduring. Captain, run. Don't you still want to find the truth of the world? You can't stay here because of me. Thank you for taking care of me during this journey. I have no regrets now. So please leave me alone. Run. Bibao used his remaining arm to grab the foot that was stepping on him and tried his best to delay a little time. PayPal. Luo murmured softly, his brain working rapidly. What should I do? What should I do to save PayPal? Bacchus grinned and increased his strength, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of Bibao's mouth. It's such a touching scene. It seems like you two have a good relationship. I wonder what expression you will have when the bear dies. Will you remain calm? Trafalgar Law. Bacchus swung the magic sword Thousand Blades in his hand and slashed it down with one blow. Don't want, Law roared, but the blade didn't slow down at all and cut off another arm. After letting out a wail, Bibao quickly stopped talking. We can't let the captain worry. However, that face that was twisted with pain could not calm down. It hurts so much. Stop, please stop. Luo looked at Bibao with a painful expression and said softly. Baby, you've worked hard enough. So, Luo took a deep breath, bent his legs, and fell to his knees with a plop. The head was buried deep in the ground. Please let my friend go. I can use. Chapter 122 Fruit Awakening. Please let my companion go. In exchange, I can tell you a secret about longevity. The op fruit can sacrifice my life so that you can become immortal. As long as you let my partner go. Luo knelt on the ground, begging Bacchus. Oh my, this is so touching. Immortality is indeed a fascinating thing. But, Bacchus paused, the corners of his mouth raised in a playful smile. But I'm not interested in that. Luo shuddered violently as if struck by lightning, and stared at Bacchus in horror with bloodshot eyes. How could anyone resist the temptation of eternal life? There is nothing in this world that I would miss. I'd better let you take eternal life to hell. The feeling of loss should be more painful than physical pain. So, there was a flash of knife, and a bare head rolled to the ground. Let me see your pain, Luo. Ha 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 ha. Bacchus laughed crazily and kicked Babble's body aside. PayPal. Luo stared at Bibao's body in a daze, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of my heartbeat became heavier and heavier, like the sound of thunder. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Luo's face became more and more ferocious, like a wild beast, and his eyes emitted a faint green light. Hey, let's form a pirates group. Okay, Captain, then I can go home on the pirate's ship. Captain, the wind is so strong, be careful not to catch a cold. Captain, be careful when performing surgery. Captain, when can we get to my home? Captain, what did he do wrong? He has never killed anyone. He just wanted to return to his hometown. What's wrong with that? Advertisement. He just wanted to go home. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? Luo stared at Bacchus intently, his voice hoarse, and slowly stood up, mumbling. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? He raised his right hand, made his 5 fingers into claws, and pressed downwards. A swirling cyclone swirled in his palm, and a semicircular area rose around it. Room renovation. Bacchus clearly felt that he could not hear any sound or make any sound, and the scope of the area this time was much larger than before. Has the fruit power awakened? It's a bit like the power of the silence fruit. Bacchus was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Law's fruit ability would awaken so quickly. But it is also expected. After all, Luffy can awaken Conqueror's Entanglement, Emission Hockey, and Fruit Awakening after 3 sticks from Teacher Guy. There is nothing special about Luo's awakened fruit ability. What did he do wrong? Scalpel. Luo gently waved the ghost cry, and Bacchus felt the tearing force in his chest grow stronger. Bacchus felt waves of pain and held his chest, trying his best to resist the force. Op fruit is really a pervert fruit. After awakening, Luo's abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved. Slaughterhouse. Luo's figure flashed and teleported in front of Bacchus. His palm flashed with arcs of electricity and stabbed into Bacchus' abdomen. Hard shock. The electric arc suddenly expanded, crackling. Bacchus' pupils shrank slightly, and a tingling sensation spread from his abdomen to his heart. My pounding heart slowed down and a feeling of weakness spread throughout my body. Gamma knife. Green arcs of electricity entangled the demon sword Ghost Cry, and stabbed it fiercely into Bacchus' chest. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere as the sharp blade sank into Bacchus' chest, dripping onto the ground, soaking the ground. Is it painful? Bacchus raised his head, with blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He looked straight into Luo's resentful eyes and suddenly smiled. Hate. He grasped the blade of Ghost Cry tightly with his palm, smiled and slowly pulled out the blade that was stuck in his chest. The blood on his palm dyed the blade red. Pain doesn't make my face distorted, nor does it wipe away the smile on my face. It just makes me laugh even more. This expression is really wonderful, it's really exciting. Luo frowned as he watched the blade being slowly pulled out. Didn't he feel any pain? Why kill him? Why? Hee ha 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 ha. Advertisement with his hair flying. Bacchus looked like a madman and laughed creepily. That's what I want to ask, too. Why did you kill her? Why did you kill her? She obviously just wanted to wait for me to come back and live an ordinary life. Why did you kill her? Luo looked at Bacchus, who looked like a madman, in confusion. What is he talking about? The blade was pulled out, but Bacchus's palm was still tightly gripping the blade, and he was squeezing it harder. Heart shock. Luo stretched out his hand as fast as lightning. Arcs of electricity flew, and stabbed directly into Bacchus's abdomen. Call. Bacchus exhaled a thick cloud of mist, and his heartbeat, which was about to stop, began to beat again, like thunder. Boom. The faintly visible light blue circular pulse gate vibrated, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bacchus raised his right fist, which was wrapped in a ball of white light, and punched down like a meteorite. Shocking punch. The fist containing terrifying power quickly enlarged in Luo's pupils. Luo had no choice but to give up the demon sword Giku and raised 2 fingers. Slaughterhouse. The punch missed and Luo teleported to Wilbur's side. He stared at Bacchus breathlessly. He didn't expect Bacchus to be so powerful. It would be difficult for him to kill Bacchus alone. Hey, big guy, if you want to rescue your mother. Wilbur nodded quickly and said naively, yeah, I want to rescue my mother. Then you have to join forces with me to deal with him together. Luo pointed at Bacchus, who was holding the Ghost Cry and had a hideous knife wound on his chest. Only in this way could there be hope of victory. Okay, then you must promise me that you will rescue Mom. Wilbur wielded his naginata, taking the brunt of the attack, raising his naginata high and slashing down at Bacchus from above. Bacchus threw the demon sword Ghost Cry in his hand at high speed. A streak of light flashed in the air and shot towards Wilbur. Room. Luo spread out a semicircular field, controlled Ghost Cry, changed direction, and shot quickly towards Bacchus. Bacchus was about to duck to the side, but Wilbur rushed over again and slashed down with a vertical blade. Under Luo's control, Giku moved like a snake, blocking Bacchus' direction of movement. Nowhere to hide, watching the blade falling head-on. Chapter 123 promised the blade gradually enlarged in Bacchus' eyes, but he did not panic. He slowly spread his arms and took a horse stance. He drew a circle with both hands, one dark, the other bright white, dragging 2 thin black and white lines that intertwined to form a slowly rotating Tai Chi diagram that appeared in front of Bacchus. Tai Chi. Wild horse's mane. A storm roaring like a dragon rose up, and the flying ghost was restrained by the airwaves generated by the rotating Tai Chi diagram, and Wilbur was directly blown away. Half of Bacchus' body was covered in thick darkness, while the other half emitted a bright, vibrating light. The 2 completely different forces merged between his palms. Tai Chi push hands. A ball of black and white energy, along with the demon sword Ghost Cry, was pushed out by Bacchus and shot towards Wilbur at high speed. Cut. Room. Slaughterhouse. Luo's eyes flashed, and he used his ability again to teleport Wilbur and himself to Bacchus' side. The black and white energy ball in the distance exploded with a loud bang, and the darkness like ink dripped on white paper and quickly spread out. At the same time, cracks spread, space shattered, the world shook, and a deafening sound of shock was emitted. Room. Anesthesia. Luo raised 2 fingers, and a circular field covered the distant Ghost Cry. Spiral airwaves rose around it and pierced straight towards Bacchus. High frequency, cardiac shock. The arc-shaped lightning flashed at a high frequency, wrapped around Luo's palms, and suddenly reached towards Bacchus's abdomen. Pitch black darkness surged out of Bacchus's hands, swallowing up all the dancing arcs, and he captured Luo's stabbing palms. He caught a glimpse of the flying ghost crying and adjusted his position to avoid the vital points. Huff. The blade pierced into Bacchus' abdomen, but he felt no pain, as if he was anesthetized and lost consciousness. Life returned. Bacchus controlled his abdominal muscles to hold the blade tightly, then bent his knees and thrust hard into Luo's abdomen. Puff. Luo vomited blood, and a huge force penetrated his body, and circles of white airwaves rose behind him. His eyes were bloodshot and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, but he forced a smile. Don't be happy too soon. Behind Bacchus, Wilbur swung his naginata with a ferocious look and slashed at Bacchus' neck. Bacchus naturally sensed Wilbur's movements, but he seemed to sense something and suddenly smiled, without dodging or avoiding, allowing the sharp blade to cut him. Law becomes more troublesome after awakening his fruit ability, and he must be eliminated first. Bacchus' eyes narrowed as he stared at Luo's neck, loosened one hand, and reached out as fast as lightning. Advertisement, Slaughterhouse. Luo activated his ability and was about to teleport away, but it was of no use. He showed a look of astonishment, looked at the dark hand, and immediately understood everything. The fruit ability is invalidated. Luo clenched his teeth, his eyes showing a ruthless look, and his other hand chopped down like a knife, cutting off the arm that Bacchus had grabbed. Slaughterhouse. He used his ability again, his figure flashed, and he teleported to a distant place. Bacchus stretched out his hand and grabbed nothing. I succeeded. In the distance, Luo covered the wound on his broken arm and sneered at the naginata that was about to fall. PayPal, I avenged you. If I kill you, I can save my mother. Wilb's face was ferocious, his arms were covered with blue veins, and they suddenly swelled several times, his knotted muscles bulged, and the blade made bursts of sonic booms as he looked towards Bacchus' head. Clang. There was a metallic collision sound. Suddenly, a huge mechanical arm collided with the broad blade, splashing countless sparks. I won't let you hurt my students again. A low and vicissitude's voice was heard, and a tall, purple-haired old man wearing sunglasses curled his lips slightly, raised the heavy seastone mechanical arm, and knocked Wilbu back with one punch, with the black cloak fluttering behind him. Pirates guerrilla leader, former Marine Admiral Zephyr, is here. At the same time, a slender figure with blue hair appeared not far from Bakara, who was fighting fiercely with Balaki. Shoot backwards. The palm burning with pink flames swung out a pink attack and shot towards Bakara. What's going on? The pink light hit Bakara, and her body seemed to shrink and her appearance became younger. The strength has decreased. I am the regressive person who ate the fruit of regression, the deputy of the pirates guerrillas, Ian. Ian nodded to Balaki, the two exchanged glances, and rushed towards Bakara. Damn it. When Luo saw Wilbu being beaten back, his surprised look turned dark again and he cursed. Zephyr? Did he actually chase us here? Advertisement? Stussy, who was wrapped in the golden ball, struggled violently. It is conceivable that Zephyr left a huge psychological shadow on her. Zephyr. This is troublesome. Tezuro's face was as solemn as ice. He had heard of the reputation of not killing the admiral. Looking at the fluttering black cloak, Bacchus' eyes suddenly became dazed. He seemed to see the word, justice, written on the back of the black cloak. He became a little embarrassed again and took a step back, somewhat unwilling to face the old man. He must be disgusted by what he did. Who would have thought that the invincible rear admiral would have such a side to him? Sassy ignores that, Bacchus. Zephyr smiled gently at Bacchus and patted Bacchus' head with his palm. You're not hurt. Bacchus was stunned for a moment, then he started laughing, as if he had returned to his days as a Marine cadet. I'm not that weak. You old man should have a good rest. Why are you running around for no reason? Just leave these things to us young people. Zephyr turned around, its huge mechanical arms emitting bursts of boiling steam, and faced Wilbur, ready to attack. I have to play a part in ending the Great Pirates era, and I'm not even old yet. I'm still waiting to create a world like that, yeah. Bacchus smiled with relief and turned around to face the armless Law. He pulled out the demon sword Ghost Cry from his abdomen, and the darkness in his palms wrapped around the blades all over his body. He and Zephyr stood back to back. Fight side by side. Since you, an old man, refuse to rest, let's fight together. But let me make it clear first, you must survive and see that world with your own eyes. You can't die early. Bacchus suppressed his smile and stared at Luo coldly. I don't need a little brat like you to take care of me. But since you said so, let's make a promise and live to that world together. Zephyr laughed heartily and nudged Bacchus with his elbow. Bacchus turned around and saw Zephyr giving him his little finger. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pinky, how childish. However, he still stretched out his little finger without hesitation. If we have promised to do something, we must do it. In that case, let's end the Great Pirates era together. Don't die. Chapter 124 Buried Together, get on it. Good. The master and disciples' figures flashed at the same time, and the ground beneath their feet cracked, stirring up countless pieces of rubble, which rushed towards Luo and Weeble respectively. So fast, Slaughterhouse. Luo's pupils shrank and he raised his fingers, trying to control the demon sword Ghost Cry in Bacchus's hand. But there was no reaction at all. The darkness blocked his fruit's abilities. As a last resort, Luo could only adjust his position and teleport out again. You cunning rat, I want to see how many times you can teleport. Bacchus grinned and chased after him relentlessly. Every time Luo teleported, it would consume a lot of physical strength. How many times could he use it? Sure enough, after a few times, Luo's speed slowed down and he began to breathe heavily. We can't go on like this. Luo's face was pale. Even with the awakened fruit, his strength was far inferior to Bacchus. We must take back Ghost Cry. Without his weapon and Wilbur, his chances of winning continued to decline. It all depends on whether Tezulo can see through my intentions. Luo observed the situation on the battlefield and quickly finalized a plan. A slaughterhouse. On the other side, Zephyr had a crazy look on his face, his chest rising and falling slightly, and he was waving his heavy sea-stone mechanical arm, fighting with Wilbu. Clang! The sound of metal colliding continued, sparks flew, and the mechanical arm and the naginata collided again and again. I will definitely not let you go this time. Zephyr's eyes were sharp and full of murderous intent as he spoke word by word. Be buried with my students. The mechanical arm flashed a dangerous red light, and the gun barrel in the palm of its hand exhaled hot air, condensing a blood-red light. Smash blaster! A blood-red shock wave gushed out from the barrel and hit Wilbur's head directly. Where did you come from, old man? If you dare to stop me from saving Mom, I won't let you go. Wilbu sucked the snot hanging from his nose, and with a single blow, his naginata covered in jet-black armament color cut the blood-colored shockwave in half. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and strong winds blew, raising thick smoke. Advertisement suddenly, a scarlet light flashed in the rolling smoke. Crunch, crunch, a teeth-grinding hydraulic sound was heard, followed by another roar, and a fat figure flew out from the thick smoke. Ahem. Zephyr clutched his chest and coughed violently. He narrowed his eyes. The previous attack took advantage of the smoke to obscure his vision, but Wilb still blocked it with his instinct. He looks silly, but his fighting instinct is surprisingly high. But even though he blocked it, the explosion at close range must have made him feel uncomfortable. Wilb steadied himself, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and snot flowing from his nose again. The next moment, he swung his naginata and charged towards Zephyr. Zephyr took a deep breath, wrapped his massive mechanical arm with his stern armament hockey, and punched out with great force. Bang! The dull collision sound was like a muffled thunder. Click, click, the armament hockey on the naginata began to crack. The next moment, it shattered with a loud bang. Die! The blade was deflected and Zephyr opened its mechanical arm to pinch Weeble's head. Wilbur looked at the mechanical arm in horror as it gradually grew larger and was about to cover his head. Suddenly, Wilb disappeared from the spot in an instant. What's going on? Where have you been? Zephyr froze for a moment, glancing around for Wilbur's figure. Suddenly, he shouted loudly with an anxious look on his face. Bacchus, be careful. Wilb appeared behind Bacchus with a confused look on his face. After recognizing Bacchus, he reacted quickly and slashed him with a knife. What a sinister guy, he can only use some tricks. Bacchus looked at Law deeply, turned his waist, took a step forward, and covered his left arm with the dark and hard armament hockey. While blocking the falling blade, his right fist with a milky white halo hit Wilbu's abdomen. Junjen Xingyi Paochuan, puff. Wilb spat out a mouthful of blood and his body began to tremble violently. The space in his abdomen twisted and vibrated, and cracks spread. Mom, it hurts. Wilbu's face was distorted, blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth and nose, and he was in unimaginable pain. Slaughterhouse. Advertisement Luo teleported to Bacchus' side and grabbed the demon sword Ghost Cry in his left hand. Is teleportation this brat's ability? Zephyr rushed in the direction of Bacchus. You have to hold on, kid. Is this your purpose, Luo? Bacchus sneered, using Wilbu to draw the fire while he came to get the Ghost Cry in his hand. Luo's eyes flashed, so what if his purpose was discovered? Heart shock. Luo held the hilt of the demon sword Ghost Cry, with armament hockey covering it, dispelling the darkness on the blade, and pulled it out, bringing out some blood. At the same time, the other hand flashed with arcs of electricity and stabbed directly towards Bacchus' abdomen. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Zephyr gritted his teeth and took a risk. He raised his mechanical arm, and a blood-red laser burst out from the barrel of the palm of his hand again, shooting towards Luo. Annoying guy. Luo frowned and had to give up this opportunity, but fortunately he got back the demon sword Giku and used the power of the fruit to teleport to a distant place. The blood-red laser beam passed through Bacchus' hair. Boom! A strong wind blew up behind Bacchus, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up, filled with black smoke. Huh, Luo was breathing heavily. The continuous teleportation had almost exhausted his physical strength. Suddenly, a purple-haired figure rushed out from the black smoke, raised a mechanical arm, and smashed down fiercely. Luo quickly stepped back, tapping the ground with his toes to create some distance. If I remember correctly, this should be the ability of the op fruit. Zephyr asked. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Bacchus. At his feet, Wilb was lying limp on the ground, his bones all hanging down helplessly as if they were broken, and he let out bursts of wailing. Mom, it hurts. Tears streamed down the corners of his eyes and he actually started crying like a child. Ah, Mr. Zephyr is right. He is indeed an op fruit user, and he has even developed the op fruit to the level of awakening. Bacchus slowly walked towards Zephyr and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. So it's a bit troublesome to deal with him. Teacher, I'll leave this guy to you. I've already broken all the bones in his body. Bacchus pointed to Wilbu lying on the ground, confused. His body. Seems a little different. Let's talk about this later. Zephyr said, walking quickly towards Wilbur. I'm finally going to kill you, Whitebeard 2. Chapter 125 You are the miracle. Be buried with my students. Zephyr raised the corner of his mouth intentionally or unintentionally, opened his huge mechanical arm, pinched Wilb's head, the red light of the gun barrel in his palm flashed, and a blood-red laser beam roared out, submerging Wilb's head. No. Stussy, who was wrapped in the golden ball, showed despair on his face and muttered. Done. Everything I have done is over. After a moment, Zephyr threw a headless corpse aside, looked up at the sky in silence, and let out a breath. For a moment, he suddenly felt extremely tired, very tired, very tired. Instead of killing the Admiral, he actually killed someone. Luo looked at Wilbur's body with an unpleasant expression. I can only take a gamble. His physical strength has reached its limit and death is inevitable. But, kill Bacchus before you die. There was a ruthless look in his eyes, and the demon sword Giku in his hand began to shake violently, and a circular field wrapped around the blade. Huff, he was breathing heavily, his chest was heaving with pain, his face was pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping to the ground. Not enough stamina. Then let's use up our lifespan. He laughed crazily, and the power gathered in the demon sword ghost cry became more and more powerful. The leaping arc of electricity wrapped around the blade, making a crackling sound. A blow that overdrafts life? It must be hard to lose something. Bacchus grinned and roared. Let me see how far your hatred can go, Luo. Endless darkness surged from Bacchus' body like a wave, weaving a black curtain in front of Bacchus. Our room-piercing wave. Luo's lips turned pale, and he raised his fingers tremblingly, looking extremely weak, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. Buzz. The sound of breaking through the air seemed to shatter the eardrums, and the demon sword ghost cry mixed with arc lightning, dragging a spiral airwave, and shot towards Bacchus. The ghost's cry disappeared silently into the dark curtain. Click. Click. The next moment, countless cracks appeared on the curtain and continued to spread. Darkness also has its limits, advertisement bang. The curtain of darkness shattered, and the arc of electricity wrapped around the devil's cry blade weakened a little, but it still stabbed straight towards Bacchus' face. The sharp blade continued to grow larger in Bacchus' eyes. He was slightly surprised, but not panicked at all. The right fist covered with a black and white halo blasted out fiercely, colliding with the tip of the knife. Shock. Darkness swallows. The darkness spread from the fist to the blade, and the white vibrating halo suddenly expanded, encompassing the entire blade. Broken. Bacchus uttered a word softly, and as soon as the word fell, the incomparable shock force made the blade vibrate at an extremely fast speed. The blade was covered with dense cracks, and the terrifying energy contained in the ghost's cry exploded. Countless pieces of sharp blade fragments flew everywhere, and more than a dozen fragments shot into Bacchus' body, penetrated out, and raised bursts of blood mist. Luo's body swayed, and he forced himself to steady himself, looking at Bacchus unwillingly. Your hatred is not okay, Luo. Bacchus grinned, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and ignoring the shocking injuries on his body, he exhaled a cloud of mist. My hatred is stronger than yours, breath of thunder. Black arcs of electricity grew, and Bacchus turned into a black lightning and rushed towards Luo at a very fast speed. 2. Luo used all his strength to raise 2 fingers, but found that he could not teleport again. Tisk. Is the lamp out of oil? Luo smiled bitterly. In fact, he should have died when he was a child. Therefore, he is not afraid of death. I'm sorry, Rosinante, I didn't survive. Perhaps, from the very beginning, my existence was a mistake. Baby, I promised you I would take you home, but I can't even avenge you. As a captain, I have failed. He slowly closed his eyes. There was no possibility for him to survive. Zizi, a thick black lightning flashed in front of Luo, and Bacchus, with a ferocious look on his face, smashed down with his fist wrapped in a white light ball. Snap. Blood was flowing from Luo's 7 orifices, his head was sunken, and he fell backwards to the ground, with no sign of life. At this point, all the pirates' supernovas are destroyed. Advertisement high in the sky, Tessero-controlled pea-sized golden beads condensed from gold, covered with armament hockey, and scattered them towards the Charizard. The Charizard flapped its wings and flipped over, doing its best to avoid the dense net like golden beads. At the same time, his tail, with a metallic luster, flew to the top of Tessero's head, and his tail lashed down fiercely like a whip, leaving an afterimage. Iron tail. Tessero waved his hand, and the flowing gold instantly turned into a solid golden wall, blocking the powerful whip. A dent suddenly appeared on the golden wall. Tisk. Don't think an ugly lizard like you can defeat me. Tessero snorted coldly and clenched his hands. Several huge black golden thorns suddenly appeared on the golden wall and collided with the metallic tail, making a harsh sound. The Charizard was covered in blazing flames, erupting like a volcano. Explosion of flames. Boom. The violent flame beast tore at the golden wall. The terrifying high temperature caused the temperature around it to rise rapidly, and the gold melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Charizard pulled away and flew away, spurting out flames as thick as arms from its mouth. The flames sank into the sea of fire, becoming even more powerful. Because of the explosive flame skill, the special attack is reduced and the power of the flames it spits out is much smaller than before. Damn it. Tessero gritted his teeth and resisted the raging flames. This ugly lizard kept spraying flames from a long distance and rarely came close, which made Tessero very uncomfortable. The high temperature of the flames further restrained his gold. But he still had a trick up his sleeve. He is waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. Is this the same lizard from before? It's gotten a lot stronger. Zephyr crossed his arms over his chest, his torso straightened, and sighed. What a strange creature, it can evolve twice and its strength increases accordingly. But compared to a monster like you, it's still far behind. Zephyr looked at Bacchus with satisfaction, his eyes full of pride, and his chest puffed up a little more. Now you are stronger than me. Zephyr patted Bacchus on the shoulder, not trying to hide his praise. His eyes flickered, as if he saw Bacchus when he first entered the marine, that short and thin figure, that figure who was trying hard to become stronger, that figure full of sadness. Even if you are against the whole world, I will stand by you. Even if you killed the marine, even if you killed the civilians, even if you wanted to sacrifice everything. But as long as you can create that world, it doesn't matter even if you sacrifice me. Boy, you will definitely end this era of pirates. You really are the miracle of this ocean. Chapter 126 Confession. Zephyr said silently in his heart, he witnessed a miracle. Bacchus scratched his head sheepishly. Teacher Zephyr, please don't look at me like that. I'm not used to it. Zephyr laughed and teased. You're the Rear Admiral of Hades, how can you be embarrassed? Zephyr compared the two men's sizes and found that Bacchus was now taller than him. He smiled softly and rubbed Bacchus' head. You're taller than me now. You've really grown up. That's natural. I'm the man who will end this era. Bacchus puffed out his chest like a child eager to show off. He pointed to the fire-breathing phoenix in the distance and proudly showed it off to Zephyr. These are my crew members. Although they are weak now, they will definitely become powerful and indomitable in the future. I have 4 more crew members like this one, and each one is stronger than the other. The two chatted, and Bacchus told Zephyr about his experiences during this period. After the Summit War, I went to the Sabaldi archipelago again and killed a few more celestial dragons. I've also accepted the News King Morgans as my little brother. From now on, I'll take care of all your newspapers, no Bailey. I also went to the Fishmen Island, cleaned up the new Fishmen pirates there, and met Princess Shirahoshi. Did you know that she is actually Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons? I discovered that the Fishmen wanted to start a holy war of revenge, so I took all the hatred on myself and ended the holy war of revenge. Bacchus patted his chest and spoke excitedly to Zephyr. After that, I heard that Doflamingo was going to auction shock fruit, and I knew there would be a lot of pirates gathering there, so I went to Dressrosa. On the way, I met Kaido's subordinate, Drought, Jack, and I cut off his head with one blow. I was injured when I killed Doflamingo, and it hurt. Then, I went to a remote island. An old man wanted to tell me the truth about the world, but I was not interested in it. Bacchus, sometimes sad and sometimes excited, tells the story of his journey. Zephyr listened quietly, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, taking it all in. This journey must have been very arduous. Advertisement. Zephyr asked with concern. Bacchus suddenly froze in place, his nose felt sore, he choked a little, and gave a forced smile. It's okay. There will be many more journeys like this in the future. He adjusted his state and spoke with a firm look. I want to create such a world, but there is still a long way to go. What are you two idiots chatting about? Come and help Lousy. The Charizard roared at the two of them breathlessly, with a resentful look in his eyes. Is it still too much of a stretch? Well, this is Tezulo's home ground after all. Bacchus covered his head helplessly, he had just shown off his crew to Mr. Zephyr. Make it quick, Bacchus. Zephyr raised his huge mechanical arm and walked towards Tezulo. Are you going to do it? Tezulo looked at Zephyr and Bacchus approaching with fear, and the pressure suddenly increased. But fortunately there's a backup plan. Tezulo's mind moved, and golden Madara dots suddenly oozed out of Bacchus and Zephyr's skin, quickly spreading across their bodies. Charizard's expression changed, and his wings were also covered with golden Madara dots. He stiffened and fell to the ground. Gold dust is everywhere in the Golden City. The moment you enter the city, the gold dust enters your body through your breath. Tezulo smiled triumphantly and took off his sunglasses, revealing his bloodshot eyes. So, there is no way you can defeat me in my home court. Half of Bacchus and Zephyr's bodies were covered in gold, unable to move, and the speed at which the gold was covering them was increasing. It won't be long before they turn into a golden sculpture. In order to speed up the gold covering, Tessero concentrated on controlling the gold powder in the bodies of the 3 people. As for the other minions, they would be easy to deal with once Bacchus and the others turned into golden eagles. Captain. Teacher Zephyr, Ain and Balaki exclaimed and looked worriedly at the 2 people who were about to turn into sculptures. This is not going well, Bacchus, Zephyr said very calmly. It's just a trick. Advertisement. Bacchus smiled disdainfully and controlled the seawater in the distance to water Zephyr and Bacchus like a river. Under the washing of seawater, the gold covering the surface of the body fell off piece by piece. A feeling of powerlessness came over me. This is the bad thing about being a fruit ability user. Zephyr was fine, and was enjoying the wash of seawater. In the distance, flames ignited on the body of the fire-breathing dragon that fell to the ground. The gold gradually melted into water droplets under the high temperature and slid down its wings. It was resolved so easily. Tezulo's smile suddenly stopped and he became as gloomy as water. If this is what you want to do, then you can die, Tezulo. Bacchus' eyes were cold as he dragged out a blade in the air that was flashing with a strange purple light. Money. I need more money. Tesoro tore his hair frantically, looking mad. I need more money, he roared, and all the gold in the Golden City floated in the air, spinning around him and constantly converging towards him. A dazzling golden light shone, and a golden giant 100 meters tall suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Kill you, Only in this way can I get more Baileys. The pitch-black armament color covered the mountain like golden fist, and with one punch, a huge shadow enveloped Zephyr and Bacchus. Teacher, I leave this to you. Bacchus holds the magic sword Thousand Blades and uses his observation hockey to find out the location of Tessero. In the heart position, he bent his knees slightly and shot towards the heart of the golden giant. Don't worry, I'm not old yet. Zephyr grinned and swung his heavy mechanical arm, colliding fiercely with the falling golden fist. I am. Black arm, Zephyr. Bang. A dull sound was heard, and the ground beneath Zephyr's feet broke apart, stirring up gusts of wind, causing the black cloak behind him to flutter. With a crack, the armament color wrapped around the giant golden fist shattered, and the entire giant golden fist disintegrated, turning into pieces of gold that fell to the ground, stirring up thick dust. Kid, your hockey is still a little immature, Zephyr laughed heartily. Don't look down on the elderly. Chapter 127 A Wedding for Only Two People. Breath of thunder. A dark bolt of lightning cut through the void and rushed straight towards the heart of the golden giant. The golden giant raised his other hand in an attempt to stop the black lightning. In an instant, the giant golden hand fell apart, and the black lightning became brighter and brighter, rushing forward unstoppably. It's so powerful. Tessero's pupils shrank violently, and then he gritted his teeth and vibrated his arms. The golden giant suddenly turned into a flowing golden torrent with surging waves. Money is the most powerful force in the world. Tessero's face was ferocious and he roared. A golden torrent gathered behind him and formed a golden pillar like a missile head, covered with extremely strong armament hockey. Gold. Divine punishment. It's a terrible blow. It seems that Tessero is determined to die. Zephyr looked at the dense golden column. The armament hockey on it was also very strong. But this still poses no threat to Bacchus. Zephyr's lips curled up into a confident smile. Have absolute faith in Bacchus. Bang! The black lightning and the golden pillar collided violently. Black lightning exploded, dark arcs of electricity splashed everywhere, and the golden pillar slowly fell down. For a moment, Bacchus was actually at a disadvantage. Boom! The light blue circular pulse gate vibrated out, and the black lightning seemed to have exploded. Thousands of long snake-like black arcs sizzled, like the shrill cries of thousands of birds. No enemy is left unkilled, no enemy is left unkilled. Clang! Black lightning flashed, and in an instant, Bacchus appeared behind Tessero. A thin white line extended from the golden pillar to Tessero's abdomen. With a gentle breeze, the golden pillar was split into two. The cross-section was so smooth that it could be called a miracle of nature. Tessero was cut in half, his blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. He slowly fell from the sky and landed on the ground. He lay with his back to the sky, revealing the hideous star symbol on his back. Teishiraku adult. Bakara in the distance looked nervous, covering his broken arm, covered in blood, looking very miserable. She slowly closed her eyes and stopped resisting. Bacchus landed steadily from high in the air and walked to Tessero's side. Advertisement. Although there is a large amount of gold for Tessero to use, the power of his hockey is far inferior to that of Bacchus, and he does not have the pervert mobility like Law's op fruit, so he was naturally defeated quickly. I really can't accept this. I was about to become the richest man in the world, but I didn't expect you to kill me. Tessulo gave a wry smile. Can I ask you a favor, Rear Admiral? I can exchange all my wealth for it, as long as you agree to my request, ahem. He coughed and spat out a large amount of blood, looking at Bacchus pleadingly. I want you to kill all celestial dragons, abolish all slavery, and build a brand new world. How about that? Bacchus gave him a cold look and raised the magic sword Thousand Blades in his hand. I have no interest in your wealth, and I will not accept your request. I have my own things to do. Tessulo smiled bitterly and slowly closed his eyes. No one can resist Bailey's temptation. He had seen too many people who fell into the abyss because they could not resist the temptation of Bailey. You really don't play by the rules. I thought someone like you who holds a sense of justice would agree to my request. There was darkness before his eyes, and suddenly a faint light appeared. The man of his dreams appeared in his mind. She is still so beautiful, her golden hair is still so dazzling, and her face still has a warm smile. Stella, is that you? He burst into tears all of a sudden, walked towards the beautiful and gentle girl tremblingly, and hugged her in his arms. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He burst into tears and apologized over and over again. If I could earn more Baileys, if I could buy you faster, if I were the richest man in the world. I miss you so much. I think about you every day. I want to see you again. Promise me, don't leave me, never. Tessulo held her tightly in his arms, fearing that she would leave him again. Stella smiled, leaned in Tessulo's arms, stroked his back, and spoke gently. No, I never left you. I have always been by your side, watching you silently and accompanying you. When you were sad, when you missed someone, when you were distracted. I've always been by your side, always, always. Advertisement, is that so? It's all my fault for not finding you earlier. Stella gently wiped the tears from Tessulo's eyes and shook her head. I don't blame you. It's good enough that you can do what you have now on your own. That's right. Tessulo suddenly became excited and took off all the gold rings on his hands, leaving only the two most exquisite ones. You know, I'm very rich now, with endless Baileys and gold. Actually, there is something I haven't had time to tell you. Tessulo straightened his clothes, knelt on one knee, handed the gold ring in his hand to Stella, and raised the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be gathering up his emotions, his mouth opening and closing, as if he had thousands of words he wanted to say to his beloved. However, all the language seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Thousands of words were stuck in my throat like cotton, and only this one sentence remained. "Marry me, my princess." Stella smiled brightly and stretched out her right hand. Tezulo stood up excitedly and put the gold ring on Stella's ring finger. "Of course I do, my knight." Stella's face was filled with a happy smile, and she gently put the other ring on the ring finger of Tezuro's left hand. "Thank you for your hard work all along. I'm sorry I haven't been able to help you share the pain." Stella stood on tiptoes and pecked Tezulo on the side of his face. "No, it's not hard at all. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you a complete wedding. There's no one here, and the wedding ceremony is so simple." Tezulo blushed, scratched his head awkwardly, and said apologetically. Stella held Tezulo's arm, her tone more gentle than ever. "A wedding is a matter between two people. As long as you are by my side, nothing else matters." Tezuro's eyes were dazed, and he suddenly smiled. "Ah, a wedding is a matter for two people, as long as you can be by my side." The two walked slowly into the darkness, but without any expressions of panic or fear. They leaned against each other, emitting a faint glow, warm and bright. "I will be fearless." Chapter 128. The secret Bacchus swung his sword and cut off Tezuro's head with one stroke, a happy smile on his face. "It's finally over." Bacchus flicked his wrist and put the 1,000 blades back into the system space. In the distance, Ian and Balaki also ended the battle. The forces of the Golden Emperor had been wiped out. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the ruined Golden City. Yellow halo light, all the beautiful buildings were destroyed, corpses were scattered all over the ground, and there were even many people burning, killing, looting, and taking advantage of the chaos to commit crimes. Humph, this twisted world has generally magnified people's desires. But what if it happened in the previous world? I guess it's pretty much the same. "Hey, Bacchus." Zephyr tossed a bottle of wine to Bacchus. Bacchus caught it firmly. "Sherry, let Ain and the others clean up here, I have something to tell you." Zephyr suddenly became serious and said to Bacchus. "About the world government's trump card." Bacchus nodded, and went to a tall building with Zephyr, where they watched the setting sun side by side. The breeze pushed the blazing clouds, and the sunset was still stunning. This master and disciple pair still remembered their original aspirations. Zephyr took a sip of his drink and spoke. "I don't know if you know about the Battle of God Valley." Bacchus was stunned, then shook his head. He only knew that it was a war between Marine and the most powerful pirates rocks at the time. It was also the battle that made Garp famous. That was a long time ago. At that time, rocks used your fruit, dark fruit. He is very powerful and his hockey level is very high. All devil fruits are ineffective against him. That's why I emphasize the importance of practicing taijutsu. Zephyr's eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if he was reminiscing about his youth. Back then, the celestial dragon's former home was in the Valley of the Gods, and Rox seems to have discovered something in the Valley of the Gods that could directly help him rule the world. Then, Garp and Roger teamed up to defeat Rox together. Before he died, he seemed to want to say something. But, a deep fear suddenly appeared in Zephyr's eyes. But suddenly a rotating black hole appeared in the sky, revealing a huge blood-red circular eye. The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, and we all fled after realizing something was wrong. Soon after, I felt a fiery white light filling my eyes, followed by a huge shockwave and a deafening roar. Zephyr will never forget that scene. Even after so many years, he can still feel the fear he felt at that time. After the light faded, the Valley of Gods disappeared on the spot. Advertisement. Bacchus reacted suddenly. "Ancient weapon, Uranus." "What's even more incredible is that this force is actually the world government." Zephyr said through gritted teeth. "That is the power emitted by those scum." Borsellino was also confused because of this power. Zephyr sighed. "That's why he's so ambiguous and wavering. That power is absolutely unstoppable, no one can resist it." He also doubted his own strength and became lazy. Zephyr sighed. "Only a few people knew about what happened back then, and after Marshal Kong's information blockade, even fewer people knew about it. After this battle, the Valley of the Gods disappeared from the map. Also, I studied the decisions made by the world government over the years, and I found that they are deliberately trying to maintain the balance of the ocean. It seems like he's on guard against something. The world government has too many secrets. The unknown is the most terrifying. Who knows how many cards the world government has yet to reveal?" Zephyr warned. "You have now greatly upset the balance of the ocean. The world government must be targeting you. Be careful of that power. And it's said to be the strongest shield among celestial dragons. In the future, be sure not to let the world government catch you alone." Zephyr said this with great seriousness. Bacchus raised his head and drank, looking down on others with an air of disdain. "If they come, just kill them. As for that power, I will find a way to fight it. By the way, teacher, what's with that Wilbu's body?" He discovered that Wilbu's body structure was different from that of normal people and his organs were somewhat deformed. "Ah, because he's a clone made by Vegapunk. The world government is now funding him to study this aspect. And launched a plan." Seraph. Zephyr suddenly paused, took a big gulp of his wine, and his eyes were blurry. "My family and the student's accident were all planned by the world government. He had a blank expression on his face, as if he had let it all go. Advertisement. He drank his wine sip by sip in silence. Bacchus didn't know how to comfort her. He suddenly realized that he had never seen Zephyr cry before. I don't know when we will see each other again. Teacher Zephyr, aren't you coming with us? No, I'm old. How can I work with you young people? I can only do some small things to help you share some of the pressure. Bang. The master and the disciple clinked their glasses and drank up all the wine in the bottle. Is that so? Take care of yourself then, Mr. Zephyr. Ah. Zephyr suddenly raised his fist towards Bacchus, his dark sunglasses reflecting the gorgeous sunset, and he smiled. Fist bump. Bacchus also raised the corner of his mouth, raised his fist, and bumped fists heavily with Zephyr. Under the yellow light, the master and disciple bumped fists and then parted ways, praying silently for each other. You must stay alive, Master Zephyr, Bacchus. The sea not far away. Marshal Akainu, there's a call for you. A soldier respectfully handed Akainu a ringing phone. Akainu answered the phone and a voice that was trying hard to suppress anger came from the other end of the phone. Akainu, haven't you reached the Golden Emperor yet? Ah, there's still some distance to go, we'll be there soon. Akainu replied indifferently. Akainu, what's your attitude? Tezulo is waiting to be rescued. I'm telling you, if he dies, you Marines won't get a penny. A frustrated voice came, and Akainu responded with a sneer. Don't forget, you are the ones who begged me to cooperate, don't force me to turn against you. The Golden Emperor is dead, so I don't care about that little bit of Bailey. You, the person on the other end of the phone was speechless. Mad Dog, as the name suggests. Then how much time do you have left to get there? It's almost there, we'll be there in about 10 minutes. Beep. Akainu sneered as the phone went dark. 5 old guys, I'm not going to rescue a pirates. Chapter 129 World Situation. Akainu sneered. He actually hoped that Tessero would die quickly so that Marine could confiscate all of Tessero's personal property. As for the world government, cooperation with them is only superficial. Now is not the time to go to war with the world government. He has not forgotten the disappearance of the Valley of the Gods. His expression suddenly became solemn. That power. Report to Marshal Akainu, a dilapidated ship was spotted ahead, it seems. On the observation deck, a Marine said with a trembling voice and a look of astonishment. It seems to be. Teacher Zephyr, what should we do, Marshal Akainu? Should we give chase? Akainu was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No need to pursue, continue to the Great Desolo. It seems that Tezulo has been killed, full speed ahead. Yes. After a moment, a huge golden ship came into view. The Grand Desolo arrives. After entering the giant golden ship, the first thing you see is a mess. The once prosperous city has turned into a dilapidated ruin. In the ruins, Tessero's head still had a happy smile on it. Akainu laughed. The military funds for the Marine are available. Ghost Island. An island shaped like a skull floats in the sky above Wanokuni. The red flame cloud lifted up the island, and the skull's eyes were burning with flames, looking extremely cold. On the Ghost Island, in a main hall, a scarred figure sat on the throne and drank heavily. He was tall, muscular, with strong tendons all over his body. He had blood-red vertical pupils, a ferocious face, and exuded an aura of violence and cruelty, like an ancient demon. His right eye was burnt black, his flesh and blood formed into a bloody scar, and his body was covered with scars and marks of lava burns. Damn lava kid. He actually awakened Conqueror's Haki, and even learned the Conqueror's Haki entanglement technique in such a short time. Although Akainu's Conqueror's entanglement was not stable in the subsequent battle, he was already able to use this technique and was not far from fully mastering it. With his high attack lava fruit and desperate mad dog fighting style, even Kaido, who has thick skin and flesh, can't hold on for long. What a mad dog with sharp teeth. Kaido cursed through gritted teeth and took another sip of wine to ease the pain in his body. Brew. Suddenly, the phone rang. Kaido answered the phone and a sharp laugh sounded. Advertisement, Kaido kid. I heard that you were bitten pretty badly by that mad dog, Mom. Kaido flew into a rage and yelled at Den Mushi. Damn it, you old woman, did you come here just to laugh at me? No, I'm here to remind you that it's time to repay the favor you owed me. Oh, why are you returning it now? You should know that the Fishman Island is my territory now. Ah, so what? Kaido was puzzled. After Whitebeard's death, all his territory was divided between the two, and the Fishman Island was occupied by Charlotte Linlin. The Fishman Island rebelled. On the other end of the phone, Charlotte Linlin paused and continued. And there are countless Sea Kings protecting that island. Every ship I sent was destroyed by the powerful Sea Kings. It all has to do with Bacchus. Everything has changed since he arrived. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly remembered what Captain Rox said. Could it be, you should know what this means, Kaido? Is Bacchus? Ancient weapon. Besides, Zephyr and Akainu seem to have reached a consensus and are slaughtering pirates on a large scale. You should know what our situation is now. Rather than saying you're repaying a favor for me, it's better to say we're saving each other's lives. Kaido's face was as solemn as ice. No need to say more, I agree. Saint Mariajoy. Deep inside, Pangu City, on the gorgeous and exquisite void throne, a black shadow wearing a crown with 4 towering spikes and a cloak that reached the ground stepped onto the throne. With blood-red circle pupils, he looked down at the 5 elders kneeling below. Now, what is the situation of the sea? The shadow asked in a disembodied voice. His words were awkward and his pronunciation was inaccurate, as if he was not used to speaking such language. Seeing the adults asking questions, the 5 elders trembled and answered hesitantly. Don't worry, sir, the sea is in good condition and is still under our control. The sea is still in a state of balance. The 5 elders rolled their eyes. The Marines are divided into 2 factions. With the death of Whitebeard among the 4 emperors, Red Hair has reached a consensus with them. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are both allies, but there are Akainu and Zephyr in opposition. It is indeed in a strange balance. Well, recently, you guys have been doing great. Advertisement, we haven't found it yet, but we have used all our strength to search for it. Reward. 3.56 billion berries. No, not him. The Black Shadow waved his hand, and 5 devil fruits floated in front of the 5 elders. The 5 old men suddenly raised their heads, their eyes full of fanaticism. The shadow asked slowly, but it occurred to them that they did not know where Bacchus was. A huge straw hat is placed indoors. Have you found the fruit? Are you going to use that? The 5 elders took the devil fruit and slowly retreated. The shadow nodded and asked again. He is. Where? It's just, there's one person who is out of control. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Thank you, sir. We will take our leave now. The shadow whispered. The 5 elders were delighted and immediately knelt down to express their gratitude. They smiled awkwardly, looked at each other and said, Joey. Boy, could you be him, but if it wasn't him, why would it get out of control? He is decisive in killing and would even kill his own companions without hesitation. After a moment, he shook his head. Sir, please rest assured. We have not yet reached the point where we need to use such weapons. We will find a way to get rid of this guy. The 5 elders presented a bounty to the shadow. Then, the dark shadow walked into a secret room, but the 5 elders also have a headache with this guy. Name. Bacchus. It was as if an invisible force was holding up the paper and floating it towards the dark shadow on the throne. The Black Shadow was holding the bounty order and was suddenly stunned when he saw the unfamiliar face on it. Fate will decide where you will end up. Luffy. Blackbeard. These, the sparks, have been cleaned up in time. This madman acts without rules and seems to have no beliefs of his own. He kills anyone who stands in his way. Advertisement Chapter 130 Super Evolution, 2.5 years later. Small island. The early morning air is salty and refreshing. Almost transparent clouds are floating and moving slowly. The leaves are rustling. The golden sun is rising, and a few beams of warm sunlight are shining down, bringing peace and tranquility. The nether. Bacchus leaned on the railing, playing with a dendenmushi, and watched the people walking away. After these few years of training, everyone has grown a lot. Bacchus sighed, especially Baylaki. She has been training very hard since returning from the Golden City. Just like the new Bacchus, he worked hard on training. Although she doesn't have a system, her progress can still be described as terrifying. But Bacchus didn't stand still. Bacchus opens the system's individual values panel. Host. Bacchus physical fitness, 150,000, limit, spirit, 150,000, limit. Armament hockey. Top observation hockey, top conquerors hockey, intermediate. Fruit development degree. Dark fruit, 100% shock fruit, 100%. At this point, the effect of the effort system is no longer very significant. Bacchus made a phone call. After 2.5 years, it was time for some movement. Brew. The call was connected, and a helpless and extremely tired voice came from the other end of the line. My dear ancestors, what happened this time? Morgans, I want you to publish in the newspaper that the pirates are going to invade the Big Mom pirates. What? Morgans on the other end of the phone was glaring and yelling. Aren't you asking me to spread fake news? I tell you, Bacchus, even though you are powerful, you can't let me spread false news. Even if you threaten me with my life, once the fake news gets out, the credibility he has accumulated over a long period of time will be destroyed, which will be a devastating blow to his journalistic career. Don't get excited, this is not fake news, there will be pirates' ships going there when the time comes. And it was a ship with a flag of a blood-red book and a blue-gray brush. Morgans breathed a sigh of relief and agreed immediately. Okay, I agree to this. Advertisement, very good, happy cooperation. Bacchus hung up the phone and took out another denmushi. Blue, the call was connected, but there was no sound on the other end of the line. Katakuri, do you remember me? Bacchus laughed playfully. Let me guess, the last time you lost the Fishman Island, how did your mother treat you? Is it okay? Bacchus stroked his chin, pretending to be thinking. No, how could your mother say such a thing? He answered to himself. I guess it must have taken away your lifespan, Katakuri. That's enough, Bacchus. A slightly old and angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Bacchus laughed heartily, as expected. Well, have you made a decision? Tell me what you want. When the time comes, a pirate ship will invade Charlotte Linlin's territory. You can ask your mother to take your brothers and sisters away from Cake Island. Then, I want you to take 10 devil fruits and go to a small island not far from Cake Island. In exchange, I won't kill your brothers and sisters. There was silence for a while, and then the other end of the phone rang again. I understand, but I won't help you with Mom. Of course I won't let you do anything. Good. Katakuri hung up the phone, his wrinkled face wrinkled into a ball. He collapsed on the floor limply, with a pile of desserts beside him. He was inexplicably upset and couldn't even eat his favorite sweets. We have to make some preparations. Bacchus put down the phone, everything was ready. He opened the system store again, thinking about exchanging for the evolution stone. Charizard X stone. Close range attacks are powerful, the power of dragon-type moves is increased, but special attacks are greatly weakened. Charizard Y stone. Special attack greatly increased, but close range attack weakened. Each has its pros and cons. At this stage, Charizard's hockey is not powerful enough and has not been tempered to a certain level. Charizard X does more harm than good to Charizard. Advertisement that is the Charizard Y stone, which is more suitable for the current Charizard. After much deliberation, Bacchus decided to change to Charizard Y stone first, and then change to Charizard X stone after his hockey level has been refined to a certain level. After all, in this ocean, hockey's power is always the most powerful means. System. Exchange Charizard Y stone and Key stone. Ding, the purchase was successful and has been distributed to the system space. Bacchus extracted the keystone from the system space. A round bead with a necklace lay quietly in Bacchus's hand. Inside the bead is a black outline with a colorful Madara leaf shape. He then took out the fire-breathing Dragon Y stone, which looked similar to the key stone, but the leaves inside were fiery red. When the two come together, they react and emit a faint light. Bacchus played with it for a while and was ready to give the stone to Charizard when he came back. By the time the morning sun was high in the sky, everyone's morning exercise was completed. Hey, Charizard, come here, I've got something for you. What's up? Charizard walked up to Bacchus with a question mark on his face. Bacchus took out the Charizard Y stone, and the moment Charizard saw the stone, he stared at it. He could feel the tremendous energy contained in the stone. The Charizard wiped the saliva from the corner of its mouth, and its eyes emitted a faint green light. Idiot. This is not edible. Bacchus was full of black lines on his face, and hung Charizard Y on Charizard's neck. Suddenly, the flame on Charizard's tail suddenly rose, and Charizard became more and more excited. Everyone surrounded Charizard and observed his changes. It seems that with this bead, Charizard's strength will increase a lot. Gatrina looked at the excited Charizard, and he could feel the increasingly powerful aura from Charizard. Mortraz felt Charizard's happy mood, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. I'm very happy, Charizard. He had never felt so happy before. Brother Bacchus, do you still have this kind of power-enhancing item? Yin asked Bacchus. No more, this is a special item for Charizard. Bacchus shook his head. Okay, now everyone step back, be careful not to hurt you by mistake. Everyone stepped back, and Bacchus touched the keystone in his hand. Respond to my heart. Charizard, Mega Evolution, Chapter 131 set sail. There seemed to be several strands of nearly transparent energy connecting the keystone and the Charizard Y stone hanging on Charizard's neck, creating a resonance between the two. Bacchus closed his eyes, and suddenly he had a strange feeling, and pictures kept flashing in his mind. The little Charmander that had just hatched opened its eyes, looked at Bacchus with joy, and stretched out its short hands. Yin was holding an orange-red energy cube, and Charmander opened his mouth with a happy smile on his face. Zephyr angrily lifted Charmander's neck, surrounded by a messy kitchen, but afterwards he still gave him a lot of meat and supervised him to train hard. During the Summit War, I watched Buck face the Red Hair Pirates alone with reluctance. When I was in Shimotsuki village, I trained hard. On the Fishman Island, the mermaid sister gave a passionate kiss. On the Netherworld, Charizard was basking in the sun leisurely, squinting his eyes. The wind in his ears was very noisy. Bacchus was practicing Tai Chi on the beach deck. Yin was steering the rudder, and Mortraz was standing on the observation deck. Of course, there are new members joining. Gatrina smiled as she watched him eat a human liver, and Monchiri was so small. In the arena, blood was everywhere, and there were broken bodies everywhere. Use your wings to protect the sad Bay Lackey. Is this the heart of Charizard? Such a pure heart. Without a trace of hatred. The world seemed to turn white, and everyone's figures slowly disappeared, leaving only Bacchus and Charizard. Bacchus opened his eyes. The fire-breathing dragon in front of him had bloodshot eyes and was holding his head in pain. The flames on his tail flickered, and sticky darkness flowed out of his body. The Charizard roared softly, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. The ragged corpse, the girl's neck was broken. As I ran, I felt a burning pain in my heart and lungs. The spicy drink went down my throat, and the grievances in the moonlight fell on the marine training ground. Every time I get hurt, dark fruit brings me double the pain. Bacchus' inner thoughts were also revealed to Charizard without reservation. Charizard. His pain spread quickly like a drop of ink in Charizard's pure heart. Bacchus felt mixed emotions and felt a little sorry for Charizard. It's obvious that he has no hatred towards the pirates, and it's obvious that he can do what he wants. But Bacchus imposed his pain on Charizard, making him do things he didn't like. Bacchus became confused. He didn't know whether to continue evolving Charizard. The connection between the Key Stone and the Charizard Y Stone is becoming increasingly weak. The light also dimmed. Roar! Advertisement suddenly. Charizard growled and gave Bacchus a forced smile. Bacchus was startled, a voice echoed in his mind. Captain, don't hesitate, I want to become even stronger. The Charizard stretched out its fist towards Bacchus, its eyes full of determination. Bacchus looked at the determined look, suddenly smiled, and no longer hesitated. I didn't expect that I've been through so much. In his eyes, the figures of Charmander and fire-breathing dragon slowly overlapped. Has he become so strong now? I really can't do anything with you, come on. Bacchus thrust out his fists and bumped them together. Respond to my heart, Charizard. The two figures slowly overlapped. The next moment, both of them burst out with dazzling light at the same time, and the Charizard was wrapped in a large ball of light, and its shape kept changing. Yin looked at this familiar scene in shock. This situation had happened twice in front of her. This is the third time. It can actually evolve further. It is hard to imagine that after this evolution, Charizard's strength will reach that level. Invisible airwaves slapped in all directions like waves, and circles of ripples spread violently into space. It was still early morning, but the sun seemed as red as noon, and rolling heat waves hit our faces, and the temperature around us rose sharply. The sky was clear and the sun was scorching. The fiery red sun was cheering, as if welcoming the arrival of the Charizard. Roar! The Charizard roared excitedly, and a ball of white light suddenly exploded. Spots of fluorescent light lingered around the Charizard, whose appearance had changed drastically. His body grew a little bigger, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. A long and thick horn grew in the middle part behind his head. His tail and wings became wider, and 3 small spikes grew at the end of his tail. There were pairs of small wings surrounded by flames on his wrists. The flame on the tail is as vigorous as a torch, full of infinite energy. Roar! Flames rolled out of the Charizard's mouth, and it spewed out a thick column of flame towards the sky. The terrifying high temperature made the surrounding void become blurred. Super Charizard Y form. Gudong. Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked at the pillar of scorching fire rising into the sky with fear and trepidation. It seems that if I get any closer I'll melt, explode. Charizard has become so handsome. Manchiri, who was hiding at Bacchus' feet, looked at the Charizard with stars in her eyes. Gatrina looked at Charizard with a smile, without any sense of urgency about being overtaken by his strength. Yin was sincerely happy for Charizard. Advertisement. Others showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. It took them several months of training to grow so strong. Charizard relied heavily on evolution and surpassed several people in an instant. Anyone would be unwilling to have his or her hard work easily surpassed by others. Is this what super evolution feels like? Bacchus clenched his fist slightly, his body function slightly increased, but his strength was slowly draining away. He and Charizard looked at each other and smiled, as if they could know each other's inner thoughts. Bacchus opened the pet panel to see the current status of Charizard. Pet. Charizard status. Healthy features. Drought. A sunny day comes with it. Skills. Flame Jet. Big Word Explosion. Flash Charge. Dragon Wave. Dragon Claw. Iron Tail. See-Through. Hold On. Very good. He actually has the skill to keep this heaven-defying skill. Unless the enemy's attack far exceeds Charizard's ability to withstand. The Charizard flapped its wings and soared into the clear sky, its speed much faster than before and its strength slightly increased. Remove. Bacchus thought and cancelled Charizard's mega-evolved form. Everyone, it's time to go. Bacchus stood on the bow of the green-faced, fang-toothed ghost ship, with his arms folded across his chest. Everyone boarded the Netherworld. It's been too long since there has been any activity. It's time for this sea to stir up waves again. Bacchus said loudly. Yin took the helm, Mortars climbed onto the lookout, and Gatrina and Balaki hoisted the sail together. The fire-breathing dragon stood at the stern, breathing flames at a metal pipe. Manchurli stood on the beach deck at a loss. She seemed unable to do anything and could only stare blankly at Bacchus, who was speaking. I know you all carry your own pain, but now that we're on this ship, we have only one goal. Bacchus' hair is flying, his eyes are sharp, and he is full of vigor and vitality. Kill all pirates by any means necessary to end this era of pirates. Create a dream world. Okay, 5, then, set sail. Chapter 132 Katakuri's Choice. That's how it is, Mom. The old Katakuri reported to Charlotte Linlin, who was eating in front of him. You mean, a powerful enemy has declared war on us, so we want to take all our men to fight the enemy? Charlotte Linlin looked at Katakuri coldly out of the corner of her eye. A hint of red light flashed in her eyes, and a terrifying aura rose from her body. Is that really the case, Katakuri? Katakuri said with gritted teeth despite the pressure. That's right, that's what the News King's newspaper said. Mom, News King's newspaper has never published fake news and... I heard that this group of people is very powerful and has ambitions to take the vacant Sea Emperor position. Katakuri said as he looked at Charlotte Linlin's expression. I'm afraid I can't deal with such a person by myself. My spirit has been broken and my strength has declined. As she was speaking, Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into laughter. Mom, do they think that the throne of the 4 emperors can be occupied by any scumbag? Suddenly, the laughter stopped, her expression changed, and her eyes showed cruelty. Katakuri, I can allow you to take all your people to fight, but if you want to escape with them, Sizzle, no matter where you run to, I will kill you. Black and red lightning grew in the void, violent airwaves and a terrifying aura spread out. Katakuri gritted his teeth to resist this aura and said, "Mom, don't worry, you can read the newspaper over there, I really didn't lie to you." Charlotte Linlin retracted her spirit and sneered. "You can also try and see how many people are willing to follow you." Katakuri was breathing heavily, and his body was shaking slightly. "Then I'll be leaving first, Mom." Katakuri dragged his tired body away from here. On the way, his eyes were empty and his mind kept recalling what his mother had said to him. "You can try and see how many people are willing to follow you." Well, he suddenly sighed. How many people who have grown up in such a deformed family would value their relatives? Advertisement: most people just treat their loved ones as tools. They are also used to the life of being the boss here. Are they really willing to let me take them out to be independent? And can I really protect them now? But, Katakuri straightened his back and his eyes became firm again. It's much better than having to endure my mother's threats all day long. No one can hurt their loved ones. Meeting room. What? Someone is invading our territory? A large, muscular man with 3-section fan-shaped orange hair and a cape looked at Katakuri in surprise. Charlotte Daifuku, the user of the heat fruit. Even you can't handle such an enemy? Ah, the enemy is very strong, so Mom asked us to go out together. Is that so? But don't we need to leave someone to protect Mom? A middle-aged warrior with a long beard, purple hair, and a scar over his right eye inquired. One of the 3 generals of pastry, Charlotte Cracker, the user of the biscuit fruit. Do you think that Mom needs your protection? A brown-skinned woman sneered. She was tall and had blue eyes that showed mockery. She was tidying up her long wavy silver hair. One of the 3 generals of the pastry shop, Charlotte Smoothie, the user of the juice fruit. What do you mean? You want to fight? Cracker stared at Smoothie angrily, gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist. Okay, brothers and sisters, stop arguing. They suddenly realized that although Katakuri's lifespan was taken away by his mother, he was still the most powerful man in the family besides his mother. Even if someone invades, what's the point of you staying here if you can't even defeat Mom? However, I think it would be best to leave some people to protect Mom. Brûlée seemed to be accustomed to these cold stares and kept her head down without saying a word. Seeing that no one objected, Katakuri finalized the plan. A petite girl with a ponytail advised. She had a pretty face, but the strange thing was that she had 3 eyes. Advertisement: if you're afraid that you'll fail the mission and be punished by Mom, just pretend I didn't say anything. Since Mom arranged for me to talk about this matter, then I will be fully responsible for this matter. She has always been an insignificant character in the family. Franti's eyes rolled. She had suggested this on purpose, of course. The possibility of failure in staying behind was much smaller than in resisting foreign enemies. She did not feel grateful to Katakuri for blocking the loss of her lifespan. She felt that if Katakuri had not been so useless, the mission would not have failed. No objections. Very good. An ugly woman who looked like an old witch said this, and the hideous knife wound on her face was even more shocking. All of this is Katakuri's own fault. Everyone must participate, no one can be absent. If anyone is missing, I will tell Mom and you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Humph. I thought Katakuri was so powerful, but he almost made me lose my life. This time, I will never make Mom angry again. The meeting room suddenly became chaotic and noisy. You all know my mother's strength very well, right? Flamp looked unhappy. Was Katakuri talking about her? Flamp glanced at Katakuri obliquely, seeming a little disdainful. In addition to her ugly appearance, she was not favored by Charlotte Linlin. Ever since she took away her lifespan, she has been wandering on the edge of the family. You don't think that because my lifespan has been taken away, I have lost my powerful strength. Shut up. He looked around and the meeting room suddenly fell silent. Katakuri glared at everyone and blocked Brûlée firmly behind him. Yes, the most important thing now is that enemy. After all, this is an enemy that even Katakuri Ni can't defeat. Charlotte Pudding, the user of the memory fruit. Everyone, let's listen to what Katakuri Ni has to say first. Certainly, when Bree spoke, everyone looked at her with disgust, choosing to ignore her words and continue to talk loudly. Charlotte Brûlée, the user of the mirror fruit. Therefore, this time she must make all possible preparations and involve everyone. If the mission fails, the consequences will be borne by everyone. Tomorrow, prepare 3 ships, take the devil fruit from the treasury, and prepare to meet the enemy. Katakuri sneered and glanced at Flamp. Chapter 133: The Real Self. The next day. Early morning. 2 ships flying the pirate's flag of BIM Mom sailed on the blue sea. Katakuri crossed his arms over his chest, looking into the distance with a serious expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Is the enemy this time really that powerful? Daifuku frowned and looked at Katakuri, who looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He had never seen Katakuri with such an expression. You know, before, he was not afraid even of his mother. He always felt that something was wrong. The ship was bustling with activity, as everyone was discussing the unknown enemy, without any sense of tension. In their perception, Brother Katakuri is invincible. After a while, the outline of a small island gradually emerged. Katakuri narrowed his eyes and stared at the island. According to what Bacchus said, it should be this island. He took a deep breath. Some things are better for him to face alone. Dafu, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Katakuri walked towards the cabin. Daifuku hesitated for a moment, then followed Katakuri into a closed room. What's the matter, Katakuri? Daifuku inquired. Dafu, tell me, if mom is about to face a terrifying enemy, what will you do? Katakuri's eyes flashed with a person's back, and he asked in a deep voice. What do you mean? Daifuku saw that Katakuri's expression was a little strange and looked unhappy. Could it be that a dangerous enemy is going to Cake Island to cause trouble for mom? Katakuri did not answer him and continued talking to himself. Have you heard of Bacchus? I made a deal with him. What? You be asterisk 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 D. Upon hearing this, Daifuku became furious, and without waiting for Katakuri to finish speaking, he picked up Katakuri, with orange-red flames in his eyes. The temperature around rose rapidly, and the enclosed space suddenly became like an oven, extremely hot. You deliberately sent us away so that Bacchus could deal with mom, didn't you? Katakuri didn't deny it. He looked directly into Daifuku's eyes and thought to himself. As expected, Dafu was very loyal to his mother. Advertisement. However, he was sure that he could convince Dafu, otherwise, he would not have said these words to Dafu. Yes, that's the truth. You be asterisk 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 D. Daifuku gritted his teeth and threw Katakuri out, hitting the wooden board with a thud. Everyone, immediately, he shouted loudly, and suddenly a ball of rice cake-like substance blocked Daifuku's mouth. Katakuri slowly stood up, and one of his arms turned into a long snake-shaped rice cake to cover Daifuku's mouth. Let me finish explaining my reasons first, okay? Look at me first. The horrific high temperature seemed to melt even the air, and the rice cake blocking his mouth instantly disappeared. He turned around and looked at Katakuri, who was hunched over. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, his black and white hair was very messy, and the muscles in his body seemed to have atrophied. Ever since his mother took away Katakuri's lifespan, he has been staying indoors and he hasn't observed Katakuri carefully for a long time. He suddenly realized that Katakuri was very miserable at the moment. His eyes don't seem as sharp as before. Daifuku sighed. Is this what the man, whose back never touches the ground, looks like now? Tell me, Katakuri, your reasons. Katakuri's arm recovered and he pointed at his face and said. I did so much for my mother, but she still took my life away without hesitation. Know what this means? It means as long as you were with your mother for one day, you are in danger of having your lifespan extracted. Katakuri said this in a resounding voice, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Remember Brûlé? Just because of the scar on her face, she lost half of her lifespan. This isn't how a family should be. I want to protect every one of my loved ones. And Katakuri's face was pale, and there was deep fear in his eyes. Bacchus is a horrible strong man. Even if we stay there it won't help. Honestly, I don't know if you will let us go. He watched the other ship sailing quickly in the opposite direction, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. I understand your intention, but how can you guarantee that Bacchus will not kill us? Advertisement. It is conceivable how hopeless Bacchus's strength is. But luckily I have a backup plan. He stretched his limbs, leaned back, and lay relaxed on the deck. Katakuri reviewed his plan in his mind. As long as my family can leave alive and will never be harmed again, what does my own life mean? Katakuri said seriously. At that time, he could quietly feel the passage of time. What? According to his plan, Bacchus would never come back this time. Daifuku's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect Katakuri's spirit to disappear like this. After the discussion, Katakuri and Daifuku walked out of the cabin. The bustling ship suddenly became deserted, with only Katakuri left, slowly sailing towards the distant island. It is easy to kill a person, but it is extremely difficult to destroy a person's faith. Then he smiled bitterly. His expression was complicated, and he opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out, so he could only say one sentence. During this period, you are a bit far away, run as far as you can. Brûlé was the last one to leave. She didn't ask anything, but just looked deeply at Katakuri's lonely back. My spirit was also shattered by him. Katakuri was happy at first, because he knew that Daifuku had accepted his plan. Dafu was stunned. Is he planning to sacrifice himself? That time, except for Flamp and me, everyone else died at the hands of Bacchus. He wants devil fruit. I will deliver these devil fruit to the agreed location by myself and try to buy time for you. Bacchus. How powerful must his enemy be to do this? Katakuri gathered everyone together, and led by Daifuku, they headed to another ship through the ability of Brûlé's mirror fruit. But what he didn't notice was that above the thick clouds, a dragon-shaped shadow passed quickly and followed closely behind the departing ship. Katakuri paused and pointed to his heart. Why does he like tea time? You should know that he is brutal and has a great hatred for the pirates. Although everyone was a little confused, they still did as Katakuri said. Because only then is the self that is the real self, and that is the most relaxing time. I see. Since he has chosen to protect, he is destined to bear pressure and fatigue. Chapter 134. I want to protect you too. Crack. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of glass breaking. Katakuri sat up suddenly, frowned, and walked into a cabin. Everyone on the boat should have left. Could it be? Pushing the door open, I saw Bree standing in front of a broken mirror. The floor was covered with sharp mirror fragments. Blood was dripping from her fist, soaking the deck. Bree, why are you here? Katakuri quickly stepped forward and checked Brûlé's injuries. Brûlée felt warm in her heart and smiled slightly. She thought that only Katakuri would not despise her. Katakuri growled angrily. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you coming back? After a simple bandage, Katakuri pulled Brûlée and looked for the mirror on the ship, trying to force her to go back. It's useless, Katakuri ni. This is the last mirror of this ship. The other ship should be far away from here. There's no way I can go back anymore. Bree smiled and shook her head before continuing. Katakuri's eyes were red, and he grabbed Brûlée's shoulders with both hands and roared. But why did you come back? Do you know? I know. Brûlée didn't care about the pain in her shoulders and still had a faint smile on her face. I know what Katakuri ni's plan is. Katakuri froze in place for a moment, muttering. Why? Why do you know? Because there is a mirror in your room. A beautiful smile bloomed on Brûlée's ugly face. Then you also know that when I take a nap every day, I fall on my back. Well, I know that's the image that Katakuri ni created specifically for us because you wanted to protect us. Then you also know that Bacchus called me. Well, Bacchus wants you to take the devil fruit and get all of us out of Cake Island, and of course the location of the transaction. You also know that I might die if I go this time. Oh, I know. Brûlée suddenly held Katakuri's hand gently, and the hideous scar on her face seemed to soften as well. I know the pressure you are under every day, the torment in your heart, your determination to protect your family, and how much you love the quiet time during afternoon tea. Advertisement, I seem to be holding you back, Katakuri ni. Drops of tears fell to the ground, and Brûlée suddenly started crying. It was like this when I was a child, and it's still like this when I grow up. I also want to protect my brother once. In fact, I am the one who should say sorry. So, please take me with you, Katakuri-san. Brûlée looked into Katakuri's eyes seriously. I don't want you to stay in that place alone. If you take me with you, at least it won't be so boring after the two of you die. Bree. Katakuri loosened his grip on Brûlée's hands and said apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't hurt you just now. Bree shook her head in surprise. So, Katakuri-san, are you willing to take me with you? Katakuri suddenly smiled. Ah, but you might die. It's okay, Katakuri-san. Let me protect you for the last time. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin, who is as big as a meat mountain, is eating a lot of sweets. She opened her bloody mouth and kept grabbing sweets with both hands. The pile of sweets in front of her disappeared quickly like a small mountain. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the calm sea surface in the distance, and then it surged violently, splashing white water everywhere. The next moment, a 1,000-story-high tsunami appeared out of nowhere, roaring towards the Cake Island like a flood or a beast. What? Why did a tsunami suddenly appear? What should we do? All the cadres in Wangguo were out to meet the enemy. Several servants looked at the huge tsunami in panic and chaos. Looks like a guest is coming. As expected of someone known as the Iron Balloon, even without using Conqueror's Haki, your body's defense is still so terrifying. The flame on the left fist suddenly expanded and rose steadily until it formed a hot and tall shape similar to a wall of fire, pushing towards the tsunami, the flood beast. The wall of fire and the tsunami collided violently, making a crackling sound, as the two competed with each other. The water splashed and the flames licked. The hot flames interacted with the cold seawater. For a moment, the Cake Island was wrapped in a thick mist. Advertisement, right, Rear Admiral. The corners of her mouth formed a strange angle, her eyes were bloodshot, and she laughed cruelly. She seemed to be able to sense the powerful armament Haki covering the blade. Don't bother with that, Charlotte Linlin, sizzle. Humph. Are these the only tricks you can use? At least, you are now a celebrity on the sea. Charlotte Linlin stopped eating and sensed a very terrifying presence in her observation Haki. But you are not simple either, Rear Admiral Bacchus. He seemed to be holding a bladeless hilt in his hand, and the fragments floated towards the hilt in the figure's hand, forming a pitch-black blade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, dense debris on the ground floated up, and a blurry figure slowly walked towards them in the mist. I didn't expect that the rumors were actually true. You can actually control the seawater. Clang. What's weird is that the blade emits a faint purple glow, which is extremely eerie. However, no one responded. Whoosh. Charlotte Linlin looked closely and saw countless black fragments piled up under her feet, like fallen leaves piled up in autumn. Boy, now that you're here, just come out and stop hiding. Let me see the power of Poseidon. Mom, of course. The 4 emperors are not just a title. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and densely packed sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and purple fragments were emitted and shot towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly. Without dodging or evading, she used her body to withstand the dense attack of debris. Charlotte Linlin looked around, searching for something. Prometheus. Fire from the sky. Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly, and looked at the increasingly clear figure with fear. There was a sharp sound like metal colliding, and fragments fell to the ground. Does it really have the power to destroy the world as Captain Rox said? A ball of fire cloud revealed a human-like smiling face and attached to Charlotte Linlin's left fist. Okay, Mom. Chapter 135. Battle against the 4 emperors. In the hazy mist, a lightning-fast figure rushed in front of Charlotte Linlin and slashed down with the black and broken blade in his hand. Fire from the sky, fireball. The Prometheus in Charlotte Linlin's hand suddenly expanded and turned into a huge fireball, trying to wrap Bacchus up. How dare you challenge Mom? Let me show you how powerful I am. Prometheus laughed cruelly, his rapidly expanding body about to swallow Bacchus, and the scorching flames illuminated his face. Devour secretly. The next second, a sticky darkness like ink suddenly emerged from Bacchus' body, and the light on his face was completely swallowed up. That is. Charlotte Linlin was startled. The darkness before her eyes made her feel a little frightened. That's Captain Rock's ability. She thought to herself that something was wrong and immediately wanted to take Prometheus back. But it's too late. Darkness came like an overwhelming force. The increasingly dense darkness condensed into a ferocious tiger, with its bloody mouth full of pitch-black fangs, tearing at Prometheus' body. Ah, Mom, it hurts! Prometheus screamed in pain. His originally expanded body quickly shrank, his face became sad and full of fear. Like a candle flame, it flickers. Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin placed Prometheus behind her with heartache. As a former crew member of Rock's, she was very familiar with this fruit. There is only one way to fight this power, hockey. The pitch-black armament hockey quickly covered Charlotte Linlin's body. The dark tiger couldn't move forward at all when faced with this strong hockey. Bacchus' eyes were cold, and he slashed down with the 1,000 blades of his magic sword. Charlotte Linlin did not dodge or avoid, but smiled disdainfully. This attack is just tickling me. Clang, sparks flew, and as she said, the blow really did feel like a tickle. But Bacchus swung the blade again. A milky white halo wrapped around the tip of the blade, and he slashed horizontally, cutting it in half. Quake and sword swing. Shock fruit? You can actually eat 2 devil fruits at the same time? Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin looked at the white ball of light attached to the tip of the knife in amazement and was extremely shocked. She was only surprised for a few seconds before she missed the chance to dodge and had to grit her teeth to take the blow. Crack. A teeth-grinding sound of shattering was heard, and the space shattered like a mirror, with spider web-like cracks spreading in the void. The entire Cake Island was shaking, the ground was cracking, gravel was flying, and the terrifying shockwaves directly knocked Charlotte Linlin away and crashed through a mountain. Puff. Charlotte Linlin spat out a mouthful of blood and spit, staring at the black and broken knife in Bacchus's hand. Hey, kid, have you mastered the black sword? As expected of one of the 4 emperors. No, one of the 3 emperors. You have a good eye. During these 2.5 years, Bacchus' armament hockey was trained to the highest level, and the demonic sword 1,000 blades, which had been influenced by his hockey for a long time, also turned into a black sword. It is true. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. If she wanted to connect to the black knife, she had to complete 2 points. One is the possession of the extremely powerful armament hockey. Second, one must use the same sword day and night to hone his swordsmanship. Therefore, those who can own a black sword are all powerful swordsmen. Powerful swordsmanship, the ability to control water to create a tsunami, and 2 difficult devil fruits. What kind of monster is this? Charlotte Linlin became serious and waved her left hand. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds and the surroundings became dim. Try this first. A ferocious black cloud with a red and white baseball cap descended from the sky and flew to Charlotte Linlin's side. Ah, isn't this Prometheus? When did he become so rubbish? Damn Zeus. If you have the guts, try to fight against that darkness. Prometheus, who had lost most of his body, opened his only remaining eye and glared at Zeus, who was mocking him. Okay, stop arguing, the ant yelled, and the 2 immediately kept silent, fearing that their mother would be angry and wipe them both out. She waved her hand, and Zeus wrapped around her left hand. Purple arc lightning surrounded Zeus' body, making a crackling sound. Waigu. A beam of purple lightning shot towards Bacchus. Want to see whose lightning is faster? Bacchus' mouth curved into a strange arc and his body leaned forward. Advertisement. Breath of thunder. Sizzle. A large amount of black lightning, winding like snakes, appeared out of thin air around Bacchus. His body sank, and the ground beneath his feet broke into pieces because it could not withstand this huge force. With a flash of his body, Bacchus turned into a black lightning and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Like a comet, he flashed by and was above Charlotte Linlin in an instant. At this moment, the purple lightning beam shot by Charlotte Linlin penetrated into the position where Bacchus had been standing before with a bang, exploded, and arcs of electricity flew. Bacchus was above Charlotte Linlin, and the arm holding the knife suddenly expanded. Boom! The pulse gate was shaking wildly, violent aura spread out, and the knife light mixed with black lightning chopped down like a hot knife through butter. Snort! Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, controlled Zeus to detach from her left hand, and grabbed the downward slashing blade with both hands covered with armament hockey. Bang! The moment the 2 came into contact, 2 terrifying forces exploded together, creating a howling storm that dispersed all the mist that filled the Cake Island. The tall trees even fell to the ground, revealing their roots that were deeply rooted in the ground. Mother! Zeus and Prometheus looked at their mother, who was being pressed down continuously with worry, and were stunned. No one has ever been stronger than Mom. Damn it, we can't go on like this. The 2 exchanged glances and floated high into the sky. Anyone who goes against Mom will die. Zeus spit out a huge bolt of lightning, which struck straight down. What remained of Prometheus swelled up again, and he forcefully spat out a ball of fire. The fireball and thunder intertwined and landed precisely on Bacchus' head. Tisk. 2 annoying things, but that's exactly what I want. Bacchus twisted his waist, released the downward force, and with the help of Charlotte Linlin's strength, he quickly retreated. What's going on? Charlotte Linlin was wondering, and when she looked up, she saw the thick thunderbolt surrounded by blazing flames, which kept getting bigger in her eyes. Mom! Get out of the way! When Zeus and Prometheus saw Bacchus dodge, Mr. was stunned, then he reacted and shouted anxiously to Charlotte Linlin. Boom! The dust roars like a dragon. Chapter 136. A familiar scene. An unknown island. This is a remote and desolate island with no grass. The ground is made of hard rock and the climate is sometimes cool and sometimes hot. The island is not big and you can see the sea on the other side at a glance. It was noon, the scorching sun was shining, white clouds as thin as gauze were floating, and heat waves were rolling. Katakuri moored the boat at the shore and got off the boat with Brûlé. In the center of the island, there stood a tall and thin figure. Is that the Bacchus who made a deal with Katakuri Ni? Brûlé looked at the figure in the distance, her expression nervous, her fists clenched, and her palms sweating. Although she was prepared for death, when a person faces death, no matter how well prepared they are, can they really remain expressionless and have no fear in their hearts? Come on, follow me. Katakuri's eyes glowed red, and he immediately opened his observation hockey and walked towards the figure. He frowned, and soon the figure became clearer. They saw a handsome man with blonde hair and a kind face. He was looking at them with a smile, and his peach blossom eyes were full of laughter. It was Gatrina. You must be the Katakuri the captain was talking about, right? Did you bring what our captain wanted? Katakuri had expected this and wasn't surprised by the blonde's arrival. Bacchus was probably already at Cake Island by now. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Bacchus, his chances of survival would be greatly increased. Seeing Katakuri sighed in relief, Gatrina smiled even more. Bree looked at the smile on that handsome face, and for some reason, she shuddered violently, and fear spread in her eyes. In her eyes, the handsome young man was like a devil, chewing something in his mouth. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes were bloodshot. Her intuition told her that the young man in front of her was not as kind as she had imagined. Katakuri did not notice Brûlé's change. His attention was on Gatrina. He pointed to the ship not far behind him and said, "The devil fruit is in that ship. Now that it has been brought to you, the deal between me and your captain is complete. You can leave now." Katakuri stared at Gatrina, his eyes glowing red. "You should know the content of the deal between me and your captain." "Ha ha ha, of course I know." Advertisement. Gatrina laughed and agreed readily. Katakuri frowned. Why couldn't he see the future clearly? But Gatrina changed the subject. His peach blossom eyes narrowed into crescents. He licked his lips with a smile and said, "Our captain said that we must not let you go, he." As soon as he finished speaking, Gatrina's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant, without a sound. Katakuri's pupils contracted violently, but he could not find any trace of Gatrina in his observation hockey. He looked around frantically, searching for Gatrina's voice. "Where is it? Damn it, why is my observation hockey not working?" Puff. The clear sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in Katakuri's ears. Katakuri's face tightened, as if he thought of something, as if he had been electrocuted. His body was shaking slightly and his ears were buzzing. No, no. He turned around slowly. Behind him, half of Gatrina's face was covered with blood. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile, and stabbed the knife covered with blue-gray hockey into Brûlé's chest. Brûlé's body was convulsing violently. She clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. She closed her eyes tightly with tears in the corners of her eyes. Katakuri stared at the scene blankly, muttering to himself. What happened? Brûlé forced a smile at Katakuri. Nothing happened. How could nothing happen? Tell me. Ah, Bree groaned in excruciating pain. Gatrina turned his wrist and used the knife in his hand to cut out Bree's heart. The heart was cut out alive. The warm and still beating heart, along with a large piece of flesh and blood, was pierced by the knife. Gatrina was extremely excited. He could not wait to swallow the heart in one bite. He put it in his mouth and chewed it. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Bree. Advertisement. Katakuri's eyes were lifeless and his heart was beating wildly. He held his chest and gasped for breath. Why did you hurt my sister? Something broke out of its cocoon in his heart. Brûlé fell to the ground, her pupils dilated, and blood still oozing from the hole in her chest. She moved her lips and spoke to Katakuri with all her strength. Brother. I'm not in pain. Brother, please be true to yourself. I want to see the real you. Living freely in this world. She spoke familiar words intermittently, and then her pupils dimmed completely. There is no vitality at all. Ah, what a touching scene. Gatrina swallowed the chewed heart, stuck out his tongue, licked the blood on the knife, and continued to speak with a smile. Why did you kill my sister? Katakuri slowly raised his head, staring straight at Gatrina with his eyes emitting a faint red glow. He pulled off the snow-white scarf around his neck, revealing a ferocious mouth full of fangs and black stitches on his cheeks. Whoosh, a strong wind whistled past, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. The entire world seemed to have turned into a black and white painting. Red flames burst out from Katakuri's body and suddenly expanded. Sizzle, black and red lightning grew in the void, scarlet and brutal conqueror's hockey swept in all directions, a majestic spirit gushed out, and an incomparable sense of oppression caused long and thin cracks to appear in the rocks on the ground. Substantial damage. More powerful than ever before Conqueror's haki. His hunched body suddenly became straight, as if he had become a different person. This is more interesting. Otherwise, I won't be able to fully display the strength I've practiced for 2.5 years. Gatrina ignored this feeling of oppression and was not afraid at all. Katakuri slowly walked towards Gatrina with a cold look in his eyes. The person who killed my sister can never be forgiven. The next moment, his right arm transformed into a white rice cake with countless long thorns, with the pitch-black armament haki wrapped around it. He swung the black mace and smashed it down towards Gatrina. It's getting more and more interesting. These pirates are really powerful. I wonder what your liver tastes like. Chapter 137. What if I don't keep my promise? An unknown sea area. A pirate's ship was sailing at high speed on the sea, stirring up turbulent waves and leaving deep white grooves on the mirror-like sea. The deck of the ship was full of people. Daifuku, why did Katakuri let you come to this ship, Katakuri people? Charlotte Cracker asked Charlotte Daifuku in confusion. Didn't we agree to face the strong enemy together? I just learned that the enemies are scattered. Katakuri wants to face the strongest enemy, and we will deal with the rest. Dafu explained without any hesitation or blushing. He didn't intend to confront them now because he didn't know how many people agreed with this plan. Even his initial reaction when he learned about the plan was to immediately want to return to Cake Island. If he hadn't seen what happened to Katakuri, however, he hadn't noticed that Charlotte Bray was missing. Is that so? Cracker touched his chin. This was indeed Katakuri's style. When will we find the enemy? This is so boring. Flamp lay on the railing, her chin supported by her hands, looking up at the clear blue sky, chewing the gum in her mouth boredly and blowing bubbles one after another. Suddenly, a thick shadow covered Flamp. Flamp felt the darkness before her eyes, and she looked up at the sky above her head. I saw a blurry black shadow resembling a dragon's body appearing in the thick clouds. What is that? Flamp looked curiously at the increasingly clear black shadow in the sky. It's like something is about to fall. Suddenly, Frampy's face froze, and an orange-red halo was reflected in her pupils, becoming brighter and brighter. Hurry up and save. Before he could finish his words, a thick pillar of fire pierced through the thick clouds and fell straight down from the sky. When everyone heard the shouting, they subconsciously looked at the screaming Flamp. Before everyone could react, rolling heat waves fell from overhead, and a violent pillar of fire swallowed up the screaming Flamp with a boom, turning her into a human-shaped charcoal in the blink of an eye. The huge impact force caused the deck to shatter layer by layer, flames flew, and the hot air around was mixed with the smell of burnt flesh. The red tongues of fire licked the ship frantically and spread everywhere. Get out of the way! Advertisement Cracker reacted before anyone else. He roared, tapped the deck with his toes, and kept backing away. At the same time, he clapped his hands to create a pile of hard biscuits to block the raging fire. At this point, most people reacted and followed Cracker closely. Who is it? Dafu frowned. Could it be that Bacchus is chasing after him? Impossible. No matter how strong Bacchus is, Katakuri and his mother can't be defeated by him so quickly. Oh no, the boat is going to break apart, Smoothie exclaimed as he looked at the huge cracks that were spreading beneath his feet. The next moment, a huge column of flames exploded, the surface of the biscuit was covered with cracks, the keel of the pirate's ship broke, and the entire ship was split into two. The boat began to shake, and everyone was swaying and unsteady. Hateful! Cracker roared angrily and fell into the sea due to the violent shaking of the ship. As the entire ship continued to sink, seawater poured in and many people fell into the sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. Most of Charlotte Linlin's children are demon fruit powers, and they will surely die if they sink into the sea. Cracker clapped his hands, and a large biscuit appeared out of thin air under his feet, floating on the sea. Cracker landed steadily on the cookie, followed closely by Daifuku and Smoothie, who also stood on the cookie. The ship sank into the sea surface was surging, and only a few burning ship wreckages were left floating on the sea. Who on earth is it? Dafu roared in anger, his face flushed red, his eyes burned with flames, and the temperature around him rose sharply. There are only 3 people left on the ship. The sudden fire brought them a devastating blow. If it were on land, perhaps the casualties would not be so great. But these are rough seas. In the sky, the thick clouds were blown open by the column of fire, creating a big hole. Roar! A dragon roar came from the cave, and a huge orange dragon flew through the clouds and hovered above the 3 people, carrying a beautiful woman on its back. It was Charizard and Lackey. Dragon. The 3 of them held their breath, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in their hearts. Hey, hello. Bay Lackey smiled and greeted the 3 of them. Advertisement, the captain asked us to deal with you. Why? Katakuri clearly kept his promise. Why are you still doing this? Dafu, you were furious and spoke angrily. Pirates are also kind and righteous. Hearing this, Charizard and Balaki laughed. So what if you comply? So what if we don't? Rules are made by the strong. Wow, Dafu, what on earth is going on? What agreement? Cracker realized something was wrong and looked at Dafu coldly. Smoothie drew the giant sword from behind and pointed the tip of the sword at Charizard and Balaki. Now is not the time to worry about these things, let's think about how to survive first. I'll explain it to you later, but only if we survive. Daifuku jumped high, his body emitting steam caused by the high temperature, and punched Charizard. Leave this person to me. I need to test his strength over the past 2.5 years. Roar. If you can't beat me, just say it. Lousy will protect you. The Charizard stood up straight with dignity and roared at Balaki. Balaki jumped down from the back of the Charizard, and with a wave of his arms transformed into a pair of wings burning with red flames, and his legs turned into sharp bird claws with flames lingering around them. The hard armament hockey covered the bird claws, and Balaki kicked his legs, causing the bird claws and the hot fists to collide with each other. Bang! Dafu's eyes were wide open. The huge force from the bird's claws directly sent Dada flying backwards and falling into the sea at an extremely fast speed. The armament hockey on the claws of Balaki bird turned red. Unexpectedly, the high temperature of Daifuku was so terrifying. Biscuit floor. Cracker clapped his hands, and suddenly a hard biscuit appeared on the sea, accurately catching Dafu. The seawater below rolled, Dafu groaned, and long and thin cracks appeared on the biscuit. It's so powerful, and it's a rare zone mythical beast. This is not a good situation. Cracker narrowed his eyes. Both enemies could fly, which was a huge advantage on the sea. Fortunately, his biscuits could float on the sea surface and serve as a temporary foothold. Cracker clapped his hands continuously, and pieces of biscuits floated on the sea surface one by one, expanding his landing area. At the same time, 2 cookies appeared in the air. Cracker jumped up and rushed towards Charizard while stepping on the 2 cookies. Charizard raised his middle finger to Cracker with disdain, and a dense, high-temperature flame spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 138 Fighting against 2 Emperors alone, Cake Island. The roaring dragon-like dust gradually dissipated, revealing the embarrassed figure of Charlotte Linlin. Her hair was disheveled with some hair standing up, her makeup was blurry, her pink dress was tattered, and she looked like a madman. You actually made me so embarrassed. Charlotte Linlin roared in a low voice, her body trembling slightly with anger. Unforgivable, unforgivable. She opened her bloodshot eyes, stared fiercely at Bacchus who had a nonchalant expression not far away, and clenched her fists. Mother, Prometheus and Zeus had fear on their faces and floated in the air, not daring to approach their mother. That's all you have, Bacchus. It doesn't matter how many tricks you have. You are destined to die here. Charlotte Linlin laughed in anger, mocking Bacchus. A strange light blue round object that instantly increases strength, a strange breathing method that can generate lightning through breathing and increase speed in a short period of time, a black knife. She already had a rough idea of Bacchus' abilities. Oh, just you? Bacchus sneered. Well, Mom, of course I'm not the only one. Charlotte Linlin looked towards the cloudy sky and yelled. Hey, you B*****************, D, it's time for you to come down. I've almost figured out this kid's abilities. The dark clouds rolled, and a laughter like thunder came from the clouds. Wow, I never thought that you, old woman, would have such an embarrassing day. Bacchus' expression remained calm, as if he had expected it. Boom. There were lightning and thunder, and heavy, muffled thunder sounded one after another. Suddenly, a flash of orange-red light flashed in the thick dark clouds. The next second, the dark clouds were dispersed by a fireball like a meteorite, revealing a one-eyed green dragon hovering in the void. It's Kaido after all. Bacchus snorted coldly, and endless sticky darkness emerged from the surface of his body, condensing into a winding black python. The python opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the falling fireball in one gulp. Just kill them all at once, so I don't have to go looking for you. Advertisement, arrogant little brat. The one-eyed green dragon danced with its long and thick body and descended to the side of Charlotte Linlin. Kaido transformed into a half-beast form, carrying Bajizai on his back, holding a wine jug in his right hand, and pouring the spicy wine into his mouth. He burped and looked at Bacchus with a grin. Little devil, you will definitely die here today. No one in this world can stand up to 2 emperors. Not even Rox, however, he noticed that there was no trace of fear on Bacchus's face. His pupils suddenly shrank. He said these words in order to dampen Bacchus's morale. But now Bacchus was not shaken at all by his words. How strong must one's self-confidence be to be so calm? Are you done? Bacchus' gaze was as cold as a knife, his eyes glowed with a faint red light, and a terrifying aura burst out. The temperature around him dropped sharply to freezing point. Bacchus was like a lion majesty, with a cold and sinister aura. The ice blue conqueror's haki gushed out, and the ground condensed into streaks of frost, and a mountain-like pressure pressed down on Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, a faint smell of blood spread and gradually became stronger. The terrifying, hair-thin scarlet murderous aura entangles conqueror's haki, erupting like a volcano. Behind Bacchus, there seemed to be a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood, which was extremely shocking. Terrifying spirit and murderous intent. As expected, a man like this must have a very strong conqueror's haki. This brat, how many people did he kill to exude such murderous aura? Gulp. They both swallowed their saliva at the same time. How old is this kid? Kaido, you're not scared, are you? Don't hold me back. Charlotte Linlin forced a smile, her eyes also flashing red. The Scarlet Conqueror's haki burst out, fighting against the Ice Blue Conqueror's haki that was wrapped in red murderous aura. But, so what? Bacchus remained calm as the strong wind whistled past his ears and the terrifying energy ball condensed around Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's weapons. Super Overlord breaking the sun. Bacchus screamed frantically. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin grinned. Charlotte Linlin took off the pirate hat Napoleon on her head, and a sharp blade and handle grew out of the pirate hat, which she held in her hand. The two men let out a low roar at the same time, standing shoulder to shoulder, swinging their weapons at the same time. Kaido tightened his grip on the mace in his hand and took a deep breath. The same terrifying aura emanated from this pulse. Bahai! Black and red lightning flashed at a high frequency, like millions of birds chirping, and a violent hurricane swept in all directions, with dust flying. How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon for brilliance? You are, Linlin. A scarlet conqueror's haki rose from Kaido's body, and Kaido's eyes widened with anger, his eyes like red lights. Bacchus' eyes showed a crazy look, and he actually wanted to withstand this move. The dark clouded sky split open into a chasm like an abyss, revealing the azure sky. A huge pulse was spinning and converging at the Yingfeng meridian point in his chest. As expected of a Rock's crew member, the king of New World. The wind was howling like infernal wind, and there were even wailings of evil spirits. The ground beneath the two men's feet was breaking apart. Visible purple-black airwaves surrounded the two men, and black and red lightning was crackling. Black and red lightning entangled the weapons of both parties, and a tremendous force that was boundless and could crush everything was condensed in the weapons of the two parties when they collided. Boom! Troublesome little devil, try this trick. Boom, boom, boom. Kaido smiled generously, swinging the mace in his hand and raising it into the air. It was like two ferocious beasts tearing at each other, with two forces competing against each other. Bacchus sneered, and the conqueror's haki emanating from his body suddenly expanded, instantly suppressing Charlotte Linlin's conqueror's haki. Ah, you little brat, you have to cooperate with me. I don't know if after all these years, we can still cooperate like before. The two conquerors' haki collided violently with Bacchus' ice blue conqueror's haki. The light blue circular pulse gate was vibrating rapidly, and incomparable power was gushing out of his body like a fountain. Sizzle, you deserve to die, two old fellows. Use that trick, old woman. The terrifying aura surged towards Bacchus like an overwhelming force, and it seemed as if nothing in the world could withstand this power. Chapter 139. I am stronger without weapons. Bahai. Two low shouts were heard, and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin each swung out their weapons. Black and red shockwaves mixed with lightning struck out, gravel flew, and a long groove was plowed into the ground by the shockwave. The surging airwaves directly crushed the gravel into powder. Boom! The huge black pulse condensed in Bacchus' chest burst out, dragging a spiral airwave, and collided violently with the shockwave. Boom! The surging wind was as cold as a knife. The two energies were evenly matched, and both burst out with terrifying aura and made a thunderous roar. The next moment, the two energies devoured each other, intertwined into one, and the blazing white light gradually spread out. Within a radius of 100 miles, all things covered by the white light disappeared. Suddenly, the white light expanded suddenly, swallowing up the three people and covering most of the Cake Island. The dazzling white light gradually dissipated, revealing a huge crater, and most of Cake Island was razed to the ground. Bacchus panted slightly, seemingly unharmed by the huge explosion. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked grim. They didn't expect that their combined attack was easily blocked by this guy. Hey, Kaido brat, it looks like you can only use taijutsu and haki. Remember, don't use your fruit ability. Charlotte Linlin advised Kaido. Don't bother with your words, old woman. Kaido opened his only remaining left eye, staring at Bacchus, and took the brunt of the attack, smashing down hard on Bacchus' head with Bajizai in his hand. Thundering 8 trigrams. He roared, and black and red lightning wrapped around Bajizai, roaring like thunder and swung down as fast as lightning. Bacchus was not in a hurry. He held the magic sword Thousand Blades across his body to block the powerful attack. Clang! Sparks flew, and the violent conqueror's haki continued to attack Bacchus' mind. Bacchus felt as if his head was hit by an invisible hammer, and he felt dizzy. Humph, arrogant little brat. Charlotte Linlin followed closely behind, holding the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, and in a flash, she appeared behind Bacchus. Sizzle, thick black and red lightning wrapped around the blade, and she raised her arms suddenly and slashed out with the sword. Waigwo. The wind and waves whipped up by unimaginable power whistled past Bacchus' ears. Boom. The meridians all over Bacchus' body vibrated, his strength surged, and he held the knife in one hand, holding Bajizai tightly. Advertisement the other hand was covered with the solid armament haki, defending against the blade swung down by Charlotte Linlin. Beads of sweat appeared on Bacchus' forehead, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Kid, don't get too carried away, Kaido roared, turned his wrist, and slashed upward, sending the demonic sword Thousand Blades flying into the distance. Well, Mom, now that we have no weapons, let's see what you can do. Charlotte Linlin swung the greatsword again and stabbed Bacchus' throat. Bacchus took a step forward, drew a half circle, and a Tai Chi diagram with clear yin and yang appeared under his feet. Bacchus slowly raised his hands. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. HMPH, watch me chop your hand off. Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed with a strong sense of hostility, and the blade swung out a few points faster. You are as slow as a turtle. Do you think you can challenge the Emperor of the Sea? Kaido sneered, adjusting his stance for his next attack. Bacchus remained calm, His palm pressed against the blade, and with a gentle push, he used his skillful strength to push the blade away, thus neutralizing the attack. This kid, Charlotte Linlin, looked at Bacchus in surprise. A huge force came from the blade and her body kept retreating. Bacchus took a step forward, turned his waist, and using the strength of his waist, shook his arms and hammered on Charlotte Linlin's chest with bursts of sonic booms. Tai Chi. Banlin Kui. Bang. Charlotte Linlin looked painful, with circles of white airwaves behind her, and she flew backwards at a very fast speed. Mother. Prometheus and Zeus saw that their mother was in danger, so they panicked and fell from a high altitude to catch Charlotte Linlin. Old woman. Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin flying backwards in amazement. Her miraculous fighting skills were simply. Bacchus sneered and exhaled a cloud of mist, and black arcs of lightning immediately filled the surroundings. Who told you that I can't do it without weapons? Is there a possibility that Bacchus is at his strongest without weapons? I may not be very good at using a knife, but my fists and feet are. Xingyi, Paochuan. Don't get carried away, lousy is Kaido of the beasts. What she didn't expect was that Bacchus was stronger without weapons. Let me see, is it you who will die, or me? Advertisement. I say second, no one dares to say first, puff. The dragon scales were broken, Kaido's face was distorted, and he endured the severe pain from his abdomen. He let out a wow, and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Kaido let out a low roar, raised the Bajizai in his hand, and swung it directly towards Bacchus' head. Bacchus curled the corners of his mouth, jumped forward, and using inertia to mobilize all his strength, he rushed towards Kaido. The lightning wrapped around his body was crackling, and he punched out with a straight punch at an alarming speed. The fist wrapped in lightning sank into Kaido's abdomen like a meteorite. Boom! Charlotte Linlin's body was shaking, her eyes full of fear. Bacchus raised his left arm to block Bajizai. Kaido was filled with resentment. Why did he only meet crazy people who were willing to risk their lives? Unfortunately, Bacchus currently does not know the advanced usage of Conqueror's entanglement. Humph. I don't believe you can withstand a few attacks from both of us. Want to fight a protracted war? What normal person would resort to the strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries when being attacked by two people? Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido looked at each other and rushed towards Bacchus again. As long as we hold Bacchus back and fight a protracted battle, Bacchus will definitely die. Bacchus smiled disdainfully. Kaido spurted blood from his mouth and flew out close to the ground like a kite with a broken string, leaving a long groove in the field. Mad. Mad. All of them are crazy. Bacchus slowly exhaled a breath and shook his numb arms. Otherwise, it would be easier to face two people. Kai Shou. This brat fights the same way as that mad dog. You be asterisk 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 D. You are so self-righteous. Each of their attacks was wrapped with Conqueror's haki, and the power was so strong that it caused considerable damage to Bacchus' body. I didn't expect him to be so powerful without a weapon. Click. Breathing of thunder, Xingyichuan, Bengchen. A crisp sound was heard, and tiny cracks appeared on the arm bones. At the same time, the right fist that had sunk into the abdomen exerted force again. Kaido struggled to his feet, glaring at Bacchus. Just like that mad dog, equally desperate. Chapter 140 Buster Call is launched, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Garp's office, brew, on the simple desk, a silver den mushi rang, and Garp's face looked gloomy. Have you found Bacchus's location? Well, after so much time, it's time to know Bacchus's location. Otherwise, this world government is just useless. This is Garp, please tell me what I want to say. Garp answered the phone, his fists clenched involuntarily, and there was deep hatred in his eyes. An old voice sounded from the other end of the silver den mushi. Garp, someone has given us information about Bacchus. Bacchus is now in Charlotte Linlin's territory, Cake Island. Buster Call, start. Garp suppressed his displeasure and responded indifferently. Don't talk to me in that condescending tone. If Bacchus dies, your world government will owe me a huge favor. Then Garp hung up the phone and rushed to Sengoku's office. Although Sengoku has abdicated, he has not completely left the Marine and is now working as a civilian employee in the Marine. Sengoku, found Bacchus' location, finally found it? Sengoku put down the papers in his hands and took off his glasses. 2 years ago, Garp told Sengoku about the world government's plot and wanted him to help see the world government's intentions. Hatred can blind people, and Garp doesn't want his actions to cause widespread harm to the world. Of course, he also wanted to use Sengoku's power to keep Bacchus forever. Sengoku didn't realize that the world government had any other intentions and, in recent years, Bacchus' behavior has become increasingly insane, with civilians, marines, and even pirates dying at his hands. He has become a complete lunatic. Sengoku recalled the murderous aura that Bacchus exuded towards the CP9 members in the office. He should have realized at that time that this guy was cold and ruthless, and anyone could be sacrificed as long as he could achieve his goal. I don't know why Zephyr is so confident in Bacchus. Sengoku whispered, holding his head. No wonder, after all, we've been through that kind of thing. This world must have a savior, but it definitely won't be a madman. To reduce casualties, Bacchus must die. Sengoku called various vice admirals and passed on information. Buster Call has been initiated. Target, Bacchus, location, Cake Island. Sengoku and Garp head to the port to launch the warship. But a soldier blocked the two of them. Advertisement. Vice Admiral Garp, no one can mobilize troops without the order of Marshal Akainu. He had a blank expression on his face and was a full head shorter than Garp. Garp's large frame easily enveloped him. UB*****************. D. Garp was furious. He picked up the Marine standing in front of him with one hand, and the murderous aura and pressure from years of fighting burst out. He was in a hurry to rush to Cake Island to kill Bacchus, but the Marine in front of him was determined to go against him and was flying the flag of Marshal Akainu. This immediately ignited Garp's anger. However, the Marine still stood firmly in front of Garp. When I was fighting so hard for Marine, you didn't even know where you were. Garp raised his right fist, about to strike the Marine in the face. The huge fist continued to grow larger in the Marine's eyes, but he was not afraid at all and did not take a step back. Yes. Are all the Hawks so stubborn? Sengoku held his head in frustration, but he wasn't going to stop it. Stop it, Vice Admiral Garp. A large hand caught the falling fist. A tall blind man wearing a cloak of justice and a purple bathrobe stood beside Garp. He opened his eyes with the whites of his eyes wide open and spoke to the Marine. My admiral authority should be enough. Office of the Marine Marshal. Marshal Akainu, something bad has happened. A Marine rushed into the office in a panic and reported to Akainu. Vice Admiral Garp, Sengoku and Admiral Fujitora accepted the buster call and secretly led a large number of warships to Cake Island. I heard that the target is Rear Admiral Bacchus, who has already left the Marines. What? Akainu was furious. What is this? Mobilizing troops without the Marshal's order. As a Marine Marshal, how can I have any dignity left? He dialed Fujitora's Den Den Mushi and yelled, Fujitora, what do you mean? On the other side of the Den Den Mushi was endless silence, and a faint sea breeze could be heard. After a long while, Fujitora spoke slowly. Marshal Akainu, I have met Bacchus. He is a madman who will do anything to achieve his goals. Do you know how many Marines and civilians Dressrosa sacrificed? So, we must get rid of him. Advertisement. Akainu sneered. Is this your excuse? Don't forget, I was the one who promoted you to the rank of Admiral. What's going on now? Split. There was silence again for a long time before Fujitora spoke softly. Sorry. After the call was disconnected, Akainu's face became gloomy. He clenched his hands suddenly, crushing the Den Den Mushi, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and he cursed angrily with gritted teeth. Damn it. Marine's military funds have become richer in recent years, and its strength and resources have also become stronger because of the gold he confiscated from the Golden Emperor. But, just when things were looking up, these bastards did this to him. How could he not be annoyed? Brew, brew. Another Den Den Mushi rang on the table, and Akainu answered the call. Marshal Akainu, Sengoku and the others said they're going to launch a buster call. Should we go? Ghost Spider's anxious voice came from the microphone. No, Akainu said firmly. Really? I see. Ghost Spider breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of chasing Bacchus, he might as well kill a few more pirates. Akainu stood in front of the window, looking into the distance, feeling extremely upset. He lit a cigar and took a long drag. Bacchus, you must survive. He sighed. Since Bacchus is on Cake Island, it proves that he is planning to get rid of Charlotte Linlin, one of the three emperors. Now there are Garp, Sengoku and others. The chances of survival are slim. Brew, brew, brew. The Den Den Mushi rang again, and Akainu was a little surprised. What happened again? He answered the phone and a familiar voice came from the other end. Marshal Akainu, please come to Wanokuni, now Kaido. Akainu suddenly realized, is that you? Then he suddenly smiled. Bacchus is really. Chapter 141. I don't want to play with you anymore. On a small island, the ferocious and brutal conqueror's haki burst out from Katakori's body. His face was distorted, and he rushed towards Gatrina with a huge black mace dragging in his right arm. Chop and slice the rice cake. The mace came down towards him, but Gatrina, holding a blue-gray table knife, dodged it easily with a flash of his body. Boom. The mace sank into the ground, the hard rocks shattered and stones flew everywhere. Where did you go? Katakori's eyes glowed red, and the observation haki covered the island, but no trace of Gatrina was found. What surprised him even more was why he couldn't foresee Gatrina's future. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, a sharp cold light came from his waist, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged to his heart. Katakori immediately covered his back with armament haki, and the next second, the sharp tip of the knife pierced into the side of his abdomen next to the spine with unstoppable force. Bite. There was a harsh sound accompanied by dense sparks. Katakori groaned and endured the pain. Countless sharp black thorns protruded from his back, forcing Gatrina back. Gatrina retreated repeatedly, the sharp tip of the knife stained with blood red. He stuck out his tongue, licked the blood on the tip of the knife, and said with some regret. I didn't expect you to react. What a pity. Otherwise, I can eat fresh kidneys. There was a slight knife wound on Katakori's back, and blood was flowing out. Special armament haki. Katakori's expression became increasingly uglier. That armament haki was full of vigor, and he couldn't resist it with his current armament haki. Moreover, his foresight had no effect on the B************* D in front of him. The situation is very unfavorable. Suddenly, Katakori's expression changed and he started laughing. You don't know yet what kind of predicament your captain is facing now. He clapped his palms on the ground, and the hard rocks around him turned into a snow-white flowing glutinous ball, gradually flowing towards Gatrina. The fruit awakens, the flowing glutinous rice balls. Gatrina smiled confidently. Our captain is the one who is going to end this era. His strength is beyond the imagination of a small shrimp like you. How can the cicada and the dove know the ambition of Kunpeng? He swung the dinner knife in his hand and slashed out with a flying blow. Advertisement puff. The flying and slashing blow sank into the ground like cutting tofu, and a deep ditch suddenly appeared, and the flowing glutinous ball stopped moving forward. Oh, really? Katakori raised the corner of his mouth and said. What if we add a Kaido of the beasts? Kaido has already allied himself with Mom, and Mom probably realized I was lying. Can your captain stand up to 2 sea emperors? Gatrina's expression froze, and the smile on his face slowly faded. At the same time, Katakori's eyes flashed, and he controlled the flowing glutinous rice balls, assimilating them into densely packed long strips of rice cakes, covered with the jet-black armament hockey. Bang! Countless rice cake strips hit Gatrina like dense raindrops. Gatrina maneuvered in the dense web of rice cake strips. Sonic booms rang in his ears, blue-black blade light flashed continuously, and strips of rice cakes fell to the ground. The rice cake arms that fell to the ground turned into sticky balls, gradually covering the entire ground. Gatrina did not notice the changes in the ground. By the time he reacted, his feet were already stuck to the sticky balls on the ground and he could not move. Countless long strips of rice cakes fell towards him like a flood. Suddenly, the blade in his hand emitted a green glow, and slashed out an extremely huge flying slash, chopping all the rice cakes to the ground, unstoppable. So what? The captain's strength is not something those two can resist. What confidence? Katakori laughed crazily. What confidence? What about adding Marine's Buster Call? You know, the last time the Marine arrested the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet, they dispatched Admirals Garp and Sengoku. Katakori said jokingly with a crazy look in his eyes. And now, after 2.5 years of training, Marine's strength has reached its peak in many years. So, how many Admiral-level forces will be deployed to deal with Bacchus this time? Gatrina was struck by lightning, his whole body trembled and his face changed drastically. Even if Bacchus has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape this pursuit. I already knew that he would not keep his promise, and I also needed other power to make him die here. Moreover, before the blue-gray blade light made contact, he could already feel the dull pain in his skin. He spat out a stream of blood and laughed grimly. With a loud bang, the 2 palms slammed together fiercely, creating waves of air. Advertisement. He actually broke through his armament hockey directly. But before the Marine arrives, Bacchus must kill Charlotte Linlin. Gatrina's expression was extremely grim. Gatrina was embedded in the ground, looking miserable. Suddenly, the glutinous ball on the ground bulged up and condensed into 2 huge palms. With the terrifying force and the sound of sonic boom, the 2 palms quickly closed together. As soon as he finished speaking, Gatrina flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yeah, the rest of them. Gatrina stood there in a daze. No matter how powerful the captain was, he couldn't defeat so many enemies. I'm going to start. Guess where the rest of our friends are. Besides, do you think you are the only one who has a backup plan? Boom. So Katakori took advantage of Marine's time difference, and when Marine arrived at Cake Island, Bacchus at that time would definitely not be able to resist Marine's pursuit. Chance. The billowing smoke blocked his vision. Katakori's chest heaved violently and he gasped heavily. Before he could react, he had to use armament hockey to defend himself. Katakori's eyes widened, the blade in front of him splattered a string of blood, and a shallow knife wound appeared on his chest. Clang. Then, Katakori jumped up, and his huge glutinous fist was wrapped in raging flames. He punched out like a meteorite and hit Gatrina directly in his palms. Katakori seized the opportunity, focused his eyes, and controlled the sticky ball under Gatrina's feet. Otherwise, no one can afford the cost of deceiving their mother. Pooh. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and slowly stood up. His golden hair was covered with dust and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Originally, I wanted to play with you for a while longer, but now it seems that I have to get rid of you immediately. The wind blew gently and the black smoke gradually dissipated. Guess how many of your brothers and sisters are left now? Snap. The blue-gray blade clanged, and Gatrina flashed in front of Katakori and slashed with it. Clap your hands and rice cake, grilled rice cakes. Katakori's pupils suddenly shrank. Katakori looked in astonishment at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. This speed was even faster than before. Advertisement. Chapter 142. No one survives an unknown sea area. The sea was littered with shipwrecks and biscuit crumbs, burning with flames. A huge biscuit was floating on the sea. Daifuku, Cracker, and Smoothie were panting and swaying profusely. In the sky, Charizard and Phoenix forms of Balaki were flying in the air, their condition not declining at all. Kesu. There are too many disadvantages to fighting on the sea. Cracker cursed under his breath. In this small space, they couldn't fully utilize their abilities. Roar. Flames rolled in the mouth of the Charizard, and then an extremely thick column of fire gushed out. Jet Flame. Cracker raised the biscuit shield in his hand, covered with the dark armament hockey, and resisted the pillar of fire falling from the sky. The pillar of fire hit the shield and dispersed, and the dark armament color gradually turned red. We must get rid of this dragon first. Smoothie moved his legs and jumped high into the air, holding the sword high in his hand and chopped it down hard at the Charizard's head. Balaki flapped his wings and rushed towards Smoothie in the sky. Suddenly, a fist filled with high temperature and wrapped in scalding steam continued to grow in Bailaki's eyes. Be buried with my family, Daifuku roared and punched Bailaki hard. In a panic, Bailaki had to use his wings to block the punch. Sizzle, the terrifying high temperature burned her feathers. Bailaki felt pain and 9-colored flames burned all over her body. Bailaki's surroundings were woven into a flaming bathrobe. The raging flames rushed towards her. Dafu hurriedly stepped back and fell rapidly onto the biscuit ground. At the same time, the long sword chopped down in front of him, but the Charizard curled its mouth in a humane way, its fists flashed with a metallic luster, and it punched out with a terrifying force, directly knocking the long sword away. Million-ton punch. Then he swung his tail and hit Smoothie hard. Iron Tail. Smoothie groaned as if he was hit by a high-speed train, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and fell straight into the sea like a comet. Paw. A few clear high fives were heard, and a large biscuit appeared on the sea surface and caught the falling Smoothie. Bang! Advertisement spider web-like cracks appeared on the biscuit, and Smoothie spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it! He's so strong even in close combat. Cracker gritted his teeth and looked at the dying Smoothie with despair in his eyes. Charizard put his hands on his hips proudly, his mind going over what Bacchus had said to him. Why are you so dumb? Even Kung Fu manatees can learn armament hockey, but you still haven't learned it. How about this? You learn how to use the Iron Tail and control that energy until you can skillfully move it to any part of Wu's body. Then observation hockey will use this skill of seeing through. I tell you, if you don't master this power, your energy will be gone once you release it. Roar. Now let's see who dares to call lousy stupid. Charizard roared proudly. Now, I am invincible. Charizard, it's time to end the battle. I don't know what's going on with Gatrina and Tora. Do you need any help? Balaki said and Charizard nodded. Then the two men stood side by side, with little sparks of fire coming out of their bodies. They grew in the wind until they became like two miniature suns, dazzling beyond compare. One was a rose-red flame with the loud cry of a phoenix, and the other was a deep orange flame with the long roar of a dragon. What's this? Dafu narrowed his eyes. The temperature around him was rising at an unimaginable speed, like a furnace. Even the void became blurred and distorted. Cracker's face froze and he clapped his hands continuously. Countless cookies appeared out of thin air and blocked the way of the few people. High in the sky, two small fireballs gradually merged into one. An enormous fireball containing terrifying energy was suspended in the sky, just like a flaming red sun. Gulp. Gulp. The sea surface began to boil, bubbles rose one after another, and the sound of explosions continued. The temperature rises to a new level, as if it can melt everything. Emperor Yan. Combo skills. The fireball slowly fell down, emitting a dazzling light, and the biscuits blocking it were easily turned into powder. This is such a powerful force. Daifuku knelt down in despair, and Cracker watched the cookies he created turn into powder, feeling powerless. The next moment, the sun suddenly exploded, endless power burst out, and caused waves. Immediately afterwards, the waves rolled and rolled upwards. Advertisement, a blazing white light shone upon the world, and everything seemed to be dissolved. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion echoed across the vast ocean. The surging airwaves swept in all directions like a tsunami. The white clouds in the sky were diluted a little, and visible heat waves spread out. Then everything calmed down. The white light gradually dissipated, and the surging sea surface returned to calm. The hot wind wrinkled the sea surface. The sun was warm, the clouds were shy, and the wind was gentle. Everything seems very beautiful. 3 charred, unrecognizable corpses floated on the sea. All members were wiped out, no one survived. Balaki transformed into a human form and landed on the back of Charizard. It's finally over. Bailaki breathed a sigh of relief, took out a Den Mushi and dialed the number. Brew. The call was connected, and a young girl's voice came from the other end of the line. Sister Bailaki, have you finished dealing with that? Ah, the mission has been completed. Is there any problem with the captain? It's okay. Brother Bacchus said that we don't need to worry about him. We just need to complete our mission and then we will meet up at the Fishman Island. Okay, so how's it going over there? On the other side of the phone, Yin was holding a Den Mushi, floating above the sea, looking up at the waterfall that was descending from the clouds, connecting the sky and the sea. The sound of the rushing water hitting the sea surface made a roar. The cliff, which seemed as high as the sky and extremely smooth, was even more daunting. Natural barrier. Wanokuni. With such a terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, it is no wonder that Wanokuni was so powerful back then. I still have work to do. He should be on his way now. Also, Brother Bacchus might be in danger. Someone leaked Bacchus' location, and the Marine issued a buster call. Bailaki frowned. What should I do? Should I go help the captain? No need. Brother Bacchus still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Yin said this with great confidence. Now, no one in the world can kill Brother Bacchus. Chapter 143 Fierce Battlecake Island. Tai Chi. Wild Horse's Mane. Bacchus growled, his eyes sharpened, and he swung his hands in a circle. Black and white energies burst out of his body, forming a black and white Tai Chi diagram around him, which quickly spun around his body. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams, Wei Nation, heavy cut. On both sides of him, two tall figures were waving their weapons. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, covered in blood, had hideous faces and were using all their strength, their knotted muscles bulging. The terrifying Conqueror's haki was wrapped around it, and black and red lightning roared and flickered. A mighty gust of air swept in all directions and hit Bacchus heavily. Bang! The mace and the huge blade smashed down on the fast-spinning Tai Chi diagram around Bacchus with unstoppable force. The ground beneath the feet of the three people collapsed, rubble flew everywhere, a purgatory like wind howled, and the earth wailed. Snap! Tiny cracks appeared on the Tai Chi diagram around Bacchus, and the cracks were still spreading. It would soon break apart. However, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido did not show any joy on their faces. Because most of the power of the two people's combined attack was blocked by the Tai Chi diagram, only a small part of the force hurt Bacchus. What kind of skill is this? Is it a fruit ability? The moves used by Bacchus were so strange and subtle that the two were unable to defend themselves. This is also the reason why the two have been unable to defeat Bacchus and have even fallen into a disadvantage. Snap! The cracks in the Tai Chi diagram increased again and were about to break apart. Bacchus groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, clenched his teeth, and looked grim. Sure enough, Tai Chi still had some difficulty facing the attacks of the two Sea Emperors. When the force is too great, no matter how skilled you are, you will not be able to move this powerful force. How can Mayfly shake the tree with a nuclear weapon? But unfortunately, Bacchus is not Mayfly, and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are not worthy of being the insurmountable tree. If you just try to move it forcefully, it will backfire on your body. But, does Bacchus care? He sneered, put his hands in the air, and took a half step to draw a circle. Advertisement then, the violent power outside the Tai Chi diagram gradually turned into a blood-red halo, gathered in Bacchus' palm, and rolled into a ball. Crunch. Bacchus' whole body creaked, veins bulged, and his body trembled violently because of the force. Scarlet blood oozed from his enlarged pores, and he became a bloody man. It can actually absorb our power. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's pupils suddenly shrank. With their observation haki, endless energy was gathered into the energy ball in Bacchus' hand. He was like a constantly expanding balloon. Is this kid crazy? The next moment, Bacchus supported himself with his hands, spitting out blood. Some blood vessels in his body burst. His whole body was covered in blood. The Tai Chi diagram rotating around his body shattered. The energy ball suddenly exploded, and a violent and brutal force spread out. Boom! The ground within a radius of hundreds of miles was pressed down by this terrifying energy, and everything in the area covered was turned into fine powder. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled and blood mixed with internal organs gushed out. They were blown away by the powerful force. It can actually return our power. Such a wonderful technique. Kaido pressed Bajizai to the ground and struggled to get up. His chest made a whirring sound like a bellows. He covered several dented spots on his body, which were caused by Bacchus' Xingyichuan punches, and they hurt slightly. Damn little devil, my fist hurts. He couldn't help but think of Garp's Iron Fist. Garp's Iron Fist was just hard, and although it had the power to crush everything in its path, the damage it caused was only on the surface, relying solely on brute force. However, in addition to mobilizing the strength of his entire body, Bacchus's fist also has this clever power, which is like a bamboo-breaking force, attacking the internal organs directly. Charlotte Linlin's condition was even more miserable. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered in blood. You be asterisk 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 D. You made me so embarrassed. She had a ferocious face, her eyes were full of rage, her tongue hung out of her mouth, and she waved her hand, summoning Zeus and Prometheus. Mother, a crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and Bacchus groaned. The bones in his left arm were visibly bent. He felt intense pain and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The surging darkness swallowed them both like a wave and they disappeared. As the huge blade was about to fall, Bacchus slowly raised his left arm. You are in the way, be swallowed by the darkness. Bacchus' face froze, and he was about to dodge when the wind howled above his head. Large mouthfuls of scarlet blood spurted out of Charlotte Linlin's mouth. Her whole body shook, the water in her body rioted, and she was in great pain. She flew backwards. Prometheus turned into a broken sun. The temperature around it rose rapidly, burning with raging flames, attached to the back of Charlotte Linlin's head, and her flying hair suddenly ignited flames. Advertisement, call. He swung his right fist hard, hitting Charlotte Linlin in the abdomen. Fishman Karate. Secret technique. A roar like thunder exploded in his ears. Snap. It's too late. Puff. Zeus hurriedly tried to rush over to catch his mother, but he was suddenly unable to move. Looking back, he saw inky darkness rising around Bacchus. Emperor Sword-breaking blade. Bacchus was about to check the injury on his left arm when suddenly a tall figure blocked his view. Bacchus ignored it and continued to use the breathing method forcefully. Zeus' body expanded rapidly and turned into a large thundercloud, floating under Charlotte Linlin's feet. Bang! Pay your debt with your life. The blade did not come into direct contact with the left arm, and black and red lightning raged. Takaru Yoshinori, Drunk wheel thunder, inducing Naraku. Zeus rushed towards Bacchus like lightning. Charlotte Linlin swung the giant sword in her hand, and black and red lightning crackled. Bacchus growled, and with a thought, the moisture in the air condensed into visible droplets, gathering into a ball of water in his clenched right fist. He sneered, opened his right palm, and then clenched it tightly. Flames and lightning intertwined, the blade lengthened, and slashed down heavily towards Bacchus. He let out a long breath, exhaling a cloud of mist. The blood in his body began to flow at a very fast speed. The blood vessels that had not yet been repaired ruptured again and began to bleed, and pain followed. Bacchus's body was unstable. He had suffered a lot of damage in the aftermath and had not yet recovered. A python made of darkness bit Zeus's body, and so did Prometheus. The black and red lightning wrapped around Bajizai was as fast as lightning and hit Bacchus' head like a meteorite. Bacchus' left arm was swollen and hung straight down, unable to move. Chapter 144. Should I let it go? Boom! Thunder roared, and Bajizai struck Bacchus hard on the head. Bacchus' eyes widened, his mind went blank, waves of dizziness made him stagger, and his chest rose and fell violently. The scene in front of him suddenly became blurred and he fell to his knees weakly. He suddenly felt a warm sensation on his head and a red glow appeared in his sight. Bacchus touched his forehead, it was sticky and his entire palm was covered in scarlet blood. Buzz! A loud buzzing sound echoed in his mind and blood flowed down his cheeks. Hey, kid, don't be so arrogant in your next life. Kaido sneered, raised the Bajizai in his hand, and swung it again at Bacchus who was kneeling on the ground. Bacchus barely raised his arms and narrowly blocked the blow. But the whole person was knocked flying, his body pressed against the ground, plowing a long groove. Bacchus lay powerlessly on the ground, bleeding from all his orifices, looking extremely miserable. But he suddenly smiled and murmured, I see, I see. Kaido's eyes widened, and he became furious. What are you laughing at, little brat? Are you laughing at me? Kaido dragged the heavy Bajizai and rushed towards Bacchus, jumped high, and swung down with a stick. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Bacchus stood up slowly, his smile growing wider. Boom! His pulse was vibrating at a high frequency. He clenched his right fist. Ice blue lightning flashed around his fist, and dots of frost condensed on his entire right arm. A terrifying aura poured out, stirring up a freezing gale, and the ice blue conqueror's haki covered an area of 100 miles. What? Kaido looked at Bacchus' right fist in shock and fear, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, so he had to use all his strength and swing the stick down. Bacchus punched out, and ice blue lightning raged and danced wildly, colliding violently with the falling Bajizai. There was no direct contact, an energy ball condensed between the two. The two forces eroded each other and confronted each other fiercely. The erupting wind and waves were as sharp as knives, leaving scratches on the earth. Advertisement: the sky was torn apart, surging airwaves swept in all directions, the ground cracked, cracks like the abyss spread, and dust and smoke flew. Thank you for your teaching, Mr. Guy. Bacchus grinned, and the ice blue lightning wrapped around his arms suddenly became extremely thick and flashed continuously. Behind him, the ice blue lightning and Conqueror's haki intertwined to form an extremely cold lion majesty, whose blue vertical pupils stared at Kaido. Frost spread from the pitch-black mace, and the temperature around it dropped sharply to freezing point. The black and red lightning seemed to be frozen. Kaido felt his body gradually becoming stiff. He looked at the lion majesty spitting out a snake's tongue behind Bacchus in horror. How could that be? How could his spirit be so strong? Even stronger than a Kainu, Conqueror's, entanglement? Charlotte Linlin looked at the scene with dull eyes, and then roared angrily. Kaido, you be asterisk 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 d. What on earth did you do? How could he suddenly understand Conqueror's entanglement technique during the battle? The next moment, a violent energy ball suddenly exploded, Bacchus' figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Kaido, and hit Kaido's abdomen with his frosty fist. Ba-chan Xing Yi Bang Quan. A piercing pain came from Kaido's abdomen, his eyeballs bulged out, and blood mixed with internal organs gushed out of his mouth. Behind him, circles of white airwaves spread out, and Kaido flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, with a large concave area in his abdomen, and crashed through several mountains. Now, it's your turn. Bacchus turned around suddenly with a weird smile on his face. Behind him, Lion Majesty was spitting out a snake's tongue, and a pair of ice blue vertical pupils were flashing dangerously. Zeus, Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin wanted to summon both of them, but found that her connection with them had been severed long ago. Bacchus kicked the ground with one leg, and a hole suddenly exploded in the ground beneath his feet, and he quickly shot towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin had no choice but to hold the knife handle tightly and chop down with the sharp blade. Bacchus dodged it easily, frost condensed on his arms, temporarily stabilizing the injury on his left arm, and fought in close combat. Punch, elbow, knee strike. Every hard part of the body is like a sharp weapon, and the attack angles are extremely tricky, such as the throat, temple, heart. All kinds of attacks fell on Charlotte Linlin's body like a rainstorm. Every strike is entangled with Conqueror's haki. Charlotte Linlin rolled her eyes and was beaten so badly that she had no power to fight back. Ba-chan Xing Yi Pao Quan. Bacchus threw both fists at the enemy, and ice blue lightning crackled. Advertisement boom. Waves of air exploded behind Charlotte Linlin, blood flowed from all her orifices, and her body, as huge as a mountain, slowly fell backwards to the ground. Bacchus was panting. After several days of intense fighting, he was exhausted and had no strength left. Madman! Madman! Kaido muttered as he looked at Charlotte Linlin, who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly a cannonball came, and a darkness appeared behind Bacchus. The cannonball sank into the darkness and there was no sound anymore. Bacchus frowned and looked at the place where the shells were flying in the distance. On the sea in the distance, dense black spots were constantly moving towards Cake Island. After a long time, I could vaguely see a seagull flag fluttering in the air. This is, Kaido looked at the dense black spots and the familiar flag with fear. This scale. It's Buster Call. No, I can't stay here. Kaido acted decisively and transformed into a green dragon. Fiery red flames rose from his foreclaws and he soared into the sky to escape from this place of trouble. Hey, Kaido, we are allies, come and save me. Pirates are also kind and righteous. Charlotte Linlin raised her hands tremblingly and asked Kaido for help. I can't protect myself, old woman. I'm sorry. Kaido apologized inwardly, accelerated again, and his figure quickly disappeared in the thick clouds. So impatient, Garp. It seems that the hatred brought to you by the death of your two grandsons has made you lose your mind. Bacchus naturally knew the Marine's intentions and the goal of this Buster Call. He took out a bottle of recovery potion, tilted his head back and drank it. The powerful vitality quickly repaired the injuries in his body. Bacchus, let me go. I can fight the Marine together and help you escape from the Marine's pursuit. I believe you are now exhausted. Now, only the two of us can work together to get out of danger. Charlotte Linlin, who was lying on the ground, suggested to Bacchus, her eyes full of determination. She was certain that Bacchus would agree, and only in this way could both of them survive. Bacchus looked at Charlotte Linlin, who looked confident. Should I promise her to help me escape from this dangerous situation? Chapter 145 Death is your destination. How's it going, Bacchus? Charlotte Linlin observed Bacchus's expression, and saw that the corners of Bacchus' mouth curved slightly and he smiled. Then, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but sneer. What did they say about killing all the pirates? But when it came to their lives, they chose to let them go. Please go away. Bacchus grinned. A milky white halo condensed on his left foot, raised it, and stomped hard on Charlotte Linlin's head. What? Charlotte Linlin was shocked and said quickly. Only I can help you get out of your current predicament. Unnecessary. Buzz. The terrifying shockwaves caused the entire island to shake and the ground to tear apart. Charlotte Linlin's head visibly deflated, blood gushed from all her orifices, her eyes were white with nothing, and there was no sign of life left. 4 emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, see. Bacchus let out a long sigh and looked at Kaido walking away, feeling a little regretful. If Marine hadn't come, maybe he could have kept Kaido here. But he will die sooner or later. Bacchus drank another bottle of recovery potion, but it was a pity that Mancherly was not by his side, otherwise his injuries would have healed much faster. While the Marine was still some distance away, Bacchus sat down cross-legged and tried to recover his strength as much as possible. Suddenly, Bacchus frowned and looked at the dense black spots in the sky. The camera zoomed in, and saw countless shells flying at high speed in the air, falling towards the Cake Island with great precision. Boom, boom, boom. Like a black rain, countless shells fell and the continuous explosions resounded through the sky. Mushroom clouds rose up, and the ground became bumpy, with holes one after another all around. Indiscriminate bombing. Bacchus waved his hand, and the darkness on the surface of his body quickly spread to the surroundings, forming a semicircle that enveloped him completely. The shells hit the darkness like stones sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples. While the Marine is still some distance away from here, it would be better to recover some strength first. In the sea not far away, more than a dozen huge warships were lined up in a row, rushing towards the island ahead at high speed, and behind them was a group of small fleets, forming a huge crowd. Flames spewed from the black muzzles of the warships, and one shell after another was fired at the nearby island. At the bow of the main ship in the middle, 3 snow-white cloaks of justice fluttered in the wind. 2 gray-haired old men and a blind uncle. Did Kaido escape? Sengoku raised his head and looked at Kaido's figure quickly fleeing in the sky, his eyes full of solemnity. Advertisement, to be able to fight against 2 sea emperors on his own. He sighed. Bacchus, why is it that your strength always shocks me every time we meet? Why is your strength like a bottomless pit? Why would someone with such great power be so cruel? What a great thing it would be if this power was in the Marine, used to maintain the balance of the world. Be careful, everyone. It seems that Bacchus has killed Charlotte Linlin. His strength. Sengoku paused, then spoke solemnly. Terribly strong. Compared to the last time he was at Dressrosa, he is totally different. Fujitora opened his eyes with the whites of his eyes wide open, tightly gripping the gravity knife in his hand. But now he is so weak that he is unrecognizable. Snort. Garp sneered. Of course the kid has no strength left. Facing 2 sea emperors alone, he would be crippled if not dead. Sengoku's brows were furrowed, and the murderous aura on Garp's body was tangible and extremely violent. Garp, as the distance shortened, Garp's breathing became heavier, and he emanated a murderous aura. Damn you Bacchus. Just wait for me, these shells don't seem to have any effect on Bacchus. Fujitora opened his palm and grasped the hilt of the knife. Vast circles of purple circular airwaves rose from his body and rushed straight into the sky. Let me start first. Clang. Fujitora drew his sword from its sheath, and an invisible gravity field covered the surroundings. In the sky, the thick clouds seemed to be under great pressure and dispersed and disappeared. Whoosh, the howling of the wind became clearer and clearer, and ripples spread out in the sky. I saw a huge meteorite. Report to Marshal Akainu, Wano-kuni is ahead. A marine reported to Akainu, who was standing straight at the bow. Advertisement, oh, I see. Akainu crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, staring at the waterfall in the distance that was rushing down from the sky. Oh my, it's really spectacular, Sakazuki. No wonder Wano-kuni was so powerful before. There's a great swordsman like Shimotsuki Ryoma. If possible, I really want to try his swordsmanship. By the way, Sakazuki, your subordinates really only obey your orders. I, the admiral, am standing next to you, but he doesn't even look at me. Beside Akainu, Kizaru chattered non-stop. Shut up, Borsellino. Akainu looked annoyed. When did you become so talkative? Besides, I didn't call you here to tell me this. Kizaru laughed and looked smug. Oh, I accidentally made you angry. Your expression right now is really scary. Akainu snorted coldly, veins on his forehead bulged, and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. Kizaru decided to quit while he was ahead and asked doubtfully. But how do we get up there? The two of us can easily use moonwalk to get up there, but what about the others? Akainu said lightly. You'll know soon enough. As the warship continued to move forward, the roar of the waterfall entering the sea became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared in their sight. Kizaru looked at the familiar figure and suddenly realized. I see, using the power of the lion fruit, it is indeed easy to move all the warships into Wano-kuni. It's finally here. Yin floated in the air and flew towards the warship. Sashi ignores that. Yin. Kizaru smiled and greeted Yin. Ah. Yin responded and landed steadily on the boat. Are these Marine Admiral Akainu and Kizaru? They look very strong. Man Shirley, who was hiding in Yin's pocket, quietly poked her head out and swallowed her saliva. He's as ferocious as the captain. Man Shirley shrank her head in fear and crawled back into Yin's pocket. Yin, you seem to be carrying something extraordinary on you. Chapter 146 at all costs. This doesn't seem to be any of your business, Admiral Kizaru. Yin retorted, looked at Akainu, and then said, now that Kaido is no longer in Wano-kuni, Brother Bacchus asked me to help you eliminate the pirates of Wano-kuni. Akainu nodded, the muscles on his face twitched, and he forced out an apologetic smile, but it was uglier than crying. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop the world government's buster call, Bacchus. Don't worry, Brother Bacchus is fine, he still has other means to use. And, Marshal Akainu, you'd better stop laughing, it's a bit ugly. Yin couldn't bear to watch and waved at Akainu. Hearing this, Akainu pulled his military cap down and bowed his head. Kizaru looked at Akainu with interest. Ah, Sakazuki, I didn't expect that you also have an embarrassed side, ha 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 ha. Kizaru was about to laugh when he suddenly saw a little scarlet light coming out of Akainu's right arm. He glanced at him coldly and his laughter stopped abruptly. Ahem, just kidding. Get ready for takeoff. As Yin spoke, he raised his hand. The entire warship shook at first, and then the warship floated in the air and flew straight into the sky. Yin went to other warships and did the same thing. All the warships flew upwards and soon crossed the waterfall. It's really spectacular. Kizaru sighed, looking at the surging waves and the vertically flowing seawater, wondering how such a terrain was formed. Soon, all the warships crossed the waterfall and saw a desolate and lonely country where people lived like zombies. People were skinny and had sallow faces. Living seemed to be an extremely painful thing for them. Above Wano-kuni, a skull island supported by a fiery cloud is suspended in the sky above Wano-kuni. The eyes of the skull still emitted faint flames, which was extremely terrifying. Akainu was extremely cold, emitting a murderous aura, and spoke word by word. Let's begin, a full-scale attack. Goal, kill all the pirates. At any cost. Kill. Advertisement. Wano-kuni is the capital city and the capital of flowers. In a luxuriously decorated Japanese palace with red walls and green tiles, a man with a square face, a big head and mouth, a slightly bald head, a crown on his head, purple hair tied on the right side, and an upturned beard was lying on the lap of a dancer. Another dancer was holding a plate and feeding some grapes into his mouth from time to time. He was wearing a yellow kimono with many black crescent-shaped pentagonal patterns on it, and a patterned black cloak draped over his back. The current general of Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi. General, Marine. Marine. They. A soldier ran over in a panic, gasping for breath and speaking incoherently. Damn it. If you have anything to fart, just say it now. Don't disturb Lousy's fun. The snake threw the grapes from the dancer's plate at the samurai who was running over. The warrior didn't dare to dodge, otherwise he would completely anger the adult, and then he spoke with fear on his face. General, Marine Marshal Akainu is coming with his army to invade Wano-kuni. What? The big snake sat up suddenly, its eyes wide open. Marine. Why are they here? Where's that B************ D Kaido? According to Master Jin, Master Kaido left Wano-kuni a few days ago and is now not in the country. As that's so, the snake's mind was working rapidly, thinking of a countermeasure. You, Go and inform Jin and Quinn in the Rabbit Bowl prison immediately, and ask them to assemble the beast's pirates. Before that, let those Wano Kuni warriors hold out for a while. The snake sneered. Those stupid warriors are the easiest to exploit. As stupid as Odin. Hey, why are you still standing there? Go do it. The laser beam hit the dancer's head, and blood rained down, temporarily obscuring Kizaru's vision. Orochi took this opportunity to run towards another wooden door. Just as he was about to open the wooden door, suddenly, a laser beam shot through the wooden door with a puff sound, and then went straight through the snake's shoulder. The big snake roared, and the soldiers in front of him immediately crawled to carry out the big snake's orders. As long as they hold on to that ridiculous Bushido spirit and are told that the Marines are invading the country, they will definitely take up their weapons and fight to the death to resist those Marines. Advertisement. The big snake immediately stood up and wanted to hide in the basement with two young and beautiful dancers beside him. The world is big, but saving your life is the most important. Kizaru raised his index finger, and rich light particles condensed at his fingertips. A laser beam shot towards the snake's fat head. The wooden door in the big snake's eyes was getting closer and closer, and it was just within reach. The snake grabbed a dancer who was slumped on the ground and threw her towards Kizaru. Ah! Another dancer screamed, looked at the headless body falling to the ground in horror, and fainted. It seems that even if you were the general of this country, you actually manage this country like this. The violent light particles blew the entire wooden door into pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. Oh my, you look like this. It's hard to believe that you are a general of this country. A slightly obscene voice was heard, and the next moment, a deafening roar sounded. Boom! Old man, I really admire you. Damn it, Marine Admiral Kizaru. Why is he here? Ah, the two dancers were so frightened at this that they turned pale and collapsed to the ground, not knowing what to do. Almost there, blood spilled and dyed the floor red. The snake howled in agony, covering its wound and rolling on the ground. Still want to run? It's no use, I'll find a place to hide, too. Damn it. Who is it? Who is it? Just a clown. Besides, he has the support of Kaido. That be asterisk 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 D. What's so scary about a mere marine? Bang. The light particles slowly condensed into a tall figure in front of the big snake. A man in a yellow plaid suit and sunglasses had his hands in his pockets, looking at the big snake in front of him that was rolling in pain in a playful manner, and the snow-white cloak of justice behind him fluttered in the wind. One's own interests are the most important. The people of this country mean nothing. The big snake had a ferocious look on its face as it covered the bloody hole on its shoulder. Then it quickly stood up and ran towards another door. The snake laughed smugly. Let the people of this country worry about these problems. As long as I am alive, no matter how badly this country is damaged, I will let the people repair it. Chapter 147. Loneliness. Have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru smiled widely, and countless light particles gathered on his right leg, emitting a dazzling light. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, appearing in front of the big snake. He kicked out sideways, dragging a dazzling golden light, and kicked down at the speed of light. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the snake growled and its entire body suddenly swelled and twisted. An extremely huge body directly collapsed the entire house from top to bottom, a large amount of rubble and wood fell, and a large amount of dust rose. 8 thick and extremely long necks were dancing in the air, 8 mountain-like heads with bloody mouths, snake tongues flickering, sharp fangs flashing dangerous cold light, panting, and an extremely ugly fishy wind blew in the face. Zone, snake fruit, mythical beast, Yamada no Orochi form. What do you think? You must be scared to death seeing me like this, Marine. 8 ferocious snake heads with vertical pupils opened coldly and looked down at Kizaru. It stinks. I have a suggestion for you. You'd better not breathe, so as not to pollute Wanakuna's environment. Kizaru pinched his nose, looked disgusted, and kicked down with his right leg. Boom. The suddenly expanding light beam hit the neck of the Yamada no Orochi, and then the light beam suddenly shrank and exploded with a bang. Ah, the big snake cried out in pain, and its neck broke after being hit. Blood gushed out like rain, and a head as big as a hill fell straight down, stirring up a cloud of dust. The aftermath had not yet subsided, and the scales on the affected neck were rolled up, and a piece of it was charred black, revealing bright red flesh. I didn't expect that you, a so-called general, are so weak. Kizaru sneered, then put his palms together, and the light in his palms grew brighter. The sunglasses on his face reflected the light from his palms, and then his palms slowly separated, and a huge sword emitting dazzling golden light appeared in Kizaru's hands. The sword of the sky. Clang. Several golden rays streaked through the void, and several heads as big as a hill fell down, with blood gushing from the severed heads. No, you can't kill me. The giant snake, with only one head left, begged for mercy to Kizaru in great fear, its scarlet vertical pupils filled with fear. I am the general of Wano Kuni. I am still useful. First can help Marine rule Wano Kuni. Kizaru stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. That seems to be the case. The big snake was delighted and nodded frantically. Yes, I can. The next moment, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. The snake's expression froze, life quickly faded, and there was no color in its eyes. Advertisement, I'm sorry, I've been hearing Sakazuki mention Bacchus' name a lot lately, and I've been influenced by him a little without realizing it. Kizaru retracted the Tianhuian sword and scratched his ear with his little finger. Besides, Marine doesn't need a piece of trash like you. Kizaru walked out of the crumbling palace and stood on the street. The busy streets were already ablaze with flames of war, and shouts reached Kizaru's ears. The fiery red sunset was about to sink into endless darkness. The yellow sunset was shining down, and the air was filled with the smell of rust and corruption. The dilapidated palace behind him finally collapsed and turned into ruins. The brilliant red flames were reflected in Kizaru's sunglasses. Today's sunset was still so beautiful and gorgeous. The setting sun stretched his lonely figure very long. Really, I hate sunsets the most. Kizaru muttered something, but he was still admiring the gorgeous sunset with his eyes fixed on it. Actually, I don't hate the sunset, I just hate the feeling of loneliness being infinitely magnified. Before my eyes, the warriors of Wano-kuni were charging forward fearlessly, tightly gripping the hilts of their swords with expressions that showed they were ready to die. Drive these enemies who have invaded our country out of Wano-kuni. All enemies that invade our country must not be let off easily. Kill them all, Kizaru scoffed, strolling lazily down the street. What is there worth saving in this twisted world? Isn't it good to just obey this world honestly? He doesn't understand. I don't understand why we should save these ignorant people. I don't understand even more. I don't understand how that idiot Sakazuki knew that the government holds the power that can destroy the world. But he still carries out his own justice, want to change the world. I won't do such a thankless and hopeless stupid thing. Isn't it good to guard your own piece of land? Kizaru muttered to himself as he walked. Why doesn't anyone understand me? Being ambiguous is better than making meaningless sacrifices. But Marine's screams came to his ears again. Charge, for justice. Kill these people and protect the civilians. Damn it. These lunatics. They want to drive us out without caring about the lives of civilians. Advertisement. He had an urge to change this twisted world. Kizaru paused, and he suddenly felt a heat coming from his body. Ah, as expected of a soldier trained by Sakazuki, he really is exactly like him. The feeling of blood boiling disappeared. Bink, are we going to die? He saw a crystal teardrop sliding down from the corners of their eyes. Brothers, follow me, we are here to save this country. The dazzling light on his body dimmed in an instant until it disappeared. Mom, I'm scared. He saw a crystal teardrop sliding down from the corner of the child's eye. The mother comforted him tremblingly, even though she was obviously very scared herself. Oh my God, why is it so hot all of a sudden? Why is this world different from what is written in the book? In a dark corner, a skinny little girl hid in the arms of her mother with disheveled hair and extremely dirty clothes. The mother hugged the girl tightly and stroked her narrow back. A child looked at the dead bodies all over the ground, with dancing flames reflected in his eyes. He spoke in a casual manner, but his footsteps became heavier and the clear sound of his footsteps echoed in the chaotic street. He thought of that blazing white light again. Everything was annihilated in that beam of white light. It was unstoppable. A long shadow, so lonely. Countless light particles gathered around him, and he seemed as dazzling as the sun. But it's okay, we will be together forever. He walked very fast, and each step was powerful and resounding. The girl's eyes showed despair. The boy held the girl's hand tightly and spoke with a trembling voice. Well, just go back and rest, and leave the rest to that guy Sakazuki. He saw a crystal teardrop sliding down from the corner of his mother's eye. The child was very confused. Why didn't people in the real world get along with each other in a friendly way? Kizaru was holding the snow-white cloak of justice. The sun had completely set, and darkness had descended. Oh my, it's been a tiring day. Kizaru took off his cloak of justice, and with every step he took, the blood in his body grew hotter, as if something was boiling. The two snuggled together. In this chaotic world, even a simple life was a luxury. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Chapter 148 to 20 years later. An extremely huge elephant walked on the sea. Even the bottomless sea was not enough to submerge his knees. You can imagine how huge his body is. Elephant Master. His back is over 10,000 meters long, and the furry principality is built on his back, where the fur tribe lives. The fur tribe are human forms derived from various furry animals. All parts of their bodies are furry, their bodies emit static electricity, and they have special shapes during the full moon. They have lived on the back of the Elephant Master since ancient times and established a hairy principality. In a wooden house. Is that so? Looks like we have to go over there? A tall fur-bearing man with canine features, wearing a burgundy cloak, a long sword at his waist, a bamboo hat on his head, and a deep suture scar on his left cheek, spoke solemnly. The king of the day, Inuarashi. I didn't expect you to travel back from 20 years ago. You've worked so hard. Next to Inuarashi was a cat-like fur-bearing creature with shining golden hair all over his body, a ferocious face, a mouth full of sharp teeth, a pipe in his mouth, and wearing red clothes. His round belly made the red clothes stretch tightly. The king of the night, the cat-belly snake. Lord Odin has done us a favor. Since Wano-kuni is in danger, we will definitely go to help. Cat Viper said to the four people in front of him. That's great, thank you so much. A man with a goatee, uneven eyes, wearing a light kimono with black and white on the left half and orange on the right half, and wearing two sword sheaths with flame-shaped patterns, bowed his head deeply with a look of joy on his face. The leader of the 9 red scabbards, Kinnaman. That's great. We haven't fought side by side for a long time. A man who looked like a big doll head said this excitedly. He had lightning-like eyebrows that showed his sharpness, a crab-like hairstyle, a yellow crescent scar on his forehead, and was wearing a blue kimono. One of the 9 heroes of Scarlet Sky, Zhang. In that case, let's just rest for 2 days and then leave. A tall but extremely ugly man rolled his eyes. He had long, fluffy red hair with bangs, crescent-shaped eyes, and terrifyingly pale skin. One of the 9 heroes of Qishao, Zuiyu Kanjuro. Ah, it's great to have your help, but I don't think we need to wait 2 days. Let's go now without further ado. The little boy in a pink kimono said, advertisement. Kazuki Oden's son, Momosuke. Young master is right. If we wait any longer, not only will Wano-kuni be occupied by the Marines, but the people of Wano-kuni will also suffer heavy casualties. Inuarashi agreed with what Momonosuke said and immediately stood up and prepared to leave. But I'm sorry, we can't take our people to Wano-kuni to participate in the battle because they are innocent. Cat Viper apologized and explained his reasons. Ah, but if that's the case, our chances of success this time. Momonosuke looked anxious. Without the help of the Mink tribe, their chances of success this time would be extremely low. Inuarashi and Cat Viper's faces turned cold and unfriendly. Kinnaman hurriedly stepped forward and covered Momonosuke's mouth, speaking in panic. Sorry, what the young master meant is that there is no need to apologize. We are already lucky to have you participate. Kinnaman explained quickly. The expressions of Inuarashi and Nekomaru finally relaxed. Seeing that the two did not pursue the matter, Kinnaman breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a long sigh. He leaned close to Momonosuke's ear and whispered. Young master, you have to understand that the fact that the two of them are here now is a courtesy to the late Lord Oden. You are only using Lord Oden's connections now. You must understand that they are repaying Lord Oden's favor. It was quite unexpected that they agreed to help under the circumstances. Looking at Momonosuke, who seemed to understand but not quite, and a little angry, Kinnaman sighed. He walked into the cave, and a cold female voice came from the depths of the cave. After a long time, a girl with long white hair in a gradient color, a middle part, a pair of red devil horns on her head, and her white hair tied into a ponytail at the back of her head curled up in a corner. The firelight from the campfire in front of her dispelled some of the cold. Just for this, you have to fight with your father? Liberating Wano-kuni has always been my goal. I will not help you continue to harm Wano-kuni. The flames behind Jin's head suddenly grew stronger. He became emotional and growled angrily. The huge crowd immediately responded with roars. Lord Kaido is gone, and now Wano-kuni is facing the crisis of marine invasion. We need your help. Advertisement. The first of the 3 disasters is fire and ashes. Master, you still have a long way to go before you can become Lord Oden. Yamato, daughter of Kaido. Jin stated his purpose straight away. Kill them all. Is it worth it? Hey, I won't help Kaido continue to consolidate his rule in Wano-kuni. Jin stopped and saw a cave in front of him with a faint firelight flickering inside. Jin said this, then turned and left. The pirates raised their weapons and shouted loudly. She had a pretty face and a tall figure. She was wearing a sleeveless tight-fitting kimono, her feet were bare, and her hands were firmly locked with a pair of sturdy handcuffs. Jin, it doesn't seem like it's time to deliver food now? Kaido has been away from Onigashima for many days, and Jin doesn't know when Kaido will come back. What he just said were just encouraging words. Very good, we just need to guard Onigashima. Everyone, now the Marines have invaded our territory. Tell me, what should we do? Very good, Lord Kaido will be back soon. When that happens, the Marine will be defeated. Now, it's up to us to resist the Marine. Among the buildings with red walls and green tiles, a tall and strong man with a long sword hanging on his waist and black wings on his back stood in front of the dark crowd, with a blazing flame behind his head. Holding a key in his hand, he walked through the bustling buildings, and the surrounding environment became increasingly desolate. However, there is another person on Ghost Island who can increase the combat power. Kazuki Oden is the person I have been pursuing and worthy of admiration. Kaido has done him a favor. Wano-kuni must protect him, even at the cost of his own life. Yamato sneered and decisively rejected Jin's request. Do you really understand Oden's philosophy? But you are Kaido-sama's child? Ghost Island. Jin didn't answer, and the lights in front of him became more and more solid. The army is on the border, and the current strength of Onigashima is far from enough to resist the Marine. Chapter 149. Going to the meeting alone. Nothing is worth it. You will never understand Oden's thoughts nor mine. When talking about Oden, Yamato's eyes sparkled brightly and were very determined. Oden is a hero of this country. His ideas of freedom and warrior spirit are worth learning for a lifetime. Jin sneered. Then what's the point of liberating Wano-kuni if this country is gone? What? Yamato stood up suddenly, and the chain in his hand made a sharp sound. What do you mean? Yamato stared at Jin with an unfriendly look. Isn't what I said clear enough? Marine came to this country, Wano-kuna's warriors fought hard, and countless civilians were killed and injured in this war. Jin sneered repeatedly. Wano-kuni is about to perish. Yamato was struck by lightning, his eyes were dull, and then he spoke slowly. What do you want me to do? It's simple, come with me and fight against Marine. Okay, I promise you. Without saying a word, Jin untied the chains that bound Yamato's hands, not fearing that she would go back on her word. Because as long as you know a person's beliefs and dreams, and let him do things to protect his beliefs, then this person will never betray his beliefs. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, deafening explosions roared, and shrill screams and shouts entered the cave. What's going on? Jin rushed out of the cave quickly, and the scene in front of him immediately scared him. I saw potholes on the ground, scarlet magma flowing everywhere, and a hot breath blowing in my face. The entire ghost island was like hell on earth, and the terrifying high temperature made the void distorted. There were horrific-looking corpses in the magma, and not only that, there were also countless meteorites made of magma falling straight down from the sky. Boom! Countless magma meteorites sank into the earth, boiling magma splashed everywhere, and the earth turned red. Advertisement, this is magma, could it be? Jin opened his bloodshot eyes and looked at the horrifying scene in front of him. Yamato followed Jin out of the cave, and the tragic scene in front of her really shocked her. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. In the distance, a dark shadow was slowly walking towards her. The black figure was tall, with a cape fluttering in the wind behind him, and his hands seemed to be holding something. Gradually the figure became clear. He had a resolute face, wore a military cap, a white shirt, and a blood-red rose bloomed enchantingly on his chest. The current Marine Marshal, Akainu, is so powerful. Jin's eyes focused, he drew the long sword from his waist and prepared for battle. Hey, here's a little gift for you guys. Akainu sneered and threw the object in his hands, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Two bloody heads rolled to the feet of the two men, their faces unrecognizable, their flesh and blood scalded by the boiling magma. This is Runti and Peggy Wan. Jin barely recognized the owners of the two heads and became furious. UB *********** D. These are the subordinates that Lord Kaido has worked so hard to train. Yo, Kaido has carefully trained him. Akainu looked at Jin jokingly and adjusted his military cap. I think it's called the Flying Six. How boring, I haven't killed enough people yet. Akainu sneered, his eyes were stern, his eyes flashed red light, and his right fist, which was emitting dazzling red light and was wrapped in black and red lightning, collided fiercely with the mace falling in front of him. Whoosh, a dull collision sound was heard, a strong wind blew, black and red mountain lightning raged. Yamato only felt an irresistible force coming, and the whole person flew backwards. I will never forgive anyone who wants to destroy Wano-kuni. Akainu's right arm emitted a dangerous red glow, billowing black smoke rose up, and surging magma erupted like a volcano. A huge fist made of magma, with the help of the impact force of the volcanic eruption, smashed towards the two people fiercely. The dark and solemn armament Haki bloomed like a pink sakura flower on his dry and powerful bird claws and rushed towards Akainu quickly. Jin held his pitch black wings in front of him, and the magma spilled onto his wings and slowly slid down. Akainu raised his wrist, and the frozen magma around him glowed scarlet again, breaking through the ice. A huge pillar of magma rose under Akainu's feet, intercepting all the flying blows. He actually awakened Conquerors and learned Conqueror's entanglement. Advertisement. Akainu roared, and raging magma like a wave surged out from itself, condensing into a ferocious magma giant dog with bared fangs, which swallowed the ashes in the air into its stomach in one gulp. Bang! At the same time, Yamato tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Akainu again. The next moment, the giant pillar of magma suddenly exploded, scarlet and hot magma splashed everywhere, and countless magma scattered like dense raindrops. There was a rapid and violent sound of wind, the hazy mist was blown away by the wind, and several sharp flying slashes came towards Akainu. Akainu's mind moved, and his body quickly transformed into sticky magma. The flying slash passed through his body, but left him unscathed. Jin flapped his wings and floated in the air, transforming into a toothless pterosaur with flames burning behind his head. Dog fruit mythical beast big mouth true god form. Jin's eyes became more and more solemn. Having followed Kaido for many years, he naturally knew how powerful this force was. A snow-white figure rushed in front of Akainu, ignoring the rain of lava in the sky. Boom! Yamato's face darkened, and he thrust the mace in his hand straight into the ground, leaving a deep groove in the ground to stabilize his body. Jin flapped his wings, and sharp flying slashes shot towards Akainu like a net. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to use Conqueror's entanglement. At this moment, her eyes also emitted a strange red light, and black and red lightning was wrapped around the slender mace. You are not good enough yet, let's call you lousy. Yamato's appearance changed drastically and he looked like a dog. His long snow-white hair fell like a waterfall. He was surrounded by a cold light and a chilly aura spread out. The magma raindrops approaching him condensed into ice and fell to the ground. Suddenly, an extremely cold breath gushed out from Yamato's body, condensed into an icicle, and violently collided with the giant magma fist. Yamato's eyes were sharp as he brandished the slender, round, black mace in his hand. A cold air was wrapped around it as he smashed it down towards Akainu's head. Zone dragon fruit ancient species pteranodon form. Canine tooth red lotus, sizzle, bang, same attacking technique as Kaido. Hazy fog burst out directly from the two and spread in all directions. The temperature around also dropped rapidly. The scarlet magma in the pit solidified, and the snow-white frost gradually spread everywhere, and the flowing magma turned into solid ice. Great eruption. Chapter 150. Warrior Spirit. Wano Kuni is the capital city and the capital of flowers. Charge, warriors! The time to protect our country is now. A tall man with slender eyes and ears, wearing a four-leaf clover kimono, shouted loudly. One of the 9 red scabbards, Denjiro, let's fight these marines that destroyed our home. No one can invade our country. The warriors, holding samurai swords and with red eyes, rushed towards the marine with the determination to die. Denjiro was originally an undercover agent under Kurozumi Orochi, waiting for Momonosuke's arrival, and then concentrating his forces to defeat Kaido and recapture Wano Kuni. But who would have thought that Kurozumi Orochi sent a message that marine was invading Wano Kuni and several warships were hovering over Wano Kuni. The samurai spirit that Lord Oden left behind would never allow him to stand idly by. The conflict between Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi was originally a civil war among Wano Kuni, but if marine intervened, then the whole thing would turn sour. In this case, even if Wano Kuni is taken back, there will be no room for the samurai to survive. So, he gathered all the samurai to stop marine from entering Wano Kuni. Damn it! Are these warriors crazy? Ghost Spider had an ugly look on his face and held the knife in both hands, but the warriors rushing towards him from all sides made it difficult for him to resist. Life return. 8 swords style. The spider demon's hair seemed to have its own consciousness. It nimbly picked up the swords that fell from the dead warriors around it and swung them flexibly, making flying slashes and forcibly forcing back the surrounding warriors. Damn it, each of them is good at swordsmanship and armament hockey. Ghost Spider frowned. The marine soldiers were not as strong as the samurai, but they had the advantage of numbers. This battle is destined to be difficult. We are only here to wipe out the Wano Kuni pirates, not to destroy the country. These warriors are making quite a big fuss. The flying squirrel held a sharp blade covered with armament hockey and collided violently with the blade swung by another samurai, sparks flying everywhere. The marines were caught off guard by the samurai's strange fighting style, and the marines suffered heavy losses. However, the marines' numbers far outnumbered the samurai, and the two sides were in a strange balance for a short period of time. Denjiro stood on a roof, overlooking the entire battlefield. The key to the entire battle lies in that little girl. My eyes moved to a battlefield, and I saw a girl holding a knife with a small T-shaped blade. She swung the knife again and again. Her knife skills were sharp and she could kill people with one sword. There was no delay at all. Her sword skills were as smooth as flowing water. Advertisement at the same time, an extremely simple knife was spinning around her, wantonly reaping lives. No one can stop her from taking a second blow. Suddenly, Denjiro exclaimed. Japanese Way 1 character. Denjiro looked surprised. How could this knife be in her hand? This sword was made by Shimotsuki Kozaburo, who later took it away from Wano Kuni, and its whereabouts are unknown. This sword is Wano Kuni's treasure and must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Denjiro stared at the little girl with an eagle-like gaze and slowly drew out the 2 swords from his waist. After 2.5 years of training, Yin is now extremely proficient in every sword technique. Coupled with his powerful armament hockey, he has few rivals. With a bored look on her face, she easily harvested the lives of the warriors around her. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a sharp cross of light reflected from the blades rotating around her, cutting through the void and flying towards her at a high speed. Oden 2 sword style. Peach Garden 10 fists. A low shout was heard, and Denjiro held 2 swords in front of him to form a cross. The dark armament hockey bloomed like a sakura flower. His figure flashed, and he rushed straight towards Yin at a terrifying speed, with the sharp swords flashing with cold light. Finally, an interesting opponent has arrived. Yin raised the corner of his mouth, his palm tightly grasped the hilt of the knife, and the dark and solemn armament hockey covered it. Ichisaurus. Snowline. Clang. The blade rang, and the snow-white blade light left a thin snowline in the void, colliding violently with the crossblade light, shining brightly. The sharp blade light spread out in all directions, leaving long and deep marks on the ground, and the 2 figures intertwined with each other. Such a powerful emission, Denjiro half knelt on the ground, covering a knife wound on his chest, his expression more solemn than ever before. Denjiro stared in amazement at the 5 lions standing like mountains, not knowing what to do. Oden's dual sword style. Boom! Where did you get this knife? This sword was made by Shimotsuki Kozaburo of Wano Kuni. It is a treasure that belongs to us at Wano Kuni. The giant lion roared one after another. Yin's speed in constructing the giant lion was obviously much faster than before, and its body was even larger. Yin clapped his hands, tightened the hilt of the knife at his waist again, and prepared to turn around and leave. Advertisement warm blood poured down like rain. Yin groaned, fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. Yin clenched his fists and the mud mountain began to shake, shrinking a little visibly. Where this knife came from is none of your business. No, warrior. The dust that was raised was like a dragon's roar, and the 3 mud lions swallowed Chuan Salong into their stomachs, turning into a towering mud mountain, with Chuan Salong crushed inside. Your swordsmanship is not as strong as mine, Burial. Denjiro took a deep breath, stood his 2 swords in front of him, and looked at Yin coldly. Denjiro struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. The giant lion was getting closer and closer, and Denjiro finally reacted. Veins bulged in his arms, and he made 2 wide flying slashes. Lion Majesty. Govern place Earth coiling. Okay, let's give it a try. Suddenly, behind Yin, a tiny laser beam condensed to the limit shot out at a high speed and directly pierced through Yin's chest. Roar. Yin waved her hand, and something floating in the distance flew straight into her hand. Oh no. It's too late. The flying slash cut the two giant lions in half, but there were still 3 lions rushing towards him. Please return it immediately, and maybe I'll let you live. Hey, kid, oh, is this the knife you were talking about? The raised palm suddenly fell down, and the 5 giant lions seemed to have received an order. They opened their bloody mouths and bit towards the stunned Denjiro. Chuan Salong's eyes were red with anger. He had not expected that the strength of the little girl in front of him was so strong. A large amount of soil was turned over, and quickly formed 5 huge and ferocious lions at a terrifying speed. Puff. Yin shook off the blood on the blade and turned around. Yin sneered and waved his hand, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly rolled. Chapter 151 Epidemic. Yin fell to the ground, blood gushing from the hideous wound on his chest. The laser beam shot into the distance, and a bright mushroom cloud rose up. The marine and the samurai were all affected by the explosion. What an arrogant brat. You can't be distracted on the battlefield, ha ha ha. In the distance, a tall orange dinosaur wearing sunglasses appeared not far away. The dinosaur looks like a brachiosaurus with a very long neck. The strange thing is that its long tail is made up of sections of alloy. The tail is a claw-like mechanical claw with a laser emitter in the middle. His upper limbs are sturdy, but his lower limbs are very short. His left arm has been modified into a mechanical arm with metal claws, and his right hand holds a huge samurai sword. One of the 3 disasters, plague, Quinn, dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form. Let's learn this lesson at the cost of our lives. The dazzling golden light gathered in the claws at the tail, and Quinn said with a grin. See you in the next life. He will not make the same mistake again. You have to root out the problem at its root. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and a laser beam compressed to ultimate shot towards Yin, who was lying on the ground. Boom. The laser shot at high speed, followed by an explosion and billowing smoke. Hey, let me show you how powerful I am. Quinn proudly struck a victorious pose and even felt like dancing. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a charred hole. Quinn's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Where are the people? Where have they gone? There was still no trace of Yin in the charred pit. Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from the sky. Lion Majesty Iwayama cover. The ground beneath Quinn's feet began to fall apart and shake violently. The mud and rocks rolled up, and in a flash they formed 5 lifelike giant lions, which pounced on Quinn with bared fangs and claws. Energy gathered madly on the mechanical claws, and the 5 giant lions continued to enlarge in Quinn's eyes. It's too late. Bang! A towering stone mountain buried Quinn underneath. High in the sky, Yin was floating in the air intact. The big hole in her chest had disappeared, as if she had never suffered such an injury. Only the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth and her torn clothes proved that she had indeed suffered such serious injuries. Advertisement, phew, thanks to you, Mansurely. I didn't expect your healing ability to be so strong now. Yin said to his pocket, this little injury is nothing. But try to avoid getting hurt, because even if I can heal your injuries, it will still hurt. Besides, we don't have many recovery potions left this time. In the pocket, the little loli with golden curly hair said worriedly. Normally, she would feel terrible pain when she got a minor injury. She really didn't know how these people could endure those injuries that looked so scary that they could scare people half to death. After years of training, Mansurely has become more and more proficient in controlling the recovery potion, and has greatly improved the recovery effect. As long as the death is not instant, all other injuries can be recovered. But the prerequisite is that Mansurely has enough recovery potions. Okay, I'll pay attention. Yin agreed readily. However, it is precisely because Yin has Mansurely as a trump card that she is a little careless now. Suddenly, the stone mountain shook violently, and pieces of gravel fell off the mountain, stirring up clouds of dust. The next moment, a surge of golden light burst out from the stone mountain, and a roar that resounded through the sky suddenly exploded, and the stone mountain instantly turned into countless pieces of gravel that flew in all directions. Damn little devil. Quinn broke free from the mud mountain, and there was no injury on his body, but he was covered with thick dust, looking dirty. Alas, the zone fruit is always so difficult. Yin covered his head helplessly. The attack ability of lion fruit was not strong. This attack could not break the defense of the zone fruit user at all. The same is true when I was sparring with Bei Laki in recent years. Yin's hockey ability is far superior to Bei Laki, but her phoenix fruit not only has super strong defense, but also has healing flames, and has a pervert-like recovery speed. Each battle would last for several days before the winner was determined. Of course, it is only limited to exchanges. Yin held the famous sword Shuizo, and the black armament hockey covered it. At the same time, a line of text flew back to Yin and was grasped. Dual blade flow. Yin, your physical strength cannot support you to use the dual sword style. Do you understand? I suggest you replace the good fast sword Shuizo. After all, he and Ichido Manji are both great fast swords. The one sword style is the most suitable for you. Advertisement. But, Brother Bacchus, Shuizo is the first knife you gave me. I don't want to give it up. I see. Although you are indeed talented in dual sword style, and its power is indeed stronger than single sword style, Your physical strength cannot support you to use it for a long time. Well, normally you can use the lion fruit's ability to control a line of text to create your own unique swordsmanship. When you go all out, use the dual blade style and try to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. This is the only way at the moment. Well, although it's a little strange, the flying sword doesn't look like a swordsman, but I also think this method is good. Brother Bacchus, I'll just listen to you. Dual sword style. Quinn looked at Yin, who was floating in the air, holding two swords. It was really funny to see her lowly-like figure holding two long swords. But feeling the tiger-like aura and overflowing sword energy, he couldn't laugh at all. Let me show you my biological weapons. Quinn raised his left mechanical arm, and bullets containing the virus sprayed out from the muzzle. Bang! 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 A large number of bullets were ejected continuously with sparks, dragging spiral airwaves at the tail, shooting towards Yin at a high speed. Dual blade style. Flame slash. Yin swung his two swords, and flames appeared on the blades, and he slashed out two extremely sharp flying cuts. The flying slash was unstoppable and directly split the incoming bullet into two. A large amount of dark green poison gas released from the broken bullets and quickly spread around. The wind whizzed past, and the speed at which the poison gas spread suddenly increased a bit. Ah, what is this? My body. The Marines and warriors who were exposed to the poison gas turned pale and fell to their knees. Yin, charge boldly. I can control the recovery potion to remove this poison. Mansurely said to Yin. Good. Yin's eyes flashed, and he swung the blades in both hands and flew quickly towards Quinn. Dual sword style. Cut water. This time, the blade was like surging water, with endless force, colliding violently with the samurai sword swung by Quinn. My arms are actually shaking, this little devil. Chapter 152 Binks's Wine Beehive Island. Shore. A pirate ship was anchored at the shore, with a pirate flag featuring a skull with a hideous knife wound on the left face hanging on the mast, fluttering in the wind. Red-haired Shanks leaned against the railing, holding up a Den Mushi with his remaining arm, his face gloomy. So, Bacchus is on Cake Island now, right? An old voice came from the Den Mushi. Believe it or not, Bacchus is on Cake Island right now. Besides, you've always wanted to kill Bacchus, the old voice laughed teasingly. The flame you passed down has now gone out. Luffy is dead, and the rubber fruit is nowhere to be found. It seems that you lost your arm for nothing, Shanks, ha 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 ha. Shanks said coldly. This is none of your business. Now that the balance of the ocean has been disrupted by Bacchus, how long can your world government's rule last? I heard that Bacchus has always wanted to create an alternative world. The red-haired girl's expression changed and she spoke playfully. Do you think he will overthrow the rule of the world government to achieve his own goals? Celestial dragons, they will soon be dethroned. Shanks looked deeply disgusted. Damn it, you. Just as they were about to curse, Shanks hung up the phone immediately, not giving them a chance to vent their anger. Hey guys, there's a new mission. Shanks picked up the half-empty bottle of wine at his feet, took a sip, and shouted loudly to the people on the beach. On the beach, everyone was lying drunk in all directions. The bonfire had burned out, and bottles with residual alcohol were everywhere. They were exhausted after just going through a banquet. It seems that we went too far last night. The red-haired man smiled gently and easygoingly, looking at the drunk people without any anger on his face. He sipped the wine in his hand, looking so carefree and happy. As if hearing the captain's call, Beckman stood up unsteadily, shaking his heavy head, looking very tired. He endured the buzzing and pain in his head and woke up the crew members one by one. Advertisement, hey, wake up, the captain has new orders. Everyone opened their eyes drowsily, stretched, packed up, and boarded the boat. Captain, you just said there were traces of Bacchus? Beckman said seriously. He had not forgotten the mad boy during the Summit War, his astonishing murderous aura, his terrifying spirit, his blood-soaked body. After so many years, he still couldn't forget that crazy boy. He should be strong enough to be intimidating now. But so what? Shanks gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist and spoke calmly. This time, we must kill him. Beckman was a little surprised. The last time Shanks showed such an expression was when he went on Whitebeard's ship to talk about Blackbeard. That's right, this time, we can't let him go no matter what. Beckman and Shanks stood side by side, looking out to sea. Let's set sail, brothers. How can a long journey be without music to relieve boredom? Bank Punch was waving his instrument, and a monkey was also holding a musical instrument, running around the boat excitedly. Everyone, let's sing together to our heart's content. Shanks covered his forehead with his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I really can't do anything about you. As the melodious music played, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and they sang loudly in rough voices. Yoa, 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 Binks's fine wine, delivered to you. Everyone put their arms around each other's shoulders and sang loudly with their mouths grinning. I ride the raging waves and the wind and waves and let me swim. The ship was moving forward rapidly, and the surrounding scenery was receding rapidly like a movie being played in reverse. The waves are surging, the setting sun is moving, and the birds are singing, cutting through the sky. Advertisement: the setting sun dyed the surrounding clouds red, and the intoxicating sunset reflected every face of the people who were laughing wildly. A few seagulls flapped their wings, let out a long cry, and soared freely in the sky. Farewell to the port, unforgettable homesickness, sing a song to express feelings. While singing this, tears welled up in Usopp's eyes. He suddenly thought of his wife and children in Zailuobu village. He didn't know how Usopp was doing now. The memory in his mind was still stuck on Usopp's childhood appearance. His singing voice also trembled. I don't know whether my wife in my distant hometown is doing well now. The companions around him seemed to notice Usopp's condition. They tightened their arms around his shoulders, sang louder to cover up Usopp's trembling voice, and smiled at him comfortingly. Others also noticed Usopp's emotions, and the rhythm of their singing slowed down, as if they were waiting for Usopp to adjust his state. Will not let go of any companion. Usopp felt warm in his heart. Although he always missed his hometown and relatives, he never regretted being a pirate. I can see the vast ocean, see so many interesting things, and have so many companions. He was very happy on this journey. He quickly adjusted himself and started laughing and singing loudly again. The waves are roaring, the waves are splashing, a man of integrity is traveling across the world. For a moment, great ambitions surged in everyone's heart. Everyone straightened their chests and were extremely proud of their identity as pirates who could sail freely on the sea. They are the warriors who conquered the sea. In the vast sky, the wind roars and thunders rise, the waves dance, and the drums of war rumble. Beckman enjoyed this time immensely. After years of fighting on the sea, the number of familiar faces decreased, while the number of unfamiliar faces increased and then became familiar faces again. This is a bumpy journey. Tomorrow the rain will stop and the clouds will disperse. No matter how difficult the situation is, as long as there is tomorrow, the pirates will never give up hope. The sun will shine one day and the dark clouds will naturally disperse. They are the free elves in the ocean. You, Yao. You, Yaoho. Binks's wine, I dreamed of it last night and tonight. The one who bids farewell gradually goes away, and we meet again on the night of the full moon. You, Yao. You, Yao. The lyrics at the end were a bit sad, but everyone still sang happily. Shanks also enjoyed it and was enjoying the cheerful atmosphere at the moment. He wanted Bacchus to come and see this scene with his own eyes, to show him how free, how happy, and how much fun the pirates had. Pirates are the ones who liberate this world. He has always thought so. Chapter 153 Block. Melodious and happy singing echoed on the sea. The crew on the ship laughed heartily, and everyone's face was filled with beautiful smiles. Suddenly, in the distance, a black shell flew over from a distance. Shanks was the first to react. He looked coldly at the flying shells and drew his sword. Clang! With the blade unsheathed, Shanks jumped high and split the high-speed shell in half with one sword. Enemy attack! Beckman roared, and everyone picked up their weapons. The cheerful atmosphere suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a terrifying murderous aura. The shell in front of him split in two, but Shanks still felt a palpitation. He watched as what looked like scarlet liquid flowed through the shell. Shanks' pupils shrank suddenly, and the next moment, a dazzling white light burst out from the broken part of the shell, and a roar that resounded through the sky hit Shanks' eardrums. Smoke billowed, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the air, and a strong wind whistled past. In the dark smoke, Shanks' figure flew out and landed awkwardly on the bow. Power Rock! Shanks looked solemn, stood up and looked into the distance. In the distance, a dilapidated ship was rushing towards here quickly. Is being a pirate really such a wonderful thing? Where do you get this sense of pride from? A tall, purple-haired figure stood tall and straight at the bow of the tattered vessel. He wore dark sunglasses and his black cloak fluttered in the wind, giving off a murderous aura. Ian, please help me, Zephyr said to Ion, who was walking behind him. Ian came up from behind Zephyr, his brows clouded with dark clouds, and he looked at Teacher Zephyr with a worried look. Teacher Zephyr, do you really want to do this? As a teacher, you must do your best to protect your students. Zephyr said with a smile, although that brat's strength has far surpassed mine. Ion said nothing more, because once Zephyr decided on something, he would carry it out with his life. Advertisement. A pink flame emerged from Ion's palm, and then the pink flame suddenly rose up, covering Zephyr's entire body. The wrinkles on his face, like ravines, slowly disappeared, and the atrophied muscles bulged, full of vitality. His hunched back straightened up and became a little taller. Zephyr became visibly younger. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down Ain's cheeks. She was so tired that she was panting. The peach-colored flame in her hand flickered until it disappeared. I'm sorry, Mr. Zephyr, this is the best I can do right now. Although her retrograde fruit can make people younger, the effect will vary depending on the strength of the person using it. Just like Zephyr, he is very powerful, and the energy required to restore his body to a youthful state is extremely huge. Now, even with all her efforts, she could only make Zephyr regress to the level of 6 years ago. You've done very well, Ian. Zephyr flexed his arms, getting familiar with his young body. Teacher Zephyr, what should I do? A green-haired young man asked Zephyr. He seemed to have a missing tooth and was a little thin. Behind him, there was a little girl, also looking at Zephyr with a worried look on her face. Libby, use your fruit ability to strengthen these cannons. Combined with your sister's fruit, it will be enough to disperse their power. By the way, I have already loaded the power rock into the shell. Remember to be careful when using it. Zephyr warned with a serious look, saying that if the power rock exploded it would be no joke. The two people were Libby and Tianbao. During the Golden City incident, the city was in chaos. Zephyr's men rescued a pair of siblings and brought them to the ship. Zephyr discovered the siblings and learned about their physical talents, and took a fancy to Libby's devil fruit ability. After consuming the Momo fruit, Libby can multiply the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of objects that she touches. If we combine it with the target fruit and the shells made of power rock. Zephyr immediately found the target fruit for Tianbao, and Libby felt grateful to Zephyr and stayed with Zephyr together with her sister. But, Mr. Zephyr, if you face such a terrifying enemy alone, I'm afraid you will. Tears welled up in Tianbao's eyes. Teacher Zephyr was obviously a very good person. Zephyr smiled indifferently and looked at the setting sun. The golden sunlight fell on him lonely. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Little devils. Cheer up, advertisement, now. I'll lead the charge. Zephyr's eyes flashed, he bent his legs, exerted force suddenly, and rushed towards the red-haired pirate's ship like a cannonball. Not killing Admiral Zephyr, and he's alone, is he crazy? Seeing that only one person was rushing over, everyone relaxed their vigilance. Don't be careless. The enemy has shells made of destructive stuff like kinetic rock. Beckman shouted loudly, taking out the gun from his waist and aiming the black muzzle at Zephyr's head. Bang! A large number of sparks erupted from the dark muzzle, and a black bullet, with a spiral white airwave at its tail, shot towards Zephyr. Hey, do you know why I have the nickname, Black Arm? Zephyr laughed grimly, covered his right arm with hard armament hockey, and swung his hand to smack the incoming bullets. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and a large amount of sparks burst out. The strong force brought by the bullet caused Zephyr, who was moving at high speed, to stagnate, and then the bullet was hit hard and flew out. Zephyr's body continued to fall, but he did not panic. He used his mechanical arm to spray a wide laser downwards. The huge impact force caused the falling body to fly high again. Red-haired Shanks. Zephyr roared, swung his heavy seastone arm, and smashed it down like a meteorite. Shanks' eyes flashed blood red and he raised the griffin in his hand. Sizzle, the black and red lightning lingered around the blade like a winding snake, and the blade was raised up and collided violently with the falling mechanical arm. Old man, the new era no longer needs the remnants of the old era. Just enjoy your old age, Shanks growled, and the sharp blade light seemed to be able to cut through space, splitting Zephyr in half with one blow. Zephyr retreated repeatedly and landed steadily on the boat. Hockey has gotten a lot stronger, Shanks. Zephyr greeted with a sneer. I advise you not to get in the way at the last minute, otherwise, you will die. Shanks swung the griffin, and the sharp sword energy continued to gather in the blade. Chapter 154. 3 generals besieged Cake Island. After the bombardment, Cake Island was in ruins, with flames and pits of various sizes everywhere, and the ground became charred. Suddenly, the bombardment stopped, and Bacchus, confused, dispersed the darkness that spread around him and slowly stood up. He looked pale, his left arm was still red, swollen and deformed, and his body was covered with shocking wounds. A strange roaring sound was heard, very subtle and quickly grew louder. This voice. Could it be? Bacchus suddenly raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. The dark clouds that were originally densely covering the sky seemed to be torn apart by a terrible force and turned into nothingness. The next moment, an extremely large meteorite fell from the sky, surrounded by blazing flames, dragging a long tail of flame, leaving a deep fiery red groove in the sky, and shooting out from the thick clouds. The terrifying wind pressure was whistling, and the meteorite fell straight down at an alarming speed. It seems that Yishao is here too. Bacchus sighed. It seemed that Marine had really invested a lot of money this time. Those two old guys Garp and Sengoku are here too. But if it's only this level, it doesn't pose any threat to me at all. Bacchus sneered, and the surging darkness rolled out of him like a wave. He raised his palm, and darkness as sticky as ink gathered in his palm, and then suddenly expanded, covering an area of thousands of miles. The darkness began to spin, faster and faster, like a black hole. What is that? Sengoku looked at the small island in the distance in surprise as it was suddenly covered by a thick darkness. The aura emitted by that darkness made people feel a chill down their spine. It seems that Bacchus's strength has increased to a rather terrifying level over the years. Garp looked at him coldly without saying a word, but the bulging veins on his forehead revealed his angry heart. What followed was an even more horrifying scene that left everyone stunned. The falling meteorite touched the black hole suspended in the air without making any sound. The burning flames, the violent hurricane, the huge meteorite. Everything was swallowed by this deep black hole, even light was no exception. The meteorite sank into the bottomless black hole little by little until it was completely submerged in the black hole, without any sound at all. Not enough for my appetizer, Marine. Bacchus grinned, his hair fluttering in the wind, and his surging spirit burst out. Advertisement, don't be so proud too soon, you idiot. As the warship approached the shore, Garp's face became more and more ferocious. He jumped off the warship and rushed towards Bacchus. Sengoku followed Garp closely, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Fujitora stared at Bacchus with his eyes wide open. I haven't seen you for a few years, and the murderous aura on you is stronger again. Clang. He drew his sword boldly, the shining blade emitted a cold light, an invisible gravity field unfolded, the ground suddenly sank, and slowly walked towards Bacchus. Bacchus felt his body suddenly sink, as if he was carrying a heavy mountain, and his legs and feet bent. What an amazing fruit ability, Mr. Yishao. I never thought that you, the merciful justice, would exude such murderous intent. Bacchus teased. Only by killing you can the casualties in this world be reduced. So, for the sake of world peace, please die. Fujitora's eyes were deep, and the black armament haki covered the blade. Ha ha ha. In this twisted world, is the peace you maintain really true peace? No need to say more, Bacchus, today, you will die. I didn't expect that Zephyr really got it wrong this time. Bacchus, you really disappoint me. A traitor to the marine must die to pay for his crime. Sengoku and Garp pulled down the cloaks of justice on their backs and threw them behind them. The strong wind blew the cloaks high up, and the word, justice, also floated into the distance. It's been a while since I fought alongside you, Sengoku. Garp clenched his fists, bones crackling. Ah, the last time was when Golden Lion invaded Marineford. It makes me miss it so much. Sengoku loosened his tie, his eyes sharp. I hope your fists are still as strong as before. Haha, of course. The morale of the two men rose steadily, as if they had taken off some shackles, and the murderous spirit that had been fighting for many years burst out. Advertisement. Sengoku's eyes flashed red, and Conqueror's haki with black and red lightning rose from his body and spread out in all directions. Too weak, Sengoku, this is the Conqueror's haki you have when you were once a marine admiral. Bacchus sneered, and remained unafraid even when the three admirals surrounded him. Let me show you what Conqueror's haki is. The scarlet light was like two will-o'-the-wisp flames, and a cold and powerful aura rushed towards the surroundings like a flood. The temperature dropped rapidly, and on the ground, frost visible to the naked eye spread wildly at a terrifying speed. The ice-blue Conqueror's haki directly pressed Sengoku's Conqueror's haki back into his body. Such a powerful spirit. A drop of cold sweat ran down Sengoku's face. An extremely thick ice-blue python appeared behind Bacchus, staring at the three people with its cold vertical pupils, spitting out its tongue, ready to attack. What on earth does he carry to have such a strong spirit? Don't think you can get out of here alive just because you have such a powerful Conqueror's haki. You should be exhausted by now, Garp roared, and the stern armament haki wrapped around his right fist, and he punched Bacchus like a meteorite. Meteor bone fist. The strong gravity field made it difficult for Bacchus to move, and his body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Bacchus crossed his arms and brought his fist down with a bang. He gritted his teeth and resisted the powerful blow, and great pain came from his arm. The fist is really hard. Cut. Fujitora instantly appeared behind Bacchus, and slashed down with the blade wrapped in the powerful armament haki, and the sharp blade flashed. Puff. The blade pierced into the flesh, bringing out a pool of blood, and a hideous knife wound suddenly appeared on the back. Boom. Bacchus groaned, then frantically pressed the artery gate, pushed hard with both arms, and sent Garp flying. The sharp blade light flashed again from behind Bacchus, and Fujitora swung the gravity blade in his hand and chopped down again. Bacchus endured the severe pain and rolled to the side, avoiding the sharp knife. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Sengoku jumped high again, his clothes shredded into pieces, a magnificent golden light burst out from his body, and his body swelled, transforming into a huge, golden Buddha. Big Buddha Impact. Chapter 155. Desperate Situation. Sengoku's eyes were wide open, and dazzling golden light burst out, transforming into a gigantic Buddha. He raised his right palm, which was surrounded by golden light, and slapped it down with the force of a landslide. Boom. A massive golden shockwave blasted out from Sengoku's palm, forming a semicircular shockwave that enveloped Bacchus. Thick darkness rose from Bacchus' body, trying its best to resist the oncoming palm and swallowing up the golden shockwave. Sizzle. Suddenly, black and red lightning wrapped around a golden shockwave. Sengoku's eyes flashed and he increased his strength again. Tiny cracks appeared in the darkness around Bacchus. Bacchus gritted his teeth, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Sengoku can also use Conqueror's Entanglement. But it was also expected, after all, he was a strong man from the older generation. Although dark fruit can devour fruit abilities, but the ability to resist haki is pitifully weak. This is your weakness, Sengoku growled, and the black and red lightning suddenly expanded. An unimaginable force came from his palm, and Bacchus was pressed down by this force, and his arm made a teeth-grinding sound. What a pitifully weak Conqueror's haki! Bacchus sneered, and the darkness receded like a tide, and the originally dim golden light suddenly became bright. Let me show you the real Conqueror's haki. A milky white halo enveloped Bacchus's right fist, and then ice-blue lightning lingered around the white light ball like a winding snake. The air around it seemed to be vibrating, shattering into cracks. Tyranny, shock, breaking fist. A punch fell like a meteorite, colliding fiercely with the palm that was shining with golden light, but there was no direct contact. The black-red lightning and the ice-blue lightning intersected between the two, forming a blue and red energy ball. The two forces eroded each other and neither gave in. The violent hurricane was as cold as a knife, spreading out in all directions. The earth cracked, rocks flew, and the thick clouds seemed to be torn apart by a pair of huge hands. Snap! The space in front of him made a shattering sound, the void cracked, the whole island was shaking, and the sea in the distance was even more. This is Whitebeard's fruit ability. How can he possess the power of two devil fruits at the same time? Advertisement. And How could his spirit be so strong? Endless doubts surged from Sengoku's heart. He looked at Bacchus in astonishment, with a smile on his face and his hair flying. He was originally a high-spirited young man, but now he looked like the king of hell who was taking his life. Horrifying murderous aura burst out from him, and a strong smell of blood hit his face. No, this conqueror's is much stronger than mine. What on earth are you carrying, Bacchus? The ice-blue energy crushed the red energy in an instant. For a moment, Sengoku was actually at a disadvantage. You know, Bacchus had just experienced a great battle. Puff. Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood, a violent energy raging in his body. The extremely powerful force directly knocked Sengoku out, like a cannonball, and it crashed through several mountains before it finally stopped. Bacchus' chest began to twitch violently like a broken bellows. He gasped for breath. His clothes were soaked with blood or sweat, it was unclear. His face was pale, a drop of sweat dripped from his nose, the tearing of his muscles kept pulling at his nerves, and the hideous knife wound on his back was still bleeding. Have you reached your limit? Die, you be asterisk 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 D? Garp's eyes flashed with ferocity, not giving Bacchus any time to breathe. His dark fist brought an unparalleled sense of oppression as he swung down heavily on Bacchus' head. Bacchus gritted his teeth, endured the pain, barely raised his arm, clenched his fist, and used his last bit of strength to strike out at Garp's falling fist. My brain went blank and I felt an intense dizziness. The pain in my body was so severe that it made my breathing stop. The intense pain throughout his body made him more and more excited, and he roared. But even if you kill me, what can you do? Call. The heart-wrenching pain made Bacchus' face twisted, and the huge fist fell straight down and hit Bacchus' face hard. This feeling is pretty good, isn't it? His eyes were blazing with anger, and Bacchus could even hear Garp's heart pounding. Bang! Advertisement blood splattered, circles of white airwaves exploded, and Bacchus flew backwards at a high speed, his whole body embedded in a mountain. He ignored it and continued to maintain his strange breathing pattern, moving his leaden legs, turning into a flash of lightning and quickly dodged the punch. Don't forget my existence. Bacchus forced a smile, his whole body trembling slightly from the pain, but he did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he became more and more excited. That damn old man's fist really hurts. He instantly appeared in front of Bacchus and threw another powerful punch at him. Bacchus stood up slowly, laughing maniacally. Come on, come and kill me if you can. Snap. Your two dearest grandchildren died before you, but you were powerless to do anything. Damn it, are you in such a hurry to die? Even in a desperate situation, he did not panic. The punch missed, and Garp stomped his feet quickly on the ground, relentlessly chasing after the lightning. 6 styles shave. Garp was furious, his eyes were wide open, his blood was boiling, his face turned red, he kicked the ground with his feet, and his figure disappeared in an instant. An invisible force spread out, the ground suddenly sank, and the black lightning suddenly stopped, revealing the figure of Bacchus. Luffy and Ace will never come back to life. You must be in pain, too, Garp. Bacchus breathed as hard as he could, and used his remaining left hand to pull his body out, falling to the ground powerlessly. The dark and stern armament hockey collided with each other, creating a lot of sparks. Garp grinned and pressed his fist down slowly. The irresistible force caused Bacchus' arm to crack and bend. Fujitora opened his eyes full of whites, and appeared beside Bacchus like a ghost, and cut down with a knife wrapped in armament hockey as fast as lightning. Bacchus exhaled a cloud of mist, and black lightning appeared out of nowhere. He felt a burning pain in his lungs, as if a flame was burning. You will suffer forever. Puff. The armament hockey covering Bacchus' fist suddenly shattered. Bacchus' pupils shrank sharply, and his entire right arm bent down, followed by a crisp bone-breaking sound. A large amount of scarlet blood spurted out and several broken teeth fell to the ground. Chapter 156 The meaning of fire. The blade flashed, and a deep wound that could be seen to the bone appeared on Bacchus' chest, and a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Bacchus groaned, his breathing hitched, and his pupils lost focus, but he seemed to feel no pain and sneered at Fujitora. Why? Can you still laugh? Fujitora frowned, not understanding what was going on. He was clearly a dying man. Bone Fist Meteorite. Garp caught up with Bacchus and punched him in the chest with an astonishing murderous aura. Snap. There was a clear sound of bone cracking, and circles of white air exploded behind Bacchus. His heart seemed to stop beating, and another large mouthful of blood spurted out. Even the corners of his eyes and earholes began to flow with blood. Bacchus flew backwards at a very high speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. His chest was sunken and blood was flowing from the hideous knife wound. Boom. Bacchus sank into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Under him, dense cracks spread like a spider web. Ahem. Bacchus coughed violently, and each cough was accompanied by severe pain and blood mixed with internal organs, flowing down the corners of his mouth. The heart in my chest stopped beating. Well, maybe it had stopped beating from the beginning. When did you start to lose your sense of pain? It was the last time I held her in my arms at sunset. Since then, he has never felt the pain from the wound again. He enjoyed it, enjoyed the pain. Bacchus' pupils began to dilate and lose their color. In fact, there were many moments when he wanted to leave this world. Because, what's the point of a world without her? However, there was always a hatred in his heart that urged him to slaughter and kill all those scum. He looked at the torn sky, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the world, and the warm sunlight just shone on Bacchus on the ground. The sunset is still as beautiful as ever, but the people from the past have long since disappeared. A blurry face gradually emerged in the sky. Only the two pairs of dimples when smiling are still clear. 2 tears suddenly rolled down Bacchus' eyes, leaving 2 long tear marks on his face. Sorry. I'm such an hole that I even forgot what you look like. He kept saying sorry, his chest felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and endless pain filled his heart. It hurts. Advertisement time is a terrible thing, and everything is vulnerable in front of it. Missing is, regret is, hatred is, she is also. More and more tears rolled down, the pain of suffocation tortured Bacchus, he could feel the pain again. The face in his mind became increasingly blurred, even though he had memorized everything firmly in his heart. At this moment, her girl left him completely. A person's death is not the moment he stops breathing, but the moment he is forgotten. Come on, Bacchus. The familiar voice echoed in Bacchus' ears, and his face froze into an incredible expression. I never left you, Bacchus. The voice became clearer, and Bacchus' eyes suddenly glowed brightly again, and he whispered softly. Is it you, Henna? Have you always been by my side? Bang, 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 bang. The stopped heart gradually started beating again, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Bacchus. She leaned over and helped Bacchus up. Her face was blurry, but Bacchus would never forget the figure engraved in his bones. That's something that time can't erase. How come you can still stand up after being injured so badly? Sengoku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Bacchus in surprise as he slowly stood up. Garp's eyes were extremely gloomy and he gritted his teeth. So what if I stand up? It would be a headache for me if you died easily. I want to torture you a little longer. Fujitora had a strange look on his face. In his observation haki, it seemed as if there was a flame burning beside Bacchus. Warm, bright. What on earth is going on? Bacchus looked at the figure beside him tenderly. He stretched out his hand, but his palm went straight through the figure. Why? Why can't I touch you? My joyful mood suddenly turned gloomy, as if a bucket of cold water was poured on me, and my hope was shattered. The 3 of them prepared to resist, but found that Bacchus' attack was not directed at them. Boom! A milky white halo enveloped Bacchus' left fist, and the 3 of them became alert. 3 Marine admirals surrounded Bacchus, with different expressions on their faces. Advertisement Bacchus looked around at the 3 men. He was covered in blood, his right arm was bent and hung at his side, and a knife wound on his body was deep enough to see the bone. The flame seemed to sense something, as if it was cheering, beating, and merging into Bacchus' heart. I saw the left fist emitting a white light ball smashing down and landing straight on the ground. The human figure turned into fluorescent dots and gradually dissipated. Bacchus carefully held up the flame between his palms, fearing that it would dissipate and go out. What a shame, Bacchus, that such a powerful force cannot be used to maintain world peace. It's such a waste of power. There was murderous intent surging in Garp's eyes. He suddenly smiled and expressed gratitude from the bottom of his heart. I still want to thank you. Thank you for letting me meet the person of my dreams. This time, I really have to say goodbye. 2 clear dimples appeared on the figure's face, making him look extremely endearing. Since you helped me, I will give you a gift as well. Bacchus' eyes showed madness and he punched down hard with his left fist. The meaning of fire. Huh. In front of him, a ball of dancing flames was suspended in front of Bacchus, and the orange-yellow fire glowed with warm light. The 3 were confused and had no idea what Bacchus was talking about. I'll send you to see the king of hell, Ghana, Bacchus. Goodbye, Bacchus. Sengoku said this, but he still stared at Bacchus without any vigilance. Bacchus hastily opened his hands, trying to catch the escaping light spots. Bacchus stood there like a statue. Let you also feel the fear of death. Fujitora lamented that if Bacchus had acted honestly, he could have used this power to help more people. What else can you do now? Bacchus laughed happily, laughed from the bottom of his heart. God knows what other cards Bacchus has up his sleeve. Henna. His body seemed to be flowing with warmth, and he felt very comfortable. Bacchus' back gradually straightened, and his pale face, which had been pale due to excessive blood loss, slowly turned red. Was he frightened? But those dots of light were like grains of sand, slowly slipping away between his fingers. Chapter 157 Escape. The dazzling white light sank into the earth, and the entire island began to shake violently. Huge cracks as wide as chasms appeared all around. Bacchus' eyes were sharp, and the white ball of light wrapped around his fist suddenly expanded. The frequency of vibration skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Pieces of rubble turned into fine powder under this terrifying shock force. The seawater surged, Cake Island fell apart, and a large amount of seawater gushed out from under the island. This B*****************. D. Is he trying to destroy the entire Cake Island? Sengoku's body was shaking, and the ground beneath his feet was breaking into pieces of soil. The surging seawater kept rising, like a flood beast, opening its bloody mouth and constantly swallowing the broken pieces of soil. Wide cracks spread under Fujitora's feet. He closed his eyes tightly, but was able to accurately avoid every crack. He frowned, but there were still many residents on Cake Island who had not moved. Shock, collapse. Bacchus roared, using up the last bit of strength in his body. The white light suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a 1,000-story-high wave rushed straight into the sky. All things were annihilated in this dazzling white light. The 1,000-foot-high wave crashed down, and the entire island suddenly disappeared and sank into the sea. Plop! Several people fell into the sea. In the freezing cold water, countless heavy rubble slowly sank like a meteor shower. What on earth does Bacchus want to do? Sengoku felt weak all over and his body kept sinking. The weakness of the demon fruit power was so obvious. He was puzzled. Although Bacchus could indeed escape the siege of the 3 people from the sea, he was also a demon fruit power. Besides, Garp is not demon fruit power. The surrounding environment is getting darker and darker, and we are about to reach the deep sea. The fragile human body cannot withstand the pressure of the deep sea. Above, Fujitora was letting his body continue to sink, while Bacchus beside him was already unconscious. He had already lost consciousness, so it was impossible for him to use his ability to control water elements. What on earth is he planning? Garp held his breath and swam quickly to Fujitora's side. Now he was the only one who could move. He grabbed Fujitora's body, then threw him upwards and directly into the sea. He took a deep look at Bacchus beside him. He was doomed to die now, like a fish on the chopping board. It was more important to save Sengoku first. Garp was about to swim downstream when suddenly the darkness around him seemed to be dispelled a little. He felt a chill on his spine and turned around abruptly. I saw a pair of lantern-like things emitting a faint light. The next moment, an extremely huge fish head appeared. Compared with it, Garp was as small as an ant. Advertisement then, a mountain-like body, pulled out from the darkness, with ferocious fangs, green scales, and an incomparably huge body. An extremely huge giant sea kings. Garp's pupils shrank. It was just a shallow sea. How could there be such huge sea kings appearing here? It should be him. A light voice sounded, and Garp was startled. He looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Suddenly, his eyes paused, and he could vaguely see a pink figure sitting on the giant sea kings. That is. Before Garp could react, the giant sea kings suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed Bacchus into its stomach. Okay, time to go. The giant sea kings swung their wide tails and fins, and the stirred-up seawater alone made Garp retreat repeatedly. Garp stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Who is that pink figure? Why can she control the sea kings? Is Bacchus still alive? The giant sea kings swam towards the deep sea, stirring up the water around them, and quickly disappeared from Garp's sight. Garp, who was not far away, came to his senses and saw the sea kings rushing towards Sengoku. He thought to himself that something was wrong and rushed over immediately. What's going on? Where did the sea kings come from? Dark Hound. Even if I spend my life, I can't let you. The powerful force directly knocked Sengoku into the deep sea, and the ocean current caused him to fly towards the deep sea even faster. Sengoku. Bang! Jin spread his wings and rushed towards Akainu. Behind Jin, the blazing flames suddenly rose higher and enveloped his entire body. He stared at Akainu with his eyes wide open, struggling to get up and continue fighting. But I can't catch up no matter what. Advertisement. This is Lunalia's unique flame. When it disappears, it means the end of life. Yamato was not feeling well either. Her left arm was broken at the root, her right calf was bent to an exaggerated degree, her snow-white hair was stuck together with blood scabs, and some of it was charred black by the boiling lava. The originally exquisitely built buildings with red walls and green tiles have become a ruin, with charred holes everywhere, scarlet lava flowing. The air is extremely hot, and corpses that have been burned beyond recognition by the lava are everywhere. What a powerful and terrifying existence. However, instead of attacking Sengoku, the giant sea kings just passed by him. Seeing the giant sea kings getting closer and closer, Sengoku's heart was in his throat. Sengoku, who was standing by, saw the giant sea kings swimming towards him and tried to move his body desperately, but to no avail. His body did not move at all. Sengoku just breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the giant sea kings have no intention of attacking him. Damn it, Garp, what the hell are you doing? Garp swung his arms wildly, rushing towards the rapidly sinking Sengoku. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, and black smoke billowed out of his right arm, flashing a dangerous red light. Yamato's arm holding the mace trembled slightly, and despair spread in her eyes. There is no hope of winning at all. You are so stubborn, why don't you just go and die? Blood flowed from Akainu's forehead, and his snow-white cloak was dyed blood red, but the rose on his chest, soaked in blood, became even more beautiful. The air in his lungs continued to decrease, and strings of bubbles floated out of Garp's mouth and nose. How can I let Lord Kaido's hard work be destroyed in my hands? Suddenly, his expression froze again, and an extremely wide fishtail continued to grow larger in his eyes. In front of him, a corner of Jin's head was missing, and a mixture of brain and blood was flowing out. There was a big hole in his chest, and the flesh around the bloody hole was charred like coal. Blood flowed from his mouth, but he ignored it and still wanted to continue fighting with Akainu. He watched Sengoku sinking, but he could do nothing. Ghost Island. 5BB Chapter 158 Momonosuke arrives, Dark Hound. Akainu roared, and his right arm turned into boiling magma, which suddenly exploded and expanded rapidly. Then the expanding magma shrank rapidly, and a beam of magma containing terrible power collided violently with the embers burning with flames. Puff! The beam of light condensed from the magma was unstoppable and pierced directly through Jin's chest. The blazing flames gradually died down. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A large amount of blood dripped from Jin's chest, his pupils began to dilate, and his vitality quickly disappeared. Damn it, I haven't helped Kaido-sama become the king of pirates yet. With his bloodshot eyes bulging out, Jin recalled the day when Lord Kaido rescued the lab. Hey, kid, from now on, you'll follow me and be my deputy. The world outside is very exciting. Ha ha ha, when I become the queen of pirates, let's change the world together. I'm sorry, Master Kaido. I can't be by your side to help you become the king of pirates and change this world. The flame suddenly went out, and all life was gone. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. Akainu had a grim expression as he pulled his entire right arm out of Jin's chest, bringing out a large amount of blood and internal organs. Next, it's your turn. Yamato looked at Akainu, who was slowly walking towards him in horror, and took a step back involuntarily. Suddenly, a book-like book fell from Yamato's arms. The book that fell to the ground was opened, blown up by the wind, and turned page by page. Every page was filled with densely packed text. Akainu didn't even look at it. His military boots left a clear footprint on the book, and the dripping magma burned a big hole in the book. Yamato's pupils suddenly shrank, the timidity on his face disappeared, replaced by anger, and his face became terrifyingly gloomy. Hey, this is my most precious thing. Those are notes left by Lord Oden himself. Akainu sneered. Is that kind of man worthy of being called an adult? Advertisement. The next moment, Akainu's right arm turned into a giant magma fist, heatwaves rolled, and the temperature around him rose sharply. Great eruption. Sizzle, black and red lightning wrapped around the mace. Yamato used his remaining arm to swing the mace with all his strength and slammed it hard at the giant lava fist. Akainu sneered and growled. Lava explosion column. Yamato suddenly felt a burning sensation under his feet. He looked down and saw that the ground below him was red, and the color was getting darker and darker. Boom. An extremely thick column of magma rose from under Yamato's feet, submerging Yamato in it, and the sky was suddenly illuminated by red color. The magma gradually dissipated, and a body that was charred into coal slowly fell to the ground. Akainu straightened his military cap, stood straight, and had an expressionless face. He turned and left, his blood-red cloak dancing wildly in the wind, and the word, justice, was also dyed red by the blood, making it extremely eye-catching. Brew, brew. Akainu took out a Den Mushi from his arms, and after the call was connected, an extremely anxious voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi. Marshal Akainu, those warriors are already fighting like hell, what should we do? They didn't listen to our explanation at all and kept clamoring to drive us out of Wano-kuni. Akainu walked to the edge of Onigashima and looked down at the flames burning below. He could vaguely see wisps of black smoke. A powerful murderous aura gushed out from his body, and he spoke in a decisive tone, his expression extremely iron-blooded. Then kill them all. Since you're in the way, be prepared to be killed. Akainu hung up the phone, his head covered in blood. The blood was flowing, but he didn't care and let it flow. It seemed that no injury could stop him. He jumped off the ghost island, holding the military cap on his head tightly with his right hand. The wind whistled past his ears, and his eyes were still as cold as a knife. Wano-kuni capital. Yin was floating in the air, her chest heaving violently. Below her, a fat head was separated from a fat body. The ground was dotted with blood flowers and pits of various sizes everywhere. Kinemon, don't forget, we are also one of the 9 red scabbards. Master Oden's kindness is worth my life. Zone is really thick-skinned. The samurai are already at a disadvantage. If this continues, Wano-kuni will no longer exist. Advertisement. It was Momonosuke in beast form. 3 of you, I need to protect the young master. For now, you will have to hold out for a while. A pink, tiny dragon lay behind Kinemon, shivering. Momonosuke looked at Kinemon's expectant eyes, took a deep breath, and tried his best to calm himself. Cat Viper was also extremely angry. This was the country that Lord Oden wanted to protect. Only you can bring us hope. He can't do it. Inuarashi gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, looking angry. Please. Kinemon thanked him silently in his heart. Now, this country needs you. You need to lead all the warriors to work together to repel the powerful enemy. But, search, are we still too late? Drops of sticky blood dripped from the double knives in Yin's hands. She shook the knives and wiped the blood off the blades. Kanjuro's eyes froze. His plan had been completely disrupted. What should he do next? What about Orochi-sama? Has Wano-kuni become so chaotic? Thank you, everyone. Seeing the country that Lord Oden had protected with his life being destroyed like this kind of thing. Far away. Kinemon lowered his head deeply and said in a deep voice. All around, the Marines were fighting with the samurai. The number of the samurai was far less than that of the Marines. After a protracted battle, the number of the samurai had become very small, while the Marines were still charging forward from afar. Young master, you are the descendant of Lord Oden, the stepson after Wano-kuni. That's right. Madam Shi risked her life to send us to the future, wasn't it just to save this country? I didn't expect that Marine would be so cruel and dare to attack Wano-kuni. Kinemon held a knife in one hand. He really wanted to join the fight, but he had to protect the young master behind him. Kinemon put the trembling Momonosuke on the ground and encouraged him. Yes, I am Lord Odin's son, and I will inherit this country. It is called a dragon, but in fact it looks more like a pink insect, but its pair of dragon horns are so eye-catching. Young master, you have to be brave. Kanjuro said these words against his will, took off the paintbrush from his back, and scribbled a few strokes on the ground. An ugly dragon seemed to come alive, supporting itself with its two claws and crawling out from the ground. Inuarashi and Cat Viper drew their katanas from their waists and rushed straight towards Marine. How dare you destroy Lord Odin's country like this? Chapter 159. Death of Momonosuke. Lord Odin is my father. Momonosuke encouraged himself, the timidity on his face gradually faded away, and he changed from a dragon beast form into a spirited young man. He looked determined, took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly. Everyone, I am the son of Lord Odin. Before he finished speaking, a red light enveloped Momonosuke. The scenery before my eyes seemed to be dyed a fiery red, and a hot breath came from above my head. What's going on? Momonosuke looked up at the sky in confusion, his pupils shrank, and he saw a ball of red magma falling from the sky like a meteorite, dragging a red tail flame, drawing a dazzling red light in the sky. The courage that he had finally mustered up suddenly vanished into thin air, and endless fear surged into his heart. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a human form into a timid pink caterpillar. Kinemon, save me! Momonosuke curled up into a ball, shivering, unable to even stand, let alone run away. Don't be afraid, young master, I'm here to save you. Kinemon's eyes flashed, and he boldly drew the samurai sword from his waist. Armament hockey, like sakura flowers, bloomed on the blades in both hands. Odin's dual sword style. Fire slashing. He jumped high, with his blades crossing in front of him to form a cross, emitting a sharp aura, and wielded both swords to cut straight at the rapidly falling magma meteorite. Clang. The knife flashed sharply, cutting through the void and splitting the falling magma into two. But in just a moment, the magma returned to its original state and continued to rush towards Momonosuke, who was curled up in a ball at an extremely fast speed. What? Kinemon brushed past the falling lava and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at the lava that had returned to its original state with an expression of astonishment. Why didn't my attack work? Oh right, young master. It's too late. After coming to his senses, Kinemon immediately shouted at Momonosuke. Young master, get out of there. Momonosuke looked at the increasingly dazzling red light, and his fear became even greater. He was unable to move, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. I can't do it. The scarlet red light burst out and sank into the earth like the sun. Boom. The tremendous roar was deafening, boiling magma splashed everywhere, black smoke rose, and the battlefield was blurred. Advertisement. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a tall figure with a red glow all over his body. Drops of sticky, high-temperature magma dripped from the military cap. Akainu was surrounded by magma. He pinched Momonosuke's neck with a cold expression and eyes as sharp as a knife. Let me go. Momonosuke swung his body wildly, and the hot magma burned the dragon scales on his body black and rolled them up. He looked extremely painful and kept struggling, but Akainu's large palms were like iron clamps, tightly gripping his neck. Let go of the young master. He is Lord Odin's son. He is the only legitimate heir to the entire Wano-kuni. You Marines, are you planning to go to war with the entire Wano-kuni? Kinemon yelled angrily, his face full of anxiety. Oh, this kid is Odin's damn son. No wonder, this brat is as stupid as him. Akainu tightened his grip, and Momonosuke suddenly couldn't breathe, his eyeballs bulged out, and he struggled frantically. Nishi. Emon, help. Akainu said this coldly. Don't threaten me with a war with the entire Wano-kuni. What I fear least is threats. Besides, the current situation is not considered an all-out war. Kinemon couldn't refute it because what Akainu said was true. His tone softened and he spoke humbly. How about this? As long as you don't kill him, we warriors will withdraw from Wano-kuni, and Wano-kuni will belong to your Marines. How about that? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as they are still around, one day, they will retake Wano-kuni. Showing weakness temporarily is for a comeback in the future. In this way, the young master's life should be saved. Kinemon thought so. Sorry, I don't accept your proposal. Akainu increased his strength again, and Momonosuke's eyes rolled up, and the strength of his body swinging gradually decreased. Why, don't you Marines want the Wano-kuni territory? Kinemon was struck by lightning and shouted anxiously. We Marines came to Wano-kuni only to destroy the beast's pirates. This whole time, it's just you, a bunch of ridiculous warriors, acting on your own. Advertisement. Akainu sneered. What a bunch of stupid guys. No wonder Kaido was able to occupy Wano-kuni for so many years. In that case, let's retreat now, please let the young master go. Kinemon begged desperately, bending his knees and kneeling down towards Akainu. He buried his head deeply. Please, let the young master go. Hey, if that's the case, then what about the soldiers we lost? Akainu roared and clenched his hands. Snap! A crisp sound was heard, and Momonosuke's eyes were full of whites, with no life left. Akainu threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Since you have chosen to go to war, you must be prepared to perish. Akainu killed Momonosuke cleanly and efficiently without any hesitation. Then the magma in his right arm exploded, like a volcanic eruption, and a huge fist slammed straight towards Kinemon. Young master. Kinemon stared at Momonosuke's body in a daze. I'm sorry, I failed to live up to your expectations. He slowly closed his eyes. Momonosuke is dead, and everything we do now is meaningless. The minister dies with the Lord. Last time, Lord Odin risked his life to save them, but now he failed to protect the young master and complete the task of restoring the Kazuki clan. He no longer has the face to live. The giant fist formed from magma submerged Kinemon's body. On the other side, Tora was already fighting with Inuarashi, Nekomaru and Kanjuro. This little devil is quite difficult to deal with. Inuarashi held the katana horizontally in front of him, blocking a flying slash that was coming at him. Although the cat viper is fat, it is very flexible. Relying on its quick reactions, it can quickly get close and chop down with one blow. Floating world. Yin was not at all panicked. He raised his hand and the ground around him flew up. The ground under his feet cracked open and huge rocks floated in the air. The cat viper lost its balance and was hit by a huge rock, sending it flying. He turned his waist, did a beautiful backflip in the air, landed steadily next to Inuarashi and spat. What a tricky devil fruit ability. Chapter 160 Wano-kuni ends. Cat Viper and Inuarashi looked up at the gloomy sky. Night had already fallen, darkness was shrouded, and thick dark clouds covered the moon. Damn it. Why is the weather like this again? The two cursed in unison. If the minks want to transform into moon lion form, there must be a full moon. The moon lion form can double the combat power of both of them, and then they can easily defeat the little devil in front of them. Misfortunes never come singly. Since Lord Orochi is not here, I should leave here and make plans later. You can't throw your life away in vain. Kanjuro's expression was uncertain. He didn't expect that this little kid was so strong. He was originally a pawn planted by the Kurozumi family next to the Odin family. Now that the situation is over, there is no need for him to continue working for them. He took out a paintbrush and painted a lifelike bird on the wall next to him. Compared with the abstract dragon painted above, it did not look like it was painted by one person. Goodbye everyone, I won't accompany you. Just as Kanjuro jumped onto the big bird's back, suddenly, from behind him, a huge magma fist with terrifying high temperature came towards him as fast as lightning. Wherever the giant magma fist passed, the void was distorted. Kanjuro was about to turn around to find out what happened, but he saw the red giant magma fist constantly enlarging in his eyes. Bang! Blood gushed out of Kanjuro's mouth, and he fell to the ground from behind the bird like a kite with a broken string, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Everyone listen up, don't let any warrior go. Kill. Akainu had a gloomy face, the blood on his head had already solidified, and his aura was solemn and murderous, like a demon crawling out of hell. The blood-red word, justice, behind him was filled with iron, blood, and killing. The magma in his right arm rolled, and Akainu rushed towards Inuarashi without stopping. The expanding magma gushed out and turned into a hideous magma dog covered in blood. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Yes, everyone, follow Marshal Akainu and charge. Kill them all. Hearing Akainu's call, everyone was like being injected with chicken blood, their blood boiled, their faces flushed, waving their long swords, and charging towards the few remaining warriors. There is nothing more inspiring than seeing the marshal charging at the head of the troops. As the marshal, Akainu was seriously injured but still charged to the front line. What reason did they have to retreat? What reason is there not to enforce your own justice? For justice. All the Marines shouted in unison, their faces flushed and veins bulging in their throats. Being born in this twisted world is a misfortune. Advertisement. Then what reason do they have not to practice their justice with their lives? Even if I sacrifice my life, but when your hot blood is spilled on the earth, new buds will always break through the ground. And then, a brand new world, a world where people can live happily, will surely appear. At that time, they can proudly say that such a world is due to my contribution. I have not gone along with the secular world. I will carry out my beliefs to the end. I am the brave one who goes against the wind. I can brag to others. Stick to your own justice to the end, and risk your own life. Pretty cool, right? Think about the limited lifespan, and how wonderful it would be to experience so many ups and downs in such a wonderful life. So go to war, boys. Don't let those worldly eyes block your path, don't let your rotten body restrain your noble soul, and don't let the dirty water of the world fall on your noble beliefs. If my dream is covered with a thick layer of filth by the distorted world, I will wash it with my own blood. Kill. A marine roared, and slashed a samurai's chest with a blade covered with armament hockey. Puff. Warm blood splashed onto his face, and the warrior screamed and fell to the ground. Then another warrior rushed over and chopped him down with his sword. Marine was caught off guard and had to tilt his body. One of his arms fell to the ground, broken at the shoulder, and blood gushed out. Rush. The warrior tried to swing his sword again, but Marines swarmed in from behind the Marine with the broken arm, unafraid of death. They had resolute faces, cold eyes, and fought to the death. No one thought of escaping, all thinking about how to kill the enemy. As expected of the soldiers trained by Uncle Akainu. Yin gripped the hilt of the knife tightly in both hands, with the corners of his mouth raised. My blood is boiling, too. Yin leaned forward and made a familiar movement, faint lightning wrapped around the blade, making a sizzling sound. But Bacchus will definitely kill Charlotte Linlin. But he suddenly thought of the Buster Call, initiated by the Marine hero Garp, and his face was full of worry. Advertisement: a fat cat's head rolled to the ground. I don't know if Bacchus can survive. The cat viper's expression was stiff, and a thin line appeared on its neck. Many people collapsed directly to the ground, gasping for air, breathing greedily, feeling the feeling of being alive. Akainu adjusted his military cap, and after confirming that Inuarashi was dead, he immediately turned around, and the magma in his arms gushed out again, pouring into the group of samurai. Everything seemed like a dream, but the countless corpses around them told them the cruelty of reality. Yin's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Between heaven and earth, only a winding line of lightning cut through the void and went straight through the head of the cat viper. Sizzle. The survivors are cleaning up the battlefield, carrying the will of the dead and continuing to fight. Well, see you next time. I'm leaving now. Double sword style lightning flash. I don't know, but, Tora said as if he saw through Akainu's worry. Uncle Akainu, I'm leaving now. On the other side, Inuarashi, whose body was charred black, fell to the ground, like charcoal. Ah, how's Bacchus doing? With Akainu's help, the warriors were quickly wiped out, and the corpses scattered all over the ground made it hard to imagine how brutal this war was. We have to end the battle quickly, cruel war, but as a marshal, he cannot fall. Akainu was directing some marines to clean up the battlefield. A long-lost look of fatigue appeared on his face. Akainu burst out laughing. The world seemed to have stopped, even the wind stopped blowing. He is the core of this army. The prosperous flower capital turned into ruins, and the buildings with red walls and green tiles turned into broken tiles. This is war. When the figure appeared again, Yin instantly appeared behind the cat viper. The two swords were sheathed, and the wind blew again. Don't worry, Brother Bacchus will survive. Yeah, that guy is going to kill the pirates even if it costs his life. Tora said goodbye to Akainu. A confident smile appeared on Yin's face. Chapter 161. Low health Kaido fish. After Yin said something to Akainu, he flew away. Akainu fell into deep thought. Since he didn't see Kaido in Wano-kuni, there was a high probability that he went to Cake Island to help Charlotte Linlin deal with Bacchus. After all, the two formed an alliance 2 years ago. The only pirates left now are the Red Hair Pirates. But before clearing out the pirates, there is still a very troublesome existence. World government. Even Akainu was helpless at the thought of that terrifying, devastating power. He sighed deeply. Now all hope lies in Bacchus. Teacher Zephyr must have mentioned the world government's trump card to him. And Bacchus is the most special existence in this world. Akainu recalled the carrot-headed Bacchus back then. At that time, he was just an ordinary person, so weak that he couldn't even beat a normal adult man. However, in just a few years, he grew to be a rival to the 4 emperors in this ocean. He suddenly smiled. It's a miracle. He originally didn't believe in miracles. How could such an illusory thing appear in this real world? But the presence of Bacchus allowed him to witness the birth of a miracle with his own eyes. Of course, Bacchus must have some great secrets. When he first joined the marine, he got the dark fruit and that strange knife for no reason. He suspected that he had some great secret. After that, he used all kinds of abilities, including lightning, water control, strange physical skills, and pulse gates. Now he can use the abilities of 2 devil fruits at the same time. He must be hiding a dark secret, but so what? As long as he was killing pirates, it didn't matter if he was hiding this secret. So, he and Teacher Zephyr reached a consensus tacitly. Stop the marine brass from exploring the source of Bacchus' abilities. And the secret of Bacchus will be a powerful force against the world government. And before that, what I'm doing now is far from enough. What I want to do is to kill all these so-called sea emperors and stir up this ocean. Akainu's face was cold, like a piece of eternal ice. He looked behind him at his comrades who were fighting alongside him. Advertisement. As if they sensed Marshal Akainu's gaze, the Marines smiled at Akainu and saluted. Everyone seems to have absolute confidence in the future. There was a hint of apology in Akainu's deep eyes, and he raised his hand to return the greeting. He looked into the distance. It was late at night and the sticky, inky darkness swallowed up the light. It was pitch black. Akainu's blood seemed to be boiling and his heart was pounding. Let the world see what earth-shattering things a mad dog can do. He sneered, World government, it's time to disappear from this world. An area of sea not far from Cake Island. It was still evening in Wano-kuni, but here it was sunny and nice weather. High in the sky, Charizard took Lackey and flew towards the Fishman Island. Their mission is to hunt down all members of the Charlotte family. Now that the mission has been completed, it's time to rendezvous at the location agreed upon in advance. Suddenly, their heads were covered by a long shadow, as if a long train was passing over their heads. What? Bay Lackey looked up and saw a green dragon with scars all over its body flying away in panic. Is that Kaido of the Beasts? Bay Lackey had seen the bounty order for Kaido and barely recognized him. Because at this moment, Kaido no longer had any trace of Haki on the wanted poster. His body was covered in broken dragon scales and blood, and his snake-like body was covered with clear fist marks. His skin and flesh were sunken, and he looked disheveled and panic-stricken, like a dog that had lost its home. Only our captain can inflict such scars. It seems the captain accidentally let him get away. Let's go, Charizard, roar, since the captain didn't take care of him, let us do it. If it was Kaido in full health, Bay Lackey might still be a little afraid of him, but now it was Kaido who was at low health. With their strength, the current Kaido was nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention, Baylaki took out a necklace with a bright jewel in it and put it around the Charizard's neck. Fire-breathing Dragon Y Stone. Charizard twisted its neck uncomfortably, with a very uncomfortable expression. Just bear with it. After all, our opponent is Kaido, who is said to be the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Advertisement. Baylaki stroked Charizard's head as if coaxing a child, whispering comforting words. The Charizard sighed helplessly, then flapped its wings, flew through the thin clouds, and rushed straight upwards. Kesso, I didn't expect that brat to be so powerful. Kaido said indignantly. How could there be a being in this world that could resist 2 Sea Emperors? You know, Captain Rox was also defeated by Garp and Roger in the Battle of God Valley. What kind of monster can do this? In the previous battle, Bacchus took several hits from the Thundering 8 trigrams and even fought back. It's like even if he loses his life, he will tear off a few pieces of flesh from your body. A lunatic even crazier than that mad dog Akainu. Kaido swears. Never fight with those lunatics again. Huh? What is that? Kaido looked down and saw an orange lizard running straight towards him. On his back, there was a very beautiful woman. They looked excited, as if they were happy to meet Kaido. But the murderous intent emanating from his body already revealed the other party's intention. He comes with bad intentions. Who dares to challenge me now? Kaido was furious. Now any Gyuki snake god could challenge him. Dragon breath. Kaido's body froze, his bloody mouth opened wide, thick and hot flames gathered and swirled in his mouth, then gushed out. The high temperature emitted by the scorching dragon's breath caused the surrounding void to distort. The Charizard spurted out 2 streams of hot air from its nose in defiance, and then spurted out a big, shaped flame, which crashed straight into the falling dragon breath. Boom! The 2 flames collided violently, competing with each other. The flames rolled and spread in all directions, then exploded, rolling heat waves spread out, and a thick black smoke rose. Suddenly, a violent hurricane appeared out of nowhere and directly dispersed the black smoke around. Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, against the flowing air current, and rushed towards Kaido quickly. His right claw flashed with metallic luster and swung down fiercely at Kaido. Metal Claws. Chapter 162. They're all crazy. The claws with a gleaming metallic luster fell towards Kaido. At the same time, Baylaki, who had transformed into a phoenix, was surrounded by flames and rushed straight towards Kaido's head like a fireball. Although Kaido was seriously injured, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. He just shook his body, and Charizard and Baylaki were knocked away in the blink of an eye. You are still too young, little devils, Kaido roared, and the scarlet vertical pupil in his only remaining eye suddenly enlarged. Huge wind blades spewed out of his mouth and shot towards the falling Charizard. Bad wind. The Charizard flapped its wings to steady its body. The dense and sharp wind blades continued to enlarge in his eyes and he could no longer avoid them. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and a dark green barrier appeared in front of him. Countless wind blades hit the screen and shattered. Hold on. Charizard backhandedly spurted out a jet of flame, instantly engulfing Kaido in a sea of flames. Kaido sneered as he bathed in the flames, twisting his body in comfort. Are you running me a hot bath, little lizard? Baylaki frowned when he saw that his attack had no effect on Kaido. At this rate, Kaido will be dragged down until he is exhausted. But it was too late and they were rushing to the meeting place. Fortunately, the captain left this thing behind, otherwise it would have taken a lot more effort. Baylaki took out a jewel brooch and put it on her chest. It was the key stone. The moment it was put on, the key stone emitted a bright light, and several strands of silk flew out from the key stone and connected to the Charizard Y stone on Charizard's chest. For a moment, both were covered in bright light, and Kaido narrowed his eyes in surprise. What's going on? Damn it, what a blinding light. The next moment, the light faded, and the exclusive symbol of Mega Evolution bloomed in front of Charizard. Answer my heart, Charizard, Charizard, Mega Evolution. The sun seemed to be affected by something, and suddenly burst out with dazzling light. The temperature rose sharply, and the scorching light fell like a furnace, and the temperature continued to rise. Broad wings, a huge body, a fiercely burning flame at the tail, spikes on the top of the head, wings growing out of the arms. Roar. An extremely thick flame shot up into the sky and burned through the clouds. Charizard Y form, here it comes, advertisement, it's such a wonderful feeling, it's like, we are connected in spirit. Baylaki sighed, she felt that her mind and Charizard's mind seemed to be connected, and she could predict in advance what the other party was going to do next. It has changed into a new form, I wonder how strong it is. Kaido observed the Charizard's changed appearance, then decided to take the initiative and spit out a fiery dragon breath. The dragon's breath hit the Charizard like a meteorite. The Charizard looked at the dragon breath flame flying towards it with disdain and held up a dark green barrier with one hand. Pokemon's magical skills, hold on. The dragon's breath spread out around the barrier, and the flowing flames were like an open umbrella. Charizard retracted its dark green barrier, and the flames condensed and compressed in its mouth. A huge orange-red, big, shaped flame gushed out of its mouth and shot towards Kaido. Big words explode. Kaido was too big to dodge, and the angle of the big, shaped flame was extremely tricky, so he had no choice but to take it. Boom. The effect is excellent. Black smoke billowed up and flames exploded. The Charizard flapped its wings, and several wind blades cut through the void and headed straight towards Kaido. Clang! There was a sound of metallic collision, and the strong wind caused by the wind blade dispersed the thick black smoke, revealing Kaido's disheveled body. The charred dragon scales curled up, and there were a few thin bloodlines flowing with blood. Kesu! It hurts! Kaido roared, his face was ferocious, and he danced wildly. Roar! Charizard roared in victory and looked at Kaido proudly, first giving him a thumbs up. Then the thumb slowly points downwards. The special attack ability of Charizard's Y form has been greatly improved. With the help of clear weather and the Mara fruit he ate, his fire damage has now been explosively improved. Qualitative improvement. Damn it! Kaido rushed towards Charizard like a madman, his speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Sizzle, black and red lightning wrapped around the tail, and the thick tail swung down towards Charizard at lightning speed. Advertisement. Hold on. Charizard's eyes were solemn, not daring to be careless. He held up a dark green barrier with both hands and resisted the powerful blow with all his might. The two wrestled fiercely, with Lackey's body burning with flames, armament hockey wrapped around his legs, and kicked Kaido in the head. Bang! The sharp bird claws hit Kaido's head with a dull sound. Lackey felt as if he had hit an iron plate, and waves of pain came from his legs. Kaido's eyes flashed with ferocity, he raised his head, easily knocked Lackey away, then he opened his mouth and spit out a hot dragon breath, completely submerging Lackey. Roar, damn it! Charizard groaned. Now his feelings were connected with Lackey's. He could clearly feel the pain in Lackey's body. Snap! The dark green barrier in front of him began to show tiny cracks, and it would soon break. Holding on does not mean you are invincible. When the barrier's endurance limit is exceeded, you will not be able to hold on. Charizard's eyes bulged out and looked crazy, and its next action surprised Kaido even more. Charizard withdrew its barrier and grabbed Kaido's tail. Too naive, kid! Kaido roared and slapped his tail straight down. Charizard straightened its back and took the blow hard. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, he laughed grimly, and violent flames spurted out of his mouth. You can search it! Kaido was startled and tried to move his body, but was firmly grasped by Charizard and could not move. Roar! Scalding flames gushed out of the fire-breathing dragon's mouth. Kaido howled in pain, and the dragon scales on his body made crackling sounds. The air seemed to be filled with the aroma of meat. Then, the Charizard's entire body was engulfed in flames. The terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding void to distort, and then it shrank rapidly before suddenly exploding. Burn out! Boom! The earth-shaking explosion resounded throughout the world, and the terrifying impact force spread in all directions, like ripples. The surrounding clouds were dispersed by this terrifying impact force and turned into nothing. Ah! Kaido wailed as unbearable pain spread throughout his body. Mad! Mad! They're all crazy. Why are all the people in the world crazy? Advertisement Chapter 163. Charizard Y shows its power for the first time. Kaido looked in horror at the fire-breathing dragon that was spitting blood and had a crazy look on its face. He couldn't understand why. Why does he always encounter this kind of madman who would rather exchange injuries for injuries and bite off a piece of flesh from him even at the cost of his own life? Lousy doesn't want to play with you anymore. Kaido twisted his whole body and charred body, but Charizard held Kaido's tail tightly and would not let go even if he died. Roar! Charizard sneered at the panicked Kaido, and the flame on its tail suddenly rose high and spun at high speed. The expanding flame enveloped the two of them, spinning at high speed like a tornado, with flames flying. Flame vortex. The flames climbed up Kaido's body, and the terrifying heat made his dragon scales sizzle. He struggled violently, and Charizard gradually found it difficult to hold Kaido's tail, and saw that Kaido was about to escape. The Charizard's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it controlled the expanding vortex of flames to shrink rapidly. Boom! Then, the vortex exploded, and blazing flames spread in all directions. Kaido was blown away by the explosion that seemed to destroy the world. A large amount of blood gushed out of Kaido's mouth. He was already dying from the beating he received from Bacchus, leaving him with many wounds. This time, he also suffered the explosion damage from the vortex of fire, which aggravated his original injuries. The new injuries superimposed on the old ones, and now his physical condition was very bad, and the severe pain stung his nerves. Ahem! Kaido coughed violently a few times, and several puddles of blood spurted out. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even activate Haki. He could already feel the vitality in his body slowly draining away. The shadow of death hung over his heart. On the other side, Charizard was covered in flames. At the moment of the explosion, he used elementalization to avoid damage and did not suffer any damage at all. Roar! Reptile! Remember, Lousy is the dragon now. The Charizard roared, and the flames around it gathered and compressed towards its right fist, forming a huge fireball. Fire fist! Fire fist! A surging column of fire burst out from Charizard's right fist and rushed towards Kaido at an alarming speed. The sparks were like the fiery red maple leaves falling in autumn, entwining the pillar of fire like tassels, extremely sad and beautiful. Bad wind. Kaido managed to spit out a few wind blades, which hit the pillar of fire directly. However, the pillar of fire had a crushing force, and the wind blade was like fragile glass, disappearing in the surging pillar of fire. Advertisement. Kaido wanted to dodge, but his body seemed to be rusted and he couldn't move. Bang! The giant pillar of fire hit Kaido's head fiercely, making a low sound. He suddenly felt dizzy and spurted out another mouthful of blood. Snap! The two horns on Kaido's head broke and he fell from a high altitude. His whole body was knocked backwards by the powerful impact. Damn it! Am I going to die in a place like this? He looked around and saw nothing but vast ocean below, without even an island. Now he has only one way to go. Run! Kaido said nothing, gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, turned around and ran, his four claws flying quickly into the distance. Who? Want to run? Lousy disagrees. Flash charge? A thick flame rose up, and the Charizard vibrated its wings. Flames erupted from behind it, dragging a red light, and shot towards Kaido as fast as lightning. Roar! The distance between them kept shortening, and in the blink of an eye, Charizard caught up with Kaido. Kaido looked at the Charizard in horror as it caught up with him. The Charizard waved its metallic claws, which were deeply embedded in Kaido's flesh. Roar! Charizard roared, exerting all his strength, and lifted Kaido up directly from an exaggerated perspective. Brute force. Hoo-hoo. With its wings vibrating, Charizard carried Kaido straight into the sky, then flew up and down in a circular trajectory, with the shadow of the earth looming. Throw it onto earth. After a few rounds, Charizard's eyes became stern, and with the help of the force of inertia, he threw Kaido into the sea with an over-the-shoulder throw. Roar! The Charizard opened its bloody mouth, and surging flames condensed in its mouth and spewed out. Big characters explode. A huge, big, shaped flame chased Kaido down. Boom! The flames exploded, and black smoke rose up. The incomparable impact force made Kaido fall a little faster, and several pieces of burnt dragon scales fell off. Falling straight into the sea. Advertisement. The sea area near Beehive Island. Smash blaster. Laser light concentrated to ultimate burst out from Zephyr's giant mechanical arm and shot towards Shanks at high speed. Shank's face was as gloomy as water. He waved the griffin in his hand and slashed at the oncoming laser with the Conqueror's Haki. Boom! Shanks cut the laser beam in half, brushing past his hair on both sides and shooting into the distance before exploding with a loud bang. The strong wind blew his blood-red hair. Shank's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Zephyr's eyes narrowed, and for a moment he couldn't find Shanks. Even his observation Haki didn't find any trace of Shanks. He looked around carefully, and suddenly, a sharp knife energy came from behind him. He felt a chill down his spine, as if a thorn was stabbed in his back. He was startled, then he turned around quickly, swung the heavy and huge seastone mechanical arm, and smashed it down heavily, accurately blocking the stabbing sword. Kill by seeing and hearing. This is a way to cultivate Conquerors to another level, able to suppress the enemy's observation Haki, an extremely powerful Conqueror's application technique. Shanks was slightly startled. As expected of a veteran admiral, his intuition was terrifyingly sharp. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this, Zephyr? Zephyr's mouth curled up. It's nothing more than my life. It's the most basic responsibility of a teacher to save his students. You can search. Stubborn old man. You have no idea about the truth of this world, or the consequences of doing this. Only that person can liberate this world, and only that person can lead us to another beautiful world. The red light in Shank's eyes became even brighter, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted like a volcano, with black and red lightning flashing at a high frequency and making a crackling sound. A majestic aura burst out, and the terrifying power wrapped around the blade called Griffin. With a thrust of the sword, the heavy mechanical arm was directly lifted up and flew away. This is fate. Shanks opened his bloodshot eyes, and endless anger surged from his heart. Why is there no one willing to cooperate with his actions? His plans were disrupted time and time again, and his anger had reached its peak. Obviously, Luffy has a great hope of awakening, but... Shanks's eyes grew colder. It was Bacchus himself who extinguished this light of hope with darkness. Chapter 164. The top combat power in this sea. Shanks' eyes grew colder, and the griffin wrapped in the sharp armament Haki slashed towards Zephyr's chest. The dark and hard armament Haki quickly covered Zephyr's chest, and the sharp slash seemed to be able to cut through the void. Clang! There was a sharp sound of metal collision, and the sharp blade hit Zephyr's chest, and dazzling sparks burst out. Snap! There was another clear sound of glass breaking, and visible cracks appeared on the armament Haki on Zephyr's chest, which were spreading rapidly. The next moment, the hard armament Haki actually collapsed. With a slash of the knife, the sharp blade flew out with a string of blood, splattering everywhere and filling the air. A hideous knife wound appeared on Zephyr's chest. Zephyr said nothing, his sunglasses hiding his eyes. What expression would he have? Are you scared? No. It's ironic, he sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. You can attribute all this to fate? What a ridiculous reason. I don't believe that. Zephyr didn't care about the knife wound on his chest at all. He raised his mechanical arm high and smashed it down hard. Damn fate. Bang. The huge mechanical arm continued to grow larger in Shank's eyes. Shank's face was stern. He turned his wrist and blocked with his sword, holding on to the powerful blow. Then, Zephyr's right arm was covered with a strong armament Haki, and a punch left a series of afterimages in the air before hitting Shank's abdomen. Shanks had no time to dodge and had to take it. With a bang, the fist hit Shank's abdomen. A huge force came, and circles of white airwave were actually shaken out behind Shanks. Dust was flying and Shanks' eyes were bulging. You can imagine how powerful this punch was. The powerful force knocked Shanks away. Shanks twisted his waist and inserted the griffin in his hand into the deck. Suddenly, a long groove appeared on the deck, and he was able to stabilize his body. Pooh! Shanks opened his mouth and spat out a stream of bloody phlegm, his expression more serious than ever before. As expected of Black Arm, Zephyr, his fists are still this strong. Advertisement, but then, Shanks stood up, his eyes shining red. A terrifying and majestic aura spread out, and black and red lightning was as thick as a python, appearing out of thin air, entwining the griffin of Conqueror's Haki and emitting a sharp edge. Conqueror's Haki is fully activated. I'm going to use all my strength. Shanks gripped the hilt tightly, and a raging flame suddenly ignited on the blade. Flames and black-red lightning intertwined, and a terrifying aura surged towards Zephyr like an overwhelming force. Above the two, a wide abyss crack appeared in the sky covered with thick clouds. Like a natural moat, the clouds rolled up along both sides of the chasm, and the griffin in Shanks' hand burst out with a terrifying edge. Shanks swung his arms and slashed down with a dazzling flaming blow, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, and the strong wind whistled in Zephyr's ears. Such a powerful attack. Despite the massive attack from Shanks, Zephyr showed no fear. The flaming slash came towards him, and Zephyr raised his mechanical arm to take the terrifying blow. Boom! Violent winds and waves swept in all directions. The deck beneath Zephyr's feet collapsed, wood chips flew, and the powerful attack gradually bent his back. Snap! A clear sound of breaking reached Zephyr's ears, and Zephyr looked at the tiny cracks spreading on Seastone's arm with a serious expression. Such a high-purity Seastone can withstand the slash of red-haired Shanks. They are worthy of being the top combat force in this ocean. Zephyr exerted force with his legs, his body suddenly sank, and then pushed upwards. The deck under his feet collapsed, and the huge force supported the mechanical arm to push up the downward blade light. The sword light dissipated, leaving the ground in a mess. Ahem! Zephyr was breathing heavily, using his mechanical arms with several cracks on them to support himself on the ground, and he started coughing violently. Huff! He was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, and his face looked painful. Damn it, it has to be at this time. I'm sorry, brother, I'm actually of no use at this time. The shells exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up. The violent airwaves swept in all directions with a hurricane. The powerful impact was mixed with deafening sound. The dazzling white light filled the everywhere, and everything within 100 miles was destroyed. Too naive, little brat. And now, let alone touching the enemy, with the strength of the Red Hair Pirate's crew, she would probably die before she even touches the enemy. Advertisement Tianbao said guiltily, how can there be such a powerful force? On the other side, on a dilapidated ship, Lika operated the cannon on the deck, loaded the power rock shells that had been enhanced by the ability, adjusted the angle, and aimed at the Red Hair Pirates who were rushing towards here. Lika adjusted the angle while comforting him. Ian was holding a telescope, looking extremely panicked. Teacher Zephyr's asthma is acting up, quickly fire your artillery shells to provide cover. We have to get rid of him first, receive, bang. It seems that it was that little devil who did it. An anxious roar came from the observation deck. Even the clouds were not spared and turned into nothingness. The target fruit only works when it touches the enemy. Under his observation Haki, the speed of the incoming artillery shells slowed down to an incomparable speed, and he could easily discern their trajectory. Beckman quickly came to his senses, his eyes full of fear, raised his revolver, and aimed at the boy's head in the distance. Teacher Zephyr was so kind to them, but she couldn't do anything in return. Now I'm back to the previous standalone mode of 100,000 words, because not many people are coming. Yasop looked at the rising mushroom cloud in shock, his mouth wide open, stunned. It doesn't matter, just let me be alone and accompany Bacchus to the end. Have you forgotten what Mr. Zephyr said? Several times more than the previous one? The battlefield is changing rapidly, and any factors may lead to a change in the situation. Ha ha ha, Bennett Adventure Group, let's go. Hearing this, Libby immediately adjusted the angle, and countless dazzling sparks spewed out of the black muzzle. An extremely large cannonball quickly blasted towards the Red Hair Pirate's ship in the distance. Beckman on the side also showed a shocked expression. He didn't expect the power of this dynamic rock to be so terrifying. Yasop was holding a sniper rifle, staring intently at the incoming shells. Hey, Libby, don't worry, Tianbao, your abilities will always come in handy. He pulled the trigger, sparks flew from the muzzle, and a bullet covered with powerful armament Haki, with a spiral wave of air at its tail and bursts of sonic booms, hit the high-speed artillery shell with incredible accuracy. Boom! Advertisement Chapter 165 Asthma attack. Beckman's eyes were cold as he opened his observation Haki and aimed at Lika's head in the distance. Bang! A low gunshot rang out, and countless sparks burst out from the silver muzzle. A pitch-black bullet covered with extremely strong armament Haki, dragging a powerful spiral airwave, shot towards Lika's head at a high speed. Superb armament Haki and exquisite marksmanship are perfectly combined. He is the right-hand man of 4 Emperors Red Hair, the Vice-Emperor. Lika was busy aiming at the red-haired Shanks, taking the pressure off of Teacher Zephyr. Suddenly, Tianbao beside him was startled as if struck by lightning, and rushed towards his brother Lika, roaring. Careful. At the moment she pounced, A bullet grazed her hair and shot straight through the cabin without any hindrance. This shows how terrifying the power carried by the bullet is. A few broken hairs slowly fell from the air. Lika looked at the cabin behind him that was pierced with some fear. A tiny black hole appeared, but there was no trace of anything on the surrounding wooden boards. He could even see the ocean on the other side through the tiny black hole. With his throat rolling, Lika swallowed hard and said to Tianbao thankfully, "See, now your role is revealed, but how did you detect the existence of this bullet?" Lika was a little confused. His observation hockey didn't react at all. Tianbao scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I don't know the details, but didn't teacher Zephyr say that you don't have the talent to practice observation hockey, so your current observation hockey is only at the elementary level? And my observation hockey..." Stop. Let's not talk about this for now, let's deal with the enemy first." Lika's face turned red and he quickly stopped Tianbao from continuing. As an older brother, he had the responsibility to protect his younger sister, but his younger sister surpassed him and protected him in return, so he was naturally a little embarrassed. Beckman frowned. He didn't expect that the little devil actually escaped. "But that girl's observation hockey is quite something. She can actually sense the trajectory of my bullets. But if that little devil is not dealt with, the terrifying power rock shells will definitely blow the ship to pieces. Everyone, the task of protecting the ship will be left to me and Yasop. Go and destroy the enemy's artillery, I'll cover you." Advertisement Beckman ordered, and everyone responded. "Yes, Captain." Small boats were launched into the sea, and everyone boarded the boats and headed towards the dilapidated ship in the distance. "Little devil. How dare you set your sights on our red-hair pirates? Prepare to die." Lime Jones rowed the oar, stirring up a wave, and at a very fast speed, left a white groove on the sea. Broken. Lika was shocked when he saw this. How could their crew's physical fitness be better than that of the elite crew of the red-haired pirates ship? In desperation, he could only call more gunners to move the artillery pieces over. Bang! 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 The artillery batteries were spewing sparks, and dense shells fell on the people on the boat like raindrops. How abominable! Lika looked at the quickly consumed shells with some distress. He only fired a few shots from the beginning to the end. And now so much time has been consumed in just a few minutes. There are a limited number of shells made of kinetic rock, otherwise he wouldn't be so distressed. Moreover, his Momo fruit can enhance the explosive effect of the power rock shells. Only in this way can the shells be used best. But now with so many turrets, his Momo fruit is completely useless. But at this point, there is no other way. When there is a huge disparity in combat power, one can only rely on external objects to make up for the gap. The powered rock shells rained down like rain. The people on the boat looked serious and raised their weapons one after another. They saw with their own eyes what had just happened. The earth-shaking explosion was so deafening that it would have been painful for anyone to hear. Bang! Continuous gunshots rang out, several bullets accurately hit the falling shells, several mushroom clouds rose, and deafening explosions hit everyone's eardrums. "You can search it," Yasop cursed under his breath. There were simply too many shells to handle. Beckman's face was as cold as ice. He pulled the trigger over and over again. The high-frequency shooting made the silver muzzle of the gun gradually turn red and hot. The day will come when the ammunition runs out, and that will be the day you die. At the same time, he looked at Shanks with some concern, who was entangled with Zephyr on the deck not far away. Advertisement. The heavy seastone mechanical arm and the blade wrapped with the extremely strong Conqueror's hockey collided violently, sparks flew, and a heavy sound was made. Huff, cough cough, a hideous knife wound was left on Zephyr's heaving chest, and blood was flowing out. Zephyr was gasping for breath and coughing from time to time, as if he couldn't breathe. His movements also became slower and slower, completely unable to keep up with Shank's swift swordsmanship. "If it were normal, I would definitely have a fair fight with you, but now..." Shanks's gaze became extremely fierce, his blood-red hair danced wildly in the wind, and the vertical scar on his left eye became more and more hideous. "I'm going to kill that guy Bacchus." He turned his wrist, swung the griffin in his hand, and slashed it out with a heavy horizontal slash. The sharp blade was reflected in Zephyr's dark sunglasses. He held his breath and concentrated, barely controlling the mechanical arm to block the attack. Clang! Bright sparks fell again, and Zephyr's robotic arm was violently flung away. Then the sharp blade slashed from above diagonally. Zephyr tried his best to keep his body steady, with his right arm covered with armament hockey, and the blade that was spewing black and red lightning collided violently. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out again. Asthma caused the power of Zephyr's armament hockey to drop sharply. The armament hockey on his right arm was covered with cracks, and spots of blood spread out. The blade was stained with some bloodline. Hoo-hoo! Zephyr gasped violently again, his face showing pain. He couldn't muster any strength in his body and retreated repeatedly. Asthma has greatly reduced his fighting power. He could have held Shanks back before, but now if he is not careful, he will lose his life. Shanks turned his wrist again, and the blade slashed at a strange angle like a tricky lion majesty. His superb swordsmanship was fully demonstrated at this moment, and the attack speed was so fast that it was outrageous. Those who see this are all familiar faces, although there are only a few dozen people watching now. Thank you to my crew for coming here with me. I have seen everyone's encouragement, although there are very few people. I am crying and laughing. Although my recent writing is indeed a bit bad. But, You guys should still sail with me. This is Total War. Set sail. Chapter 166. Another broken arm. The blade wrapped in black and red lightning chopped Zephyr away with one blow. The sharp blade light set off a storm as sharp as a knife, and the whole world trembled. Puff. Zephyr spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, hitting the mast heavily. With a snap, the mast broke, and Zephyr had another deep wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood flowed out and soaked the deck. Zephyr endured the severe pain, struggled to take out a bottle of dark green potion from behind, and drank it in a few gulps. Shanks stared at the familiar dark green potion, his eyes fixed. That was what Bacchus drank at that time. During the Summit War, Bacchus drank this potion and recovered quickly from his injuries. As he expected, after Zephyr drank the potion, the knife wound on his chest stopped bleeding and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Conqueror's hockey is really powerful, Shanks. Zephyr stood up slowly, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. There were a few drops of blood on his sunglasses, and the cracks on his mechanical arm were very dense. The whole person looked very miserable, but his rapid breathing gradually became steady and he exhaled deeply. It seemed that the bottle of recovery potion helped him suppress his asthma temporarily. On the other hand, Shanks was basically not hurt too much, and his terrifying spirit still exuded a majestic aura, overwhelming all around. The remnants of the old era should just go back home. You can't control the new era. Shanks said coldly. Yes, I am old. Zephyr sighed, then laughed heartily. However, a candle can also bring warmth to those in pain and dispel darkness with its weak flame. Behind Zephyr, a black cape stained with bloodline rose up without wind, and a surge of momentum rose from his body. The momentum is so solemn. Besides, I am that boy's teacher. Zephyr suddenly stopped smiling, as if he had suddenly become a different person, with a battle-hardened murderous aura gushing out of him, like an ancient demon god. Zephyr disappeared in a flash. The deck beneath his feet broke into pieces. Wood chips flew everywhere. 6 styles shave. Shanks rolled his eyes and a smile formed on his lips. It's still too slow, old man. He turned his waist, held the griffin in one arm, and held it horizontally in front of his body. Zephyr suddenly appeared in front of Shanks, waving his huge mechanical arm and punching out. Advertisement. The blade and the mechanical arm were struggling fiercely. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in the dark sunglasses. The next moment, the faint light suddenly expanded. The laser that had shrunk to ultimate spewed out from the muzzle of the mechanical arm, and Zephyr let out a low cry. Smash blaster. Shanks was submerged in the surging laser beam, and dust and sawdust were mixed in. The tattered cloak behind Zephyr fluttered, and the huge reaction force made him retreat again and again. Clang. In the smoke, several sharp blood-red flying slashes rushed towards Zephyr with fierce wind sounds. Bang bang bang. Zephyr held the mechanical arm in front of his chest, and several flying slashes hit the metal arm, making heavy sounds. Snap. The clear sound of breaking reached Zephyr's ears. Zephyr's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The crack on the mechanical arm in front of him widened again, as if it would break into countless pieces in the next moment. Can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, a violent breath spread out, directly dispersing the smoke. A blood-red figure flashed to Zephyr's side. Zephyr looked at the figure that flashed by him in horror. He appeared beside him without any perception. There is no way to avoid it anymore. Shanks' eyes flashed scarlet light. The terrifying conqueror's hockey was wrapped around the supreme sword griffin. Black and red lightning was like thunder. He swung the blade and chopped it down at Zephyr's neck. In the critical situation, Zephyr controlled the robotic arm. Waves of teeth-grinding hydraulic sounds were heard and large amounts of steam gushed out of the robotic arm. Laser beams erupted from the muzzle, and the powerful recoil force caused his body to quickly retreat. Shanks was a little surprised, as expected of a veteran Marine admiral with so much combat experience. But, Shanks' eyes flashed, and he turned his wrist, abruptly changing the direction of the blade. Clang. The blood-red blade light cut through the void, and a broken arm along with a large string of blood flew into the air. Zephyr groaned, and his entire right arm was severed. A large amount of blood flowed out, and a large pool of blood suddenly appeared under his feet. He tapped the ground with his toes, his face turned pale, and his body retreated rapidly. Teacher Zephyr. Advertisement. Ian was holding a telescope, watching Zephyr's broken arm. His heart ached, and he jumped off the observation deck. Get out of the way. She hurriedly pulled away the soldier who was operating the turret, and took control of the turret herself, adjusting the angle. Fire, fire, fire. Everyone, focus your fire on the red-haired Shanks. Ian opened his bloodshot eyes and growled like a wild beast. As a student of the teacher, but there is no help. I'm really useless. Ian seemed to be venting his anger, firing shells wildly. Sister Ain, our shells. Libby wanted to dissuade Ian from wasting shells. He stared at the small boat on the sea below that was approaching them at a high speed, with a frown on his face. Brother, forget it. Tianbao shook his head at Libby. Teacher Zephyr had done them a great favor, but now he could do nothing. Well, Libby sighed, then let me deal with these people. He operated the turret, aimed at the enemies on the sea, and fired a shell several times larger than an ordinary shell. You can search. Is the B************ D on the other side crazy? Yusop's face was as gloomy as water. He kept pulling the trigger. The muzzle of the sniper rifle was extremely hot and bullets were fired one after another. The same was true for Beckman, who found it difficult to cope with the dense rain of shells. Boom boom. Huge mushroom clouds exploded, and the powerful airwaves swept in all directions like a wave. Zephyr's face was pale, with blood oozing from his right arm. He half knelt on the ground, spitting blood continuously from his mouth. He used his heavy mechanical arm to support his body, trying hard not to fall down. Shanks looked deep in the eyes and shook off the blood on the blade. The blade in his hand emitted a gloomy cold light and endless murderous intent burst out. He slowly walked towards Zephyr, and the blood-red conqueror's hockey pressed towards Zephyr. Shanks, you are indeed one of Roger's crew members. Zephyr let the blood spill and laughed carefreely. Shanks frowned. It took me so long. Chapter 167 The Last Gift. I have to admit, you've caused me a lot of trouble, Zephyr. Shanks stared at Zephyr angrily, wondering if it was too late to get to Cake Island. I can only hope that Charlotte Linlin can hold on a little longer. Kesu, if you hadn't wasted so much of my time. Shanks was furious, the red light in his eyes suddenly rose, and a huge conqueror's hockey gushed out. The surrounding wooden boards were directly broken by this terrifying pressure. Shanks is the only person who can control conqueror's hockey and cause substantial damage. Shanks held the griffin tightly in his hand, and the blood-red conqueror's hockey was wrapped in black and red lightning and wrapped around the sharp blade. He flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and instantly appeared in front of Zephyr, wielding the griffin in his hand and slashing down with a heavy sword. The strong wind caused the cloak behind Zephyr to flutter wildly. The blood-red blade pierced the sky. Zephyr was extremely dignified. He raised his tattered mechanical arm with difficulty and blocked the sword. Bang! A dull thud stung the eardrums, and then an extremely clear sound of breaking reached Zephyr's ears. I saw that the originally fine cracks on the robotic arm became wider, and debris fell to the ground bit by bit. The next moment, the huge and heavy mechanical arm shattered into countless small and sharp fragments, scattering in all directions. The wreckage of the mechanical arm fell to the ground after it disintegrated, revealing Zephyr's broken arm. The huge force made Zephyr's body unstable, and the long-range attack brought by Conqueror's hockey was constantly destroying his old body. A large amount of blood flowed from Zephyr's mouth and nose. Shanks' eyes became colder and colder. He did not stop his actions and pierced Zephyr's heart with the sharp tip of the sword. The movements were smooth as flowing water, without any drag. Puff! Blood splattered as the scarlet tip of the sword pierced through Zephyr's back and went straight through his heart. Teacher Zephyr. Ian stood there in a daze. The world seemed to have stopped, even the wind stopped blowing. Teacher Zephyr. Libby stared with bloodshot eyes, biting her lips tightly with her teeth, blood flowing out, and the disgusting smell of blood lingered in her mouth. He fired power rock shells continuously like crazy. An infinite sense of guilt rose in his heart. If only I were stronger. Is it worth it for just one person? Shank's eyes were full of sadness. In his opinion, it was extremely stupid to sacrifice his precious life for such a person. Advertisement, hey, don't look at me with that disgusting look of yours. I don't need your pity. Zephyr sneered, revealing a look of disgust, while a large amount of blood continued to flow from his mouth. The wind stopped. The cloak stained with blood behind him no longer fluttered. My wind has come to an end. Zephyr smiled bitterly, his consciousness became increasingly blurred, and his pupils began to dilate. I am always so useless. I have not protected my family, nor my students, nor have I followed through on my beliefs. But a little devil appeared in front of him when he was most desperate. Originally, he planned to live his life in a muddle. But when he saw the kid working hard to train and improve his strength, he looked at the conviction in the brat's eyes, when he saw the pain the little devil was carrying. Zephyr suddenly felt that he, an old man, should do something in the last moments of his life. Nothing is worth it. Zephyr's eyes were brighter than ever before, and he slowly stood up with strength that he didn't know where he got from. Shanks looked in amazement at Zephyr, who stood up. His heart had clearly been pierced. It is the teacher's responsibility to protect his students. What's more, that student is the teacher's proudest disciple. Zephyr's face was covered in blood. His smile was so gentle, but at this moment he looked extremely hideous. Ain, take the rest of the people and leave, the farther the better. He roared loudly, and his powerful roar echoed across the sea. Teacher Zephyr. Ian, who was not far away, heard Zephyr's roar and immediately came to his senses. After reacting, he walked towards the control room without hesitation. Sister Ain, are you really going to leave? Maybe Teacher Zephyr can still be saved. Advertisement Tianbao stood in front of Ian, tears streaming down his face. You can never save someone who wants to die, understand? As Ian spoke word by word, his heart trembled for unknown reasons and the corners of his eyes became moist involuntarily. She seemed to be persuading Tianbao, but also seemed to be persuading herself. She decisively passed Tianbao, walked to the control room, controlled the rudder, spread the sails, and steered the ship towards the distance. It's so thin, at least. Let me do my best to help you. Libby's face was pale. His physical strength had been exhausted due to excessive use of the power of the Momo fruit. Bang! Brilliant sparks gushed out from the runway, and a huge cannonball was fired. The size of this shell is far greater than the others. K-Show. Such a huge power rock shell. We must not let it hit our ship. Lime Jones boldly drew the long knife from his waist, his eyes full of determination. Given the distance and the size of the shell, if an explosion occurred above them, it would likely affect everyone. However, even so, their ships cannot be damaged in the slightest. Then, he swung the long sword in his hand and slashed out with a wide and sharp flying blow. Although the red-haired pirate's ship has a small crew, each member is very strong and they are elite. He is also a good knife fighter. The flying slash hit the giant shell that was speeding past them with great accuracy. Boom! The huge shells exploded and bloomed in the air like fireworks. The roar that resounded through the sky made everyone's eardrums hurt. Everyone covered their ears. A dazzling white light suddenly erupted like a volcano, quickly covering everyone. The strong wind caused huge waves to rise from the calm sea, sweeping in all directions. Damn it, Lime Jones, what the hell are you doing? On the deck, Zephyr laughed grimly, his face covered in blood, like a demon crawling out of hell. His arms were empty, his legs were shaking constantly, a sharp sword was stuck in his heart, and there was a pool of sticky blood under his feet. It is hard to imagine what has supported him to stand up and not die until now. Shanks was even more shocked when he saw Zephyr's last burst of energy. Shanks, look forward to it. Look forward to what kind of gift I will give you. Chapter 168. Sorry, I broke my promise. This is my last gift. I don't believe in that shitty fate. Zephyr had a crazy look on his face, his right foot covered with the dark and solemn armament hockey, stomping heavily on the remains of the mechanical arm on the ground. Shanks noticed Zephyr's movement and looked in the direction where Zephyr's right foot was stepping. Among the wreckage of the robotic arm, there were bright red test tubes wrapped in a circle of alloy. This is not good. Shanks's face was as gloomy as water. If such a large number of dynamic rocks were detonated, the area within 100 miles would be. Veins bulged in his arms as he tried to pull out the griffin that was stuck in Zephyr's heart, but the griffin didn't move at all. Zephyr grinned, controlling the muscles on his chest covered with armament hockey to tightly block the blade that was inserted into his heart. It seems that iron body is still useful, Zephyr said with a smile. Well, here's my gift to you, Shanks. This is also my last gift for you, Bacchus. Keep doing your justice, Bacchus, Zephyr said silently in his heart, and stepped heavily on the power rock wrapped in alloy without any hesitation. Sayonara. Boom. A blazing white light burst out from Zephyr's feet, and his blood-stained sunglasses reflected the dazzling light in Shanks' shocked face. That smile will always remain in that ball of light. The white light expanded rapidly, and the area within 100 miles was covered by the dazzling white light. The earth-shaking roar resounded, and the entire world seemed to tremble. This is, Usopp and Beckman were so surprised that they had no time to react and were quickly engulfed by the white light. Teacher Zephyr. Tears flowed down Ian's cheeks. She tried hard not to cry out loud and steered the boat, sailing towards the distance at the maximum horsepower. She turned around and took one last look at Zephyr, who seemed to be relieved in the dazzling white light. She knew that Mr. Zephyr had always lived in regret for the students who had passed away. He always hated himself for not being able to protect his students. Advertisement. She also knew that Mr. Zephyr had always missed his wife and children. It must be very uncomfortable to live with regret, guilt, and longing, Teacher Zephyr. Perhaps he had long wanted to end it all with death. Where are you spilling oil, Mr. Zephyr? A mushroom cloud rose up into the sky, and the terrifying impact spread out like ripples, stirring up waves thousands of feet high, and sawdust flew all over the sky. A cold and sharp wind whistled along with the waves. After a long time, the white light gradually dissipated. With a splash, a charred body fell into the sea. He had lost both arms, his right leg was broken, and there was a shocking wound on his chest with a rapier stuck in it. Blood was flowing, and the light red blood mixed with the seawater. In the end, I still couldn't carry out my justice to the end. He had a smile on his face, and familiar faces appeared in his mind. His students, his comrades, his wife and children. His consciousness was blurry and he could feel his body sinking. It looks like my life is going to end in this deep sea. What a tortuous and tiring life. Bacchus, if I had met you earlier, would my life have changed? Well, it's too late to talk about this now. Everything from now on will depend on you alone. What a pity. We had already agreed to live together and watch the birth of that world. I didn't expect that I, the teacher, would break the appointment first. But I don't regret it. I can use my life to clear some obstacles for the birth of that world. This kind of thing is still very cost-effective. Sorry, I missed your date. Show me that world, Bacchus. It's over. Zephyr suddenly felt his whole body lighten, and with a gentle smile, his consciousness dissipated. The surrounding light was gradually swallowed up by the deep sea, and darkness enveloped Zephyr's body and sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone is a child of the sea, good or bad, the vast sea will embrace everything. The righteous Z finally sank into the sea. Looking back on his life, he failed to protect anything. This goes for justice, students, and family members. But he met someone who could change his fate. Advertisement. The one who can overturn this sea, the one who can build that world where I can live happily with the one I love. Bacchus, it seems that his life is not without achievements. It's time to put aside your own justice. The cloak of justice is so heavy, this life is so tiring. But, new justice, Bacchus, you can surely afford it. By the way, haven't I told you to take care of yourself yet? Don't catch a cold. It's over. The sea was so calm that it was hard to tell that it had just experienced a devastating explosion. The wreckage of the ship floated on the sea. The sky was cloudless, the weather was clear, the warm sun was shining, and there was a gentle breeze. It would have been a very beautiful sight if it weren't for the wreckage of the ships and a few charred bodies. Huh, I didn't expect that old man Zephyr would have such a trick up his sleeve. He almost got me into trouble. A bald eagle uses a camera mounted on its neck to peer at the wreckage below. It was none other than the News King, Morgans. Press the shutter button, the flash flashes, and the photo is taken with a few clicks. Phew, luckily I got alert and ran away early. Morgans breathed a sigh of relief. The huge explosion just now really scared him. Sure enough, only by going out in person can you capture big news. He laughed excitedly again. If red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, also died here, then this would be really big news. Morgans was looking forward to Shanks' death so that this trip would be worthwhile. But then again, Zephyr is that damn teacher. Zephyr is dead. I wonder how that cold-blooded B**************** D will react. Morgans thought, according to that B*********************************************************** S's personality, he should continue to kill pirates and ignore this kind of thing. I have a lot of big news in my hands now, which is really exciting. Morgans was so lost in his own fantasy that he was completely unaware of the people appearing on the wreckage of the ship below. Soon after, another person rose from the sea. Most of his blood-red hair was burnt black, and he lay on the wreckage in a very miserable state. Chapter 169 The Unlucky News King. Are there only 2 of you left? Shanks' voice was hoarse as he climbed up the wreckage of the ship in a panic, his chest heaving violently. His body was covered with burns, his clothes were torn, most of his face was charred black, and the blood scabs formed by the bloodstains were even more horrifying. To be able to survive such a huge explosion, his strength is already very strong. Ah, Captain, there are only 3 of us now, I'm afraid the others have already. Beckman did not appear to be seriously injured, with only some burns on his right arm. Yasop had a small burn on the left side of his face and looked sad. At the time, they were both farther away from the explosion, so the damage they sustained was not as serious as Shanks. But even so, the explosion still caused them heavy losses. Beckman lowered his head, clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of self-blame. We can search, if we had surrounded Zephyr with all our strength. Shanks had a blank expression on his face, his eyes were distant and deep. Now is not the time to blame yourself, Beckman. Shanks said in a hoarse voice, put all your hopes on Bacchus? Then I will destroy your hopes. Endless hatred rose from Shanks' heart. Captain, someone. Yasop's expression changed and he pointed his index finger at the sky. I didn't expect that red-haired Shanks actually survived, what a pity. Morgans showed a disappointed look and sighed with great regret. What a pity, if I die. Suddenly, all the feathers on his body exploded as if he was struck by lightning. As if he was locked by something, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. He suddenly looked down at Shanks and his group standing on the wreckage, and saw Yasop holding a sniper rifle and aiming at him, with his finger on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. No. You can't avoid it. Morgans looked panicked. He had been locked onto by Yasop's observation hockey, and with his speed he had no way of avoiding Yasop's shooting. This is the sniper from the red-haired pirate's ship. His brain was working rapidly, and he kept thinking about how to get out of the current predicament, and he came up with one plan after another. While he was daydreaming, he saw Shanks below waving at him. Does this mean, you want me to come over? Morgans was confused. What was going on? Advertisement. Although he couldn't guess what they wanted to do, this was the only way left for him. So, he flapped his wings and slowly descended towards Shanks below. Ha ha. Ha, isn't this the red-haired Shanks? How did he become so fierce? No. Morgans laughed awkwardly a few times and wanted to say hello, but suddenly realized that this was a mockery of the other party. He was sweating profusely and quickly covered his mouth, stammering as he explained. Sorry, I was possessed by a ghost just now. I mean, what do you want from me? He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shanks had a straight face but didn't look angry. You've seen everything that just happened. Morgans nodded obediently. You should know that guy Bacchus. Morgan's expression visibly tensed when Bacchus was mentioned. Did Bacchus ever offend Shanks? He was about to fool him with an answer, but Yasop's face turned cold. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand, pointed the dark muzzle at Morgan's head, and put his finger on the trigger. Be sensible and tell the truth. Morgan swallowed hard and nodded. Very well, I want you to tell Bacchus that Zephyr died at my hands. Doesn't he want to end the era of great pirates? In 3 months, I will gather all the existing pirates. Let's have a fair fight in Logetown. Astonishing murderous aura gushed out from Shanks' body, and the terrifying conqueror's hockey burst out involuntarily. Morgan shuddered, his body shaking uncontrollably. Such a powerful spirit. Moreover, this powerful aura is also mixed with a strong murderous intent. Bacchus, what the hell is wrong with you, sir? Morgan's feathers puffed up and he nodded quickly. Don't worry, I will definitely convey it. Very good. For the first time, his indestructible will began to waver. Shanks looked at the sea in the distance with an irritable mood, no longer with the expectation he had in the past. By then, I'm afraid celestial dragons will become slaves of other races. Advertisement. He let out a breath and collapsed to the ground weakly. You also know how murderous that guy is. I just came to tell you 5 old guys a thing. He was too tired. Shank's eyes glowed scarlet. Morgan's felt as if the back of his head had been hit hard. His eyes rolled back and his mind became increasingly blurred. He fainted on the ground. Afterwards, the 3 of them took Morgan's back to Beehive Island first. The other party paused, as if he was laughing at a joke. Captain Roger, am I really a good captain now? Redhead, what's the matter? Shanks reached for the knife handle at his waist, but found nothing. He smiled bitterly, only now realizing that his knife was still stuck in Zephyr's heart, and it should have sunk into the deep sea by now. Shanks took out a Den Den Mushi from a small boat anchored on the other side of the sea and made a call. The truth of this world, could it be? Am I really wrong? Hey, Shanks, you seem really angry. The other party seemed to be watching a good show, looking forward to Shanks' answer. Before that, let's get some sleep, but what? Shanks spoke in an aggressive tone and growled, the death of his crew member making it impossible for him to remain calm any longer. Brew, but you seem very anxious. You never cared about such things before. He couldn't help but think of Captain Roger. At that time, he always protected his crew very well, and even he and Buggy, who were trainee crew members, were not hurt at all. If Bacchus doesn't die, be careful or he'll kill all of you celestial dragons. His eyes were dull and he was talking to himself. Finally, the call was connected and an old voice came from the other end of the phone. Shanks said expressionlessly, "What's going on, Shanks? We have the same goal in this matter. Of course we want to kill Bacchus, but..." On the road, the atmosphere was very heavy and the cheerful atmosphere of the past disappeared. "Call, in 3 months, I will duel with Bacchus in Logetown. You guys are also eager to kill Bacchus, right?" Shanks sneered and hung up the phone. And now, his crew was dying because of him. Chapter 170 Happy Life on Fire Mountain Celestial Dragons Sanctuary Mariajoy. Damn you red-haired guy. How dare you treat our god clan like this? Veins bulged on the forehead of the old man holding the knife, and he clenched the handle of the first-generation Kitetsu knife in anger, and a solemn ghost aura rose up. Calm down, that brat Shanks has dealt with us plenty of times. The Order of the Sea has completely collapsed, and Shanks, who had been taking his time, has suddenly become radical. It seems that these things have a lot to do with Bacchus. The squinting old man clasped his hands together and analyzed in an unusually calm manner. Let's not worry about Shanks' intentions for now. Judging from what Shanks said, the most important thing before us now is... The blonde old man looked deep in the eyes and spoke word by word with an extremely solemn expression. Bacchus survived this buster call. In that case, he escaped from Garp and Sengoku. I never thought that the brat who couldn't even block a blow from red hair would grow to this point. The old man with the mustache had a look of fear in his eyes. He was able to escape from Garp and Sengoku 1. It seemed that this kid was strong enough to join forces to resist 2 Marine admirals. Then I think we should send some personnel to support the redhead this time. After all, the threat posed by Bacchus is too great right now. And, the long-haired old man's eyes flickered and he closed the book in his hand. He is an absolute lunatic. You all should know what crazy things Bacchus has done in the past few years. The 5 old men looked at each other and felt the coolness behind them. No matter who they are, civilians, pirates, or even his colleague the Marine, he doesn't let them go. This is what makes Bacchus so frightening, because he doesn't care about anything at all. Just like the Revolutionary Army, their goal is to liberate the world. They will never harm civilians. This is their weakness. Where there is soft spot, there is weakness. This is also the reason why they don't care about the growth of the Revolutionary Army. They only care about the life and death of celestial dragons, and they don't care about the civilians at all. Even though the goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government. And now the threat posed by Bacchus has completely surpassed that of the Revolutionary Army. Let Celestial Dragon's strongest shield go. The blonde old man's eyes were extremely gloomy. The Celestial Dragon's strongest shield shouldn't be able to perform this job. Advertisement, however, dealing with Bacchus is the most important thing. Second, the other 4 elders agreed. But if possible, I think I can kill the red-haired guy as well. The long-haired old man narrowed his eyes. As long as Shanks and Bacchus were both injured in the fight, he could take Shanks' life at the same time. Shanks knows too many secrets and must die, if he wasn't so powerful and had a crew. It's not like there isn't such an opportunity, but this opportunity is based on the premise that Bacchus must die. The blonde old man stroked his chin, thinking about the possibility of this matter. Although Shanks has the same goal as them, the balance of the sea has been broken and he knows too many secrets. However, you should still tell these things to Lord Yim. If things really get to the point where they can't be resolved, then... The 5 old men looked at each other and laughed easily. Cleaning up this world. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Family Compound. The family quarters are located at the back of Marineford, and only family members of Marine majors and above can live here. There are a large number of Marine soldiers protecting this place. For those who have made significant contributions to the Marine will naturally be responsible for protecting his family so that he has no worries. In front of a house in the family compound. Wife, let's go back first, it's windy outside. Hua Xiaoshan, dressed in a neat military uniform, had a gentle smile on his face, and his snow-white cloak of justice fluttered in the breeze. There were some burn marks on his face, which were the scars left by blocking Kaido 2.5 years ago. He looked at Violet, who was pregnant with a big belly, at the door with reluctance, his face full of worry. Okay, you have more important tasks to do. Violet slowly walked up to Hua Xiaoshan and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. Don't worry, my baby and I are both healthy, ah. Suddenly, Violet screamed and subconsciously put her hands on her stomach. What? Is she about to give birth? Hua Xiaoshan hurried forward, supported Violet, and asked nervously. Advertisement, puff. Violet laughed out loud, a happy smile on her face. Baby seemed to have kicked me just now, look how nervous you are. Besides, a woman needs to be pregnant for 10 months before giving birth, and I'm only 7 months pregnant now. Hua Xiaoshan scratched his head embarrassedly, it seemed to be like this. I'm not afraid, he had been a bachelor before and was a father for the first time. This is more exciting than going to the battlefield. Hey, let me listen to the baby's voice. Hua Xiaoshan leaned down and gently pressed against Violet's abdomen. What an energetic boy, he even dared to kick Lousy. Hua Xiaoshan laughed out loud. He has already made up his mind. If it is a daughter, he will protect her for life. If it is a son, he will train him hard and make him a marine admiral. I'm still sorry though, you could have had a better life at Dressrosa. Hua Xiaoshan looked at Violet apologetically. He was just a marine vice admiral. In addition, the marine's funds were tight now, and his allowance for last month had not been paid yet. You are already an old married couple, why do you always bring up these things? Violet gave Burning Mountain a reproachful look. I am very happy living with you, and you look so handsome every time you put on your military uniform. Hua Xiaoshan smiled shyly and his face quickly turned red. Although several years had passed, he always blushed when he was with her. Okay, I'm leaving first. Those kids are still waiting for me. Wait, did you forget something? Violet smiled and pointed to the side of her face. Hua Xiaoshan shyly leaned close to Violet's face and kissed her gently. Then he ran away as fast as the wind, as if he had done something wrong. By the way, I'll be back to cook at noon, and leave your clothes for me to wash when I get back. Don't wash it yourself like you did last time. Hua Xiaoshan gave these instructions while running away with a red face. Violet couldn't help but smile. You're still so shy. But, my life now is really happy. Chapter 171 Departure. Violet had a happy smile on her face as she watched the Fire Mountain leave. Hua Xiaoshan's face turned red as he hurriedly ran towards the military academy. Since returning from Dressrosa last time, after Violet took care of herself in the ward for some time, the two naturally became husband and wife. Now, they have their own child. Hua Xiaoshan suddenly felt that his future life was full of happiness and hope. His complexion quickly returned to normal. The morning sun was shining brightly, the breeze was gentle, and a few moving clouds in the sky seemed to be playing and frolicking. He took a deep breath of the fresh air, and a refreshing smell of seawater refreshed his heart. If life could always be so plain and simple, there would be nothing wrong with that. Hua Xiaoshan arrived at the office. Before that, Akainu hurriedly gathered the Hawk's army to go to Wano-kuni to fight the Beast's pirates, while Garp and Sengoku called a buster call to gather all the Dove's forces to go to Cake Island. Because he was saved by Akainu before, he retired from the Dove faction. Knowing that Akainu saved Hua Xiaoshan, the Dove faction no longer trusted him. Marine is roughly divided into two factions, the Hawk and the Dove. The two have completely different philosophies, one is radical and the other is conservative, and the two are incompatible. Akainu, the leader of the radical faction, saved the Dove faction from burning the mountain for no reason, and used such a precious potion. No one would believe that the mountain fire had nothing to do with the Hawks. Therefore, Hua Xiaoshan was naturally excluded by the Doves and all the rights in their hands were taken back. Unable to agree with the hawkish ideas, he had to be caught in the middle. He was also very depressed at first, but Violet always encouraged him. So, he felt that it all didn't matter. Now both of them have their own goals, and Hua Xiaoshan, who is excluded by both, naturally stays in the Marine headquarters with nothing to do. Oh, by the way, he took over Mr. Zephyr's position and became the new chief Marine instructor. But his position as Marine Vice Admiral was retained. He knew that this was a sign of respect for his efforts in fighting for the Marine. In short, it was a sign of giving him face. It's just a nominal position. Hua Xiaoshan had just walked into the office and sat down when a fat man with a big belly ran into the office panting with an anxious look on his face. Zan Taomaru. What happened? The person who came was the captain of the Naval Headquarters Science Corps, Zan Taomaru. Hua Xiaoshan saw Zan Taowen looking panicked and asked. AKA is Marshal Akainu here. He was panting heavily, and beads of sweat the size of beans were sliding down his cheeks. He's not here. Marshal Akainu is out. Did something big happen? There was a sudden ominous feeling about the burning mountain. Advertisement. No, this is confidential. I absolutely cannot tell you. Zan Taomaru shook his head, then spoke involuntarily. I will never tell you that Vegapunk, that B*****************, D, ran away with the latest research of Seraph. What? Hua Xiaoshan stood up suddenly. He knew something about the Seraphim's plan. Pacifists are the experimental products of Seraph. Seraph can be understood as an enhanced version of the pacifist, with strength close to and able to replace the 7 warlords of the sea. If such a weapon were to be leaked and used by someone. A bone-chilling chill rose from the burning mountain, and he shivered violently several times. The consequences are disastrous. Zhang Taowen realized it later and quickly covered his mouth. Oh no. Why did I let it slip again? Wano-kuni. Rows of warships sailed towards the distance under the towering waterfalls. The pirates and samurai of Wano-kuni have been cleared out, and although the marines also suffered a lot of losses, the losses were greatly reduced because of Yin's support. Akainu's face was gloomy, his arms were crossed over his chest, the blood all over his body formed dark red scabs, and the rows on his chest became more and more beautiful because of the watering of blood. Marshal Akainu, our next stop should be. Ghost Spider saluted Akainu with a symbolic military salute. His body was also stained with bloodline. He was extremely tired after just experiencing a great battle. Akainu had a cold face, and his eagle-like sharp eyes were like two will-o'-the-wisp lights, burning with scarlet light. Kill all the pirates in New World. A majestic aura mixed with a strong murderous spirit burst out, and the ghost spider trembled all over. Marshal Akainu's conqueror's haki seems to be a little stronger? But, Marshal Akainu, the soldiers have just experienced a great battle and are now extremely tired. Ghost Spider spoke his mind honestly, even though Akainu's aura was so strong that it made people tremble, he still spoke his mind. I will rush ahead of you. Akainu's hoarse voice was full of determination. Ghost Spider said nothing, took a deep breath, and bowed to Akainu solemnly. I am willing to follow you till death, advertisement. Akainu looked toward the distant sea, the blood-stained cloak of justice dancing wildly in the wind behind him, his heart filled with determination. The great pirates era has lasted long enough. No matter what the cost, this era must be ended this time. Cake Island. The huge island disappeared and the sea surface was as calm as a mirror, as if the island had never existed. A warship flying the seagull flag is anchored here. Fujitora, soaking wet, paced anxiously on the deck. Thump. A figure suddenly broke through the surface of the sea and jumped onto the boat, bringing up a large amount of seawater that wet everything. Garp's face was as gloomy as water, and he was gasping for breath. How's it going, Mr. Garp? Fujitora hurried forward and asked. Is Bacchus dead? Garp shook his head slowly, his tone very angry. He was swallowed by a giant sea kings. He recalled the pink figure on the giant sea kings and gritted his teeth. Sengoku was knocked into the deep sea by that huge sea kings, and now. I've been looking for it for a long time and I can't find it. Garp's forehead veins popped out and he clenched his fists. Demon fruit power cannot survive in the ocean. The sea is so vast that it is too late for him to look for it now. So skinny. Garp punched into the deck, sawdust flew, and wide cracks spread across the deck. Hearing this, Fujitora also looked lonely and sighed deeply. Is fate unchangeable, Bacchus? With so many troops deployed, Bacchus still escaped. Garp's eyes bulged out and were bloodshot as he spoke viciously. Bacchus. I want you dead. Now not only did he lose his two grandsons, but also his good friend who fought alongside him. From now on, no one will compete with him for Senbei. Advertisement Chapter 172 Big news for Morgan's News. Shocked. Rear Admiral Bacchus, the King of Hell, fights against two emperors alone. Bacchus went to Cake Island alone, and with his own strength, he was like a god descending from heaven. He fought Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts alone, but one died and the other was injured. Kaido, who was known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air, fled in panic. A mysterious blonde youth killed BIGMOM Pirates Deputy Leader Katakuri alone? A mysterious young man was holding a table knife and gracefully dissecting Katakuri's headless body. There seemed to be an ugly female corpse behind him. BIGMOM Pirates group was wiped out. A gigantic lizard was carrying a woman as beautiful as a fairy. Both of them were burning with raging flames that gathered in front of them. A fireball as dazzling as the sun fell down. At the bottom of the picture, the three snack generals stood on the broken biscuits with a panicked look on their faces. Buster Call is launched. After many years, Marine once again launches Buster Call. The target is Rear Admiral Bacchus. Marine Hero Garp, former Marine Marshal Sengoku and current Marine Admiral Fujitora lead many warships to Cake Island. Wano-kuni has fallen. Akainu, the current Marine Marshal, led the fleet to Wano-kuni and slaughtered all the pirates and samurai, and all the beasts' pirates were destroyed. The current general of Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi, died, and it became a no-man's land. The Revolutionary Army's big move. The Revolutionary Army took advantage of the chaos and claimed to liberate many countries. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, went to Alabasta to negotiate with the current king, Nefertari Vivi. The leader of the Revolutionary Army officially declared war on the world government, calling all those who want to resist to fight against the world government together. Missing person notice. The dwarf tribe has spent a large sum of money to find the dwarf princess, Mancheri, who has a cute appearance, golden hair, and wears a skirt. Those who are looking for her can come to the Revolutionary Army headquarters and exchange her for a large amount of Bailey with Leo. Kaido's death. An unknown dragon-like creature fought a decisive battle with the wounded Kaido, and finally the unconscious Kaido was thrown into the sea with no chance of survival. Giant Sea Kings. At the bottom of Sabaody Archipelago, some people saw huge sea kings appearing, with a mysterious pink woman on their backs, moving towards the Fishman Island. Black Arm. Zephyr is dead. Red Hair Pirates are destroyed. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr brought a large amount of power rock to blow up the Red Hair Pirates ship, leaving only 3 Red Hair Pirates. Zephyr died. The scene was in chaos. Declare war. Red-haired Shanks declares war on Bacchus. Location: Logetown, where Roger was executed. Time: 3 months later. Attached: Shanks' words. I was the one who killed Zephyr. Your justice is worthless. Zephyr must be very important to you. I don't know how such a cowardly man could become the Marine Admiral and the Chief Marine Instructor. If you want revenge, then come on, Bacchus. Advertisement. Vegapunk's escape. Vegapunk from the Science and Technology Research Department defected from the Marine with a major secret weapon from the Marine and has gone to an unknown place. World government's response. Faced with the betrayal of the Alliance by most countries, the 5 elders declared that they would cleanse the world. The world is in chaos, the balance of the ocean is broken, and there is only one emperor of the sea left. The war continues, the pirates are doomed. Is the great pirates era created by Roger really over? What path will the world take? Will the blank century of history be repeated? Can we witness the beginning of a new era? All the contradictions in the world have erupted and a total war is about to break out. All the answers will be revealed after this war. Let us stay tuned. News King, by Morgans. Kizaru stared at the newspaper in his hand motionlessly, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes. His face was stiff, and no one knew what he was thinking. The dim sunlight outside the window fell on his face like a layer of gauze. It turned out that the sun had already set, and the blood-red sunset glow lingered around the half-sunset sun, as if it was covered with a colorful dress. Teacher Zephyr is dead. Kizaru forced a smile on his stiff face, but it looked uglier than crying. For a moment, he seemed to have aged many times, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. Everything around seemed to be in a faint sadness, so depressing that it made people feel breathless. Kizaru shakily took out the cigarettes from his pocket and shook out a cigarette. Snap! A bright flame rose, lighting the cigarette in his mouth. Kizaru took a deep puff of the cigarette, and the burning flame quickly spread over the cigarette, and in an instant most of it was gone. The flickering firelight reflected on the frog-shaped sunglasses on his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Call. He exhaled a large cloud of dense smoke, as if he was exhaling the anger in his heart. Really? You always told me not to rely too much on the devil fruit ability and to focus on physical training. Now I'm dead. Don't lecture me every day, old man. Advertisement. Wouldn't it be better to just wait patiently for Bacchus to deal with this? It's not like he doesn't have the ability to do so. Now you've put your life on the line. What's the result? Red Hair is not dead yet. Since you trust Bacchus so much, you should just give him everything. Why don't you just quietly wait for that kind of world to come? Kizaru muttered to himself, expressing all his complaints. His chest felt stuffy and the corners of his eyes felt itchy. A person like him who is half buried in the ground has seen too many separations and deaths. I can't cry anymore. He laughed at himself. He obviously hated people who cried a lot, but at this moment he wanted to cry so much. He walked to the window, smoked a cigarette, and looked at the setting sun in the distance with a complicated expression. The war is coming soon. He narrowed his eyes. The scale of this war would be beyond imagination, and all the conflicts that had accumulated for a long time would erupt in this war. Among the various forces, the one that wins in the end will continue to rule the world. So, the final result is that the world has a new ruler and continues to function. This is the last thing standing in your way of ending the age of great pirates, Bacchus. In the name of the individual, kill all the pirates. Can you really complete it? And, you are quite capable of resisting that power. Kizaru thought about it and suddenly stretched. The lazy look reappeared on his face. Well, my job is to be a bystander and wait quietly for the results. Anyway, no matter what the result is, it won't affect my performance. His lazy eyes suddenly turned cold, and he murmured in a low voice. Logetown, Chapter 173. The Chef's Love. 2.5 months later. The Fishmen Island, the royal city of Dragon Palace. Ms. Bay Lackey, please try this braised sea kings that I prepared carefully. Gatrina brought a plate of steaming hot grilled octopus tentacles and placed it in front of Balaki in a gentlemanly manner. The grilled octopus on the plate looks delicate, sprinkled with a little cumin and decorated with some vegetables and fruits on the side. It is obvious that a lot of thought was put into it. Balaki looked a little unnatural. She always felt that something was wrong with Gatrina, but when she thought about the fact that there were few normal people on the captain's ship, the doubts in her heart disappeared. Hey, is there something wrong with the chef on your ship? Shirahoshi's eyes flickered as he looked at the two curiously, the fire of 8 trigrams burning in his heart. Could it be that? She looked at Yin and Charizard below her, as if eager to confirm. Because of his huge body, Tora is like a small ant, only the size of Shirahoshi's finger. Although Charizard grew to 6 meters after evolving, it was still a bit smaller than Shirahoshi. That guy. The situation is complicated, and we don't know what's wrong with him. Yin smiled awkwardly and looked at Gatrina, who was courting Balaki with resentful eyes. Could you please be more restrained in front of others? Charizard had no idea what was going on and scratched his head, confused and totally unaware of what the two were discussing. Balaki ate the grilled octopus tentacle that Gatrina brought over and took a bite. She was stunned at first, and then she started chewing. The octopus tentacles in her mouth were extremely springy and chewy, while at the same time removing the fishy smell of the octopus tentacles. The taste was very delicious, making people feel like they were in heaven. It's delicious, Gatrina. It seems your cooking skills have improved again. Bay Lackey couldn't wait to eat another octopus tentacle, his eyes curved into crescent shapes, and praised from the bottom of his heart. Gatrina was so happy that his heart felt as sweet as honey, and he couldn't help but laugh. It's good as long as you like it, it's good as long as you like it. Yin's eyes were filled with resentment. Why don't you feed Bay Lackey human organs? If I didn't know you, I would have thought you were really a chef. Hey, wait a minute, your face. Advertisement. Gatrina suddenly stopped smiling and looked seriously at the corner of Balaki's mouth. What's wrong? Balaki was eating heartily. When he saw Gatrina suddenly look serious, he looked at him blankly and even stopped chewing. Gatrina looked extremely serious. He took out a napkin from his pocket, stared closely at the oil stains around Bay Lackey's mouth, and slowly brought the napkin closer to Bay Lackey's mouth. For a moment, everyone watched this scene with bated breath. The noisy hall suddenly became silent and the atmosphere was very strange. Even Neptune put down the crystal wineglass in his hand, not daring to breathe, his eyes fixed on Gatrina. Gatrina could feel his heart beating rapidly, and his hand holding the napkin was shaking slightly. Suddenly, their eyes met, and Gatrina met Balaki's gaze head-on. His gaze fixed, and his peach blossom eyes reflected a complicated look, like fear? No, to be more precise, it should be apology? Ha ha ha, Bay Lackey, look at the oil stains on your face, wipe them off quickly. Gatrina laughed awkwardly and handed the napkin in his hand to Balaki. Hey, what happened? Why did Gatrina suddenly give up? Shirahoshi, who was eating melon on the side, widened his eyes in disbelief and covered his mouth in surprise. She didn't understand why Gatrina would suddenly give up. Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he gave up. Otherwise, if things didn't work out, the atmosphere on the ship would be. Yin shuddered violently several times. The mere thought of that scene made him feel embarrassed. Alas, have you chosen to give up? Neptune raised the glass in his hand again, took a sip, and thought. When the two looked at each other just now, Gatrina seemed to see Balaki's unwillingness, so he chose to give up. After all, the two were partners on the same boat. If there was a gap in their relationship, the future would become very awkward. It's a wise choice, but he still seems unwilling to give up. Neptune couldn't help laughing as he watched Gatrina continue to serve food to Balaki. It's good to be young. But Neptune looked around. The atmosphere was very strange, especially Shirahoshi, who looked as if he wanted to kill Gatrina with a knife. Oh, my silly daughter. Advertisement. Neptune sighed and coughed twice. Ahem. Today is the last day of Bacchus treatment, let's go. By the way, today is the last day of Brother Bacchus treatment. Before he could finish his words, Yin jumped up from his chair and ran straight into the hall. Everyone started to move and followed Yin, and the strange atmosphere disappeared. Phew, luckily I was smart. Neptune silently gave Vice Admiral a thumbs up and followed the crowd. Come to think of it, I was really shocked when I first met Mr. Bacchus. Shirahoshi said with some fear that when she returned to the Fishman Island on the Sea Kings, Bacchus was covered in wounds, like a bloody man, especially his head and arms, one of which was bleeding warmly and the other was bent to a horrible degree. She was terrified. After all, she had never seen such a scene before. She was forced to hide in a hard shell tower when she was very young and knew little about the outside world. This also led to the fact that she is now very pure and not tainted by the filth of the mundane world. Those injuries are terrifying just to think about. I don't know how Mr. Bacchus can endure all that pain. Shirahoshi said as he walked. That's our captain. No matter how badly he's injured, he won't be defeated. Gatrina said this confidently. In his impression, Bacchus would crush his enemies every time, even though he himself would also suffer considerable damage. Moreover, the captain has never been defeated and his strength is terrifyingly powerful. Bay Lackey nodded in approval. Whether it was the Golden Emperor or the people in the village, the captain was the strongest she had ever seen. Roar. Me too. The flame on the Charizard's tail rose higher, as if it was very excited. Yin felt heavy-hearted. How is it possible that no one is afraid of pain? It's just that. His mental pain is far greater than his physical pain. Yin silently said in his heart, but this kind of pain will end along with the Great Pirates era. Right? Chapter 174. The man who was the enemy of the whole world. We're here. This is it. Shirahoshi said as he stopped in front of a huge stone gate. Mothras looked at the luxurious stone door in front of him, his eyes flashing. I didn't expect that Captain Bacchus held such an important position in King Neptune's heart. The room reserved for him was only for the most precious guests of the Fishman Island. When he was wandering in Fishman Street before, he heard that only the pirates King Roger and the ally Whitebeard of the Fishman Island had lived in this kind of guest room. Everyone pushed the door open and entered. Behind the stone door was a luxuriously decorated room, with pearls everywhere, glowing night pearls, and a long, soft bed. As they entered the room, a deep fragrance filled the entire room. Everyone took a deep breath and felt like they had become a lot more energized. You're here. Man Shirley lay on the bed, sweating and panting. Bacchus' injuries were too severe. If he only used the recovery potion to repair the injuries, he would recover in just one day. But in this case, those injuries would only be healed, not restored to their original state. For example, Bacchus has a broken arm. Although the recovery potion can repair his arm will be bent after the repair. In order to completely repair his injuries, leave no hidden injuries, and recover from all the injuries on his body, Mancherly needs to carefully control and repair Bacchus' injuries bit by bit. This also took a lot of her mental and physical energy. Mancherly, how is it? Has the captain's injury healed? Everyone asked anxiously. However, Mancherly looked a little flustered, and she glanced vaguely at Bacchus, who was sitting on the sofa not far away and reading a newspaper. Everyone followed Mancherly's gaze and looked at Bacchus, who was sitting on the sofa. His face was extremely grim, with a murderous aura so strong that it was visible to the naked eye surrounding him. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the newspaper in his hand. Brother Bacchus. Captain, everyone's expressions became serious. I don't know what happened to make Bacchus look like that. Let's go, my crew. Bacchus stood up slowly, his eyes like will-o'-the-wisp lamps emitting red flames, and a tremendous aura rose from his body. So scary. Shirahoshi curled up his huge body with a look of horror in his eyes. In his eyes, Bacchus was like a Shinigami at this moment. At that moment, she seemed to see the blood-soaked figure of the man who had slaughtered the new Fishman pirates in the square that year. This is an astonishing power. Neptune was even more deeply shocked by this power. Roger back then didn't have such a powerful conqueror's haki, right? It's really like a monster, as expected of a human who can learn Fishman karate in an instant. Advertisement. Neptune wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bacchus's strength was truly terrifying. I really don't understand how he has grown to this point in such a short time. It's time to end this era, it's time to start again. Bacchus murmured, and his whole body looked as if he had just crawled out of 10,000 years of ice, terribly cold. An astonishing murderous aura appeared on his ferocious face. At this moment, Bacchus was very calm, but also very angry. What an untrustworthy old man, he clearly promised me. Bacchus clenched his fists, the rage in his heart growing without limit. If he could summon the Pulse Beast, the result wouldn't be like this now. Yes, even though Bacchus has opened the 12 Pulse Gates, he still cannot summon the Pulse Beast. I don't know why, I can't find any reason. Bacchus speculated that the Pulse Beasts in their own individual worlds could not pass through the fortress between the worlds, so they could not arrive. But the answer given by the system is that it can summon a Pulse Beast, but it requires a price. Bacchus wanted to know what the price was to summon the Pulse Beast. The system stopped talking. Therefore, Bacchus did not know the conditions for summoning the Pulse Beast, so naturally he could not summon the Pulse Beast. Captain, what's wrong? Everyone was confused. Yin picked up the newspaper that Bacchus had thrown on the ground, and his pupils slowly dilated. This is, a line of eye-catching black and white fonts caught my eye. Zephyr's death? Only 3 red-hair pirates left? Red-haired Shanks declared war on Bacchus. The location is in Logue Town. I really don't know why such a stupid person can bear the name of justice. Yin's face turned pale and he suddenly clenched the newspaper in his hand into a ball. Teacher Zephyr. Is he dead? She was stunned at first, and then endless anger surged in her heart. It's really unforgivable. Yin gritted his teeth, extremely angry. Teacher Zephyr is the one most qualified to bear justice. Roar. Advertisement. The Charizard's eyes were fierce and the flames on its tail were dancing violently. Zephyr? Someone important to the captain? Gatrina asked Yin. Ah, he's Bacchus's teacher and best friend. Baylaki was silent. She had met Zephyr before. In the Golden City, he seemed to have made some agreement with the captain. Morthras covered his pounding chest. He could sense the rage in Bacchus' heart that was erupting like a volcano. Zephyr. Must be someone very important to him. Let's go, follow the captain to the place where the battle is scheduled. Gatrina said in a deep voice, then turned around and quickly followed Bacchus's pace. Let's end this damn era together, roar. Yin put the panting man surely into his pocket, and they all walked out of the stone gate together. Please wait a moment. Neptune stood in front of Bacchus, looking solemn, and spoke in a deep voice. Since red-haired Shanks has announced the location of the duel, it proves that he is prepared. The world government should be eager to get rid of you, Bacchus. If I remember correctly, you killed the son of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Luffy. The leader of the Revolutionary Army won't let you go either. If you agree to this duel, you are exposing your position. The Buster Call released by Marine has not been cancelled yet. Marine hero Garp is looking for you all over the world. Facing so many enemies at the same time, no matter how strong you are, you will end up in failure. A drop of cold sweat slid down Neptune's forehead. Facing such a powerful conqueror's haki, the pressure he was under was imaginable. You are making an enemy of the whole world, you know that. Tell me, what are you going to do to win this battle? Neptune looked Bacchus straight in the eyes. You have a great debt of gratitude to the Fishman Island. I also want to see the day when the Great Pirates era ends. So, Bacchus, what you should do now is to be patient. So what? Bacchus growled, interrupting Neptune's words. The corners of his mouth curved in a strange arc. His eyes glowed scarlet. The surging conqueror's haki gushes out. So what if I'm against the whole world? Chapter 175 Mysterious Guest. To end the Great Pirates era means to make enemies with the whole world. I have to be prepared since the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Bacchus walked out of the stone door. What did you say? Hearing this, Neptune flew into a rage, staring at Bacchus with his eyes wide open, roaring angrily. What can you use to fight them? Bacchus did not look back. He walked with firm steps, upright posture, and his back was full of determination. Take my life. He said this lightly, as if this life was not his, and he was not afraid of life or death. Neptune was stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen such a strong belief. Thank you very much for your kindness, Your Majesty Neptune. But we have already staked our lives on the new era. Life and death, it doesn't matter anymore, Yin said, following Bacchus's pace. Just as Bacchus said, from the moment she decided to follow Bacchus, from the moment she decided to help Bacchus end the Great Pirates era, she had already put her life at risk. Although I haven't found my parents yet, since I'm a crew member of this ship, I have a reason to go. Mortras bowed apologetically to Neptune and followed closely behind Yin. I had prepared this when I followed the captain. Let's go. I want to taste the livers of those people. Gatrina stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and walked towards the stone gate with an expectant look. Speaking of which, I have an appointment with the captain. Sorry, I have to go now. Bay Lackey smiled slightly, then also walked quickly towards the stone gate. Who? Bacchus is my job. I can't let him die. A stream of hot air gushed out of his mouth and nose, and the fire-breathing dragon twisted its huge body and followed behind everyone. You, Neptune sighed helplessly, don't you take your own life seriously? He looked at the figures of the crowd gradually going away, everyone was following Bacchus closely. Maybe. They can really win. How could I have such a ridiculous idea? Neptune shook his head vigorously several times to put this idea behind him. All the powerful enemies in the world gathered there. The most dangerous criminal, Monkey D. Dragon with a bounty of 5 billion berries, Marine Hero Garp, 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks. There is absolutely no chance of victory with just Bacchus and his men. Your Majesty Neptune. Outside the stone gate, Prince Sharkstar rushed over with an anxious look on his face. He stopped in front of everyone, panting and breathing heavily. Advertisement. Some strange people broke into the Dragon Palace city. All the soldiers were knocked down by them. Hearing this, Neptune was startled and asked hurriedly. What on earth is going on? Sharkstar took a deep breath, steadied his breathing, and spoke quickly. Several strange-looking people came to the Dragon King's palace, looking for. His eyes turned to Bacchus, looking for Bacchus. What? Neptune looked at Bacchus. How did those people know that Bacchus was here? I led the soldiers to drive them out, but I didn't expect them to be too powerful. We were no match for them. Sharkstar seemed to have thought of something, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed hard. Interesting. Are you here to see me? Bacchus smiled. He suddenly became interested in those people. After all, not many people know my whereabouts. Don't worry, Your Majesty Neptune, I will help you deal with this matter before I leave. Neptune felt a little relieved. Afterwards, everyone came to the main hall of the Dragon Palace city. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, with strange looks, standing in the middle, surrounded by mermaid soldiers lying on the ground. Among them, a man carrying a long knife had a cold look and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. A man who looks like a little bear, with dull eyes and no emotion at all. The remaining woman was short, with bangs, and looked like a porcelain doll with an exquisite appearance. Bacchus frowned slightly. The appearance of these 3 people seemed somewhat familiar. That's right, Hawkeye, Bear and Empress Hancock from 7 Warlords of the Sea. Seraph. But at this time, the Seraph almost appeared. But, why are they here? Suddenly, a voice like a machine was heard. Bacchus, you are here indeed. A weird-looking old man crawled out from behind the bear-like man. He had messy long gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking like a Frankenstein monster. His head was very strange, his brain was bulging and his body was huge. Introduce myself, Rear Admiral Bacchus, advertisement. I'm Vegapunk from the Marine Science Department. The old man introduced himself to Bacchus. This is a replica of Bartholomew Kuma. I call him Little Bear. This is the world's most powerful swordsman, a replica of Hawkeye, his name is Kitty. The last one is a replica of Empress Hancock. I call him Little Hancock. Vegapunk introduced it proudly. I have 4 more like this one. These are replicas of the 7 warlords of the sea, each with powers beyond human power. These are collectively called Seraphim. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. These were the research results he was most proud of. However, seeing Bacchus's indifferent expression, his burning passion was extinguished as if poured with a bucket of cold water. Hey, can you at least respect other people's research results? Why do you look so nonchalant? Bacchus sneered. So, you're here to show off your research results? If that's the case, you can go to hell. Bacchus' eyes were fierce, and his right hand slowly drew out a dark blade shining with purple light from the void. Black knife, the devil's knife with 1,000 blades. You don't think that these 3 people alone can protect you? I have things to do, I need to get rid of you quickly. Astonishing murderous aura gushed out, and Vegapunk's face was as heavy as ice. Your murderous intent is as strong as the rumors say, Bacchus. Don't you want to hear why I came here? Besides. Vegapunk looked Bacchus straight in the eyes and said solemnly. The truth of this world. Bacchus's mouth corners suddenly curled up and he looked at Vegapunk teasingly. Once, an old man also said to me, do you want to know the truth of the world? But, Bacchus said with a smile, guess what happened to him? Vegapunk suddenly had a bad feeling. I chopped off the old man's head with one blow. Chapter 176 The Truth of the World. Bacchus sneered, swung the magic sword 1,000 blades in his hand, and chopped it down heavily. Vegapunk was shocked. Are people nowadays not interested in the truth of the world? What a headache. Vegapunk's mind moved, and the little eagle beside him instantly moved to his side, and the blade in his hand firmly blocked the falling demonic sword Thousand Blades. Clang. A shrill sound echoed in the palace, and a large number of sparks burst out. Bacchus's gaze grew colder as a majestic ice blue conqueror's haki burst out. A large amount of ice blue lightning appeared out of thin air and slowly wrapped around the 1,000 blades of the demonic sword. Ahem. Don't be so hasty yet, Bacchus. Seeing that Bacchus wanted to get serious, Vegapunk quickly said. The one I have on the Fishman Island right now is just a robot I created, or a clone. So even if you kill me here, I won't really die. Besides, I know these 3 seraphs will not be able to stop you. But once you master the method, you can produce this kind of thing in large quantities. Vegapunk's tone softened, and with a hint of grievance, he continued. I came here simply to tell you something. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Of course, there's no way I'm part of the pirates' gang. Vegapunk said categorically that from the large amount of Bacchus deeds he had collected, he hated pirates immensely. Bacchus' eyes flickered. It seemed that Vegapunk came prepared. The ice blue conqueror's haki retreated like the tide, the lightning slowly dissipated, Bacchus put away the magic sword Thousand Blades, and looked at Vegapunk with interest. It seems like you know me very well. I'm more curious about how you knew I was here. He was relieved to see that Bacchus had given up his killing intent and was willing to listen to him. I read in the newspaper that huge sea kings appeared on the Fishman Island. And according to the history I know, only the Poseidon, among the 3 great weapons, has the ability to summon giant sea kings. And I went to Cake Island, and now it's just an ocean. So you can only escape Buster Call from the sea. I guess you reached the Fishman Island via the giant sea kings. Vegapunk paused, then continued, but I'm not here to show off that I guessed right. Advertisement. It is your will to end the era of great pirates, Bacchus. Bacchus nodded. What is the purpose of ending this era of great pirates? To usher in a new era. Then I suggest you don't end the great pirates era just yet. After saying that, Vegapunk looked at Bacchus warily, with 3 seraphim protecting him in the middle. However, Bacchus did not get angry as expected. He looked at Vegapunk expressionlessly and said, Don't be so nervous. I am somewhat interested in your reasons. Tell me, why don't we end the great pirates era just yet? Vegapunk did not let the 3 retreat, remaining alert, and then said, I'm just telling you the reason. As for what to do, it's up to you to decide. Oh, Bacchus was a little surprised, since he wasn't here to stop him. Don't look so surprised, because I also want to know if your method will work. Science proves that there is more than one path to success. Vegapunk coughed twice and continued, You should know the celestial dragons. They are the noblest aristocrats in this world. But, did you know that there is a king of celestial dragons? Vegapunk seemed to want to see Bacchus's surprised expression, but Bacchus still looked indifferent and just nodded, indicating that he should continue. Neptune, on the other hand, showed a surprised expression. Celestial dragons actually have a king. Vegapunk didn't expect that such explosive information would not cause any waves, so he could only continue speaking dryly. At that time, after knowing the truth, he was excited for a long time. I used the power of the brain fruit I ate to decipher Ohara's writings and learn about the documents left behind by Ohara's scholars. It's about the history of that blank 100 years and why the world has become like this. The king of celestial dragons, known as the Lord of the Void Throne in legend, is named Yim. You will never guess where Yimu came from. Vegapunk pointed to the sky and made a riddle. Bacchus frowned, thought about it carefully, and was slightly surprised. Advertisement. Seeing Bacchus finally showing a surprised expression, Vegapunk smiled a little, as if he was full of energy again, and continued to talk. Yes, the moon. Why, so, I am as an alien? Everyone shouted in horror. Bacchus remained calm. Is there anything more ridiculous than him traveling to the world of the Pirates King? Yes, the moon. Yim is an outsider, not from this world. The moon is becoming less and less suitable for them to live on, so they come to this world. Devil fruit is not a product of this world. The historical text records that Yim transplanted the devil fruit tree from the moon to this world, and that's how devil fruit came into being. Devil fruit is afraid of seawater and sea stone because these 2 substances do not exist on the moon. Yim did not expect that the extremely powerful devil fruit also has weaknesses. Vegapunk was satisfied with the crowd's reaction and continued. After arriving in this world, Yim met a key person. That is, another key figure who led to the current situation. Vegapunk paused, and his voice suddenly increased several times. Joey boy. But Bacchus didn't buy it. He sneered and shook the 1,000 Blades demon sword in his hand. If you want to tell a story, then tell it in detail. Lousy doesn't have the time to listen to your slow storytelling. Vegapunk curled his lips, how boring. Then he quickened his speaking speed and continued. At that time, the red line of this world was still a whole piece. The whole world is a vast ocean, and the people of this world have built a huge kingdom together on the red line. Vegapunk showed a longing look, a free country. It is a country without class, without hatred, where everyone lives freely. Vegapunk longs for such a world. Also, technology was very advanced back then, and most of my current technology is just a replica of that era. And Joey boy was the king at the time, free Nika. Chapter 177 Ugly People. Joey Boy is the king of that free country, and his meeting with Yimu is like fate. The two quickly became good friends. Used the devil fruit and the three great weapons to make this free kingdom more prosperous and powerful. It is worth mentioning that the three great weapons are three life forms with their own will, for example, Poseidon. Vegapunk glanced cryptically at Princess Shirahoshi and continued. Poseidon is a mermaid who has the power to control the sea kings. You, the mermen, are the offspring of her inhumans. How is that possible? Neptune looked at Vegapunk in great shock. Although he said it was impossible, when he thought about it carefully, it was indeed possible for the fishmen to do so. Don't be too surprised yet, there will be something even more surprising next. Pluton claims to be a warship, but in fact, Pluton is also an independent life form. Moreover, Pluton is also a partner of Joey Boy along with the Elephant Master. Uranus has the ability to sense the weather and control legendary objects. Vegapunk's eyes showed fear, and then he spoke slowly. Dragon. This is also the origin of celestial dragons, and the origin of the flying dragon's hoof. Bacchus frowned. This was probably what he was going to face next. After my investigation, I found that the battle in the Valley of the Gods was caused by that dragon. However, the dragon doesn't seem to be in this world, but in the universe. Vegapunk came back to his senses and put a smile on his face again, but it was very forced. That's a little off topic. Ahem. Next, Yim and Joey Boy live together in that free country. Life is getting better because of the power brought by Yimu. However, people are always greedy. Such a huge power will naturally attract people with bad intentions. So, a group of people took advantage of the two people's inattention, stole a large amount of devil fruit, and escaped from that free country. Vegapunk smiled bitterly and shook his head. People. Advertisement. Afterwards, a group of people escaped from the Kingdom of Freedom and established 20 countries in various places. That's what we call the 20. The system of the 20 kingdoms is completely different from that of the free kingdom. They satisfy their desires by exploiting slaves. They deprived slaves of their freedom and used their freedom to create wealth and satisfy their own extravagant lives. They call themselves nobles. After the leaders of the free kingdom learned about this, they put all the responsibility on Yim, believing that if he had not brought this powerful force, this would not have happened. So they imprisoned Yim in a dungeon. Joey Boy knew that Yim was not responsible for this incident, so he took the initiative to release Yim and promised him that he would let him return to the kingdom one day. In order to thank Joey Boy, gave Joey Boy his only remaining devil fruit, the human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form. Pluton recognized Joey Boy, and then followed Joey Boy and became his partner. When the leaders of the free kingdom learned about this, they expelled Joey Boy from the free kingdom. From then on, Joey Boy wandered the world carrying a straw hat. And Yim used the power of Poseidon to sink an island into the deep sea, which later became the Fishman Island. Yim has become the new ruler. Neptune sighed deeply. He had never thought that the conflict between fishmen and humans had existed for so long. After defeating Joey Boy, the desires of the 20 kingdoms grew as never before, and they actually attacked the free kingdom. But even so, Joey Boy still couldn't defeat the 20 countries. As for their real reasons, there is no way to know. After the destruction of the free kingdom, the rulers established a brand new kingdom. They used everyone as slaves and called themselves noble aristocrats. He has seen the ugly face of human beings, and he thinks that since they can become nobles and slaves of this world. So, they turned their attention to the Fishman Island. Pieces of debris gradually evolved into the islands we have today. You should know it, it's the big stone tablet on the Fishman Island. Advertisement. After the defeat, in order to protect Pluton and prevent it from falling into the hands of others, he used the power of his fruit to pull up the ground in the deep sea like rubber, and flowing seawater fell from the sky. If you want to hold power firmly in your hands, you must have extremely strong power. The long accumulated grudges must have already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The Wano Kuni floating in the air was created, but there was one nation that did not participate, the ancestors of Alabasta. However, the deep sea was extremely dark, without a single ray of light. When the wandering Joey Boy arrived there, he used his abilities and found a special towering tree. But Yim didn't agree. Vegapunk looked at Neptune. He traveled on the Pluton warship and encountered many strange creatures along the way. Was furious and used his last weapon, Uranus. Uranus blasted the entire red line into pieces with just one strike. The terrifying power made everyone drop their jaws and surrender one after another. Power determines status. Yimu has great power, so why can't he rule the world himself? Joey Boy knew he couldn't fulfill his promise to so he carved a letter of apology, which is, for example, the Elephant Lord who walks in the sea. And Joey Boy intends to cause trouble for those who betrayed the free kingdom. Then why can't this noble be me? From then on, the Fishman Island had light. When Joey Boy learned that Yim had regained control of the kingdom, he wanted him to rebuild a free country, but Vegapunk showed an expression of disbelief, as if he had put himself into the story. Creating the sun tree Eve that brings light to the Fishman Island. They think that this kind of life is already very good, and even if they conquer the free kingdom, there won't be much change. Vegapunk showed a regretful expression and continued. All of this is brought to them by power, and the one who gave them such powerful power is the alien Yim. Many years later, Joey Boy continued to wander, and many fishmen were born on the Fishman Island, but they were rejected and hunted by humans. Chapter 178 I wish you good luck in military affairs. So, Yim became the ruler of this world, and named his noble status after the name of Uranus, the dragon. Joey Boy knew that he was no match for IM and that the world would become a mess if he continued to fight him, so he made a bet with IM. The bet is that there will always be people who yearn for freedom and will not allow a country that deprives people of their freedom to continue to exist. IM scoffed at this. No one can resist the temptation of desire. But Joey Boy firmly believed that there would always be someone who loved freedom as much as he did and would rebuild the free country again. Joey Boy gave his will to the devil fruit he ate. When the fruit reappears in this chaotic world, he wins the bet. Joey Boy disappeared from the world, leaving behind only the straw hat that wandered with him, the straw hat that inherited his will. Imzer reassembled the remaining people of the 19 nations and named them celestial dragons. They are the noblest race in the world. And I choose to let them manage this world, but the condition is to keep the sea balanced and not wake up Joey Boy. At the same time, I will do my best to find a devil fruit with rubber power. The rest of the land will be left to them to manage. IM himself became the king of celestial dragons, the king on the legendary throne of the void. Everyone is afraid of Im's power. A shadow has been cast over their hearts. Even after agreeing to Im's conditions, they are still in charge of the world. Naturally, several people agreed readily. Yim even granted eternal life to 5 of the most talented people among them. IM wanted Poseidon to be born, but Poseidon had already seen through the true colors of humans and felt disgusted with them, so he stayed on the Fishman Island forever. Pluton founded Wano-kuni to commemorate Joy Boy, trained a large number of warriors, and left the powerful warship in Wano-kuni to defend against powerful enemies. To be precise, the warriors were also one of Joy Boy's wills. Vegapunk looked regretful. It's a pity that the samurai spirit that has been passed down to the present day has long since changed its flavor and is no longer the original samurai spirit. Then the world became what it is today. This is the truth of this world. After Vegapunk finished saying all this, he stared straight at Bacchus and said with an extremely serious expression. That's why I don't want you to end the Great Pirates era now. Because, you are not Joey Boy. You can't beat IM, and you can't fulfill the bet. Even if you kill all the pirates, what does it matter? The world will remain the same. It won't change at all. Vegapunk's eyes became more fierce. You are not the one destined to be. No matter how powerful Bacchus is, he is no match for Uranus's destructive weapons. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Bacchus suddenly burst into laughter, which grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the palace. Ha ha ha. Tears as big as beans flowed from the corners of Bacchus' eyes. He looked more and more crazy and his laughter was shrill. Everyone looked very unhappy. Bacchus's creepy laughter gradually stopped. He wiped away the tears from his laughter and sneered. Just because of a bet, the world has become like this. How ridiculous. It turns out that we have all been pawns in this bet. Vegapunk's expression changed and he said urgently. The current Great Pirates era is the only way to end this world. You can't end him, otherwise, this world will always be under the control of celestial dragons. Everyone will lose their freedom. This opportunity is rare. Roger is risking his life for this rare opportunity. You're using your life to create a world full of scum, right? Bacchus stared with bloodshot eyes and roared loudly. Do you know how much harm this world full of pirates has brought to ordinary people? Do you know how many people are suffering under the shadow of pirates? In such an era, Vegapunk looked away, not daring to meet Bacchus' gaze. He is looking forward to the day when this era will end. I see. Have you made up your mind? I'm going to put an end to this G era. Empress Hancock pushed away the old lady who was blocking her way, holding a crumpled newspaper tightly in her hand. Her beautiful face turned red with anger, but she was still very charming, and even had a different flavor because of it. Whether I can defeat IM and resist Uranus's destructive weapon or not. But Hancock was so angry that he could not listen to his mother-in-law's advice. Vegapunk muttered quietly, suddenly laughing. Advertisement. How dare he kill my Luffy? No, even if I have to use all the power of the country, I will go to Logue Town and kill that B*************************. I will never forgive him. However, the mother-in-law was too old to stop the young Hancock, so she could only beg bitterly. Yes, Captain, come on, Bacchus. I told you, I'm just here to tell you this story. It's up to you how you want to do it. Go away, damn old woman. He must be killed, he must. I'm going to Logue Town and kill that B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* These sacrifices are inevitable. Then, as if he was relieved, his whole body felt relaxed, and he turned and left with the three seraphim. Vegapunk raised the corner of his mouth. Maybe, I shouldn't believe in fate. Bacchus' eyes were stern, and he clenched the magic sword Thousand Blades in his hand. Vegapunk bowed solemnly to Bacchus. Hancock, don't be impulsive. We can't all resist a monster like Bacchus. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Vegapunk lowered his head, speechless. That's because these things didn't happen to you. Bacchus sneered. What a shitty fate. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Do you know how powerful he is now? Even red-haired Shanks may not be able to kill Bacchus now. There must be creatures on the ground who dare to look directly at the majesty of the gods. Well, let's go, my crew, and end this era. Chapter 179 Dark Tide. Grandma Za was so frightened by Hancock's words that she turned pale and yelled loudly. Hancock, do you want this country to be destroyed? You can seek revenge, but you can't send all your troops to Logue Town to die. Revenge for Luffy is your business alone. Don't involve other people's lives. Hancock paused. This was the first time in all these years that she saw her mother-in-law get angry. However, she did not give in at all. She looked at her mother-in-law coldly and spoke in a very cold tone. Grandma, don't forget, I am the queen now. Hancock's eyes flashed, and he raised his right leg as fast as lightning and kicked Zapopo away. Everyone, follow me and head to Logue Town. Yes, your majesty. The huge crowd shouted loudly and excitedly. They had not been out for a long time and could not wait to go out into the outside world and kill. Hancock. Grandma fainted on the ground, and Hancock's figure became increasingly blurred in her eyes. You want to destroy this country. Granny Za struggled to get up, but her consciousness became increasingly blurred, and she could only watch Hancock lead the country to destruction. She suddenly felt extremely regretful for giving the position of queen to Hancock. However, Hancock looks very much like she did when she was young. At that time, she was also willing to risk her life for love. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. If she were Hancock at this moment, she might make the same choice. When it comes to love, those who are involved are confused, but those who are not involved can see clearly. Maybe this is the fate of this country. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Marine Admiral's office. Fujitora sat on a chair with a frown on his face. Behind him hung a plaque with large characters written in a flamboyant style. The Justice of Benevolence. You mean to say that Bacchus will have a final battle with the red-haired Shanks in Logue Town? But how can you be so sure, Vice Admiral Garp? In front of him, Garp slapped a newspaper on the office table, his face grim. Bacchus will definitely go. Advertisement, Zephyr died at the hands of Shanks, and Shanks even insulted the justice that Zephyr had always upheld. Also, let me ask you, how many Sea Emperors are left now? Fujitora thought for a moment and said, if the information from the News King is correct, then the only remaining Sea Emperor is the red-haired Shanks. Garp said as a matter of course. So, do you think Bacchus would miss such a great opportunity? As long as Shanks is killed, the Great Pirates era will end right now. Bacchus will not let this opportunity go. Do you think that if these Sea Emperors are dead, those weak pirates will still be able to sail? This is what Zephyr placed on Bacchus. Fujitora suddenly stood up, stared at Garp with his eyes wide open, and interrupted him. So, we are using Zephyr's last wish to ambush Bacchus? No, I've heard about Zephyr's deeds. He hopes to end the Great Pirates era, which is also the wish of all Marines. Fujitora objected, saying that this approach was totally inconsistent with his sense of justice. What a joke. Have you ever thought about what crazy things Bacchus would do to the world if he was the one who survived in the end? Garp raised his voice and spoke coldly. People like Bacchus are a hidden disaster if they stay in the world. Fujitora was silent. His observation Haki could clearly sense the strong red aura emanating from Garp. That is hatred. Seeing Fujitora's hesitation, Garp said angrily. Okay, if you don't go, I'll go. Then he turned around and left decisively. Watching Garp's departing back, Fujitora sighed deeply. Mr. Garp, your justice has been blinded by hatred. New World, an uncharted island. The island is full of solidified magma, and there are black stones on the beach, which are the product of the combination of magma and cold seawater. The charred yet dark red ground was littered with the corpses of pirates, bright red blood was flowing on the ground, and dots of boiling magma were like the starry sky at night. Marshal Akainu, the pirates here have been cleared. The wounded ghost spider and flying squirrel reported to Akainu. Advertisement: the two men's clothes were already tattered, and there were several obvious knife wounds on their faces that were bleeding. The fatigue that could not be concealed appeared on their faces. This was the 30th pirates group they had annihilated in the past 2.5 months. Well, very good, let's take a short break first. Yes. The two men stepped back, and Akainu read the newspaper in his hand carefully. The blood-red cloak of justice stained with blood became extremely tattered, like a piece of rag, fluttering gently in the wind. Want to duel in Logue Town, Bacchus? Akainu's face was cold. This is a good time to end the Great Pirates era. We can't hand over such an important task to a junior. How can I, as a senior, put my face on this? Akainu took a deep breath. Is the era of the Great Pirates finally coming to an end? But by then, Logue Town should be very lively. He sneered. Bacchus had too many enemies. Of course, that also includes that old guy Garp. Teacher Zephyr. It's all about to end. Akainu straightened his military cap, his expression extremely solemn. Everyone, after 3 days of rest, head towards Logue Town at full speed. An uncharted sea. Ah, the sunshine is really nice. On the sea, Kuzan pedaled his bicycle lazily. The pair of wheels turned, frost spread, and a thin layer of ice condensed on the ice surface. The wheels turned, and he walked steadily on the sea, leaving a clear ice mark on the vast ocean. In front of the bicycle, a cute penguin was also lazily basking in the warm sunshine. Ever since he left the marine, he has been wandering on the sea. Wandering aimlessly. Occasionally, he would see injustice and take action, killing some pirates and saving some civilians. It fits his lazy justice. Unfortunately, he never met Bacchus. Nor has a way to save the world been found. but it's pretty good to just waste my life like this. Blowing the hot and humid sea breeze, Kuzan squinted his eyes comfortably. Chapter 180 The Evil Capital Feeling the cool sea breeze, Kuzan squinted his eyes comfortably, and the penguin in front of the car also stood up and stretched. Suddenly, a seagull wearing a hat flapped its wings and soared into the air carrying a bag of newspapers. Hey, brother seagull, come here for a moment, I want to buy a newspaper. Hearing this, the seagull flapped its wings as if it understood what people were saying and slowly descended towards Kuzan. Seagull stood on the front handlebars of the bicycle, and Kuzan pulled out a newspaper and threw a few Baileys into the newspaper bag. The seagull turned its head and flapped its wings again to fly away. Kuzan read the newspaper in his hand carefully. Teacher Zephyr is dead. Kuzan rubbed his eyes and looked at the glaring line of font on the newspaper in disbelief. Zephyr's death. His eyes gradually became dull, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet, with only Kuzan's heavy breathing as the sound. Well, he sighed deeply, then refocused his eyes and looked at the contents of the newspaper again. Is Bacchus going to duel with red-haired Shanks in Logue Town? This is really interesting. I'd like to join in the fun. Killing intent flashed in Kuzan's eyes. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. But before that, I haven't had sherry wine for a long time. Kuzan closed his eyes, placed his hand on his heart, and moved his lips, whispering a song. The sea is watching the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world, so the direction it leads to is the way forward. So it leads to the right world, an unknown island. Chief, have you read the latest newspaper? Bacchus is going to duel with red-haired Shanks in Logue Town. Chief, I think. In the dim basement, only the faint flickering candlelight illuminated the gloomy face of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He looked deeply at Sabo, who looked anxious. I know, but, Sabo, have you ever thought that if you die, it will be a devastating blow to our revolutionary cause, you know? Long looked at Sabo, who had lost his mind due to anger, and spoke in a deep voice. There must be a lot of people going to Logue Town this time, and they are all going for Bacchus. How can you guarantee that you can kill Bacchus and retreat safely at the same time? But I can't tolerate this opportunity slipping away right before my eyes. Advertisement, Sabo retorted eagerly, his face turning red with anger. But he killed my brother, Luffy, that's enough. Long stood up suddenly, his eyes fierce. Isn't Luffy my relative? Sabo reacted and bowed his head deeply. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, I was just too anxious. Yes, Dragon is Luffy's father, he must be in great pain. Long sat back in the chair, rubbing his brow, and said tiredly. Our revolutionary road is almost complete, so many people have sacrificed their lives for this. We carry far more than you can imagine, Sabo, you are too easily led by your emotions. You still need to grow up before I can trust you with the entire revolutionary army. Sabo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Sorry, I got too excited. Long waved his hand, his eyes flickering. However, this is indeed a good opportunity. You can go if you want, but you must ensure your own safety. Sabo was delighted and said excitedly, Great, Chief, do you agree? But I want to go with you. Long's eyes became more and more profound. Bacchus, let me meet you and see how powerful you are. Logue Town, Port. The town is now in chaos, and most people know that a terrible war will break out in Logue Town. By then, it will be too late to run away. Everyone, line up and go up one by one. Smoker yelled at the top of his lungs. He knew that a war would break out in Logue Town, so as soon as he got the news, he came to Logue Town to evacuate the people. Beside him, Hina and Tashigi were also managing the crowded crowd in front of them, beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads. Hurry up. Get out of Lousy's way. Please let my child go first, I beg you. Get out of here, Lousy has plenty of Baileys. Advertisement. Who would want to die if they can live? Smoker became angry, pulled out the pistol from his waist, pulled the trigger, and fired a shot into the sky. Faced with a life and death crisis, the crowded crowd would not listen to the arrangements of the three people at all. The man clapped his hands, and several strong men with rifles walked out from behind him and fired several shots into the air. Isn't this just raising the price? Sure enough, times like these are great opportunities to earn Baileys. Hey, you want to die by doing this right under our noses. Smoker spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a vicious look on his face. The man chuckled a few times, and the greed in his eyes became even more intense. Everyone roared in anger. Not everyone can afford 100,000 Baileys. A short, skinny man, with eyes gleaming with shrewdness, coughed twice and spoke slowly. I want you to deliver it for free, otherwise, just leave it all here. Those who have boat tickets can take the boat to leave this troubled place. Otherwise, the boat tickets will become more and more expensive. Given the large number of people, we decided to pay 100,000 Baileys each for a ticket. Human beings are animals that seek benefits and avoid harm. Wait a moment. The boiling crowd suddenly calmed down and dared not speak out. Bang. Shut up, everyone. For a moment, the noisy crowd became quiet. People lined up consciously and dared not speak loudly. Smoker sneered, and thick smoke rose from his body. Hey, everyone, follow Lousy's instructions. Smoker pointed at the three large ships anchored in the harbor, and the crowd slowly walked towards the three large ships. Okay, Now, everyone line up and get on board one by one, and maintain order. For a moment, the crowd went wild. People are just mean. Sure enough, people will only succumb to power. In the face of death, everyone is frantically fighting for the chance to survive. Please buy it quickly, otherwise. Damn it, why did you give me 100,000 Baileys? That's too expensive. We can't even afford these Baileys, swindler, what a swindler. The man said with a smile, his eyes full of greed. Chapter 181 Gold D. Rogers Tavern 10 days before the decisive battle. The bright sunshine is scattered on the surging sea, and the snow-white waves are illuminated by the sunshine and turn into fiery red. The sunrise over the river is redder than fire. The sea breeze was howling as a blue-gray ship sailed on the blue sea. Its sails were inflated and a surging column of fire was burning below the stern, pushing the ship forward at a high speed, leaving a deep white groove on the sea. The fire-breathing dragon at the stern opened its eyes full of resentment and blew air at the mailpipe in front of it half deadly. Roar. Damn it. This can't be solved without 10 boxes of energy cubes. With resentment rising to the sky, Mortraz looked at the Charizard with sympathy and shook his head with a sigh. Ms. Bay Lackey, please try the candied haws I made. Gatrina narrowed her peach blossom eyes, held a candied haws, and handed it to Bay Lackey who was lying on a chair on the beach deck with a smile. I'm hungry. Thank you, but I think I just had dinner. Balaki said to Gatrina somewhat helplessly. It's okay. This is a dessert after dinner. It's good for digestion. Bay Lackey had no choice but to take the candied haws. She took a light bite, and the sour and sweet taste spread in her mouth all at once. It's really delicious, Balaki smiled, and seeing Balaki smiling, Gatrina couldn't help but smile as well. The world outside is really wonderful. Standing on the railing, Man Shirley enjoyed the cool sea breeze and felt extremely happy. The wind blew up her skirt and the warm sunshine scattered, which was very comfortable. Brother Bacchus, we'll be in Logetown soon. Yin, who was at the helm, spoke loudly to Bacchus, who was standing at the bow. Ah, I see. Bacchus crossed his arms across his chest, his black hair dancing in the wind, and stared ahead expressionlessly. Not far away, the outline of a small island became clearer and clearer. Logetown, here we are. Everyone moored the boat at the port of Logetown and then prepared to visit Logetown. Since there were still a few days until the date set by red-haired Shanks, Bacchus planned to let the crew relax. After all, a tough battle awaits them next. Bacchus would not think that red-haired Shanks was the only enemy here to duel with him obediently. By then, Logetown should be very lively. The corners of Bacchus' mouth rose slowly, showing no fear at all. Advertisement. Everyone entered Logetown, but the streets were empty. Only a few people were walking hurriedly on the streets, holding food in their arms, and then immediately returned to their homes. Where have all the people gone? Manshirley asked doubtfully. Apparently, the duel was reported in the newspapers and everyone knew about it. Everyone knows that war will break out here next, so it's obvious to leave here. As Gatrina spoke, he looked towards a towering execution platform in the center of the square. Is this where the pirates' King Roger was executed? Come to think of it, if that person hadn't said something extra, perhaps the great pirates era wouldn't have begun. Everyone, go have some fun first, and gather here in 3 days. Yeah. Long live the captain, everyone cheered. It seemed like they had never played together since they got on the boat. Let's go, Miss Bay Lackey. There's a clothing store over there. Let's go pick out some nice clothes together. Without waiting for Balaki to refuse, Gatrina grabbed Balaki's wrist and ran straight to the clothing store in the distance. Roar. The Charizard stuck out its tongue and glanced at Gatrina resentfully. Good boy. What a good boy. I work so hard, so it's the girl you've been flirting with all the way. Yin, let's go somewhere else. Man Shirley in the pocket tugged at Yin's clothes and pointed to the distance and said. But, after we leave. Yin looked at Bacchus. After they left, only Bacchus was left alone. Come on, leave the captain alone for a while. Mothras shook his head at Yin and turned away. All right. Yin sighed and followed Mortraz towards the street not far away. The breeze was blowing gently, and Bacchus was alone, looking up at Roger's execution platform. If there hadn't been the great pirates era, will I be able to live like an ordinary person? Bacchus stayed for a while, then walked towards a side alley. The alley is extremely narrow and can only accommodate one person. Advertisement. Passing through the dirty alley, at the corner, a dilapidated house appeared before Bacchus' eyes. A plaque engraved with the history of the past hangs precariously in front of the house. Gold D. Rogers Tavern. Bacchus pushed the door open, and the old wooden door creaked harshly. What caught my eye was a dusty pub. It looked like no one had been there for a long time and no one had cleaned it. The old facilities exuded a historical atmosphere everywhere. Bacchus looked around, and suddenly, an old voice was heard. No one has come to this pub for a long time. I didn't expect that Rear Admiral Yama would come here. At the front desk, an old man with wrinkles on his face spoke slowly. He took a sip of the drink in his hand and stared at the dusty ground, wondering what he was thinking. This tavern has hosted the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, isn't that impressive? Oh, by the way, sorry, old people have short memories, I forgot that you hated pirates. Bacchus walked to the front desk of the tavern and knocked on the table with his fingerbones, making a dong-dong sound. A glass of sherry. The old man slowly stood up, took out a dusty bottle of sherry from the platform behind him, found a wineglass at random, blew the dust out of the glass, poured a glass of sherry, and handed it to Bacchus. Young man, would you like to hear the story of the Pirates King? Sorry, I'm not interested in that damn story. Bacchus didn't mind and drank the sherry in the glass in one gulp. The most hockey wine should be drunk in the most hockey way to appreciate its flavor. Really? That's a pity. The old man was not angry and put down the sherry with a smile. You know, originally, I would have witnessed the birth of the second Pirates King. That guy was wearing a familiar straw hat. The moment I saw him, I knew he would be the king of pirates. But, the old man stared at Bacchus. You killed him. Suddenly, the old man showed a shining blade in his hand, jumped up suddenly, and stabbed Bacchus fiercely. Ah, what a naive old man. Bacchus put down his glass and held up a finger. A milky white halo wrapped around his fingers, and Bacchus flashed and teleported to the old man's side. Chapter 182 Empress Hancock. Bacchus flashed and instantly appeared beside the old man, and his finger wrapped in a milky white halo pierced straight into the old man's head. Snap. The old man didn't react at all. The space in front of him suddenly shattered. Cracks as thick as pythons spread wildly. The terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions like ocean waves. Suddenly, blood gushed out of the old man's 7 orifices, his eyeballs bulged out, his cloudy eyes remained wide open, his hunched body creaked, and the bones in his body were completely shattered by the shockwave, and his life quickly disappeared. The old man collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, lifeless. Suddenly, a faint roar came into the tavern. Bacchus frowned. Shouldn't there be a few days left before the decisive battle? Then he unfolded the observation hockey and carefully sensed the situation outside. I see, that guy is here. Well, it's just an appetizer. Bacchus raised the corner of his mouth slightly and exhaled a cloud of mist. Dark lightning wrapped around his body, making a crackling sound. Sizzle. Bacchus turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out of the tavern. The sea not far from Logue Town. A ship with a Madara snake on its bow was sailing on the sea, heading quickly towards Logue Town. Captain, Logue Town is ahead. A charming woman knelt down in front of Hancock, who was sitting on the throne, and reported respectfully. I understand. Hancock's eyes were filled with hatred, and the rage burning in her body continued to burn her internal organs. Bacchus. You actually killed my man. You are unforgivable. Hancock stared at Logue Town in front of him, wishing he could eat Bacchus' flesh and drink Bacchus' blood right away. Finally, the ship arrived at the port of Logue Town, and the Empress saw a conspicuous blue-gray ship at a glance. Looking at the blood-red book and the flag of a blue-gray brush fluttering in the wind, she knew that this was Bacchus's ship. Snort. Hancock snorted coldly, then jumped high, raised his slender legs, and kicked at the flag fluttering in the wind. Advertisement, Fishman Karate, Seaflow Shoulder Throw. A deep sound was heard, and a stream of flowing water rushed straight into the sky from a distance as if it was thrown by someone, and accurately hit Hancock in the sky. Puff. The water hit Hancock and she groaned. Her whole body was soaked by the water. The strong impact made her body unstable and she fell straight down from a high altitude. She adjusted her body in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Phew. Fortunately I made it in time. Mafraz wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. It looks like they're here with bad intentions, get ready to fight. Yin drew the 2 swords from his waist and frowned. I finally let Brother Bacchus rest for a few days, but you actually come to disturb Brother Bacchus' vacation. Unforgivable. Quick victory, Mortraz, Charizard. New, roar. Look at me taking care of her in one move. Kesu. Who are you? Why are you trying to stop me? Hancock looked extremely ugly and winked at the female soldier on the boat. The female soldiers immediately ran off the boat with spears in hand, waving their spears and standing behind Hancock. We are the Bacchus crew, our goal is to kill all pirates. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Mortraz's eyes, and he rushed out at high speed. His right fist was covered with the pitch-black armament hockey, and countless water droplets continued to gather in his right fist. Including you. The huge fist blasted towards Hancock, and the moisture in the surrounding air seemed to be affected by the fist, and the invisible impact force spread out like a wave. Fishman Karate secret technique, Oniwa straight fist. Really? Since they are Bacchus's crew members, then they can all die. Hancock's eyes were stern, and his long legs covered with armament hockey collided violently with the huge fist of Tora. Big perfume femur. Bang. The 2 men each groaned. A trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they retreated one after another. Hancock's strength seemed to be enhanced in his angry state, and even his armament hockey became stronger. Marrow marrow mellow. Advertisement. Hancock put his palms together to form a heart shape, and the released love light expanded, directly covering the 3 people. Mortraz raised his arms to block, but the moment he came into contact with the love light, he didn't feel any threat at all. What kind of ability is this? Mortraz looked at Hancock with some confusion, while Charizard and Yin were not affected at all. Who-oh? What is this strange human doing? Charizard scratched his head. Is this person seriously ill? Toru holds 2 swords, covered with the dark and solemn armament hockey. You can actually ignore my beauty? Hancock covered his mouth in shock. No one could resist his beauty? But she didn't expect that Mortraz and Charizard were not human species and could not understand human aesthetics. But Yin is a woman and is not interested in Hancock's beauty. Besides, The hatred they have for the pirates has long surpassed Hancock's beauty. Come on. Seeing that his ability had no effect on them, Hancock gave an order and hundreds of female soldiers holding spears or swords swarmed towards the three people. Roar. A surging high-temperature flame exploded from the Charizard's body, and the female soldiers near him were directly repelled by the scorching flame. Ah! Screams continued to be heard, flames burned their bodies, and they jumped into the sea to extinguish the flames. The fat figure of Mothras moved flexibly among the crowd, and spears and broadswords hit his body, causing sparks to fly and breaking. Fishman Karate. 1000-watt punch. The fist containing the strength of thousands of troops hit each female soldier accurately. The teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking continued to be heard. One after another, female soldiers vomited blood from the mouth and fell to the ground, unable to get up, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Big perfume femur. Hancock kicked down with great force, and Yin crossed his two swords in front of him, blocking the blow with all his might. Since other moves don't work, we can only rely on physical skills to fight. A large amount of sparks burst out. Yin's eyes were filled with bright sparks. He exerted force with both arms, pushed hard, and sent Hancock flying. Dual sword style, EI, and flowing water. A pleasant sound of flowing water was heard, and the two swords in Yin's hands were actually entangled with the flowing water. He turned his waist, and the two swords began to rotate like a windmill and slashed towards Hancock. Hancock was shocked. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Chapter 183 Human Pig. The pitch-black blade chopped down at high speed, along with the flowing water droplets. Hancock's heart sank to the bottom of the valley as he listened to the pleasant sound of the flowing water. Hancock was unable to dodge and could only kick out with a whip kick, blocking the chopping blade tightly. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard, and water splashed on the slender legs, splashing a lot of water. How dare you kill my Luffy? Hancock opened her bloodshot eyes, staring at Yin like a devil, infinite anger burning in her heart, and then, she suddenly felt an unprecedented power surging through her body. Big perfume femur. Hancock's face was distorted, and he exerted force suddenly, kicking Yin out. Yin's expression froze. He didn't expect that Hancock would suddenly burst out with such powerful strength. For a moment, she was actually blown away by this force. Let all of you die. Die. Hancock had a ferocious look on his face, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared above Yin, and his right leg, wrapped in a strict armament hockey, chopped down heavily like a sharp battle axe. Yin's eyes focused, but she couldn't avoid the attack in the air. Her arms were numb from the huge force before, and she even had difficulty holding on. Die. Hancock growled, and Yin had no choice but to cover his body with armament hockey, controlling his muscles and tensing them up. Iron body. As the battle axe-like leg was about to fall like a meteorite, suddenly, a dark lightning streaked through the void and quickly rushed towards Hancock. Sizzle. Black lightning passed by Hancock in the blink of an eye. Then, the black lightning suddenly stopped in the sky, and the lightning exploded, revealing the figure of Bacchus. Bacchus spewed out a large amount of mist from his mouth and nose, and in his hand a pitch-black blade flashed with a strange purple light. A slender leg rolled several times in the air and then fell to the ground, with blood splattered all over the ground. High in the air, Hancock's eyes were dull, his right leg was gone, broken at the root, blood gushed out like a fountain, and his body fell rapidly. Yin took this opportunity, turned his waist, and landed steadily on the ground. Sassy ignores Dana, Hancock. Bacchus flicked the blood off the blade and looked coldly at Hancock, who fell to the ground. I haven't seen you since the Summit War. Today, you are here to help Luffy get revenge. Advertisement. Bacchus suddenly sneered. Is there anything about that kind of trash that's worth your life? Hancock seemed to be stimulated by something, staring at Bacchus with his bloodshot eyes. Bacchus, Bacchus, Bacchus. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was not afraid of the pain in her right leg and struggled to get up. Ah, you're still thinking about killing me after all this. I'm really so happy. Bacchus grinned fiercely and swung the magic sword Thousand Blades in his hand, slashing out a dark crescent-shaped blade light. Puff. The blade flashed and directly cut off Hancock's only remaining left leg. Hancock had just propped himself up when he fell to the ground again, leaving a pool of blood staining the ground red. But she seemed to feel no pain, dragging her broken body with her arms, crawling towards Bacchus stubbornly. Bacchus, Bacchus. Hancock's bloodshot eyes were still fixed on Bacchus, as if he wanted to eat Bacchus alive. Oh, you are really stubborn. Well, so what? The blade flashed again, and the two arms were cut off. Ah. Hancock looked like a madman, screamed miserably, and struggled violently. Bacchus admired Hancock, who had turned into a human pig, with great interest, and smiled from the bottom of his heart with the corners of his mouth raised. Bang. 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 When Hancock found that she couldn't move at all no matter what she did, she screamed and slammed her head hard on the ground. The blood soon dyed the ground red, and her originally smooth forehead also had a hideous wound. Why did you kill Luffy? You said pirates were evil, but what about celestial dragons who plundered everywhere, bought slaves everywhere, and treated people like straw dogs? Hancock roared and questioned Bacchus again and again. Tears as big as beans flowed down the corners of her eyes and fell to the ground with a plop. Obviously Luffy is the only one in all these years who beat up celestial dragons without hesitation. He can obviously change the world and make all those scum die. But Hancock looked at Bacchus with extremely malicious eyes, and his originally beautiful face became ugly, like a devil. Advertisement. But you killed Luffy, so what if you kill all the pirates in the world? It won't change the world at all. By then, your teacher Zephyr's wish will also be doomed to fail. Hearing Zephyr's name coming out of Hancock's mouth, Bacchus's face instantly turned gloomy and he interrupted Hancock's words. You are not worthy to mention Mr. Zephyr's name. I don't bother to reason with you, you don't deserve to hear it. A rotten orange is a rotten orange. Close black lens bracket. Bacchus raised the magic knife 1,000 blades and stabbed it hard into Hancock's mouth, then twisted his wrist and stirred it vigorously a few times. A piercing pain came, but Hancock didn't even frown, letting the blood flow from the corner of his mouth, still staring at Bacchus with resentment, like a lion majesty. After stirring for a while, Bacchus suddenly pulled out the magic sword 1,000 blades, bringing out some sticky blood. Hancock looked in pain, coughed violently, and spit out a large amount of blood. Die. Bacchus swung the magic sword 1,000 blades in his hand and slashed it down with one blow. Stop. A roar sounded, and then a metal pillar-shaped sword flew over and stabbed in front of Bacchus with a bang, blocking the 1,000 blades of the demonic sword that was swinging down. Oh, this is. Bacchus reacted immediately when he saw the familiar weapon stuck in the ground. Seastone weapon. Jeet, I should have warned you, Smoker. Bacchus followed the path of the flying 10 hands and looked at the approaching Smoker. You don't think I really won't kill you? Suddenly, Bacchus' eyes glowed red, and a surge of ice-blue Conqueror's hockey spread out like a wave. Sizzle, ice-blue lightning appeared out of nowhere, mixed with the thick murderous aura, and rose up. Smoker looked cold and stern, with a very ugly expression. He walked slowly towards Bacchus under tremendous pressure. I don't need your mercy. Chapter 184. Anyone who stands in the way will die. I don't need you to show mercy. Smoker looked grim and said coldly. The pressure that Bacchus's Conqueror's hockey brought him was far beyond his imagination. The terrifying aura alone was enough to make Smoker unable to resist. But he still said this, because this is his justice. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he cannot go against his beliefs. Why did you agree to a fight with red-haired Shanks? Don't you know that there are a lot of civilians in Logue Town? Smoker questioned loudly, inching towards Bacchus. Bacchus sneered. I want to ask you what you want to do. As a Marine, do you have to protect a pirate? Bacchus' eyes flashed with a fierce look. He raised his right foot and then stepped down hard. Puff. The right foot stomped hard on Hancock's head, blood splattered everywhere, and it exploded like a watermelon, with the red flesh scattered all over the ground, which was very tempting. Even if she is a pirate, the mistakes she made will be judged by the Marine. You take the lives of pirates so casually, how are you any different from pirates? Smoker retorted as he watched Bacchus crush Hancock's head. Ah, you are really stubborn, so, are you here to stop me? Smoker said with a determined look. I want you to leave Logue Town and refuse the invitation to fight red-haired Shanks. Bacchus looked at Smoker as if he was a fool and sneered. What if I don't leave Logue Town? Smoker's eyes focused, and thick white smoke rose from his body, filling the surroundings. I know you are very powerful, but even if it costs me my life, I will kill you. He hit the ground quickly with his feet and his figure disappeared instantly. Marine 6 Styles T. Bacchus showed no sign of surprise, but raised his brows and looked at the seastone weapon, 10-handed, stuck in the ground in front of him. Advertisement. When Smoker's figure flashed out again, he instantly appeared in front of Bacchus and pulled out the 10 hands stuck in the ground. The rising white smoke lingered on the 10 hands and stabbed straight towards Bacchus' throat. I'll drive you out of Logue Town too. The 10 hands gradually enlarged in Bacchus' pupils, but Bacchus did not show any surprise. As soon as Smoker disappeared, Bacchus' observation hockey captured Smoker's movements. In his perception, Smoker's movements were as slow as a bird crawling. There's a huge gap between you and me, Smoker. Boom. Light blue circular pulse gates appeared around Bacchus' body, vibrating wildly and making a deafening roar. Smoker's ears bled and he groaned. The horrible concussion caused injuries to his internal organs. His features were twisted in pain. Bacchus, you are already this strong now. A few years ago, he was still a kid who couldn't even run. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in, mobilized all his strength, endured the immense pain, clenched his 10 hands, and stabbed Bacchus' throat fiercely. Bang! Smoker's eyes focused, and he saw that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of Bacchus, and there seemed to be a mountain in front of his 10 hands. No matter how hard Smoker tried, he couldn't move it even a little bit. I told you, Smoker, if you get in my way again, I will kill you without hesitation. Bacchus stretched out his right hand like lightning, grabbed Smoker's neck, and slowly lifted him up. Smoker's face flushed red, and the huge force on his neck stifled his breathing. His body was in the air, and his legs kept struggling. I really shouldn't have saved you back then. Smoker spoke these words in a halting manner, but Bacchus did not react. Bacchus had no expression on his face, and slowly exerted force with his palm. A tall figure appeared behind Bacchus, bringing with him a frosty wind, and the temperature around them dropped rapidly. Yin looked at Bacchus worriedly and was about to go forward to help, but Bacchus shook his head at him. What you may not expect is still to come, Kuzan. Do you think you can kill me so easily now? Conqueror's Entanglement. Xingyi Bengchen. This is Conqueror's Entanglement. Advertisement. Speaking of which, Aokiji. No, Kuzan, you actually quit the marine. Kuzan looked at Bacchus' right arm solemnly, his brows furrowed. Half of Kuzan's body turned into blue ice, emitting an astonishing chill, staring closely at the fist that was about to fall. What an annoying guy. You want to die. Behind Bacchus, Kuzan opened his mouth and blew out gusts of cold wind. His eyes behind his sunglasses were full of murderous intent. Although Kuzan's fruit ability has been developed to an extremely pervert level, his hockey skills are not as strong as Bacchus, and Bacchus's dark fruit has a strong inhibitory effect on Kuzan. Kuzan put his palms together, then dragged out a sharp ice spear and stabbed it into Bacchus' heart. Bacchus sneered, turned around, and gathered his left hand into a swirling darkness, which crashed into the stabbing ice spear and swallowed the sharp tip. Kuzan naturally knew about the Conqueror's entanglement technique. This technique, which can only be performed by someone with Conqueror's Haki, is extremely powerful. Die, brother Bacchus, please, put him down. Hearing this, Bacchus showed an impatient look. The thick ice blue lightning crackled, and even Kuzan could not resist the terrifying aura. It's because I killed Robin. It seems that you want to kill me too, Kuzan. Still, just as he was about to exert force, suddenly, a biting cold wind blew, and a thin layer of frost formed on Bacchus' entire arm and continued to spread. Bacchus swung his fist fiercely, and the fist wrapped in ice blue lightning, with bursts of sonic booms, hit Kuzan's head like a meteorite. For Bacchus now, dealing with such a character is a piece of cake. Bacchus sneered and mocked sarcastically, they come to die one after another. As soon as he finished speaking, Bacchus' entire arm shook violently, the frost on the surface cracked, and a large amount of transparent ice crystals fell off. With a crisp sound of crackling, Smoker's pupils suddenly dilated and all life disappeared. Bacchus grinned fiercely, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki suddenly wrapped around his right arm. Oh, this guy, that person is my friend. I didn't expect that you'd become this strong now, Bacchus. Have you abandoned your faith? Chapter 185 Melting Frost? The fist wrapped in the terrifying Conqueror's Haki slammed down, and a large amount of cold air gushed out of Kuzan's body. An avatar made of ice condensed in front of him, and the main body quickly retreated. Kuzan didn't dare to take the punch head on. Bang! The ice was shattered in an instant, turning into ice crystals that scattered all over the sky. The ice clones suddenly exploded, and the terrifying cold air contained in it quickly spread in all directions. A thick layer of frost formed on Bacchus' right arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frozen time capsule. Kuzan exhaled a breath of cold air, crossed his arms, and a thick shock wave of cold air sprayed out from where his arms were crossed. The cold air shock wave shot straight at Bacchus, but Bacchus didn't panic at all. He calmly raised his other arm. The surging darkness rolled and spun from his palm, gradually gathering into a deep black hole, which directly swallowed the flying frozen shock wave. It was like a stone falling into the sea, without causing any ripples. Chi! Kuzan snorted. What a tricky ability. His best fruit ability was completely suppressed, and his physical skills were no match for Bacchus. Kuzan narrowed his eyes, he didn't expect that the boy from back then had become so troublesome. As the vortex like a black hole swallowed the frozen shockwave, a milky white halo suddenly rose from Bacchus's right arm covered with frost, shattering the frost on the arm into a pile of fine ice crystal powder. The next moment, Bacchus' figure flashed and turned into a stream of light. He raised his left arm wrapped in a milky white halo and rushed towards Kuzan, who was retreating continuously. Beat the pheasant. All of Kuzan's cold air suddenly gathered towards his right arm at a high speed, expanded suddenly, and condensed into a lifelike ice bird. The ice bird flapped its wings and shot towards the chasing Bacchus. Bacchus didn't care, and the black color in front of him intertwined into a large black net, catching the ice bird flapping its wings in the air. Shock cannon fist. Bacchus growled, and his left arm, which was glowing with a milky white halo, slammed down. Kuzan was unable to dodge, so he had to open his palms and release his armament Haki. Bang! The huge fist, with the power to destroy the world, slammed down fiercely, but it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, making a low sound and stopped above Kuzan's head. Armament Haki is released. As expected of a former Marine Admiral, you can even master such a high-end technique. Bacchus raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically. Then, Bacchus's eyes focused, and the muscles of his entire left arm suddenly swelled, and the milky white halo suddenly expanded. Snap! An extremely clear shattering sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The void in front of him shattered into dense cracks, stirring up circles of space ripples. Kuzan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is Whitebeard's ability. Advertisement. You will definitely not go wrong. Just as Kuzan was distracted, the invisible barrier formed by armament Haki above his head exploded. He suddenly came to his senses, crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to block the fierce attack. But his armament Haki has been broken. Can he really block this attack? Bacchus grinned, and the milky white halo expanded again. Totally crush you. Boom. Puff. The fist landed on the crossed arms, and there was an immediate teeth-grinding sound. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Kuzan's forehead, and great pain came from his arm, and the familiar sound of breaking was heard again. Bones. Broken. Bang. Circles of white airwaves exploded behind Kuzan, and Kuzan was knocked down from the sky by this force and fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom. 1. The falling Kuzan created a deep pit on the ground. Kuzan vomited blood and struggled to get up, looking extremely embarrassed. How's it going, Kuzan? Bacchus landed steadily on the ground and taunted. People like you are not worthy of being Zephyr's disciple. Kuzan was breathing heavily, he was no match for Bacchus now. Losing is just a matter of time. The fruit ability is restrained, the physical skills are not as good as Bacchus, and Conqueror's Haki has not been awakened. He has absolutely no chance of turning the tables. I will definitely kill you. There was a strong murderous look in Kuzan's eyes, and his gaze was as cold as frost. Really, I'd like to see what other tricks you have. An hour later, Bacchus carried Kuzan's head to Roger's execution platform. Call, he exhaled deeply, he had not consumed much energy in this battle. Because Kuzan's ability was completely restrained by him. Dark Fruit is just so helpless when facing other fruit ability users. Advertisement. In addition, Bacchus's physical skills have now reached the top of the world. Very few can kill others. Bacchus threw Kuzan's head into the vast ocean in the distance. In the distance, the calm sea surface gently supports a fiery red sunset, and the yellow sunset shines down, coating the sea with a layer of brilliant gauze. The sea breeze pushes the flowing clouds, the sunset glows brilliantly, and the world is beautiful. Bacchus quietly looked at the still gorgeous and familiar sunset without saying a word. The longing affected his mind, his pupils lost focus, and he was dazed for a moment, temporarily forgetting the pain in his body. I can never get enough of sunsets like this. What, Captain? On a small boat sailing in the Golden Ocean, Usopp spoke in shock. Captain, you are not sure you can defeat Bacchus? Ah. Shanks nodded, looking helpless. Even though I don't want to admit it, but this is the truth. If the news from News King Morgans is accurate, then Bacchus should be stronger than me right now. After all, there was no way he could withstand the pressure of the two Sea Emperors, beat them to death and injure one, and also avoid the Buster Call led by marine heroes Garp and Sengoku. This will make things troublesome. Beckman on the side frowned. But don't worry, we're not the only ones who want to kill Bacchus. Shanks said that was why he had informed Bacchus of the time and place of the duel via Morgan's newspaper. I hope so. Beckman frowned in confusion, he always had a bad feeling. Afterwards, the three of them fell into silence. The atmosphere was very quiet. As darkness fell, sadness spread rapidly. Chapter 186 The Decisive Battle begins. The day of the decisive battle. Bacchus stood on the execution platform, his arms folded across his chest, staring at the unknown sea ahead with a murderous look. Below, Yin placed his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, his expression more serious than ever before. Mortraz is positioned close to the sea, ready to unleash Murloc Karate at any time, a position that maximizes his abilities. Gatrina held the table knife tightly, his eyes cold. Balaki and Charizard stood on both sides, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fixed. I saw a tiny black dot looming in the distant sea. In the distant sea, a small boat that could barely accommodate 3 people was heading towards Log Town ahead. Captain, it seems that they have discovered us. Usopp said solemnly, his observation Haki had already sensed the positions of most of Bacchus and others. This is the result of using observation Haki every day as a sniper. Really, Usopp? Give them a little gift first. Shanks' blood-red hair was blown wildly by the sea breeze. He gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist, which was a good and sharp knife he had snatched on the road. His deep eyes were filled with murderous intent, and veins bulged on his forehead. He can no longer contain his anger. Yes, Captain. Usopp responded, raised the sniper rifle in his hand, aimed at Bacchus' head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A large number of bright sparks burst out from the dark muzzle, and a bullet covered with powerful armament Haki, dragging a spiral of airwaves, was fired at high speed. Bacchus had already sensed a high-speed bullet coming at him, but he still stood on the execution platform, unmoved. Fishman Karate. Sea Flow Shoulder Throw. Mortraz's eyes flashed red as he skillfully used observation Haki to capture the trajectory of the high-speed bullet. He then reached his hands into the ocean, dragged the flowing water droplets up like plasticine, and threw them over his shoulder, accurately hitting the high-speed bullet. The bullet collided violently with the water flow, causing splashes of water. The huge kinetic energy was continuously consumed by the flowing water, and even deflected its direction. I didn't expect that Bacchus's subordinates also have such a grandmaster observation Haki. Beckman narrowed his eyes and frowned. Advertisement. Beckman, don't worry, this battle isn't just for us. Shanks spoke to comfort Beckman when he saw the dark clouds on his face. Ah, Beckman replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, the calm sea surface under the boat rolled violently. The next moment, a huge wave 1,000 layers high suddenly rose up, and a huge shadow enveloped the 3 people with astonishment in their eyes. On the execution platform, Bacchus moved his mind, controlled the huge waves, and then slammed them down. Jung. An ear-piercing clanging sound was heard, and the ferocious scarlet blade light filled the entire world. The 1,000-story high waves were directly cut in half, revealing the figures of Shanks and the other 2. Shanks' eyes radiated a majestic red light, and he held a dark-bladed samurai sword in his hand. He flashed and rushed straight towards Bacchus on the execution platform, followed closely by Beckman and Usopp. Mortraz, Usopp is in your hands. You will be the one to deal with Yinbei Beckman. Everyone else, be alert and watch your surroundings. Bacchus said in a deep voice, their enemies are not just the red-haired Shanks and others. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started to act separately. The Charizard flapped its wings, soaring high into the sky, hovering above Logue Town, overlooking the ground. Balaki first leapt high into the sky, then transformed into a phoenix with brilliant flames burning all over its body, and floated in the sky with the Charizard. Holding a knife in his hand, Gatrina slowly walked towards the dark corner. Roger that, Brother Bacchus. The corners of Yin's mouth slowly rose, he drew out the two swords from his waist, and the whole person floated in the air. Yasop yelled, praying silently in his heart. That's right, Shanks Conqueror's Haki is even more powerful than the Conquerors in Summit War. Now, I am qualified to stand beside you, Brother Bacchus, and fight alongside you. Sizzle, the two types of lightning flashed at a high frequency, and a terrifying deterrent force spread out. Everyone's heart was deeply shocked by these two powerful forces. But, not everyone is standing still. Yasop flashed and stood in front of Shanks, holding the spear vertically in front of him to block all the flying water arrows. Advertisement of violent wind like that of Purgatory blew up in the surroundings, and layers of airwaves rolled out. Oh, I will. Ice blue lightning sprouted from Bacchus's right fist, and a powerful Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it. Shanks growled, and the surging Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade in his hand, with black and red lightning lingering on it like a small snake. Meet your destined fate. Bacchus. Beckman pulled out the gun hanging on his waist, with the stern armament Haki wrapped around the butt. He then swung the gun and smashed the flying slash at the flying blow, breaking it apart. Just let me play with you. Shanks stomped down on the sea in front of him. A powerful force suddenly exploded on the sea surface, causing the sea surface to suddenly sink, and a large amount of seawater swept in all directions. Boom! This will definitely not be like the Summit War. A punch was thrown out fiercely, colliding with the blade that was carrying great power in the air. Bacchus' eyes flickered. Such a powerful Conqueror's Haki. Shanks' deep eyes were filled with rage, and he sped up again. A knife, containing astonishing murderous aura and terrifying power, chopped down towards him. Feeling the sharp edge and tremendous pressure coming from above his head, Bacchus actually laughed. Sizzle, Fishman Karate, 1000 Water Strike. After his companion's death, he did not become discouraged, but instead strengthened his faith. Boom! Captain, charge forward, we must avenge our brothers. The pitch-black armament Haki instantly covered the double swords. Yin swung the double swords, and two flying slashes were cut out, sending the three people rushing towards him flying away. As expected, they are the most mysterious four emperors. Shanks also took advantage of the powerful force of this explosion, rushed out at high speed, and instantly appeared in front of Bacchus on the execution platform. Hey, let's see whose Conqueror's Haki is stronger. Mortras dipped his 10 fingers into seawater and swung them out with force. The high-speed water droplets turned into sharp long thorns and flew towards the rushing Shanks at high speed. How can we allow you to disturb our king right away? Chapter 187 God Avoids. Two powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted like a volcano, and an energy ball filled with powerful force appeared between the fist and the blade, with black and red and ice blue accounting for half each, and terrifying energy gathered in it. Shanks had a straight face. Only 2.5 years had passed, and Bacchus already had a Conqueror's Haki that was as powerful as his. No, it was even more powerful than his. He had no idea how powerful Bacchus could become if he was given more time. Let's see whose Conqueror's Haki is more powerful. Bacchus laughed sinisterly, and then an even more powerful Conqueror's Haki gushed out. The ice blue lightning increased rapidly at an alarming speed. Shanks' eyes widened as a huge snake appeared behind Bacchus. It coiled its huge body, its pair of cold vertical pupils filled with murderous intent, murderous aura rising from its body, and it was spitting out snake tongue, with an extremely terrifying momentum. Shanks suddenly lost his mind, and the next moment, the energy ball gathered between the two suddenly exploded. The shockwave formed by the sudden explosion of surging energy spread out like a ripple, sweeping in all directions. The execution platform could not withstand such a powerful force and it directly collapsed, turning into broken small pieces of wood that fell to the ground, while a large amount of smoke and dust rose up. A strong wind suddenly arose, and the thick smoke and dust were blown away in the blink of an eye, revealing the figures of two people. Shanks' chest was heaving slightly, he was half kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state, his clothes were tattered. Bacchus looked very relaxed, but his breathing was a little disordered. Shanks, your Conqueror's Haki isn't good enough yet. It seems that your crew members died in vain. How about it? The feeling of loss is very painful, right? Bacchus sneered and mocked. This is the great pirates era you are protecting. Do you know how many people lost everything because of pirates? Shanks pointed the tip of the knife at the ground, supported himself, and slowly stood up. This is something that must be sacrificed to usher in a new era. Captain Roger thought about the consequences of this before he opened it. You, me, and even Captain Roger are not the destined ones. Shanks' face was firm, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Advertisement: if you hadn't killed Luffy, our plan would have succeeded. The world is no longer what it is now, the free world will come. He gritted his teeth, staring at Bacchus with hatred. It's you. You yourself ended the hope of creating that world. If it weren't for you, the great pirates era would have ended long ago. So now it's all you're doing. Shanks was furious. If it weren't for Bacchus, Luffy wouldn't have died. The free Nika elves will also come back to this world. Bacchus's eyes were fierce, and a tremendous murderous aura rose up. What fate or no fate? It's really a headache. Besides, right now, I am ending the Great Pirates era and changing the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Bacchus' figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the whole person shot towards Shanks like a cannonball. The terrifying and majestic ice blue conqueror's hockey attached to his right arm, and his punch was like a meteorite, smashing down towards Shanks' head with unstoppable force. Shanks's observation kill is a powerful conqueror's hockey that explodes suddenly in battle, creating a deterrent effect that affects the opponent's mind. The condition for using the observation hockey is that one must remain extremely calm and steady his mind. However, because Shanks' conqueror's hockey is too powerful, it can make the opponent lose his mind, and naturally he cannot use the power of observation hockey. Similarly, as long as your conqueror's hockey is strong enough, you can also produce the effect of seeing and hearing killing. Shanks, who knew the principle of sight and hear killing, took a deep breath, calmed his mind, mobilized his conqueror's hockey to resist Bacchus's spirit, tried his best to calm himself, and slowly closed his eyes. Bacchus grinned grimly as his powerful fist was about to hit Shanks. Murata. Got it. Suddenly, when the fist was about to hit, Shanks opened his eyes suddenly, and dodged the powerful punch narrowly. Hello, Bacchus. Shanks raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes burst into an unprecedented brilliance. Advertisement: the magnificent conqueror's hockey wrapped around the blade in Shanks' hand, and black and red lightning flashed at a high frequency, making a crackling sound. Shanks swung the blade from diagonally below, slashing from top to bottom, and the black and red conqueror's hockey became even more agitated. God. Get away. Shanks' eyes glowed scarlet as he growled out two words. An unstoppable blade light pierced through the void, shattering even the surrounding space, and fiercely slashed Bacchus' chest. Bacchus showed an incredulous look, and then quickly attached the armament hockey to his chest. Bang! The ferocious conqueror's hockey directly cut through Bacchus's armament hockey defense, blood splattered, and Bacchus flew backwards at a faster speed, smashing through several houses before finally stopping. A long-lost, confident smile reappeared on Shanks' face. Captain Roger, is this what you want to teach me? Shanks whispered. Previously, he couldn't keep his sanity because of the death of the crew members, but now, he seemed to have found the calmness he had back then. Like a knot in his heart being untied, Shanks' conqueror's hockey became even stronger. In a ruin not far away, there were broken tiles and wood chips everywhere, and Bacchus was completely embedded in a wall. Ahem, Bacchus coughed several times and spat out several puddles of blood. There was a hideous knife wound on his chest, so deep that the bone could be seen, and blood was flowing out of it. I was careless. Bacchus gave a bitter laugh, then dug himself out of the wall and half knelt on the ground. He knew that Shanks' move was the best sword technique of Pirates King Roger. The conqueror's hockey wrapped around it seems to have become a little stronger. What a tough opponent. Wouldn't it be better if you just let me kill you? Bacchus slowly stood up, clenched his right hand in the air, and then dragged out a dark, purple glowing magic sword, 1,000 blades. You like playing with knives, right? Then I'll play with you. In the new plot, Kid was killed by red-haired Shanks in one blow. God avoids me but I don't. I'm more awesome than God. It's like a knife cutting my butt. I've opened my eyes. Chapter 188. The most fierce criminal is that, a black knife. Shanks looked at the extremely black blade in Bacchus's hand and felt a very familiar feeling. In this era, the only one who can practice the black sword is Hawkeye. The feeling that the knife in Bacchus's hand gave him was almost the same as Hawkeye's black knife. However, after years of sparring with Hawkeye, he already had a thorough understanding of the characteristics of the black knife. Breath of thunder. Bacchus closed his eyes tightly as countless ice blue lightning lingered around him, making a harsh sound. One type. Suddenly, Bacchus opened his eyes abruptly. They were a pair of eyes filled with rage and thunder. Wu was like a god in the sky, filled with the power of thunder. Collapse. The ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand Bacchus' powerful force and sank directly. Lightning bolts as thick as pythons crackled all around, causing gravel to fly and a cold wind to blow. In the sky, thick, inky clouds quickly blocked out the sunlight and covered the entire sky. Can it actually affect the weather around it? Shanks had a blank expression on his face, his hand tightened around the hilt of the knife, his eyes full of shock. What a powerful force must be to be able to influence the weather. Bacchus bent his legs slightly and used a strange breathing method, and his lungs felt a burning pain. He frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with this level of power. Boom. 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 Pulse points appeared all over his body, vibrating violently, as if a fuse was ignited, and the thunder and lightning around him exploded with a bang. With a loud bang, Bacchus' figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and a deep pit was blown out on the ground beneath his feet. A flash of thunder. 16th Company. Bacchus turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Shanks at a heart-pounding speed. Lightning rapidly magnified in Shanks' eyes. His observation hockey had already sensed the trajectory of Bacchus' attack, but he could not keep up with the speed of lightning at all. The speed of lightning was so fast that Shanks had no time to react and could only control the armament hockey to form an invisible barrier in front of him. Advertisement snap. A crisp voice sounded, and Shanks' eyes widened in shock. A blade wrapped in ice blue lightning cut through the void and directly shattered armament hockey into pieces. Blood splattered, and the lightning passed by Shanks, leaving a wound on Shanks' chest. Fortunately, the wound was not too deep. Shanks groaned, then turned around quickly and was about to chase after him, but Shanks' pupils shrank, and he saw that the lightning turned back in the air and flew towards him again at a high speed. But this time the lightning took some time to turn back, and Shanks had time to react. He crossed the blade in his hand across his chest and narrowly blocked the attack. However, the attack did not end here. The lightning returned in the air again and again, continuously shooting towards Shanks. Although the lightning return took some time, with the continuous waves of attacks, Shanks' breathing became heavier and his chest rose and fell violently. Even he could not withstand such a fast and powerful attack. He had several more knife wounds on his body and blood was flowing out. Swish! The lightning turned back and rushed towards Shanks again. Shanks was panting and clenched his teeth as he fell to the side. Lightning brushed past the ends of his hair, and a few blood-red strands fell down. A long and narrow knife wound appeared on his face, and sticky blood flowed out. Bacchus endured the burning pain in his lungs, and his muscles all over his body spasmed briefly, with a tearing pain. 16 times. Shanks slowly stood up, his clothes stained with blood and his body covered with knife wounds. Especially the knife wound on the chest, which was so deep that the bone was visible and particularly conspicuous. Now that we know the pattern of attack, the next thing will be much easier. At least, Bacchus has his limits, he is not a true god. It's not over yet. Bacchus snorted coldly, accompanied by a loud thunder. Thunder suddenly roared in the thick dark clouds that filled the sky, like a sea of thunder. The lightning in the sky was like long snakes, crawling all over the sea of thunder. Boom! There was a sudden rumble of thunder, and countless lightning gradually gathered into a ball. The thunder roared, and then a thick pillar of lightning shot down from the sky and directly injected into Bacchus' body. Boom! The sky was filled with thunder that submerged Bacchus and struck the ground. A large amount of lightning fell, causing the ground to sink. A large amount of rubble flew up and was gradually destroyed in the lightning. Advertisement, thunder. A flash. Bacchus roared, and the lightning column that shot straight into the sky disappeared as he spoke, and a large amount of lightning flashed on Bacchus' body. Shanks' face was as cold as ice. He stared at Bacchus closely, with the blade across his chest, trying to use observation hockey to predict Bacchus' actions. But, in his sight, Bacchus' figure disappeared in an instant, disappearing on the spot without leaving any trace. Shanks' eyes widened, and his observation hockey didn't react at all, and he couldn't catch any trace of Bacchus at all. Shanks was stunned. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, Bacchus appeared in front of Shanks. The black knife contained a lot of thunder and light, and slashed straight at Shanks' neck. A thoughtless knife. How could it be? Shanks' eyes widened. This attack. He had no way of avoiding it. His observation hockey didn't even catch any trace of Bacchus. He couldn't imagine how fast his speed was. I can't even control the duration of armament hockey. Storm. Suddenly a low shout was heard, and a tornado suddenly appeared under Shanks' feet. Violent winds rose up and blew Shanks directly into the sky, avoiding the fatal blow. The knife missed. Bacchus secretly said it was a pity, stopped and looked at a corner not far away. As expected of the rats of the Revolutionary Army. Everything he does is done in a sneaky way. Bacchus sneered and mocked. No one responded, but another low growl was heard. Hurricane blade. Sharp wind blades flew towards Bacchus from the corner. A huge column of flames gushed out of the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon in the sky, destroying all the flying wind blades. I don't agree with you, Mr. Bacchus. To survive for now is just to become stronger in the future. Chief, stop talking nonsense to him. Chapter 189. Join the Revolutionary Army? Chief, stop talking nonsense with him. A low growl was heard, and then a man in a black cloak jumped out from the shadows, making a strange gesture with his right hand. I saw that the index finger and middle finger of his right hand were bent and put together, and then the space between the ring finger and the middle finger was separated. The ring finger and the little finger were bent and put together, and the thumb was slightly bent. The hard armament hockey covered it, and it was swung down fiercely like a dragon claw. Roar. The Charizard roared, flapped its wings, and fell straight towards the figure below. His whole body was covered in blazing flames, and he rushed down at high speed like a meteorite falling from the sky. Flash charge. Boom. Flames fell from the sky, spreading out like a wave, blooming on the ground like fireworks, sporadic sparks flying, and the temperature in the air rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. A disheveled figure flew out from the surging waves of flames, and his black cloak was ignited by the flames. The figure immediately threw away his cloak, revealing a black magic hat with goggles and golden hair. This is a handsome young man with a hideous scar on the right side of his face. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Sabo inserted his dragon claw-shaped right hand deeply into the ground, and his backward speed gradually slowed down, but he still plowed a long groove on the ground. This is Ace's devil fruit. Sabo looked coldly at the ugly lizard bathed in flames and stood up. Ace's devil fruit must never fall into the hands of others. Just as he was about to rush out, a steady and strong hand rested on Sabo's shoulder. Don't be impulsive, Sabo. A voice full of vicissitudes of life sounded, and a man also wearing a black cloak stood behind Sabo. Bacchus, you also want to change the world. The man took off the black cloak that was draped over his body, revealing a face that looked like it was printed with slipper prints. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most vicious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Dragon. As expected, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Ryu. Shanks was blown high into the sky by the strong wind, frowning, and then landed steadily on the ground. He sat down on the ground, touching his neck with goosebumps and gasping for breath. It was a close call. I almost died. It was such a terrible blow. Shanks looked at Bacchus not far away. There was still some residual thunder and lightning on his body, but most of his body was oozing sticky blood, like a bloody man. It seems that his move came at a great cost. Shanks breathed a sigh of relief and finally put his mind at ease. Advertisement in his current state, he definitely can't use the knife he just used. It seems he wants to kill Bacchus too. Well, Luffy seems to be his son. Shanks shifted his gaze to Long again. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was very mysterious, and Shanks didn't know much about Long. But what he did amazed the world. Overthrow the world government, that means overthrowing the world of celestial dragons. This man is very ambitious, however, since he saved me, it can be said that they are on the same front. Shanks made a quick decision and then recovered as much strength as possible. The dragon stared into Bacchus' eyes and continued. If you also want to change the world, why not join our Revolutionary Army and create a different world together? If you join, I can even give you the position of leader of the Revolutionary Army. Shanks was stunned for a moment, frowning. Isn't it a battle line? Then, the frown relaxed. But this is also in line with Long's personality. He has devoted his all to his revolutionary cause. His ambition was enough to accommodate Bacchus, the murderer of his son. As long as he can help me complete my revolution. Bacchus was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would invite him to join the Revolutionary Army and give him the position of leader. Hearing this, Sabo stared at the dragon in amazement and roared loudly. Chief, no, he killed. The dragon shook his head at him and continued speaking to Bacchus, who looked like a bloody man in front of him. You don't have to worry that I will secretly harm you because of Luffy's matter. As long as you can lead our revolution to success, I won't even hold you accountable for this. How about it? Do you want to think about it? You are at a disadvantage now. The dragon's hands formed a green whirlwind and waited for Bacchus's response. Are you threatening me, Long? Bacchus smiled, his eyes cold. I can join you, but I want you to help me kill all the pirates. Long shook his head. Advertisement, I'm sorry, Bacchus, but that's a request I can't grant you. The Revolutionary Army's forces are used to fight against the world government. Moreover, if the pirates didn't help us distract the world government, then we have nothing to say, Bacchus said, interrupting the dragon. The world I want to create is different from your Revolutionary Army. We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals. Long showed a regretful expression, and then his eyes quickly turned cold. Then, let's settle the score with Luffy. Shanks, can you still move? Shanks stood up, swinging the blade in his hand. Of course, it's just a minor injury, but what Mr. Long said just now really scared me. Shanks teased. That boy has conqueror's hockey like that, he can't be conquered easily. Besides, do you know how many people this kid has killed? Long said with a stern look on his face. I know, so do you want to cooperate with me? Certainly, Sabo, I'll leave that dragon to you. Long instructed Sabo that he was not strong enough to participate in a battle of this level. Ah, Chief, I understand. Sabo responded. He knew that there was still some gap between his strength and the leader's. If he rashly joined the battle, he would only hinder the leader. Ugly lizard. Give Ace's devil fruit back to me. Sabo roared, then rushed towards Charizard at high speed. Roar. You be asterisk 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 D. Lousy is a dragon. The fire-breathing dragon stomped its feet in anger, a raging flame brewing in its mouth, and then it spewed out. Blaze. Full fire version. An extremely thick column of flame spurted out, illuminating Sabo's face. His deep eyes reflected the bright and fierce flames. Dragons. Breath, Chapter 190 Shadow Clone, Dragon's Breath. From the surging pillar of fire, an extremely dark hand, like a dragon's claw, stretched out and directly tore the thick pillar of fire apart. The flames rolled, revealing Sabo's figure. He had a cold look in his eyes, and he was holding a thick column of fire, constantly approaching the Charizard. That's not how you use Ace's devil fruit. Then, Sabo swung his claws fiercely, cutting the pillar of fire in half, and rushed straight towards Charizard. The Charizard stopped spitting flames and raised its metallic forearm. The flowing flames bloomed gorgeously around its arm like sakura flowers, and then it punched out. Flame Fist. Bang. The flaming fist and the pitch-black dragon claw collided violently, making a low sound and sparks flying. Nice strength, lizard. Sabo's mouth curled up in a mocking tone. Then his eyes focused, he growled, pressed down his dragon claws, and the flowing flames dimmed instantly, as if extinguished by this powerful force. Charizard showed a look of astonishment. With a huge force, his huge body was blown away and turned into a stream of light, flying away into the distance. Want to help, Gatrina? In a dark corner, Balaki looked at the Charizard that was knocked away with concern and asked Gatrina. No, Charizard can handle it. Don't forget, we have more enemies than just these. Gatrina looked solemn. While paying attention to the battlefield, he was alert to his surroundings and on guard against other unknown. It seems that Sabo is stronger than Charizard. Bacchus looked at this scene and was not surprised at all, looking very calm. He doesn't look worried or panicked at all. Could he have some other tricks up his sleeve? Long looked at the calm Bacchus with some confusion, and suddenly became alert. In that case, how about trying this? Bacchus calmly took out a ring with a gem and put it on his hand. Several strands of silk threads flowed out and connected to the wrist guard on the right arm of the fire-breathing dragon whose body was retreating continuously. Respond to my heart. At this moment, brilliant light burst out from both of them at the same time, and the dazzling light filled the world. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes immediately. This is such a powerful force. Shanks and Long barely opened their eyes a crack, and their observation hockey could clearly sense a terrifying energy that was growing wildly. Advertisement, that is. The two could vaguely see that in the light in the distance, the shape of the Charizard was constantly changing. Mega Evolution. As soon as the words fell, the dazzling light surrounding the two suddenly exploded, and the exclusive symbol of Mega Evolution appeared. The Charizard, whose appearance had changed drastically, flapped its wings that had become even wider, stabilized its body that was unable to retreat, and let out a long roar towards the sky. Roar. Charizard's Y-form appears. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared, the bright sunshine shone through, the air gradually became hot, and rolling heat waves came over. Features. Activated on sunny days. The earth-shaking long roar echoed throughout the world. The Charizard dragged its tail burning with blazing flames and rushed out at astonishing speed. The air around it made a shrill buzzing sound and turned into a stream of light again. The figure of Charizard continued to grow larger in Sabo's eyes, and Sabo looked at Charizard in shock as its appearance changed drastically. How come his speed suddenly became so fast? What on earth happened? Before he could take a closer look, the figure of Charizard flapping its wings and flying wildly suddenly appeared in front of Sabo. A claw shining with metallic luster seemed to be able to tear apart even the void, carrying unimaginable power, and slapped down with one claw. Sabo quickly resisted, crossing his arms covered with armament hockey in front of his chest, and blocked the attack with difficulty. A large number of sparks burst out and a huge force was transmitted. Sabo's figure kept retreating and his feet plowed two long grooves on the ground. Sabo's face looked grim. It seemed that not only his appearance had changed, his strength had also increased a lot. Now his strength is completely overwhelmed, and Charizard's power is far beyond his. Charizard smiled evilly and looked at Sabo smugly. Roar. You are so proud, I will beat you to death. Charizard opened its mouth, thick flames condensed in its mouth, and it suddenly spit out a ball of flame, shooting towards Sabo. Open double angle bracket Great Wen Yan Z. Close double angle bracket. The spewing flames changed into a huge, big, shaped flame and fell towards Sabo. A wave of heat hit him, and Sabo's face became extremely solemn. He formed his hands into dragon claws and grasped both sides of the large characters with incredible precision. Sizzle. The high temperature burned his hands, making a sizzling sound, and his black claws suddenly turned red. Ah! Advertisement. Sabo stared with bloodshot eyes, roared, and showed a painful expression. Then, he shook his arms, pulled hard, and actually tore the big, shaped flame into two halves alive. Sabo's arms couldn't stop shaking, his palms were burned red, and beads of sweat flowed from his forehead. His face was distorted, his eyes were bulging with bloodshot, and he looked extremely miserable. Soul. Soul light, it has become so powerful. He growled like a devil crawling out of hell. Charizard looked at Sabo proudly, looking very arrogant. I won't give up. Sabo roared and rushed out at high speed. Charizard raised his middle finger at Sabo, then his body shook and transformed into a dozen identical copies of himself, which scattered in all directions. Shadow clone. Sabo's pupils shrank, and he passed through the body of a fire-breathing dragon. He was stunned and turned around in disbelief to look at the gradually disappearing figure of the fire-breathing dragon. No entity? However, billowing flames condensed from the mouths of the scattered fire-breathing creatures, and the temperature in the air rose sharply, like a steam furnace. The heat waves rolled in and Sabo watched in horror. Is there really no entity? The other side? It seems that even the second in command of your revolutionary army is no match for you. Bacchus sneered and spoke sarcastically. Long looked grim. He had not expected that the dragon's strength would increase to such an extent after evolution. He is still young and has a lot of room to grow. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely surpass you and me in time. His eyes moved to Shanks beside him. Shanks, make this quick. Sabo can't hold out for much longer. Shanks nodded expressionlessly, and the powerful conqueror's hockey erupted again. Long's eyes were quickly covered by a layer of red light, and a terrifying aura spread out. Chapter 191 Dad. The two terrifying auras intertwined into a torrent, rushing towards Bacchus continuously. The terrible pressure crushed the ground into pieces, and cracks spread out. A large amount of black and red lightning crackled, like millions of birds singing, very noisy. As expected, how could the leader of the revolutionary army not have conqueror's hockey? Bacchus was not afraid at all, and a powerful conqueror's hockey rose up. Behind him, a giant ice-blue python made of ice-blue lightning opened its bloody mouth and twisted its huge body, rushing head-on into the rolling torrent. Bang! A deafening collision sound was heard, and the whole world seemed to be shaking. The purgatory-like wind was as cold as a knife, sweeping in all directions. The ground collapsed, and a large amount of rubble flew up, and then turned into fine powder under the two surging forces. The world seemed to have turned into a black and white painting, with ice blue and black red hockey rolling and spreading, accompanied by a violent roar. The black and red hockey gradually gained the upper hand, and the ice blue python was forced to retreat continuously, struggling greatly. Bacchus's eyes narrowed slightly, and another inexplicable aura rose up. Suddenly, a strong scarlet murderous aura burst out and enveloped the struggling ice blue python. The murderous aura exploded, and the ice blue python roared. It was wearing scarlet armor and seemed to be full of energy again, dragging its huge body forward again. Boom! The two forces merged with each other and then exploded violently. I didn't get any advantage. Shanks and Long looked gloomy. The strength of Conqueror's Haki depends on how firm his faith is. If your faith is strong enough, your courage will be strong enough. But what kind of courage can resist the combination of a Conqueror's Haki who wants to overthrow the world government and waits for the answer to his fate? But they will never know. In fact, Bacchus has no faith, only hatred deep in his bones. Who cares about the story behind you? The world only knows how strong you are and how much money you have. Who knows whether you are happy or not? Only you know what you want. Advertisement swish. Bacchus turned into a black lightning and rushed out at an incredible speed. His figure instantly appeared in front of the two people, and slashed down with an ice blue lightning blade wrapped around him. Shank's eyes focused, and he took a step forward. The majestic Conqueror's Haki covered the famous sword in his hand, and with an upward thrust, it collided fiercely with the falling black sword. Dragon Wind. Long was not idle either. He condensed a visible storm with his palms and threw it at Bacchus. The two storms entangled together and slowly condensed into a ferocious storm dragon. Roar. The storm dragon roared and rushed out with its fangs and claws bared. Bacchus frowned and used the strange breathing method again. A cloud of mist gushed out of his mouth and nose. Lightning flashed around him, and the whole person turned into a ball of lightning and flew away. The storm dragon missed its target, and a strong storm hit the ground, causing a deep hole and cracks to appear. One can imagine how powerful the wind emitted by the dragon is. We can't go on like this. We need to find a way to block Bacchus's actions. The dragon frowned, staring at the black lightning swirling around them. Bacchus was so fast that he could easily dodge their attacks or attack them at any time. They are always on the weak side. You find a way to control him, and I'll give him the fatal blow. Shanks placed the blade vertically in front of his chest, always on guard against Bacchus' sudden attack. He was not sure if Bacchus could still make the same slash as before, as the previous blow had left him with such a huge shadow. Okay, I'll find a way to control him. Long slowly closed his eyes and spread out his palms. The wind blowing around him seemed to have stopped. Wind bind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and the wind around him became violent again. Countless strong winds surged in his open palms, and a wide wind field spread out, covering the place. Pairs of hands made of wind grabbed the spinning lightning. Dense wind hands grabbed the lightning that was running everywhere. Bacchus couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by the ankles by two wind hands. He kept struggling. Bacchus frowned and swung the black knife in his hand to slash at the wind hands that bound his ankles. After only a half-second pause, countless wind hands grabbed Bacchus' limbs. For a moment, Bacchus was actually restrained in place, unable to move. Advertisement. Chance. Shank's eyes flashed red, and he instantly moved in front of Bacchus, and wielded the powerful Conqueror's Haki blade to slash at Bacchus' neck. Boom. Bacchus gritted his teeth, and his pulses burst out, vibrating wildly, and an extremely large black pulse condensed in his chest. His eyes showed madness. As soon as the blade falls, this black pulse will inevitably produce a huge explosion. But, if I dodge, then this good opportunity. Even if we both perish, I won't let you have it easy. Shanks gritted his teeth and swung his blade without hesitation, slashing at the black pulse on Bacchus' chest. Let's see who has a tougher life. The blade suddenly fell, and the black pulse burst into a hot white light after being hit by a powerful impact. Then, a deafening roar resounded throughout the world, and the huge impact force directly knocked the two people away. Puff. The two men simultaneously spat out a large pool of blood, and a blazing white light suddenly expanded, instantly covering an area of several miles. All things turned to ashes, and dust flew all over the sky like a dragon's roar. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing the embarrassed figures of the two people. Shanks was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, his clothes were tattered, and the one arm holding the knife was trembling. On the blade, tiny cracks were so clear. Bacchus didn't suffer much damage, because at the moment of the explosion, he used the ability of the dark fruit to absorb some of the damage. He only suffered some impact and his internal organs were damaged. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Long, after all these years, you still haven't made any progress. An old voice sounded, full of ridicule, but it also concealed deep resentment. Long smiled bitterly, his frown relaxed, and he spoke easily as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few years, I have indeed neglected my cultivation, and my strength is not as good as before. But, as long as you come, things will become much simpler. Long's eyes were full of smiles and confidence. Dad. Let's go together. Chapter 192 The Mad Dog and the Lazy Monkey. Long smiled confidently, all his uneasiness vanishing. Suddenly, a white-haired old man fell from the sky and punched Bacchus' head like a meteorite. Bacchus' eyes flickered slightly, and the meridians in his body vibrated wildly. He swung his fist wrapped in armament hockey and blasted upwards. Bang! The two fists collided violently, and a sharp wind as cold as a knife raged, blowing the cloak of justice behind the old man. The heavy force caused Bacchus' legs to bend. Bacchus clenched his teeth and held on to the falling fist. The ground beneath his feet sank slightly. You can imagine how strong this force was. This is probably the only one in this world who can use armament hockey to withstand Conqueror's entanglement. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shanks smiled bitterly and shook his head. Marine hero, the reputation is well deserved. Of course. Long laughed, and it seemed that all his uneasiness disappeared with the arrival of the old man. When I was a kid, I got punched a lot like this. No matter how strong I become, a punch like that will hurt me unbearably. And the scariest thing is that my father's strength has not decreased with age. When he first founded the Revolutionary Army, his father also gave him considerable help. What a stubborn old man. The dragon laughed, and then two violent hurricanes gathered in the palms of his hands. Get ready, let's go together. This time, Bacchus can't escape. Shanks took a deep breath, and the majestic Conqueror's hockey gushed out again. Ah, I won't let him get away again. Feeling the huge force coming from above his head, Bacchus's face turned ugly. The strength of the old man in front of him was terrifying. But, don't think you can defeat me like this, Garp. Bacchus roared, and the Conqueror's hockey condensed on his fist became more and more violent as if it were real. The cloak of justice danced wildly in the wind behind Garp. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then an irresistible force came, and the whole person flew backwards. Garp rolled several times in the air before landing steadily on the ground. This kid's Conqueror's hockey is really strong. Garp looked serious, and then spoke to the two people behind him. Advertisement, Shushi ignores that, Dragon, Shanks. Ah, long time no see, father. The green hurricane formed in Long's palms became increasingly solid. Sassy ignored me, Garp, you old man is still so powerful. Shanks smiled, gripping the hilt of the knife tightly with his hand, and took a step forward. Equals hey, you've become a lot stronger, kid, back then, you were just a follower of Roger. Garp teased. Father, let's get rid of Bacchus first. The dragon said, waving his palms forward, throwing out two violent hurricanes, and wind blades like sharp blades scattered and blew towards Bacchus. Bacchus looked at the wind blades with disdain, and endless darkness surged from his body, condensing into a black hole in front of him, absorbing all the wind blades. Taking advantage of the darkness obscuring Bacchus' vision, Garp and Shanks looked at each other, rushed out at the same time in tacit understanding, and rushed straight towards Bacchus at high speed. The sea area near Logetown. Bacchus is in danger. Being besieged by three powerful men, I'm afraid he's in great danger this time. Akainu put down the telescope and said worriedly. It looks like Brother Bacchus is about to get into a tough battle. Kizaru on the side did not show any worry, but instead smiled obscenely, with an expression of gloating. Are you really not going to take part in this battle? Akainu frowned and looked at his friend who was slacking off. I have no reason to attack. Besides, Bacchus is not that fragile. This is a battle that will end the Great Pirates era, Kizaru, you must. Akainu has a gloomy face and a tough attitude, and wants Kizaru to contribute to the war. Kizaru, however, spread his hands, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Don't look at me with such scary eyes, Sakazuki. You know me, I'm not cut out for this, it's still more suitable for me to fish. Kizaru stretched lazily, turned around and walked into the hold. Akainu scowled, uttered a sound, jumped out of the boat, stepped on Moonwalk, and rushed quickly towards Logue Town. Hold on, Bacchus. Advertisement, the end of the Great Pirates era depends on whether we can win this war. In the shadows of the hold, a dim firelight was faintly visible. Then, a cloud of mist gradually dissipated. Well. A long sigh echoed in the hold, and a pair of toad-shaped glasses reflecting the sunlight looked towards the place where Akainu left. You're still very motivated, Sakazuki. But have you ever thought about this? Even if the Great Pirates era ends, what changes will it bring to this twisted world? Teacher Zephyr is the same, and so are you. You are all so persistent. After complaining for a while, another sigh was heard. The dazzling golden light flashed and disappeared, and the dim flame suddenly disappeared, leaving only a cloud of smoke, which was still slowly crawling out. Bone Fist Meteorite. God avoid. Garp and Shanks appeared instantly on both sides of the darkness. The powerful armament hockey and the sharp Conqueror's hockey tore the darkness in half in just a moment, revealing Bacchus hiding in the darkness. Bacchus threw away an empty wine bottle with one hand. There was still some residual green liquid and some debris at the corner of his mouth. The injuries in his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shanks' eyes darkened and he murmured, "Are you using the same stuff from the Summer War again? But no matter how much you use it, it will eventually run out." The scarlet light and the fist shadow that was about to leave an afterimage hit Bacchus on both sides. Bacchus exhaled a cloud of mist, hissing. Black lightning crackled and appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to dodge, a gust of wind suddenly blew and he was unable to move, as if he had been cast under a spell. Below him, wind hands tightly grasped Bacchus' ankles, freezing him in place. Bacchus gritted his teeth, and his fists were covered with a milky white halo, and he rushed straight into the falling fist shadow and the scarlet blade light. Boom! Snap! Space shattered like a mirror, cracks spread, the void collapsed, and the ground shook. Chapter 193. All parties gathered together. The void collapsed, and cracks that were as winding as earthworms spread across the space. The terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions. The ground beneath Bacchus' feet, with him as the center, was covered with cracks as deep as the abyss. The earth cracked, and the waves in the distance were shaken by the shockwave, creating huge waves thousands of feet high. For a moment, Garp and Shanks looked at Bacchus in shock, but the fist and blade only encountered a little resistance and still landed. The flickering white light in Bacchus' right hand was gradually replaced by a darkness as thick as ink. Then, Bacchus drew a circle with his palms and moved his front foot forward. A black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared under his feet. Tai Chi. Wild horse's mane. Bacchus growled, and turned his hands, the energy contained in his fists and blades being pulled by an inexplicable force. The next moment, the gathered energy suddenly exploded, and the three people were blown away by the force generated by the explosion. Dust roared like a dragon, and the three of them spat out blood. Garp and Shanks flew backwards at a high speed and landed on the ground in a mess. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Bacchus's slightly disheveled figure. Bacchus slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking grim. Although his Tai Chi possesses the ability to move a large object with a small force, if the force is too great, he will be hurt. But he has reduced the damage he suffered to the limit. Garp looked at Bacchus in even greater shock. What a strange trick. He was able to break through the combined attack of two people. He seemed to understand a little bit how Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were defeated by him. Garp looked at the dragon and was about to charge again when suddenly, a fiery red light illuminated the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky in confusion. Yin danced in the air, dodging the bullets fired by Beckman one after another. The fiery red light suddenly illuminated the sky, attracting the attention of the two men, and the gunfire stopped abruptly. Mortraz grabbed a drop of sticky water with his palm and looked at the creepy red light. The seawater was illuminated by this red light and it turned it red. Usopp also put down the sniper rifle in his hand. He looked pale. The long-term use of armament hockey made him a little overdrawn. Moreover, the observation hockey that Mortraz possessed was far superior to his hockey, and he could easily dodge the bullets he fired. But he couldn't avoid his shoulder throws from the sea current and could only take every blow from him. He looked up at the fiery red sky tiredly, his eyes solemn. How could there be these things? On another battlefield, Sabo, with wounds all over his body, collided again with the large letter-shaped flame spewed out by Charizard Y. Advertisement. His arms were shaking as he tore apart the large-shaped flames that were flying towards him. His chest was heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Charizard was flying high in the sky, and Sabo had no way to touch him. Instead, he was burned by the flames that Charizard spewed out from time to time. He raised his head in confusion, and suddenly found that the fire-breathing dragon was looking at the fiery red sky with a serious expression. Meteorites made of magma were seen emitting scarlet light, leaving long deep red streaks in the sky, and falling to the ground at a high speed. Boom! Dense magma meteorites fell to the ground, the hot magma splashed everywhere, and stirred up roaring dust. Everyone was dodging the indiscriminate magma meteorites. Bacchus was not in a hurry. The darkness around him surged, and a black hole appeared above his head, swallowing the falling magma meteorite. Indiscriminate attack. That's your style, Marshal Akainu. Bacchus smiled, not worrying at all that Akainu was coming to take his life. Among the densely falling magma meteorites, one mixed entirely with viscous magma fell to the ground. The magma fell to the ground with a plop like a ball of mud, and then the magma slowly condensed into a human shape. The human figure was tall, wearing a military cap. The wide cloak of justice behind him was illuminated by the red light emitted by the magma, and the rose on his chest became even more colorful. Vice Admiral Garp, are you going to betray the justice behind you? Akainu's eyes were bloodshot and he roared fiercely. Drops of magma dripped from his military cap onto the ground, and Akainu slowly walked towards Garp. Snort. Garp's eyes were as cold as ice, and his fist covered with armament color blasted towards the thin line of gushing magma like a meteorite. Ah, I've been discovered. Puff. The two spoke arrogantly, as if they could easily take away Gatrina and Balaki's lives. Little brat, while I was fighting for justice, you were still wearing crotchless pants. In the shadows of the corner, Gatrina and Balaki turned around suddenly and looked into the deep darkness. I saw two human outlines gradually emerging. I wanted to catch them off guard, but now that we've been discovered, let's just kill them. Advertisement. She was about to rush out, but Gatrina growled and grabbed Balaki's arm. In his observation hockey, two strange auras appeared in his perception. Two hoarse voices echoed in the corner. Garp snorted coldly, and walked towards Akainu with a murderous aura and without fear. Akainu's eyes glowed red, a terrifying aura rose up, and the terrifying conqueror's hockey gushed out. Don't move. Someone's coming. Die, Dark Hound. A man with both arms covered in seastone gloves exudes a terrifying aura. Fistbone meteorite. As a marine, you're teaming up with pirates. Let me eliminate the marine traitors myself. Before that, let's kill his two men first. Bacchus looked at Shanks and the dragon mockingly. Bacchus didn't show any shock at all. He knew that Akainu would not miss this opportunity. Both of them were tall and wore masks with strange patterns engraved on them. No, I have to help the captain. Next, there are only two of you left. The five lords asked us to bring back Bacchus' head. If the situation continues like this, Bacchus will surely die. One of them held a sharp blade, covered with the strict armament hockey. Bacchus roared, transformed into a bright bolt of lightning, and rushed out, flying towards the two at high speed. Akainu's right arm suddenly exploded, the magma rolled and expanded suddenly, and the terrible temperature raised the surrounding temperature to a terrifying level. Bei Laki looked anxious. His companions were all fighting, but they were the only ones hiding here watching the show. The suddenly expanded magma shrank again, and then condensed into a thin line, carrying huge power, and slammed straight into Garp's head. Chapter 194 The Strongest Celestial Dragon's Shield. If you are so arrogant, you will die. That's great. I also want to have a taste of what it's like to be a lackey of the world government. Gatrina stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and his eyes suddenly burst into a gleam of brilliance. The sharp dinner knife in his hand was covered with a layer of green, and then he rushed towards the two people like a ghost. I want to see how capable you are. The tall man with sea-stone boxing gloves on both hands snorted coldly, took a step forward, raised his right fist, and was ready to attack. Clang! The sound of a knife ringing echoed in the narrow alley. Another tall man drew the blade from his waist and blocked the man in boxing gloves to stop him. You go deal with that woman. Based on my observations just now, she should be the user of the zone fruit, and a rare mythical beast species. She has a strong recovery ability, and her sea-stone weapon can restrain her. The man with the knife looked at Gatrina, who was gradually approaching, his eyes becoming more and more fierce. If we fight her, a protracted battle is inevitable. Armament hockey is too physically demanding, so I'll leave her to you. The man in boxing gloves nodded helplessly. Say, next, let me play with you. The man holding the knife tightly gripped the handle, a spooky purple ghost energy burst out, and the pitch-black armament hockey covered the blade, and he slashed towards the oncoming figure. Just as the figure was about to hit the blade, it became increasingly blurred. The blade seemed to be cutting into the air. The knife-wielding man revealed a shocked young face beneath the mask. How could he suddenly disappear? He looked everywhere for Gatrina, but found no trace of him. It was as if he had disappeared out of thin air. How is this possible? Even the observation hockey has lost its effect. In his perception of seeing and hearing, everything seemed to have never happened, and there was extreme silence all around. Suddenly, a sharp breath came from his back. He shuddered violently, as if a thorn was stabbed in the back, and his back was already wet with cold sweat. He turned around suddenly, swung the sword that was surrounded by eerie ghost energy, and chopped down without hesitation. Clang! Advertisement. There was a sharp sound of metal collision, and a large amount of sparks burst out. I saw a table knife with a green blade firmly blocking the chopping blade. Ah, it seems that you react quite quickly. Gatrina appeared like a ghost behind the knife-wielding man, with a cold smile on his face, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. I can't wait to eat your insides. As soon as he finished speaking, the green light on the blade became stronger. Feeling the increasingly sharp blade, the man holding the knife looked grim, his heart sank to the bottom, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. How can it be? So powerful. The other side of the battlefield. You are a pretty girl. How about I ask the celestial dragons to let you be their slave? This way, you can survive. Rough laughter echoed in the alley. The man with the boxing gloves joked. The heavy sea-stone gloves looked like toys in his hands. Bei Laki did not respond. He looked at the man in the boxing gloves coldly. Then he transformed himself into a phoenix with flames burning on its body, flapping its wings and flying in the air. Sparks flew, and the bright firelight instantly dispelled the darkness in the alley. Then, a blazing fireball burst out from Bei Laki's mouth. The fireball flew towards the man in the boxing gloves with a terrifying high temperature. Humph! How dare you use such a petty trick to embarrass yourself? The man in the boxing gloves swung his right fist and punched out directly, smashing the fireball to pieces. The fireball exploded like fireworks, obscuring the vision of the man in the boxing gloves. Bei Laki flapped his wings, and in a flash, he appeared behind the man in boxing gloves. The dancing flames flickered on the pitch-black wings. Bei Laki waved his wings towards the man in boxing gloves. The wings carried sharp blades like knives and chopped down heavily. The man in the boxing gloves in the sparks turned his head slightly, as if he had foreseen something. His eyes outside the mask burst into a scarlet light. He turned his waist, twisted his body and punched out with a sonic boom, and his wings collided violently with each other. Nothing more. The man in the boxing gloves grinned fiercely, and knocked the falling wings away with a punch, followed by another uppercut that hit Bei Laki's body hard. Bei Laki was unable to dodge and was hit in the abdomen by the powerful punch. He felt a tightness in his chest and a sharp pain. He felt weak all over and turned into a stream of light. He flew out at a very fast speed and smashed through several houses before he stopped. Advertisement. Bei Laki shook off the tiny stones and dust on his body and struggled to get up. Those gloves, are they made of sea stone? Bei Laki looked solemn, and after a moment, the feeling of powerlessness that swept through his body gradually faded away. Sea stone is the nemesis of all devil fruit. A strong flame burned on his body, and he slowly recovered from his injuries. It seems like we're going to be in for a tough fight now. She flapped her wings and flew away. In this case, we can only maneuver in the air. God avoid. A scarlet blade slashed from the bottom to the top, and the surging conqueror's hockey was madly released. Shang's eyes were extremely sharp, flashing a scarlet light, and he slashed straight down at Bacchus, who was surrounded by the wind in front of him. Bacchus frowned, and the sticky inky darkness swallowed up all the strong wind surrounding him. The dragon's ability is very entangled. Every time he is entangled by the wind, he always has to distract himself and use the dark fruit to devour it. Shanks will take the opportunity to launch a powerful Conqueror's Entanglement attack on him. The sharp red blade light shattered the darkness surrounding Bacchus like an unstoppable force, and then slashed straight at Bacchus' chest. Bacchus frowned, and with the powerful Conqueror's haki wrapped around his right fist, he punched at the falling blade. Boom! A purgatory-like gust of wind spread out, and Shanks and Bacchus both retreated, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Bacchus was breathing heavily, and the two men were working more and more in sync. Things are heading in a bad direction. Long and Shanks looked at each other. Now Bacchus's physical strength was visibly declining, and defeat was inevitable. On the other hand, their chests were only rising and falling slightly. The cooperation of two people will naturally consume less energy than that of one person. Here's your chance. Hold Bacchus tight and don't give him time to breathe. Chapter 195. You continue. Sure enough, the world government has also come to get involved in this mess. Bacchus, sweating profusely, looked towards the alley entrance where explosions were heard one after another and sneered. You are indeed a lackey that the world government has painstakingly trained. It seems that the world government will also be afraid. The fact that the world government was willing to send 2 celestial dragons to get rid of him was the best proof of this. Don't give him time to breathe. The dragon roared and instantly pulled the distracted Bacchus back to the battlefield. What an annoying couple, Bacchus growled, his face full of impatience. Shanks didn't stop at all. Holding the knife in one arm, he slashed again with Conqueror's haki wrapped around it. Long clenched his hands together, and a huge dragon fist condensed and swung towards Bacchus. Boom! The light blue circular pulse gate vibrated wildly, surrounding Bacchus' body. The darkness in his body gradually condensed in front of his chest. A pulse the size of a human head shot out and hit the violent tornado directly. Boom! The collision of 2 powerful energies produced a huge explosion and a cloud of thick smoke. The strong wind generated by the explosion swept in all directions. Bacchus' hair fluttered in the wind and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a blurry red light flashing in the thick smoke, and it became even thicker. Bacchus' pupils shrank violently, and he saw that the red light in the smoke was concentrated to the ultimate level. The next moment, a violent blood-red flying slash rushed out at a high speed and slashed directly towards Bacchus. Bacchus couldn't dodge in time and had to take it. The violent flying slash hit Bacchus' arms hard. Bacchus groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms were cut by the sharp edge, leaving wounds all over. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body flew backwards, then fell heavily to the ground. Shanks' mouth curled up, he was delighted, and finally saw the hope of defeating Bacchus. The dragon did the same, but did not let down his guard at all, and once again sent out wind blades, shooting towards Bacchus. A darkness as deep as the night surged out from Buck's body and swallowed up the flying wind blade. Bacchus struggled to get up, his arms were bloody and drops of blood dripped down his arms, staining the ground red. Long raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that he could stand up after such serious injuries and even activate the ability of dark fruit. Advertisement. Bacchus opened his palms, and a bottle of green potion appeared out of thin air in his hands. He tilted his head back and drank it. I won't give you another chance. Shanks' eyes were stern. If Bacchus drank this magical potion again, the balance of victory would tilt towards Bacchus again. Their physical strength will always reach its limit. So he controlled the majestic Conqueror's haki, and the blood-red haki once again wrapped around the blade in his hand. Death is your destiny. Bacchus, you're not Joey Boy after all. It's impossible to change this world, Shanks roared, then raised the heavy blade in his hand and chopped it down hard. Suddenly, a golden light that was bright to the ultimate gathered beside Shanks, and countless light particles continued to gather into a blurry figure. At this moment, Shanks's whole mind was immersed in the blade in his hand, although he noticed the bright light beside him. If he gave up. No, we can't let go of such a good opportunity. Shanks growled, and the blood-red light gathered in the blade expanded to ultimate. Ah, Shanks, I don't agree with you. A very lazy voice sounded, and countless light particles condensed into a solid tall figure. Kizaru wore sunglasses, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, holding a lightsaber shining with golden light, and his expression could not be seen clearly through his eyes blocked by the sunglasses. Kizaru. Shanks ignored it, looked at Bacchus fiercely, and growled viciously. I will kill you, Bacchus, even if it means my own death. A broad blood-red blade flashed, and the extremely sharp flying slash dragged a deep groove on the ground, flying towards Bacchus. Although I really don't want to participate in such a battle, but... Kizaru's upturned mouth corners suddenly returned to normal, and his face became gloomy. Some accounts must be settled. He tightly gripped the sword of Amakushu in his hand, and swung it heavily at the moment the blood-red blade light slashed out, showing off his superb sword skills. Brilliant golden light pierced through the void, and a thin line of blood appeared on Shanks' neck. Shanks' eyes widened, then quickly dimmed and the life drained away. Shanks, this is... Advertisement. Garp stared at the scene in amazement, his eyes full of shock. Is Kizaru's strength so strong? Drops of magma dripped from Akainu's body. He lowered the brim of his hat with one hand, but he couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Kizaru, you finally came. Long's heart seemed to skip a beat, his eyes showed fear, and he murmured in a low voice. It's over. Everything is over. Sabo frowned, watching the scene in amazement. He had never expected that the first person to die would be Shanks, who possessed the so-called strongest conqueror's haki. At the same time, the blood-red blade slashed towards Bacchus. Bacchus just finished drinking the bottle of recovery potion and tried his best to block the blood-red blade in front of him. Boom. Puff. A large amount of blood carrying internal organs gushed out, and Bacchus flew backwards again, crashing through several houses in succession. Amidst the ruins, Bacchus slowly stood up, covered in blood. Hey, I'm still alive. Bacchus laughed from the bottom of his heart, looked at Kizaru who cut off Shank's head from a distance, and laughed heartily. The wind blew gently, and Shank's head slipped and rolled to Kizaru's feet. Kizaru stood there like a statue, and only came to his senses when the head touched his feet. Ah, don't look at me with such a shocked expression. The lazy voice sounded again, but the previous voice was trembling, but it was suppressed well by him. Kizaru placed his foot on Shanks's head and looked around. I'm only here to look for Shanks. I won't interfere with other matters. You guys continue, you guys continue. Kizaru kicked Shank's head away, stretched, and walked to the side. A man who sticks to his beliefs to the end must be very handsome. The wind blew up the cloak of justice behind Kizaru, and Kizaru remained silent. I don't know if I look handsome now, Mr. Zephyr. Chapter 196 The agreement is invalid. Eliminate. Holy Land Mariajoy. Deep inside, among the flowers, is Pangu City. 5 old men at the pinnacle of power were kneeling respectfully under a void throne as tall as a mountain. They looked serious, bowed their heads deeply, and looked extremely terrified. It is hard to imagine what kind of person could make several powerful elderly people show such expressions. Lord Yim, I'm sorry, the appearance of that guy Vegapunk was our mistake. I didn't expect that he could decipher the legendary texts and translate the remaining documents of Ohara, and then piece together the truth of history. We deserve to die. The 5 old men buried their heads deeper, completely losing their usual superior demeanor and composure. Their backs were wet with cold sweat, their pupils contracted violently, and endless fear filled their eyes. There was complete silence all around, without a single sound except for the pounding heartbeats of the 5 old men, beating at an extremely high frequency. Gulp. The 5 old men swallowed their saliva together, their Adam's apples rolling, and the fear of the unknown tormented their hearts. On the towering steps, a magnificent throne of the king stood at the top. A black shadow wearing a crown with blood-red round eyes looked down indifferently at the 5 old men lying on the ground and shivering. He sat on a magnificent throne, his slender fingers constantly tapping the armrests of the throne, and it was impossible to tell his expression. Finally, the old man with a mustache couldn't stand this torture anymore. He raised his head in panic and was about to explain when he met the eyes of Im on the throne. Lord Yim, we. However, his eyes suddenly shrank violently, and he saw that the pair of indifferent blood-red round pupils on the throne suddenly expanded and stared at him intently. His neck seemed to be pinched by something and he couldn't make any sound. His face turned red and he couldn't utter a single word. Beside him, the other 4 old men were in the same situation. Their necks seemed to be tightly strangled by a pair of large hands. They exhaled more than inhaled. You have already violated the agreement with me. How dare you come to ask me to give you another chance? No emotion could be heard in the ethereal voice, and the red light in his blood-red round pupils became even brighter as he slowly stood up. The other 4 old men looked at the old man with a mustache with resentment. If you can't speak, then don't speak, okay. Things have come to this point, no matter how angry they are, it will not help. They struggled to speak, their voices intermittent and trembling. Respected Lord Yimu. You are the king of our celestial dragons, please. Advertisement, please forgive your people. We must kill Vegapunk as soon as possible and extinguish this light. Let history. The 5 old men had bulging eyes and a clear mark on their necks. Their faces looked extremely ferocious, as if the strength in their necks had suddenly increased, and they could no longer utter a single word. Haha, our agreement became invalid when you failed to do your duty. You have not fulfilled our promise to make the light of history reappear in this world. You are all going to die. As soon as the words fell, the 5 old men were lifted high into the air by an invisible force. The bloodshot eyeballs seemed to be completely bulging and about to fall off, and fear filled their eyes. The 5 old men struggled hard, their legs flailing in the air, their faces flushed, and they managed to squeeze out a few words. I still don't want to die. Yes, if one could reach their position, a position where one could call the wind and rain and live such a comfortable life, who would want to leave this world? Only when you reach their position can you feel enjoyment and life. And most people are still struggling for food and clothing. What kind of life is that? That's called being alive. Suffering is never worth praising. What is worth praising is the precious quality of those who have experienced suffering and still dare to face life. But not the original words. Friends who are interested can read his related works. Therefore, there is no fairness in this world. Some people are born noble, while others are burdened with the name of poverty all their lives. Snap. Several crisp sounds were heard, and the 5 old men's necks tilted. The light in their eyes quickly dimmed, and all life was gone. Let me take these humans. You also told me that humanity will eventually awaken and the light of freedom will be born. Yes. There was light, but it was quickly swallowed up by the ugly darkness. Until now, these ridiculous humans still. On the map nearby, a flickering flame suddenly appeared in a certain sea area. Those who have great power can do whatever they want. Still brutally killing their own kind to satisfy their own selfish desires. There is no human being who can inherit your will. Advertisement. Well, Yim reached out and stroked the huge straw hat, recalling what had happened before. Yim walked to the huge straw hat, and there was finally some change in his blood-red eyes. I didn't expect that the straw hat I gave you was regarded as a legacy of faith. What a boring world, to him. Anyone who is of no use to him must die. One of the map figures looked blurry, as if it had been scratched by a knife. What on earth are you believing in? The blood-red eyes became hazy, filled with memories. I really didn't expect that you would make such an agreement with me. Yim sneered. If he hadn't left Poseidon's power on the Fishmen Island, those fishmen would have been extinct long ago. Yim's pupils suddenly shrank, and his palm was placed on the top of the giant straw hat. As if a button was activated, a terrifying power suddenly spread out. It seems that you lost this bet. You never appeared and returned to this sea. Destroy it. Joey boy. Yim walked into a secret room and saw a huge straw hat. There was also a carpet next to it with a huge world map engraved on it. The conflict between humans and fishmen has not been resolved yet. Yim's blood-red round pupils returned to normal. He stood up and slowly walked down the stairs. The invisible force dissipated, and the bodies of the 5 old men fell to the ground at once, like dead dogs. Yimu suddenly let out a long sigh, and the memories in his eyes gradually faded away. This is the truth he learned when he came into this world. Humans don't deserve to live in this world, Yim muttered to himself in confusion. You haven't done anything you promised me. Chapter 197 The Fear Comes Again. Lobe Town, earth-shaking explosions rang out one after another, huge shockwaves spread out, and the aftermath of the battle directly shattered several houses. Lobe Town had long since turned into a ruin, with dark red magma flowing everywhere, and the terrifyingly high temperature had distorted the void. There were deep pits all over the ground, and the cold wind left deep grooves in the pits like knives. Occasionally, flowing seawater would fall and pour onto the boiling magma, making a sizzling sound and forming hard obsidian. Long's eyes showed despair as he covered his broken arm. Blood seeped through his hand and dripped onto the ground. His chest was heaving violently, he was gasping for breath, and there were several sunken fist marks on his chest, which was shocking to see. He swore that he had never been as embarrassed as he was today. The shadow of death hung over his heart. He looked at Garp, who was fighting fiercely with Akainu. In the splashing lava, Garp was covered in blood, with a large charred hole in his chest. What was even more horrifying was that a corner of his head was missing. Akainu's eyes were red, his face was extremely ferocious, there was a huge sunken wound on his chest, and his cloak of justice was dyed blood red. He was like a mad dog, totally ignoring the injuries on his body. His right arm exploded with boiling magma, which shrank violently into a thin scarlet bloodline, and blasted towards Garp's remaining head. Dark Hound. Bone Fist Meteorite. Garp roared, and the pitch-black armament color covered his huge right fist. The terrifying power was released, and with a few crackling sounds, layers of white airwaves were directly exploded, bombarding Akainu's chest with fierce momentum. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking was extremely clear, blood spurted out of Akainu's mouth, and the concave part of his chest sank a little more. The severe pain caused Akainu's attack to deviate slightly and hit Garp's abdomen heavily. Bang. The horrifying magma penetrated the abdomen unhindered, and the rest of the flesh and blood instantly turned charred black. Garp groaned, and flew backwards at a high speed, hitting a remnant hard. Akainu wasn't feeling well either, he was spurting out large mouthfuls of blood as if it was free. Humph, old man, your strength is still so strong, you haven't regressed at all, it's really surprising. Akainu said coldly with a blank expression. You're not bad, Magma Imp. You've actually awakened such a powerful conqueror's haki. You've become much stronger than you were in the Valley of the Gods decades ago. Garp chuckled, as if he didn't feel his own injuries, he stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Akainu like a cannonball. Advertisement. Akainu snorted coldly, his momentum rising steadily, like a mad dog that didn't care about its life. He punched Garp fiercely. The situation on my father's side isn't good either. Long's face darkened, he seemed to be able to smell the breath of death. Until now, do you still have the heart to care about others? Bacchus was covered in blood, with hideous scars all over his body, and he slowly walked towards the dragon. The dragon kept retreating, gritting his teeth, and used his remaining arm to barely swing out a few wind blades that shot towards Bacchus. Buck waved his hand, and deep darkness surged out from his body, quickly condensing into a thick black snake with a huge mouth like the abyss. It swallowed the flying wind blades into its stomach in a few bites. Go to hell. Bacchus' eyes glowed scarlet as he staggered toward the dragon. His physical strength was about to reach its limit. Leader. Sabo in the distance looked at the dragon with a broken arm nervously and was about to go forward to help, but a thick pillar of fire suddenly fell from the sky in the distance. What an annoying guy. Sabo had a vicious look in his eyes and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the thick pillar of fire. His entire body was covered in burn marks, the work of the fire-breathing dragon in the air. Another aspect of the battlefield. Beckman cleaned up the remains of Shanks and looked coldly at the little girl standing in front of him. I have already made the biggest concession. I just want to take away the body of our captain. In this case, are you still going to stop us? Usopp held the sniper rifle and aimed it at the head of the little girl standing in front of them. Deputy Captain, don't say any more to them, just fight your way out. Yin didn't say anything, his eyes were extremely cold, he held two swords across his chest, staring at Beckman. The great pirate's era ends today, you must die here. Advertisement. A rough voice came from behind Yin, and Mothras walked towards Yin with an expressionless face. I will never let you escape. Beckman gently placed the body of red-haired Shanks on the ground, took out the gun from his waist, and burst out with astonishing murderous intent. Usopp stood beside Beckman fearlessly, holding the sniper rifle firmly in his hand. Then, let's fight. Not far away, Kizaru stood on a huge rock, crossed his legs, and watched the scene with interest. Ah, what a touching scene. Kizaru stretched with a relaxed smile on his face. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, his smile froze and his stretching movement also stopped abruptly. This familiar feeling. Endless terror crawled all over his wrinkled face. For the first time, he showed an extremely frightened expression. He suddenly stood up from the boulder and looked at the blue sky above his head. Could it be? Could it be? His eyes contracted violently, his body trembled violently, and the feeling of powerlessness that had not been felt for many years surged into his heart again. However, the sky remained calm. Akainu, Bacchus, run. That guy is here again, Kizaru shouted loudly. His face was extremely ferocious, his voice was trembling, and he shouted heartbreakingly. All eyes immediately focused on Kizaru. As the voice fell, the plain sky suddenly changed its appearance. Suddenly, the clear sky was covered by endless shadows. The darkness swallowed up all the light. The white clouds seemed to be stained by black ink and turned into deep dark clouds. The dark clouds swirled, forming a pitch-black Uzumaki. Dense thunder moved in the Uzumaki like a spirit snake, and an extremely terrifying aura descended upon this place. The next moment, a blood-red giant circular pupil appeared in the Uzumaki, which was extremely terrifying. Kizaru's face was filled with endless fear, as if he had lost all the strength in his body, and he spoke slowly. He is coming. Chapter 198. Justice for Akainu. Kizaru's body was shaking continuously, and his eyes behind the goggles were filled with fear. Above his head, in the Uzumaki formed by the thick dark clouds, a huge blood-red round pupil was staring at the tiny people below. Everyone showed a look of horror. That is, Akainu's face was solemn as he looked at the terrifying blood-red pupil in Uzumaki, and memories that had been buried for many years came to his mind. He will never forget the huge blood-red round pupil in the sky when the battle in God Valley was coming to an end. When the blood-red round pupil disappears, the bombardment that comes down from the sky like a divine punishment will raze everything here to the ground. Is the scene from that year going to happen again? Garp's eyes were filled with fear, for he had witnessed with his own eyes the destruction of the Valley of the Gods. Long, take your men and get out of here, Garp yelled loudly, his eyes bloodshot, and he screamed with all his strength. Hurry up, it will be too late before that blood-red round pupil disappears. As soon as the words fell, the color of the blood-red round pupils in Uzumaki actually faded visibly, and dense thunder continued to gather into a point in Uzumaki, and the terrifying aura of destruction spread out all at once. What on earth is this thing? Long gritted his teeth, and wiped the only remaining broken arm to the bottom of his feet. The strong wind immediately gathered under his feet into a dragon fist wind, ready to be unleashed. Sabo, father, come to me. Long shouted at the top of his voice, his brows furrowed. Before, he had heard that the world government had a very scary trump card. He thought that this masterpiece above his head was the so-called trump card of the world government. If that's the case, then our so-called revolutionary army has no chance of winning at all. Long smiled bitterly. No wonder those old guys from the world government had never surrounded and wiped out the revolutionary army's strongholds. In their eyes, the revolutionary army was like an ant. They could crush a few people to death with just a finger. So, what are our efforts over the years worth? The belief that had never been shaken suddenly collapsed under the powerful force, and Long fell into unprecedented self-doubt. At this moment, the revolutionary army's belief in changing the world was completely shattered. What a terrifying aura. Gatrina picked up a piece of internal organs with the knife in his hand and put it into his mouth to chew, while in the other hand he held a masked head. On the other side, Bay Lackey was standing on a cooked corpse, looking solemnly at the increasingly dim blood-red round pupil in the sky. Such a terrifying aura. Yin was floating in the air, and Mothras also put down the ball of water droplets in his hand that looked like plasticine, feeling the increasingly solid power, with fear in his eyes. Only such a powerful attack could emit such an aura. Advertisement. Seeing that the two were attracted by the Uzumaki in the sky, Beckman quickly carried Shank's body on the ground and said to Usopp. Usopp, let's get out of here now. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Usopp's forehead, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. I have a bad feeling. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Usopp swallowed hard. His observation haki could clearly sense the surging and terrifying energy that was constantly gathering in the Uzumaki. It's really shocking. Bacchus's eyes were extremely cold, and the lightning in the spinning Uzumaki in the sky gathered into dots the size of rice grains, and the aura became even more terrifying. This must be the Uranus that Vegapunk mentioned. As time went on, the rice-sized dot continued to expand, and the terrifying pressure made Bacchus feel a little breathless. With such a powerful force, destroying the world would be a piece of cake. But Bacchus's eyes became stern, and the pulse points in his body suddenly burst out. Boom! The pale blue veins vibrated wildly, and Bacchus roared over and over again. Chi Hang-san! Chi Hang-san! A powerful pulse burst out, but there was no trace of the pulse beast. You can search, Bacchus panted, unwillingly stimulating his pulse at a high frequency. Why? Bang! Bacchus angrily swung his fist and hit the ground hard. A deep pit suddenly appeared, and spiderweb-like cracks spread all over the ground. Akainu stood there in a daze, as if thinking about something. The Uzumaki on the top of his head changed from a dot the size of a grain of rice to the size of a bead. The thunder became brighter and brighter, and the dull roar was like the roar of a giant beast. The rose on his chest became more and more vivid, and the brilliant color seemed to be watered with blood. Akainu came back to his senses, glanced at the people who were about to escape, and walked towards Kizaru, who seemed to have lost his soul. Hey, Borsellino, you should be able to dodge this attack. Feeling Akainu's presence, Kizaru seemed to have regained some strength, nodded, and smiled reluctantly. Advertisement, with my speed I can easily dodge this attack. After all, such a powerful attack takes a lot of time to prepare. The speed of light is very fast. Since that day, I have been focusing on developing my speed. I can even escape from this attack range with Nami, but the speed may be slower. I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect that something like this would appear again. Akainu hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. I want to ask you a favor. Please take Bacchus and his crew away from here. Hearing this, Kizaru frowned and stared at Akainu. What about you? What do you want to do? I'm going to hold them back. They can't leave here. Akainu's face was as cold as ice, and he walked towards the people who were preparing to escape with firm steps. Are you crazy? Kizaru stood in front of Akainu, holding Akainu's shoulders tightly with both hands, and spoke angrily. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill those people later. Don't you want to see the world that Mr. Zephyr always talks about? Akainu laughed, his aura was solemn and murderous. Do you think those people will show up again once they leave this place? Once we let them go, the seeds of hatred will sprout again. This is the hidden danger of the new world. As for the world that Mr. Zephyr mentioned, Akainu stretched the muscles on his face and gave a stiff smile. Let you take a look at it for me. My hands are stained with countless blood, good and bad. I am no longer qualified to live in such a world. Akainu gently pushed Kizaru's hands away and walked forward. The blood-red cloak of justice fluttered in the wind, and the lonely figure walked forward alone, so paranoid, so extreme. So lonely. This is his justice. The current Marine Marshal, the user of the lava fruit, codenamed Akainu. Sakazuki executes absolute justice. Chapter 199 The Disappearing Smile. Kizaru looked ashen and fell into endless silence. Well, don't forget what I asked you to do. I believe Bacchus will change the world. This is the last time. Akainu said these words lightly, and then walked firmly towards the people who wanted to escape. He didn't seem to take his life that seriously. Those few light words hit Kizaru's heart like a heavy hammer. Kizaru smiled bitterly. He knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade him, he could not change Akainu's decision. This friend of mine always insists on doing things his own way. Otherwise, his justice would not be so absolute. It seems that I can only do as he says. Kizaru stretched, and at the same time, his body emitted a dazzling light and decomposed into countless light particles. Bacchus, let me see how you will deal with this destructive force in the future. Akainu's eyes were full of murderous intent. He stared at the people who wanted to escape and grinned. Just stay here. Bang, bang, bang. Countless magma extended out from his body, rolling and condensing into dark red ropes, dancing wildly in the air. The densely packed ropes twisted like snakes and shot towards the crowd. The dark red rope continued to grow larger in Long's eyes. He gritted his teeth, swung out several wind blades, and slashed directly at the flying lava rope. The wind blade cut the rope, but the magma continued to flow out, and the broken rope quickly grew again and flew towards everyone again. Damn it! Beckman yelled angrily as his body was bound by several lava chains. The same happened to Usopp beside him, who was tied up like a dumpling with countless dark red ropes. Damn lava kid, I'm just... Garp swung his fists, smashed a lava rope with one punch, and rushed straight towards Akainu. Akainu sneered and continued to control the dense magma chains to tightly bind everyone's body. Damn it! The dragon was already exhausted after being beaten by Bacchus, and now he was missing an arm. At this moment, he had no strength left and his entire body was controlled by the dense lava ropes. He raised his head, looking at the abyss like Uzumaki above his head. The bead-sized energy ball had reached the size of a human head. Countless snake-like thunders continued to gather in it, and its volume was growing at a terrifying speed, as if it would fall at any time. It's too late. Long had a look of despair on his face. He stopped struggling and allowed the ropes to tie him up. Advertisement elsewhere, Bacchus thumped the ground in anger. Suddenly, countless light particles condensed around him, gradually forming a tall figure. Kizaru! What are you doing here? With your speed, You should be able to escape from here quickly. Bacchus looked towards the blinding golden light and asked. I have been asked by someone to take you away from here safely. In the blinding golden light, Kizaru's figure gradually emerged. He put away his usual playful look and spoke very seriously. Gather your crew quickly, that thing is about to fall. Bacchus took a deep breath, then roared loudly. Everyone, gather here. Bacchus looked at Kizaru again and asked, Is it Akainu? Kizaru nodded silently. Where are the others? He went to do what he was supposed to do. After that, it fell into deathly silence again. In just a moment, everyone had gathered. A large ball of dazzling light burst out from Kizaru's body, enveloping everyone in an instant. Everyone felt a sudden pain in their eyes, and just as they were about to resist the light, Kizaru shouted, interrupting their actions. Don't resist, or my light won't be able to take you away. Suddenly, in the dazzling golden light, another puzzling voice was heard. Why? Afterwards, the person who was answering seemed to be gathering his emotions and replied. Because. He wants you to create that world. The next moment, a dazzling light flashed and everyone disappeared from the spot in an instant. Akainu, are you crazy? Garp's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his right fist and smashed it hard on Akainu's chest like a meteorite. Akainu did not dodge or evade, but took the punch head on. Blood spurted out, and there was a clear sound of bone cracking, and his chest caved in again. Hey, let's die here together, Akainu grinned, and a large amount of magma gushed out of his body. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy ball in the Uzumaki above his head expanded to ultimate. Gatrina said with a smile. Advertisement. A dazzling ball of light suddenly appeared at the mouth of the island. Yin looked towards the direction of Logue Town not far away. The prosperous town had disappeared. It seemed to have vanished out of thin air. On an island not far away. The next moment, a beam of blazing white light descended from the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. You can search. Everyone also showed a long-lost smile, and a burst of relaxed laughter rang out. Suddenly, Mothra's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and looked at the blue sky above his head. The last smile disappeared in the blazing white light. This was the final song of absolute justice. Now that we have defeated all the 4 emperors, the era of the great pirates should be over, Captain. Bacchus breathed a sigh of relief for the moment. What a terrifying power, houses, stones, people. A deafening explosion sounded, and the surging thunder and lightning fell along with a blazing white light, instantly enveloping the entire Logue Town. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. No, this is not over yet. The light gradually faded, revealing the figures of Bacchus and his group. Bacchus clenched his fists involuntarily, looking unwillingly at the disappeared Logue Town. Goodbye. Goodbye. Everything is gone. Everyone's faces froze, and the world before their eyes was covered by a ball of blazing white light. Such terrible power. Using his devil fruit ability to carry others and move quickly is too exhausting. It's too late, not to mention that he brought so many people with him. Everything was annihilated in the blazing white light. After a great battle, everyone was exhausted and lay on the ground, breathing in the fresh air. This immediately drained his physical strength. It melted away bit by bit in the white light, dissolving into fine powder. A purgatory-like wind roared, and the terrible impact force spread out in all directions like a tide. The waves rolled, and a tsunami 8,000 stories high was rolled up. Boom! Kizaru collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 209 out of 10 lives. Mothras looked at the clear sky above his head with horror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. What's wrong? Mortras. The hearts of the crowd, which had just relaxed, became tense again. They all stood up and looked at Mortras with nervous expressions. Bacchus' face darkened and he looked up at the azure sky above his head. An ominous premonition was growing wildly in his heart. Could it be that? Mothras' face looked extremely ugly. His observation hockey could clearly sense that familiar, destructive energy was madly gathering above their heads. Suddenly, the azure blue sky turned extremely dark. Large dark clouds covered the sky like a block of clouds, and slowly began to rotate. The familiar black Uzumaki descended upon everyone's heads again. Damn it, can't I escape? Kizaru gritted his teeth, pulled off his goggles, clenched his fists, struggled to stand up, and a dim light flashed from his body. Give me a little time, I can still take you away. Kizaru activated the power of the fruit, and the dim light became more dazzling and solid. Suddenly, a huge blood-red circular pupil appeared in the deep Uzumaki. There seemed to be a look of disdain in the huge blood-red pupils. He glanced at Kizaru lightly, and the next moment, a tremendous pressure fell heavily. Kizaru's pupils shrank violently, and a terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down upon him. His whole body trembled, and the light that had originally condensed as if it were a substance suddenly shattered, and was crushed into nothingness by this terrifying pressure. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Kizaru's mouth, and he collapsed to the ground with despair in his eyes. It's all over. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The tragic scene of Logue Town just now was seen by everyone. The area within hundreds of miles of Logue Town was turned into nothingness by this terrible energy. It's impossible to resist. The blood-red round eyes of the Uzumaki smiled when they saw this, and gradually disappeared into nothingness. Boom! Violent thunder exploded in the Uzumaki, making an earth-shaking roar, and lightning like a swimming snake flashed in the lightning Uzumaki, and a heart-pounding and terrifying atmosphere spread all at once. The thunder in the sky gradually gathered in the center of Uzumaki, condensing into an energy ball the size of a grain of rice, and then expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed is more than several times faster than last time. You can search. With this speed of concentration, I'm afraid it won't be long before the attack lands. Bacchus' eyes flickered, and then he closed them, suppressed his restlessness, calmed his mind, and called the system. System. I am here. Advertisement. Why can't I summon the pulse beast even though I have opened the 12 pulse gates? Ding. Because the dimensional wall of each world requires extremely powerful energy to open, and the pulse beasts are not products of this world. So host, you cannot sense the existence of the pulse beasts, so naturally you cannot summon them. Moreover, the body of the pulse beast is huge, and its strength should not be underestimated. The energy required to break the dimensional wall is very powerful. Well, it just requires more energy, not that it's unbreakable, right? Ding, that's it. Well, what price will I have to pay to break the dimensional wall? Ding, all the points of the host are needed, what else? Ding, 9/10 of life is still needed. Then, just take it. The rice-sized energy ball in the sky expanded to the size of a human head in the blink of an eye. A terrifying aura spread out, carrying with it flashing thunder all over the sky, and spread out in the Uzumaki like ripples. Boom. As the huge waves spread out, a white light that was extremely hot suddenly burst out, leaving a tiny light shadow in the air like a meteor, and fell at a high speed. Are you going to die? Everyone sighed, but they did not show any fear of death. Maybe for them, living is more painful than death. I watched my father being tortured to death. My parents were arrested and sold. Eat the remains of your own mother. The long wait was in vain, endless torture. The tribesmen were enslaved. Death is indeed a trivial matter compared to these things. It's just a pity. Gatrina showed a look of pity, and Nan whispered. Well, since it's necessary, then. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, and suddenly he raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, and he roared at the top of his voice. Bay Lackey, I like you. Advertisement, if I can survive. Would you like to spend your whole life with me? I will make lots of delicious food for you every day. I will never let you go hungry again. After yelling, Gatrina seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. His heart was pounding as if it wanted to burst out of his chest. Everyone stared at Gatrina, who was roaring, and then everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, I've known for a long time that you're interested in Sister Baylaki. Congratulations, Gatrina, you finally have the courage to say these words. He, I'm right? Last time when I was treating the captain, I saw him giving flowers to Sister Baylaki. Roar, you are so brave, cook. Well, since you cook for me and eat it, I'll bless you. Only Baylaki, with a red face, shyly lowered her head. How could he fall in love with me? Obviously, my past was so. In this atmosphere, Kizaru didn't seem to be so afraid of death. He chuckled and talked to himself. It's already this late, and they're still doing this. As expected, young people always do unexpected things. Of course, only young people can add color to this gray world. Gatrina's face flushed red, and he immediately regretted what he had said. Facing the teasing of everyone, he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He is a boy who dares to eat raw organs, but he seems to be a different person when it comes to feelings. This is social death. I don't know if she will agree. Well, we're all going to die anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Who said he would die? Bacchus, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and dazzling blue light burst out from his eyes. The surging momentum continued to rise, and an energy that was enough to crush everything rose up. No way, Gatrina was stunned, and for a moment he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Boom. The meridians all over the body began to vibrate wildly, and the ground sank because it could not withstand this terrible power. Then a roar sounded, resounding through the heavens and earth. Chi. Hang. San, Chapter 201. Goodbye, his girl. Chi Hang San. Bacchus roared, and tremendous energy suddenly burst out. Behind him, the void suddenly twisted, followed by a series of shattering sounds, and the dimensional wall of this world broke apart, revealing a gray chaos. The next moment, an extremely huge claw stretched out from the chaos, and an extremely scarlet diamond-shaped eye appeared. I saw a monster as big as a hill crawling out of the chaos. He was thousands of feet tall, with 2 sharp devil horns on his head, 4 ferocious wings on his back, thick limbs, and sharp claws. He seemed to be wearing heavy armor all over his body. His body was extremely huge, and his 2 diamond-shaped eyes emitting scarlet light were like ghost lanterns, emitting faint will-o'-the-wisp fire. He flapped his wings, stirring up an infernal gale and hovering above the island. Compared with his huge body, the island beneath his feet seemed as tiny as a sesame seed. The infernal wind blew down, pressing everyone down so hard that they could not move. Bacchus turned into dots of fluorescent light and merged into the huge creature suspended in the sky. FK, Captain, you're so handsome. Gatrina stared in shock at the huge creature summoned by Bacchus, her mouth wide open in amazement. Yin, however, stood there like a sculpture, as if he had discovered something. Oh no. It's going to fall. Be careful. Kizaru roared, and saw a blazing light like a meteor falling straight down from the sky, carrying with it an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, descending at a high speed. Inside the huge creature, on a throne made of wide veins, Bacchus sat steadily with his eyes emitting terrifying light. He could clearly feel an extremely powerful force filling his body. Is this the feeling of having a pulse beast? I can do it. I can use this power to do anything I want. For a moment, Bacchus was addicted to this extremely powerful force and couldn't extricate himself. Bacchus moved his fingers slightly, and the huge arm outside began to move. The pulse beast let out a strange, earth-shaking roar that hurt people's eardrums. He swung his huge arms and slapped the falling hot white light with one claw. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded, and a blazing white light burst out on the huge arm. The explosion that was able to destroy an island before seemed to have shrunk at this moment, and only shattered a few scales. The storm that was raised was like the wind from a fan to the pulse beast. Kizaru looked at the scene in surprise, and a tear suddenly rolled down his cheek. Sakazuki, is this what you wanted to see? Although he easily blocked the devastating blow, Bacchus in the pulse beast's body did not feel well. Is this the price I paid? Bacchus felt an emptiness inside him, and he knew that he didn't have much time left. At the cost of 9/10 of his life and all his points, he was able to break the dimensional wall and allow the pulse beast to descend. Is it worth it? Well, anyway, there is nothing in this world worth staying in. The pirates had been slaughtered, and the motivation that kept him going was gone. In that case, Bacchus suddenly smiled, and Nanan said to herself, if you all wish to see that world so much, I will use the rest of my life to clear the last obstacle for you. Afterwards, the huge pulse beast flapped its wings, and flashing thunder appeared out of thin air around its body, turning into a black lightning and flying towards the distance. Brother Bacchus. Seeing Bacchus leaving, Yin's expression tensed and he shouted loudly. He stood up against the strong wind and floated in the air, trying to catch up with him. But Kizaru suddenly appeared behind him and held her tightly. Don't mess around. Bacchus should be looking for the king of celestial dragons, with his current strength. Let me go, Yin roared, and tears fell from her eyes. Brother Bacchus will die. He will die. I can sense the life of Brother Bacchus slipping away quickly. Yin broke free from Kizaru's control, squatted on the ground helplessly and sobbed. Kizaru fell into silence, not knowing what to say, and clenched his fists tightly. Searchable. Damn it, you all want to see that kind of world so badly. Advertisement, but why? You don't value your own life. Holy Land, Mariajoy. A dark flash of lightning sizzled through the void and appeared in the sky above Mariajoy. Bacchus discovered that he could control the pulse beasts to perform all the skills he had learned. Even hockey can be used. It consumes a lot of energy, but its power is also multiplied several times. Otherwise, with his speed, it would be impossible for him to reach Mariajoy in such a short time. Looking at the magnificent palaces below, Bacchus controlled the pulse beast to raise its right arm, and a huge pulse condensed out, then shot towards the palace below. Suddenly, extremely thick branches spread out from the depths of the palace. The branches gathered together to form a big hand, grabbing the flying black pulse. Boom! A black pulse exploded, pieces of branch debris flew around, and a thick smoke rose. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing branches that had been broken by the explosion. However, the branches recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a huge tree rose up from the palace, with a few scattered devil fruits hanging on the tree. A dark figure wearing a crown and a pitch-black cloak stood on the treetops, staring at Bacchus from a distance, looking at the pulse beast that blocked out the sky without fear. This must be the devil fruit. Bacchus glanced at the several devil fruits hanging from the treetops and guessed. Human, this is not the place for you. An ethereal voice sounded, and I.M. opened his blood-red round pupils with an extremely cold look. Hey, I should say that you shouldn't appear in this world, Yimu. Bacchus sneered back. Do you really know the truth of history? Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this world will be destroyed sooner or later. I.M. snorted coldly and waved his hand. A rotating Uzumaki suddenly condensed above the head of the huge pulse beast. Lightning flashed, infinite energy continued to gather, and a terrifying aura spread. Fall. Yim let out a low roar, and the hot white light condensed and ultimate came crashing down, hitting the pulse beast's body. But the attack was like tickling and had no effect at all. Yim's pupils shrank and his expression became extremely ugly. You have great power, human. Isn't it said that whoever has the most power will have the world develop according to his will? The corner of Bacchus' mouth slowly rose, and then he controlled the pulse beast's right arm, wrapped it in a dazzling milky white halo, and punched heavily at I.M. From now on, in this world, Laozi has the final say. Junzhen Xingyi Bengchen. Snap. The space around the fist could not withstand the terrifying shock force and shattered into pieces, with cracks as thick as pythons spreading out. The huge fist continued to grow bigger in I.M.'s eyes. But he still looked indifferent. He slowly stretched out his hands, interlaced his index and middle fingers together, and made a strange gesture. A transparent wall like glass appeared out of thin air in front of Yim. Boom! His fist smashed into the glass wall and couldn't move forward even a bit. The terrifying shockwaves spread violently on the glass wall like ripples. This powerful punch didn't even leave a crack. Bacchus looked extremely unhappy. Paramecia, barrier fruit. Then, I.M. waved his hand again, and the boiling magma rolled and expanded beside his body, then suddenly shrank into a dark red line and flew towards Bacchus. Advertisement at the same time, on the other side of his light blue cold air visible to the naked eye spread out, condensing into a frozen light, intertwined with dark red lines, and shot out violently. Bacchus waved his hand, and an extremely large black hole condensed in front of him, swallowing up all the attacks. As expected, he possesses all the abilities of the fruit. Boom! 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 From the Uzumaki spinning overhead, beams of blazing white light struck the pulse beast's body one after another. Bacchus didn't care. One of his hands emitted a white halo, and the other hand dragged a dark trail. Both hands drew a circle, and an extremely clear Tai Chi diagram with distinct black and white emerged. Tai Chi Banlin Kui. Bang! Another heavy blow hit the glass barrier, but still no crack appeared. The glass walls are still intact. Give up, human. You are unbreakable. Im's blood-red round eyes were extremely cold, and he launched another attack, bombarding Bacchus. Besides, I've noticed a long time ago that you don't have much time left. Bacchus took a deep breath. The facts were indeed as Im said. His time is running out, but the last life can also burst into brilliant flames. Bacchus took out a distinctly black and red capsule and swallowed it without hesitation. Then, his thick black hair quickly turned white, and deep wrinkles appeared all over his face. Life is disappearing quickly. At the same time, extremely powerful force burst out from his body. This is, for the first time, Im showed a look of shock and looked in disbelief at the huge monster that was emitting an extremely powerful aura. Is this something humans can do? Roar! The pulse beast let out an earth-shaking roar, and the armor on its body slowly fell off, revealing a blood-red body. The flame of life. Burn! The pulse beast swung its huge fist filled with extreme violence and smashed it onto the glass wall. Snap! A crisp sound was heard, and clearly visible cracks appeared on the glass barrier. Yim's eyes widened. Broken, he really did it. I have managed to change this distorted world, Mr. Zephyr. Then, Henna, we will meet in another world, right? So, there is no point for me to continue to exist in this world. Bacchus showed a look of relief, holding a blood-stained pink conch tightly in his hand, and his eyes were blurred. In a trance, he seemed to see the pair of smiling dimples again, and, holding hands with his girl, watching the setting, fiery red sunset, gorgeous sunset glow, humid sea breeze, pink conch shells. He seemed to be back to that familiar beach, the beach that carried all his beautiful memories. He hugged the girl tightly in his arms and vowed never to leave her again. Sayonara.